Chapter 1, I was reborn from death. Withered and desolate. In the city, lush weeds sprouted through the hard cement, and the ground was covered with white bones. Lin An dragged his heavy legs, running with great effort. The lungs burned with sharp pain, and breathing pulled at the broken ribs with a stabbing ache. Behind him were hordes of howling zombies, their faces grotesque. He dared not stop. If he stopped, these resurrected dead would tear him to pieces and feast on his flesh. Seeing that the safe house they built was getting closer, the despair on his face seemed to be replaced by hope. Bang bang bang. Open the door. Hurry, open the door. Lin An frantically pounded on the heavy iron door, with zombies less than 100 meters behind him. The rotten stench hit his nose. I brought the medicine back. Open the door quickly. Tang Wan. Inside the safe house was his fiancée's family of 3. Swish. The window was opened, but the iron door remained closed. An eye looked at him through the narrow iron window, full of concern. Lin An recognized her, it was Tang Wan. Tang Wan. It's me. Please open the door quickly. Lin An cried out in agony, the wound on his chest widening with the movement. The spilled blood made the zombies behind even more frenzied, their speed suddenly increasing. After hearing the sound, the eye behind the iron bars then looked at the medicine in his hand. It was the medicine Lin An desperately found to reduce the fever of Tang Wan's younger brother. Lin An, I'll open the door for you right now. The urgent voice inside the door calmed Lin An's panicked heart. Once inside, it would be safe. On the edge of a city full of dangers, this safe house he built with his own hands was his only home. You first pass the medicine over, and I'll put down the iron bolt. Lin An, feeling completely drained, hurriedly forced the medicine box in his hand through the iron window. But there was a faint unease in his heart. Why, not just open the door directly? The hand behind the iron bars quickly snatched away the medicine box, but did not open the door. Tang Wan. Lin An's voice, filled with disbelief, was harsh and desperate in the dark night. His heart sank, and his whole body turned cold. Why, aren't you opening the door yet? He could already hear the zombies behind him, right next to his ears. Lin An, I see the wound on your chest. Tang Wan's voice paused, no longer showing the original concern, but extremely calm. It was like talking to a stranger. You might be infected. I won't let you in. Lin An fell into an ice pit, and the zombies behind him had already pounced on him. Flesh was torn and bitten. Also, let me tell you something. The captain of the safe zone has already agreed to me. As long as I'm willing to sleep with him, I can enter the safe zone. Of course, you will die too. Inside the room, Tang Wan casually played with her hair. Just as calm as chatting with Lin An on ordinary days. Lin An found it hard to believe, this sentence was like a bolt from the blue. The pain of flesh being torn off alive from behind was also masked. His voice was like crying blood, frantically questioning the person inside the window. Why did you betray me? His palm pressed against the door, leaving a crimson handprint. Eyes glaring fiercely. He could feel his intestines being pulled out, an overwhelming sense of weakness surging up. Tang Wan inside the window looked calm, with a trace of mockery in her eyes. Just because you're a useless person. I don't want to endure hunger and fear every day anymore. He is very strong, he is an awakener. And you are just an ordinary person. The zombies behind frantically tore at Lin An's head, the creaking spine was easily broken. The zombies' foul-smelling, sharp, rotting fingers dug into his eye sockets. Daughter, why are you saying so much to this good-for-nothing? Let him die far away, just don't let him die at our doorstep. Inside the room, the light was warm. Tang's mother casually took the blood-stained medicine box and looked coldly out the window. The 3 stood side by side, only leaving after Lin An's body was completely swallowed up. In Linjiang City, inside a brightly decorated bridal chamber. Lin An, why don't you call a few of your comrades to borrow money? What are you standing there for? The speaker was Lin An's fiancée, Tang Wan. Like struggling and drowning. Lin An suddenly woke up, gasping for breath. The scene before death overlapped with the person in front of him. Was that just a dream? My head was splitting, and I could vaguely feel the pain of flesh being torn from my body. The pain was real, just like a moment ago. He hurriedly looked at his phone. November 9, 2032. Lin An's expression was shocked, and he only felt dry mouth and tongue. No. This is not a dream. He was reborn. He returned to 3 days before the apocalypse broke out, the day he proposed to Tang Wan. Lin An, I'm telling you. If you want to marry my daughter, the bride price must be increased by 200,000. Your little brother Tang Tian is about to get married, you can't be the brother-in-law and not pay a single cent, right? Tang Wan's mother gave her youngest son a look, signaling him to ask for money. Brother-in-law, didn't those few comrades of yours just retire from the military? Tang Tian sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, his face full of impatience. I heard that the retirement money is quite a lot now, just borrowing some money, what's there to be embarrassed about? Tang Wan saw Lin An standing still and couldn't help but frown. I originally thought that Lin An, being a soldier, was honest and might have some money, so it was a pretty good choice. Unexpectedly, Lin An is dragging his feet now and simply can't come up with the money. It really made her feel embarrassed. Aren't you close with a few of your comrades? What's going on? You can't even borrow this little money. Tang's mother saw that Lin An had no reaction and couldn't help but snort lightly. She arrogantly raised her voice and shouted. Lin An, if you can't come up with this money, then don't even think about getting married. Not a bit of sincerity, and I used to think you were decent. Didn't expect you to be such a stingy pauper. Tang's mother spoke in a sarcastic and mocking tone. Little brother Tang Tian seemed not afraid of causing trouble. Upon hearing Tang's mother say she wouldn't get married, he hurriedly spoke. Sis. Wasn't there a pretty rich guy chasing you before? I think you shouldn't marry that poor guy. Find that Mr. Wang, he's rich. He even asked me what kind of car I like last time. Amid the endless chatter of the three, no one noticed the murderous intent in Lin An's downcast eyes. In his past life, to fulfill his mother's wish, he hastily married Tang Wan. Although it was rushed, he believed he had done everything he should. He bought a car, a house, and paid the bride price without missing a single cent. In the end, he still shamelessly borrowed money from his comrades to make up the bride price. However, the apocalypse broke out the day before the wedding. Lin An, with the qualities of a soldier, struggled to survive with his fiancée's family. Until the last day he was eaten alive, he was still fighting hard for the so-called family. That door cut off his vitality, but it also shattered his pedantic kindness and the so-called righteousness. The harsh ridicule pulled him back to reality. Poor loser, if you have no money, don't pretend to be like others. My sister married you because she thought highly of you, there are plenty of people chasing her. Boom! Lin An delivered a bursting kick, the tremendous force striking Tang Tian's lower abdomen, sending him flying 3 meters straight back. Tang Tian's face was flushed red, bile spilled everywhere, and his body curled up like a shrimp in the corner. Unbelievable. Tang Wan looked at Lin An retracting his foot in shock, a chill suddenly running down the back of her head. It was the first time she saw Lin An hit someone, and she didn't expect that Lin An, who looked honest and upright, would be so ruthless when he struck. Someone's killing. Someone's killing. Tang's mother came to her senses and screamed loudly, repeatedly slapping her thighs. You damn wretch, how dare you hit my son? You poor wretch, no money and still hitting people. I'll sue you to death. I'm calling the police to arrest you right now. Don't even think about getting married. Shut up. You old beast. Lin An walked toward Tang's mother, extremely irritated by the sharp and bitter expression on her face. He remembered those cold, indifferent eyes. Slap. Slap. One palm after another, a series of slaps were delivered. Refreshing and exhilarating. Lin An struck without any hesitation, slapping more than a dozen times in the blink of an eye. Tang's mother fainted after a few blows, falling to the ground like a broom knocked off a wall. Lin An, are you crazy? Tang Wan stared in disbelief, screaming loudly in shock. Crazy? Lin An gave a cruel smile, and the murderous intent was instantly ignited. He wanted this group of people to feel the pain of flesh being torn apart. Let them taste the pain and despair before his death. Lin An crushed Tang Mu's fragile leg bone without any hesitation, his gaze like a knife directed at Tang Wan. Lin An. What do you want to do? Do what? Lin Anwei bent over, her tone icy and chilling. Tang Wan seemed to sense something, she trembled all over and hurriedly locked herself in the room. I've called the police. The police are right outside. Trembling, Tang Wan turned on the speakerphone, and the call connection tone sounded. On the eve of the apocalypse, accidents occurred frequently. Outside the window, the sound of sirens and ambulances could be faintly heard. Heard the siren being answered. Lin An stopped walking, standing coldly in place, seemingly deep in thought. He tilted his head, staring intently at the tightly locked door. It was only 3 days until the apocalypse broke out. Once entangled with them, it would definitely waste a lot of time. Wasting time is wasting the chance to be reborn. Not worth it. This bunch of scum doesn't deserve to waste his precious time. Then. 3 days. Lin An gave a cruel smile and slowly turned around. 3 days later, the apocalypse broke out. I really want to see what happens without his desperate protection. How should Tang Wan and the other two, who are like wastes, survive in this apocalypse? I hope you can still keep that expression on your face under the jaws of the zombies. Death and that door completely changed Lin An in this life. In this life, he will only care about those he cherishes. He would never again stubbornly cling to the outdated beliefs in his heart like in his past life. Being used by others. Become stronger, and then survive in this cruel apocalypse. Since he decided to kill 3 days later, Lin An naturally would not waste any more time. After kicking open the thin iron door, he strode out. Faintly, Tang Wan heard the sound of him leaving. As if coming to her senses, she kept cursing loudly inside the door, making phone calls to several bosses she thought were influential. It doesn't matter anymore. If Tang Wan wanted to have someone cause trouble for him, he didn't mind passing by here and dealing with it along the way. Lin An suppressed his hatred. Pointless emotions only affect rationality. The time ahead. He not only needs to stockpile enough supplies before the apocalypse breaks out. He also needs to prepare for the awakening of his talents. The apocalypse game will arrive in 3 days. The zombie virus outbreak, monsters appearing from alternate dimensions, and countless bizarre supernatural events sweeping across the globe. And people will, like in a game, obtain data-driven panels. A few lucky ones have gained supernatural powers and awakened talents at energy nodes. Reborn into a new life, he is determined to take control of his own destiny. In this life, he will never allow himself to struggle humbly as an ordinary person again. And energy nodes will only appear briefly after the apocalypse begins. In his previous life, he was held back by Tang Wan's family and missed the chance to become an awakened one. Now, he is determined to change all of this. The first step to changing fate. Number 97 Fengming Road. Chapter 2, Virus, Medicine. At the entrance of the community, Lin An opened his phone and carefully searched the map. Beep, you have a new text message. A familiar number, from Comrade and Jingtian. Brother Lin, I heard you need money recently. I still have quite a bit of my discharge pay, send me your card number. Come find me when you have time, my sister often nags me to have you come play. Lin An looked at the message, feeling a warm current in his heart. Not only comrades in arms, he and Jingtian had been friends and brothers since childhood before enlisting. The two had played together since they were young, and even his school fees were covered by Jingtian's parents. Before Lin An could reply, the next message came immediately. The weather has been changing a lot lately, so take good care of your health. Don't end up like me, getting sick and having a fever. My eyesight isn't as good as before, I have to wear glasses to see things now. When we meet, don't laugh at me. Lin An was about to reply, but his body stiffened. Plop. The phone fell to the ground. He stood frozen in place, a chill running up his spine. And Jingtian was a scout in the army, with excellent physical fitness and eyesight. Suddenly, his vision sharply deteriorated, and he developed a fever. These were clearly the early symptoms of infection with the zombie virus. In memory. The first batch of zombie virus has long been lurking within some groups of people. The symptoms are fever, vision decline, and cold limbs. Memories and clues connect. Lin An's eyes gradually turned red. During the apocalypse in his previous life, he had agreed with Jingtian to meet outside the city. However, no one showed up that day, and there was no news at all. He originally thought that Jingtian was delayed due to some matter. What he did not expect. It turned out that Jingtian died from the virus outbreak, which is why he lost contact with him. His best brother actually died under the virus, becoming a zombie, suffering for eternity. Like a raging fire burning the heart. Lin An's eyes were bloodshot. Since he knew why Jingtian died, he would never allow the same tragedy to happen again. Quickly recalling in his memory. There must be a way. After a long time, his bloodshot eyes slowly lifted his head. Forcibly injecting the blood of an awakened one. This is the only method he can think of to delay zombification. In the early stage, the zombie virus gathers at the heart, condensing into a core. Only by injecting the blood of an awakened before complete zombification can this process be delayed. And Jingtian's physical fitness is much better than that of an ordinary person. Generally speaking, the better the physical fitness, the longer the resistance to zombification. 2 hours. Lin An quickly recalled the details of those infected in his past life. And Jingtian can hold out for at most 2 hours after the apocalypse breaks out. So, prepare supplies within 3 days, get the equipment, and then rush to Jingtian's side immediately. After making preparations, Lin An quickly formulated an action plan in his mind. Thinking is like a silent sculpture. 5 minutes later, Lin An walked firmly, striding towards the distance. 3 days is enough. Hongyun Credit Company. In the spacious finance room, 3 people sat facing each other. Mr. Lin, the 1.7 million must be paid back in 3 days. The interest rate is 7%. If you don't pay by then, we will have to seize your house. We hope you won't be overdue. Lin An calmly nodded, and 3 days later the money was nothing but a pile of worthless paper. Half a year later, banknotes were too hard even to use as toilet paper on the streets. In the apocalypse, the only things of value are food and strength. Along the way, he had already borrowed from all the online loan platforms he could. He also mortgaged his house and car to the bridge loan company as quickly as possible, regardless of the cost. A total of 3.4 million in cash, including the bride price he transferred back. Although the money was not much, it was enough to pay for purchasing a large amount of survival supplies. The apocalypse has not yet broken out, and money is still the best tool to pave the way. After nodding and saying goodbye, Lin An headed straight to the pharmaceutical company where he worked. After stepping out, the 2 lenders behind him looked somewhat strange and couldn't help whispering. Boss Zhang, I have checked this kid's information. Daring to mortgage the wedding house, still at 7% interest. Haven't even paid back a penny, really ruthless. Who cares, probably lost his mind gambling online. If he doesn't repay the money in 3 days, his house will be taken. Pharmaceutical company. Lin An skillfully walked through the main gate and casually threw out the security badge he was responsible for escorting. The elderly man in charge of the gate hadn't had time to see who he was, only seeing a badge slowly fall to the ground. Name, Lin An. Gender, male. Age, 24 years old. Position, special drug escort personnel. Beep. The elevator opens. Lin An went straight to the 3rd floor to swipe his card and walked directly into the laboratory. It was a holiday and also lunchtime. The laboratory, which originally had more than 10 people, had only 1 intern on duty. Brother Lin. The intern, who was a year younger than him, looked at Lin An in surprise. He was sleepy, and his hair was like a bird's nest. Click. Lin An locked the laboratory door behind him, ensuring he couldn't run out. No beating around the bush, he got straight to the point. Where are the monitor lizard extract and purified snake venom? Brother Lin, no escort mission today. What are you going to do? The intern looked surprised and somewhat uneasy. The names Lin An reported were all medicines that required registration, each one expensive. There are some things you shouldn't know. Lin An's voice was cold, like a warning. The intern seemed to have sensed something. The chill and impatience in Lin An's eyes made him feel somewhat fearful for a moment. Struggled for a moment. Brother Lin. I really can't. Lin An glanced at the wall clock. He didn't have any time to waste. As a key part of the plan, he was determined to obtain these 2 kinds of medicine. Clatter, clatter. Lin An directly shook out bundles of cash from his backpack. There's 700,000 here, even if I bought it myself. It's just missing the registration paperwork, the company won't do anything to you. The intern stared blankly at the cash scattered all over the floor, feeling somewhat at a loss. 700,000. The company's external sale price is roughly the same. Lin An didn't intend to keep babbling and directly rushed into the laboratory. Time is tight, there's no time to hesitate. Although he could have taken these medicines without spending a penny. But in 3 days, money will be worthless, and besides, the 2 are somewhat acquainted. If money can solve the problem, then use money to pave the way. Behind him, the intern came to his senses and slightly opened his mouth, wanting to say something to stop him. But then he thought of Lin An's cold gaze and the cash scattered all over the ground. He couldn't help but comfort himself. Forget it. Brother Lin also paid, so it's not too much of a violation. It was just that in his impression, Lin An, who was originally kind and gentle and never argued with others, seemed like a completely different person. Lin An roughly opened all the refrigerators. After a bout of rummaging, he held the test tube high towards the chandelier, his gaze fixed on the 2 bottles of blue medicine. The deep blue liquid looked somewhat strange under the light. Intoxicating. Monitor lizard extract, blood essence extracted from North American monitor lizards, greatly enhancing strength in a short time. Purified snake venom, stimulates the heart and lungs to forcibly increase explosive power and endurance. As special potions, these 2 types of potions are extremely effective, but their side effects are also very severe. However, Lin An did not care. As long as the talent can be awakened, the body will recover to a perfect state after awakening. Regeneration of severed limbs, disappearance of diseases. Every awakened individual will become a perfect warrior. Moreover, physical fitness will also be enhanced accordingly. Harboring a desire for the power of his past life, Lin An casually took the remaining potion from the laboratory. Good stuff must not be wasted. Inside the backpack, the space left by half of the missing cash was filled with 30 vials. These vials would cease production after the apocalypse, diminishing one by one with use. Acceleration, strength burst, pain immunity, enhanced focus. In the early days before the apocalypse, a single vial could even turn the tide of an entire battle. With these agents, his confidence in the plan increased by several points. Lin An walked out of the laboratory satisfied, while the intern hurriedly packing money behind him lowered his head in fear. Keep it secret for 3 days, after that you can tell anyone you want. After dropping a sentence, he entered the elevator and turned to face it directly. The 2 exchanged glances from a distance. The coldness in Lin An's eyes made him involuntarily shrink his neck. Such a terrifying look. The elevator descended. Lin An carefully calculated which supplies needed to be purchased, his mind working rapidly. Food, high-calorie canned goods are needed. Must prepare plenty of portable chocolates and energy bars. Under the powerful strength of the awakened, energy consumption far exceeds that of ordinary people. Water, buying a batch of bottled water is about enough, but you can add some glucose into it. Weapons, bows and crossbows are not really necessary. After awakening talents, there is no need for such useless ranged attacks. As for firearms. Firearms are hard to get, and they also waste a lot of time. Give up. You can get several sets of combat uniforms. High-intensity combat easily damages clothes. As for the blast shield and bulletproof vest. Lin An slightly shook his head. With several times the physical ability, the bulletproof vest is useless and only hinders agility. Regarding weapons. Cold weapons are a good choice. You can make a few alloy weapons to ensure you won't be empty-handed when facing enemies due to dull blades. After the apocalypse breaks out, it is suppressed by the rules. The power of any firearms and artillery will be greatly reduced. With the exaggerated power bestowed by the awakened, cold weapons are perfectly suited for fighting enemies. Ding, first floor has arrived. Lin An strode out of the elevator, quickly flipping through the map on his phone. His eyes were burning with passion. If I remember correctly, there is a key piece of equipment here that can help with awakening. Chapter 3 Space Ring. Number 97 Fengming Road, Linjiang Market. Chen Bu walked through the empty street. Lin An suddenly accelerated and violently kicked the door of the shop at the street corner. Bang! The hard leather boots kicked the rolling shutter door, sharp and piercing. As an entertainment street in Linjiang City, there is almost no crowd here during the day. But at night, when the bars and karaoke halls open, it becomes extremely lively. Without any scruples. The symbolic tin door was kicked open with brute force, splitting a gap half a person high. As a tea house for nighttime gambling transactions, the guards didn't even close the inner door. After all, it was a gathering place for many black forces, and no one dared to steal anything here. Who the hell kicked the door? Are you crazy? Inside the tea house, a middle-aged man with tattoos covering his arms was smoking a cigarette and cursing as he jogged along. The slippers hanging half off his feet made a pattering sound on the floor. The interior of the shop was dimly lit, but the decoration was quite nice. Lin An's expression was cold. He bent down to enter the shop, comparing the location on his phone all around. The route coincides with the red dot marker. I'm fucking talking to you, how dare you pretend not to hear? Are you fucking deaf or what? This should be it. He muttered to himself, completely ignoring the tattooed man swinging his fist at him. Casually putting his phone away, he shifted his body slightly and easily dodged the fierce punch. Sidestep with an elbow strike. As if anticipating it, Lin An, who had rich combat experience in his past life, moved behind the tattooed man. Bang! The tip of the elbow swung out, and the hard elbow joint fiercely struck the tattooed man's spine 3 inches. A miserable scream of pain. Shut up. The right fist swung out with a whooshing sound. Lin An knocked him to the ground with a heavy punch. The tattooed man who fell to the ground kept cursing, his chin bleeding profusely from hitting the ground, looking utterly miserable. Are you fucking looking for death? Filled with resentment and anger. The man struggled to prop himself up with his hands, reaching toward his waist with his right hand. Asking for death. Lin An's eyes were cold as he stepped down with a foot. The hard sole instantly stomped on his temple, the man was powerless to resist and passed out in the blink of an eye, the short knife he had just touched in his palm falling to the ground. Kicking the body blocking the way far away, Lin An casually looked around the inside of the tea house. In the previous life, there were some signs before the apocalypse arrived. Some nodes where reality and alternate dimensions overlapped had already appeared on the eve of the apocalypse. In memory, an extremely rare piece of equipment would appear here. It was a ring fused with fragments of space. As a must-have space ring in films, TV shows, and novels, it is extremely rare in the apocalypse. Not only that, even equipment is scarce. Unlike usual games where monsters drop equipment whenever they are killed. In the apocalypse game, most awakened individuals who are far stronger than ordinary people may not even have a single piece of their own equipment by the time they die, let alone a space ring. In a previous life, this precious spatial ring was obtained by a small-time thug. Not only did he awaken his talent through the equipment, but he also established a safe zone using the ring's storage function. The spatial ring can store supplies, providing insurance and insulation. It can be called a deadly weapon for going out and causing havoc. Lin An looked around with some anticipation. Half an hour later. Splash. He helplessly poured a bucket of ice water over the tattooed man's head. Can't find it. The man was shocked by the cold water, his whole body shivering, and he instinctively opened his mouth to curse. You. A kick was delivered. Before the tattooed man could finish speaking, Lin An kicked and shattered his teeth. Blood mixed with broken teeth fell all over the ground. I ask, you answer. If your mouth isn't clean, then go die. I don't know where this guy gets so many dirty words from. Lin An pressed one foot on his neck, his gaze cold as ice. At the slightest movement, he would rather kill the man first and then take his time searching. Gurgle. Don't kill me. Swallowing saliva, the tattooed man seemed to come to his senses. He looked at him with some fear. He usually relied on his underworld connections to act arrogantly and tyrannically. But when faced with a truly ruthless character, he immediately revealed his bluffing nature. Where is the ring? Or something like jewelry, where is it? The tattooed man was stunned for a moment, he had thought Lin An was deliberately looking for trouble. Is this stealing? No. Is it supposed to be looting? You should have said so earlier. The tattooed man felt a bit wronged. He just played cards too late last night and ended up sleeping here. You have to know that Lin An was there to get something, he definitely wouldn't start fighting right away. I don't know, I'm not the boss here. The tattooed man hesitated for a moment, then cautiously replied with his head down, though his speech was a bit unclear. Seeing Lin An's expression turn hostile, as if he was about to kill him, he hurriedly continued speaking. It seems like the second-floor office has a lot of things, but it's locked. Bang! After getting the answer he wanted, Lin An directly kicked the man's temple fiercely. With such a heavy blow, the tattooed man immediately fainted and fell to the ground. As for picking the lock. No big deal. Having a military background, he had also practiced lock-picking skills. Time passed, half an hour later. Lin An grabbed a fire axe and violently broke down the door. On the precious wooden door, the anti-theft security lock was intact, but the center of the door was full of marks from being smashed open. High-end unlocking methods are often simple and unadorned. Plop. Enter and turn on the light by the wall. Lin An carefully examined the interior of the room, and an anomaly caught his attention. Is this a spatial fluctuation? The room seemed to have been unoccupied for a while, with a faint musty smell lingering in the air. Corner of the room. About the size of a fist, a strange and mysterious black object floated in midair. The black seemed to have occupied a blank space. Lin An took a deep breath, his eyes fixed tightly on a streak of silver white within the black. Overjoyed. That is, a space ring. This ring caused quite a stir in the previous life. Everyone in Linjiang City knows that the thug made his fortune here. From an ordinary person to a very powerful awakened one. Finally, he established a safe zone outside the city. The legendary equipment is right in front of me. Lin An decisively reached out to touch the ring, but the sensation at his fingertips suddenly disappeared. Ignoring the abnormality, his expression turned serious, and he plunged half his hand in, grabbing the ring in one scoop. Buzz. Buzz. Continuous waves of fluctuations instantly radiated, and a chilling aura emanated from the black hole. Roar. A roar suddenly came from the black hole, and a dense deathly aura desperately spread outward. Run. Lin An grabbed the ring and took off running. Although I don't know what it is, it seems he has provoked a formidable existence. Was there no sign of anything in the previous life? I wonder if it's because he took the ring early. Lin An didn't have time to think further and dashed out the door in one leap. The silver-white ring was tightly clenched in the palm. Beep. Doomsday Game player detected. Beep. Detection failed, no data-formed body found. Warning. Warning. The piercing alarm echoed in his mind, causing an inexplicable unease. The dense aura of death behind him stretched outward like the vines of an abyss, wildly alive. No way to run. Lin An's expression turned fierce as he decisively smashed the glass with his head and jumped out of the second-floor window. Just as he landed, a wave of extreme weakness and darkness filled his entire vision. Consciousness faded, and he instantly lost consciousness. The ring in the palm slowly disappeared, merging with him as one. Chapter 4 Awakening. Wails, screams. Lin An struggled to get up from the ground, his head splitting with pain. The air was filled with a burnt, acrid smell. The originally orderly lane was blocked so tightly that not even water could flow through. The dense honking mixed with screams, forming a continuous roar. Bang! Lin An's pupils contracted sharply as a truck loaded with goods roared past him. Hastily dodging aside, the scene before him made his heart skip a beat. The out-of-control truck crashed into the fence and overturned on the ground. The fully loaded cargo spilled everywhere. The cab, emitting flames, opened its door after overturning. The skull was sunken in, and the driver who should have been dead quickly crawled out from the damaged car door. Bright red palm prints walked on the ground. With such injuries, a normal person would have long been dead. This is a zombie. Mouth dry and tongue parched. Lin An hurriedly took out his phone, and the time on the screen made his heart sink. November 16, 2032, 16:22. 3 days have already passed. 8 minutes until the apocalypse breaks out. Not on Feng Ming Road, I actually disappeared for 3 days. Eyes wide with rage. The horrific scenes of the apocalypse day in my memory overlap with reality. Lin An didn't have time to think about why he appeared here after getting the ring, having crossed 3 days. To the extent that it disrupted his original plan. Now, he must immediately rush to the neighborhood where his comrades are. At this moment, there are only 2 hours and 8 minutes left before Jingtian completely turns into a corpse. The city center where he was located was still quite a drive from the residential area where Jingtian was. Roar. The zombies crawling quickly on the ground howled hoarsely, already rushing up to Lin An. Kick straight down. In anger and urgency. Lin An's standard kick instantly crushed the half-bodied zombie's broken skull with his hard shoe sole. Beep, zombie kill detected. Doomsday player template activated early. Savior template enabled. A beam of light screen instantly appeared in the center of the field of vision. Doomsday player information, Lin An, awakened level 0, player level 0. Attributes. Strength 12, 10+2. Agility, 12, 10+2. Constitution, 12, 10+2. Willpower, 14, 12+2. Equipment, Doomsday Ring, Special. Awakener talent, Power Burst, significantly boosts physical abilities for a short time, but continuous use leads to a weakened state. Tier 0, all attributes +2, the maximum limit for ordinary humans is 10 in each attribute, the first awakening will raise all attributes to the maximum. Savior template, gains an additional special skill, Judgment Eye, unlocked after completing the first mission. Mission start countdown. Lin An was stunned, his breathing gradually becoming rapid. Originally, the player template was supposed to appear only after the apocalypse began. Unexpectedly, it appeared now. Not only that, the awakened talent that was longed for in the previous life also appeared together. This actually saved him the time of having to rush to the energy node. As for the appearance of the Savior template, he had never heard anyone mention it in his previous life. The accompanying skill has not yet been revealed, it seems it can only be known after the apocalypse breaks out. All these changes are probably because he obtained the apocalypse ring in advance. The apocalypse ring from the previous life was only taken after the zombie outbreak. Moreover, according to survivors' recollections, nothing unusual happened at the time, and there was no situation of being unconscious for 3 days. Recalling the strangeness when the ring was taken, Lin An couldn't help but feel a bit of anxiety. Something was clearly trying to break out from that black crack. Suppressed the thoughts in his heart. A special force surged into his body after the alert sounded, his muscles suddenly tensed, and his original height of 1.8 meters inexplicably increased by 2 centimeters. Lin An took a deep breath, his right hand muscles tense. A punch was thrown. Twisting his waist to generate power, his arm, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, slammed straight into the solid car door. Bang! The car body jolted suddenly, the metal car door instantly dented inward, the several-ton sedan's tire skidded leaving black marks, sliding straight sideways half a meter. Lin An stared fixedly at the power of his own punch. A wave of shock surged through my heart. Is this the power of the awakened? The force of one punch is no less than 3 tons. If it hit an ordinary person, they would probably shatter into pieces immediately. Lin An was overjoyed. From now on, he could be considered to have the capital to struggle on in the apocalypse. Pushing off with his right foot, he took a step forward. The asphalt road surface cracked. The body leapt onto the car roof as easily as a cannonball, causing the roof to dent upon impact. Taking advantage of standing at a high point, Lin An carefully observed the route ahead. Not far away, some ordinary people in poor health were gradually turning into zombies. Losing all rationality and retaining only the desire to feed, the zombies frantically gnawed on any living creatures. With strengthened willpower, his thinking accelerated, and his mind was clear. Within just a few seconds, Lin An quickly formulated the route forward. Linjiang Avenue, City Center Square, Ring Expressway, Huyuan Community. This is the closest route to Njingtian's place. The Linjiang Avenue where he is currently located is already in complete chaos. Hundreds of chain reaction car accidents have completely blocked the avenue. He must walk through the most chaotic part of the city first, then find a way to drive there. Otherwise, relying solely on his legs, it will be difficult for him to arrive within 2 hours. Brother. You must hold on. No time to think too much. Lin An bent her legs and jumped onto the roof of a Bentley again. The vehicle shook, and the zombie that had been gnawing on the driver inside the cabin caught the scent of a living being. It mechanically stopped eating, then grabbed the chunk of flesh with its right hand and quickly lunged toward the roof of the vehicle. Lin An ignored the disturbed zombie and pushed off with his legs again. Like bouncing on a trampoline. With his powerful physical fitness, he crossed the obstacle caused by the car accident in just a few dozen seconds. Not far away, a middle-aged man looked in shock at Lin An jumping down from the car roof. Lin An's terrifying jumping ability was just like a scene from a movie. For a moment, he even forgot that dozens of zombies were frantically chasing him from behind. Help! Save me! A stumble. The man staggered, tearing at his vocal cords, shouting as if he had seen a lifeline. Lin An slightly raised his head upon hearing the sound. The man saw that Lin An had noticed him and showed a look of wild joy. Help me. Lin An looked at the man who was fleeing for his life, almost exhausted, and couldn't help but frown slightly. He did not want to waste time rescuing people. There are too many zombies. Only 6 minutes remain until the virus outbreak. Most of the zombies appearing now have poor physical condition or are humans who died in car accidents and transformed. Once the virus officially breaks out, 60% of the population in Linjiang City will turn into zombies. The remaining 10% of the population will gradually transform, like hidden time bombs. And now, the population of Linjiang City alone is more than 3 million. He is not some saint who saves everyone he meets. The two passed by each other. The man's gaze changed from hope to despair, his lips trembling. His strength was almost exhausted, and his legs grew weak from fatigue. If he stopped, the zombies behind him would devour him completely. Despair and helplessness. The doll that the man subconsciously held tightly while escaping fell to the ground. It was a gift he bought for his daughter's birthday. Lin An showed no expression, his peripheral vision briefly passing over the doll. The original path of advance deviated slightly. Punch forward. Lin An charged headfirst at the zombie closest to the man, his right fist stabbing out straight like a sharp sword. Flesh and blood splattered. The tremendous impact pierced straight through the zombie's chest, creating a hole from front to back, leaving a transparent gap. After a backhand pull, Lin An decisively tore out the zombie's spine to use as a weapon. The bones of the virus-enhanced zombies are extremely hard. Often used as weapons during material shortages in the apocalypse. A backhand downward chop. Senbai's bones cut through the air, emitting a whistling howl. With one strike, the zombie on the right was directly split in half at the head, staggering and falling to the ground in 2 pieces. The middle-aged man behind thought he was surely dead. Seeing Lin An still choose to take action, he couldn't help but look extremely excited. Watching Lin An like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, displaying strength far beyond what he had imagined. The man felt a bit parched and dry-mouthed, as if he had seen a monster. He watched the crowd in the distance being continuously attacked by the charging zombies, and the city looked like the apocalypse. With enough experience, a thought instantly popped into his mind. This world is doomed. Follow him. Can survive. He can save my daughter. Plop. The man suddenly knelt to the ground, looking humble as he shouted loudly at Lin An, who was fighting through the crowd of corpses. Please, save my daughter, she is still at school. Lin An's expression was cold, being able to deal with the recent zombies was already his limit. Save him. Who's going to save his brother? Lin An didn't even look back. After clearing the zombies blocking the way, he left straight away. Run. Survive. And then rely on yourself. The middle-aged man heard what Lin An said and gave a bitter smile. Seeing the crowd of corpses gathering not far away again, he quickly picked up the doll on the ground and turned to flee. Downtown district, Wanda Shopping Plaza. Lin An was covered in blood, thick blood dripping from the tips of his hair. He stood quietly on the rooftop of a residential building, silently gazing towards the shopping center. The apocalypse is about to begin, and there will be a global psychic storm sweeping across the world. Under the mental storm, people will briefly lose focus. It is extremely dangerous to be disturbed while on the road. No matter how anxious he is, he can only take cover first. The parking lot in front of the building was in complete disarray. The humans hiding inside the car were like delicious canned food. Maybe the car door could hold off the zombies, but the fragile windshield could not. The zombies, retaining only the desire to feed, were like wooden fish, unafraid of pain, repeatedly and rapidly banging their heads against the car window. Within just a few seconds, the car window shattered. The swarming zombies opened the cans and enjoyed the meat strips. The first floor of the shopping mall. The crowd hiding behind the iron gate helplessly watched a bridge vehicle in front of the door. The silver-white car body was crawling with zombies. They greedily stretched out their hands, reaching into the car. Inside the car, a beautiful woman dressed in professional attire screamed in despair. She grabbed the car roof with one hand, repeatedly kicking the nearest zombie with her straight, snow-white beautiful legs. The sharp heels kicked off a lot of flesh from the zombie's head, but it was not fatal. Help me. Please, I beg you to save me. A glimpse of what's under the skirt faintly appears. The beautiful-faced woman kept turning her head, her eyes pleading to the crowd just a door away. Don't open the door. The door must not be opened. Several patrolling security guards instinctively wanted to open the iron door, but were loudly stopped by many people. If the door opens, we won't be able to stop the zombies. Do you want to get us killed? The burly man farthest from the door urgently shoved aside the nearest security guard, glaring fiercely as if looking at an enemy. If it were an ordinary day, he wouldn't mind playing the hero and saving the beauty. But in front of zombies, he only wants to save his own life. Crying, chewing, screaming, until there is no sound left. The crowd inside the iron bars could only watch helplessly as she was slowly dismembered, but no one dared to go out. The security guard holding a baton stood numb in place, his legs weak. A few tall fitness trainers, scattered here and there, just lowered their heads and dared not look again. The crowd was silent. Amidst the panic and sorrow, people felt a slight sense of relief. They were relieved that they had taken shelter inside the building in time and locked the iron gates. This place is not only safe but also has plenty of food. From the residential building upstairs, Lin An took in everything at a glance. Watching the numb crowd protecting themselves, he couldn't help but sigh softly. It wasn't that he was sighing because no one dared to go out and save others. Under the apocalypse, protecting oneself is the norm. There is nothing to blame. What he sighed about was the people inside the building. At this time, nearly 30,000 people had already crowded into the shopping mall. The dense crowd was packed together like sardines in a can. And now, there are only 10 seconds left until the apocalypse breaks out. At that time, the power will fail, and the virus lurking in the human body will simultaneously explode. The tragic scenes of the past life will be recreated here, turning it into hell. Buzz. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. A high-pitched, piercing buzzing sound. Suddenly, a mocking and cruel voice echoed in everyone's mind. Doomsday has arrived, the game begins. Welcome to the Doomsday game, all you little bugs. Struggle to survive in this game. Without any warning. The sky instantly turned dark, fierce winds blew, and the earth trembled. An invisible mental shock swept over everyone. The violent mental shock struck deep into the soul like a heavy hammer. Momentary daze. Countless terrifying and chilling wails sounded, striking at the deepest fears within people's hearts. Simultaneous mutations occurred worldwide, on hospital beds, on the streets, and on the roads. Humans stood motionless in place. 1 second later, the zombie virus outbreak. As if their souls had been drawn out. The eyes of humans transformed into zombies bulged out. Their skin was ulcerated and peeling off, revealing bright red muscles. The pupils disappeared, leaving only a trace of bloodthirstiness. And at this moment, inside the crowded mall, the panicked crowd knocked over the barricade shelves they were holding. Bang! The lights at the top of the mall went out, and in the darkness, tens of thousands of densely packed crimson eyes lit up. Chapter 5, The Lickers. Boom! Heavy object hitting the ground. Lin An jumped down from the rooftop with a heavy expression. The mental storm has passed. Apart from a slight dizziness in the head, there was nothing serious. The Doomsday game has officially begun, which also means Jingtian's life has entered a countdown. Time is tight. After leaving the main urban area, he must find a vehicle to get around. Otherwise, relying solely on his 2 legs, he would never be able to reach the destination. There are at least millions of zombies distributed throughout the city now. Even if he became an awakened one, surrounded by a massive number of zombies, there was only a dead end. Suburbs by the river. A red Dongfeng heavy truck roared past, mercilessly crushing the zombies along the road. Bang! In the heavy truck cabin, Lin An kicked open the door and jumped out directly despite the truck still speeding on the highway. After several consecutive rolls to dissipate force, he stood up steadily. After becoming an awakened one, a constitution of up to 12 points was enough to make him immune to most impacts. The out-of-control Dongfeng heavy truck crashed straight into the community wall. Blood and gore covered the car body, with some unknown pieces of flesh stuck in the gaps. On the front bumper, a zombie with only its upper body, still tirelessly gnawing on the metal sheet. With a loud bang, the truck that had been speeding wildly since leaving the city finally completed its last mission. At the entrance of the residential area, zombies gathered together, gnawing on corpses, were crushed into a bloody mess by the out-of-control truck. Black smoke billowed from the deformed front of the truck, with pitch-black tire marks mixed with red. The sky was dark and gloomy. After breaking out from the city center, Lin An sped all the way to the area where Jingtian was located. What was originally a 3-hour drive was forcibly shortened by more than half. No time to rest. Lin An hurriedly took out his phone and looked at the pale screen. 23 minutes left. The heart that had been hanging suddenly relaxed. Fortunately, there is still time. Jingtian's residential complex is located at the innermost part of this area. This is the old district from before. The roads are intricate and complex, so you can only proceed on foot. But even if on foot, relying on his enhanced body, at his speed, he can arrive in at most 15 minutes. Brother, you must hold on. After punching through the zombie lunging at him, Lin An ran wildly along the inner wall of the community. The originally quiet and cozy residential building had now become a slaughterhouse. The sealed burglar-proof window became the biggest obstacle to escape. Occasional piercing screams came from inside the building. The figure of a zombie flashed past the half-open window. A blessing in disguise. Before the apocalypse broke out, most of the residents in the community were still outside and had not yet returned home. Otherwise, with the population density of this old neighborhood, it would have been impossible for him to move an inch. Agile and quick, Lin An easily dodged the small groups of surrounding zombies thanks to his high agility. He ran at an extremely fast speed, and with a full burst of effort, he was already approaching the community gate. Avoid the zombies along the way if possible, if not, simply punch through their heads. At the entrance of the residential area, under the decorative burglar-proof window of the 6th-floor fancy apartment, a man dressed like a wealthy businessman, shirtless, was struggling to hang under the railing. It's hard to understand how someone so obese managed to climb the outer wall. Help me. Please, I beg you. The short and stout man shouted loudly at Lin An, forcing an ugly smile on his face, with sweat the size of soybeans dripping from the tip of his nose. He had been climbing outside the window for a while, watching Lin An rush out of the neighborhood like a killing god. Saving him is nothing but a piece of cake, right? Lin An remained unmoved, kicked the zombie in front of him to pieces, without looking back. I'll give you money. Please. 100,000. Help me. The wealthy merchant was suddenly panicked and was about to see Lin An out the door. The security bars in front of him gradually began to deform. The sturdy steel bars creaked under the mouth of the zombie woman. 1 million. I'll give you 1 million. The wealthy merchant looked terrified, his strength about to run out. A stench of rotting flesh sprayed from the woman's mouth. It made him dizzy and disoriented. That was his favorite little cherry mouth, once exhaling a fragrance like orchids. 5 million. I am the boss of Linjiang Construction Group. As long as you save me. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Watching Lin An getting farther and farther away. The wealthy businessman's face turned pale, no longer caring about the money, shouting loudly. Jianggong Group is very famous in Linjiang City, anyone would be tempted. Lin An was too lazy to pay attention. Money at the end of the world can only be used to wipe your butt. Watching Lin An's figure disappear, the wealthy businessman was stunned. That's 5 million. How could anyone not be tempted? Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. He thought he had already given enough. Idiot, truly an idiot. Humiliated and furious, the desperate wealthy merchant began to curse Lin An wildly. Venting the fear in his heart extravagantly. Passing through the rarely zombie-free avenue. Lin An suddenly halted, his expression grave. It wasn't the money promised by that wealthy merchant just now that moved him or gave him the urge to return. In the distance, a 3-meter-tall giant monster, blood red all over like a skinned frog, blocked the road ahead. That is the liquor. As a mutated zombie, the liquor possesses extremely terrifying combat power. In its previous life, a single one could easily destroy a small safe zone. Although it has no armor protection, its continuously regenerating muscle tissue can withstand most small-caliber firearms. Extremely fast, terrifying strength, flesh regeneration. The hard steel in his hand was like dough. It can be said to be one of the nightmares of survivors. I don't know if I can get around it. Lin An carefully hid his figure, taking cover behind a truck. Even though he is already an awakener, he is only at level 0. Although his strength has surpassed the limits of the human body, there is still a big gap compared to this kind of monster. Should we take a detour? Lin An carefully held his breath, holding the broken rearview mirror as he cautiously searched. The liquor blocking the road moved with each step like an earthquake. Over 2 meters long, its sharp front claws could easily pierce through iron sheets. Its double claws darted out like afterimages, continuously pulling humans hiding inside the car out. Like tasting a dessert. Getting carried away with eating. Not even sparing the zombies. Lin An was silent and speechless. No wonder there are no zombies on this road, it turns out they were all eaten by this monster. A few seconds later. The liquor held a broken leg in its mouth, chewing it while its eyes greedily scanned the surroundings. It has already cleaned the entire road. Buzz. A slight vibration from the phone. It was a voice message from Jingtian. Lin An's gaze suddenly sharpened, carefully turning the volume down to the lowest. Z. Brother Lin, I am Jing Tian's younger sister, An Xiao. It seems my brother is about to pass away. He vomited. Z. A lot of blood. I don't know why, the way my brother looks at me. It seems like. Sizzle. Wants to eat me. Electrical interference, the brief message is somewhat unclear. Message sent 5 minutes ago. Global communications have been severely disrupted since the apocalypse began and will gradually be cut off within 3 hours. Lin An tightly clenched his phone. Originally, his hands remained steady and calm after fighting through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. At this moment, they were also trembling slightly. The deterioration of Jingtian's body was faster than he had anticipated. Maybe in the next second, he would completely turn into a zombie. He couldn't delay any longer. Lin An, who originally planned to take a detour, suddenly straightened up, no longer caring about the risk of exposing himself to the sight of the lick-eaters, and ran forward at full speed. Dong! Dong! The ground trembled. In the distance, the massive liquor seemed to have sensed something. On the ferocious giant face, 2 hollow holes like nostrils carefully sniffed the scent. Dong! 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 Suddenly, the massive body of the liquor began to sprint wildly. The cars along the way were all pushed aside as if hit by a train. Extremely fast, it smelled the scent of a living creature. The distance between the two rapidly closed. Chapter 6, Killing the Liquor. Boom! Lin An ran desperately, trying hard to avoid the car thrown by the distant liquor. He tried to take a detour, but was forced to retreat back. The nearby straight road was occupied by the liquors, making it impossible to go around. One after another, cars weighing 7 or 8 tons were crazily smashed like cannonballs in the hands of the liquors. We must find a way to lure it into a narrow place and kill it. Lin An thought hard and turned to run towards the residential area with fewer vehicles behind him. 6th floor of the villa. Under the burglar-proof window, the wealthy businessman, who was already barely holding on, heard the rumbling sounds. Before he could see clearly what was making the noise, he only caught sight of Lin An turning back. It was the one who walked away. He showed a look of wild joy. Indeed, no one can resist the temptation of such a huge sum of money. The wealthy merchant screamed with the last bit of strength as if injected with adrenaline. I'm still here. Help me quickly. 10 million. Cars, women, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Lin An ignored everything and directly took out a fire axe he had prepared in advance from the ring. The red fire axe was as tall as half a person, emitting a series of howls as it was swung casually. Beep, fire axe, common. Fire axe, a weapon of average quality, prone to dulling easily. Lin An paid no attention to the prompt. After the doomsday game starts, picking up any item will display a prompt message. But whether it is firearms or artillery, there are only brief descriptions with no attribute bonuses. Only equipment unique to the doomsday game comes with attributes and special abilities. The wealthy merchant behind the burglar-proof window looked at Lin An, who had his back turned to him, seemingly still waiting for something. For a moment, his face turned pale, and he kept cursing in his heart. If he hadn't just thought of tying a knot in the belt to reduce the burden on his hands, he would have lost strength and fallen long ago. 30 million. Don't be too greedy, if I die, you won't get anything. The zombie woman inside the window had her face already distorted from being squeezed. The originally delicate and petite cheeks had now been squeezed into a narrow strip. There was only a fist's distance between the two. 100 million. I'll give you 100 million. Damn it, come save me. The wealthy businessman wept bitterly. As the zombie woman struggled wildly, half of her body was forcibly pressed against his hand. After the skin rotted, the slimy, fleshy texture drove him to the brink of madness. In front of the security booth, Lin An held an axe in one hand and tilted his head back to drink the stimulant taken from the space ring. Smack! The test tube fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Beep, strength +1, constitution +1, agility +1. Beep, explosive power increased by 50%, endurance and damage resistance increased by 30%, attack speed increased by 20%. The effect is excellent. Lin Anxin's heartbeat accelerated instantly, as the small molecular structure in the potion directly penetrated the blood-brain barrier. The heart was like a war drum. Muscles all over the body tensed up, and the axe in hand felt 2 points lighter. No wonder it was an extremely sought-after potion in the previous life. As one of the few non-apocalyptic items, it can provide attribute bonuses as a potion. Rare in the apocalypse. In his previous life, Lin An, as an ordinary person, was able to survive with Tang Wan's family, and the potion played an indispensable role. If he hadn't happened to carry a few bottles with him during the escape. Don't say that you survived with 3 people, on the day of leaving the city, you died under the zombie's jaws. Feeling the powerful strength within his body, Lin An's fighting spirit surged. Boom! The vehicles chaotically parked at the entrance of the community instantly flew high, revealing its massive body. The liquor has appeared. The wealthy merchant who had been screaming and cursing like a chicken with its neck squeezed suddenly fell silent. Right now. Without hesitation. Lin An took a deep breath, bent his legs, and the ground cracked instantly. The body rotates extremely still. He held the axe with both hands, leaping as high as 4 or 5 meters like a cannonball, the blade coated with a layer of blood color in the sunset. Power burst activated. Ability triggered from the awakened talent. Strength +2, agility +2, constitution +2, willpower +2. A faint golden light instantly enveloped Lin An's body, and his original 12 points of strength suddenly surged to 14 points. Explosive power filled the entire body. Die for me. Charging up for a downward strike. The sharp axe blade, empowered by immense strength, fiercely chopped towards the head of the licker. Flesh exploded, and a whole chunk of meat about half a person tall was chopped off, revealing the dark purple muscle tissue inside. Roar. The licker roared in pain and anger. The huge body was skewed by an axe, and the exposed skull was instantly chopped off a section. Lin An's full-force eruption. With a strike far surpassing the power of a zero-level awakener, he almost killed the licker on the spot. Bang! The giant claw pressed down, and the vehicle exploded. The licker barely supported itself with its giant claws, instantly crushing the car beside it. What a pity. Couldn't kill with a single strike. Not disturbed by useless emotions. Lin An quickly flipped over after a failed strike, dodging the furious swipe of the licker. He cautiously circled around the licker's body at high speed, searching for the next opportunity. The licker, as a nightmare in all major safe zones, had naturally been studied by people. After countless painful losses, people discovered that although the licker is extremely fast, it is slow to change direction. Its two pairs of giant claws give it terrifying destructive power, but they also affect its agility when turning. Knowing this well, Lin An kept changing positions, hiding in the blind spots of the licker's vision. This monster is simply not something a single person can fight against. Even an awakened one would need to be at least level 1 to barely hold their own. The wealthy merchant hanging outside the window stared blankly at the scene before him, his face full of shock. That terrifying skinning monster's appearance alone was enough to shatter the sanity of anyone with a weak mind. The licker was now furious, wildly sweeping its sharp claws in all directions. The metal car body was like paper in front of those sharp claws, offering no resistance. Truly horrifying. But compared to the terrifying licker, what shocked him even more was that Lin An could actually struggle with such a monster. At this moment, Lin An, who was originally just considered skilled in his mind, was equated with the monster in his heart. Is this really a power that humans can possess? Boom. Boom. Vehicles were flipped and thrown out, like missiles. Lin An nimbly dodged the car thrown by the lickers, then suddenly changed direction. It had been attacking continuously for more than a minute. The area in front of the community gate was completely cleared, and the few cars that were there were all smashed like cannonballs by it. However, after Lin An took the potion, it was futile against the 14 points of agility. No matter how high the damage is, it's useless if it can't hit the target. This undoubtedly made it even more furious. Roar. The licker bent down and roared angrily. The injury of having half the skull removed began to become apparent. Forced to bend down, the brain tissue wrapped under the regenerating flesh was exposed before Lin An. It's now. Lin An took a deep breath, no longer conserving his strength. He stepped forward, narrowly dodging the furious strike of the licker. Power surge. Power surged again, muscles exploding. Like dynamite being detonated. Counterattack with a reverse chop. Lin An's speed exploded to the extreme, stepping onto the massive body of the licker in a few strides, leaping high into the air. The muscles around his waist tensed, a surge of force transmitted from his waist to his muscles, and the fire axe in his hand swung fiercely in a wide arc. Smash it for me. Like Mount Tai pressing down. The axe blade, bursting through the air, precisely struck the unprotected brain lacking skull protection. The axe handle broke, the immense force snapping the connection apart. After smashing in, it was like stirring eggs. Lin An's eyes were fierce, he firmly gripped the axe handle with both hands and stabbed it hard into the brain of the licker, stirring quickly. Beep, killed a level 1 mutated zombie, licker. Gained 1 energy point. Obtained, armor crafting material, muscle tissue *1, white. Muscle tissue, tough mutant muscle, can be used to craft white armor, grants +1 agility attribute. Evaluation, muscle tissue from the lower leg area, suitable for making footwear. Obtained, equipment crafting material, licker spine *1, white. Licker spine, bones as hard as alloy, can be used to craft weapons, with +1 sharpness and +1 strength attributes. Evaluation, practical material for equipment crafting, can also be used as a weapon before processing. Bang! As the massive body of the licker slowly fell, a flash of white light instantly flew out from the corpse and entered Lin An's body. Energy detected, opening experience panel. Current awakener level, tier 0, 1/2. Current player level, level 0, 1/2. Number of kills needed for next level, 1. Confirming that the licker was already dead, Lin An bent over slightly, breathing heavily. Killing the licker is really a bit of a stretch. In the Apocalypse game, only killing mutated zombies or strange beasts can earn experience. Killing ordinary zombies is useless and grants no experience. Therefore, whether it is players or awakened. To level up, you can only find ways to kill mutants. But mutated zombies are often very powerful, and are not something a level 0 awakener can fight against. Therefore, in the previous life, many awakeners were stuck at level 0 until death. If it weren't for him preparing potions in advance and obtaining extremely powerful talents. Facing this kind of monster, charging head-on is just a death sentence. No time to rest. Before leaving, Lin An slightly turned her head to look back. The wealthy man who had been hanging outside the security window had already fallen to the ground. A pool of crimson blood flowed all over the ground beneath him. It was unclear whether his fingers were bitten off by the female corpse or if he had let go on his own. On the iron bars, the female corpse's skull was already deformed from being squeezed, yet it still mechanically opened and closed its mouth. He had no intention of investigating such trivial details. Confirming that no one survived near the entrance of the community, Lin An stretched out his right hand. A flash of white light instantly stored the massive corpse of the licker into the spatial ring. As a mutated zombie, the licker's corpse is full of valuable resources. Not only the materials it drops, but the corpse can also be processed into attribute-less equipment, comparable to a bulletproof vest. But time is tight right now, so it will have to be dealt with later. Huyuan residential area, inside the apartment building. A young girl, at a loss, hugged her knees and curled up in the corner of the room, her face streaked with tears. Brother. Brother Lin is about to arrive. And Xia tightly clutched the phone in her hand and timidly spoke to the young man sitting on the chair. On the phone, the last message was from Lin An. Roar. On the chair, a man with his hands and feet tied lowly growled. The chair beneath him shook violently as he tried to break free from the restraints. The iron chains rattled, harsh and grating. Brother. I'm so scared. And Xia hung her head low. Unable to bear watching the flesh peel off in Jingtian's face, revealing a gruesome sight like a bloody skeleton. After their parents passed away, the only person she could rely on, her brother, had become like this, but she was helpless. This made her somewhat desperate, her body trembling uncontrollably like a helpless little animal. The clock on the wall ticked. She kept turning her head to look at the locked door, her eyes full of pleading. Only the sound of zombies scratching at the iron gate could be heard outside. The footsteps we were hoping for never came. Brother, you must hold on. Brother Lin An will definitely find a way to save you. A faint trace of reason struggled to flash in Jingtian's bloodthirsty eyes. Lin An. Reason vanished in an instant. The voice was hoarse, but the name Jingtian muttered could still be vaguely heard. And Xia suddenly looked up, happily looking at Jingtian. This was the first time Jingtian spoke a complete word since the apocalypse broke out. Bang! Bang! The zombies outside the door seemed to have smelled the scent of their companions and began to pound frantically. The iron gate trembled violently, deforming. They are responding. After Jingtian's sanity disappeared, he struggled wildly once again. The iron chains shook, revealing grim white bones where the wrists were tightly bound. The originally tightly locked handcuffs were somewhat loose. Chapter 7, Zombie Transformation. It's right here. An old building covered with withered vines. Lin An looked at the familiar yet strange doorplate, feeling excited. Not a single second was wasted. In just 5 minutes, he fought his way through hundreds of zombies. On the combat suit, the thick blood had already crusted over. The soles of the boots were covered in shredded flesh. The broken fire axe in hand was replaced by a half-spinal column of a licker. Lin An fought a bloody battle all the way. Guang looked like a monster crawling out of a pile of corpses. Jingtian. Anxia. Lin An did not stop his steps and strode into the residential building. Completely ignoring the corpses in front of the building. He kept shouting the names of the siblings in Jingtian. Lin Gu. Inside the room. And Xia, curled up in the corner, looked surprised, afraid she had misheard, quickly stood up and peeked out the window. I'm here. And Xia leaned out and waved her hand, her eyes full of hope. Outside the door, the zombies grew more restless, attracted by the living aura on Lin An. Lin An heard Xia's voice and hurriedly looked up. Inside the room, on the chair, Jingtian suddenly broke free from the ropes binding his hands. The wrist was smaller by a circle after the skin and flesh were worn away, no longer bound by the chains. The iron chain fell to the ground with a crisp sound. But under the zombie's howls, Xia did not notice. The room was dim and dark. A pair of blood-red, bloodthirsty eyes suddenly appeared behind her. Lin An's pupils instantly contracted into dangerous needles. Power explosion. The Awakener's talent activated once again. Lin An, ignoring the huge consumption caused by activating his talent continuously in a short time, frantically drove the power within his body. Charge forward with a forehand strike. Pfft. The sharp spine of the liquor directly pierced through the zombie at the door. Like a string of candied hawthorns, nailed to the doorframe. Hurry up. Faster. Lin An roared in his heart, swinging his right fist with full force. Boom. Using brute force to break the door. The hard and thick iron door emitted a harsh sound of deformation, twisting and damaging. Inside the room. Xia weakly clutched her throat, blood oozing out from between her fingers. Bro. Lips parted, silent. Jingtian's grimacing, rotting face showed no trace of reason in his eyes anymore. A trace of fresh blood hung at the corner of the mouth, about to bite down again. Jingtian. Lin An shouted angrily. Muscle tearing. The speed that had originally erupted to the extreme became even faster by a bit. Jingtian's body trembled at the sound, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. The mouth that was about to bite down again froze in place. Boom. Within 0.5 seconds. Lin An rushed into the room from the doorway in an instant, colliding with Jingtian and pushing him away from Xia. Behind them, the wall cracked, and dust fell down. Zombies are different from ordinary humans. Even though Jingtian had not fully transformed yet, his physical strength was enhanced by the virus, surpassing that of normal people. If it were an ordinary human, even with a reserved impact force in Lin An, most would lose their ability to move. But Jingtian was different. After a brief stiffness, his eyes once again turned scarlet, full of a craving for flesh and blood. Roar! Lin An pressed him down tightly to prevent him from harming Xia. His body was firmly restrained by Lin An, his head twisting wildly. Deep, low growls like those of a wild beast came from deep within his throat. The face that was originally resolute and dignified now had no intact flesh left. Under the infection of the zombie virus, the skin on the body has completely rotted away. Lin An's eyes were filled with sorrow. Xia beside him had already quickly examined him, and although there was no major harm in the short term. But with the throat being scratched by Jingtian, it would also be infected by the virus. Watching my best brother about to turn into a zombie. The sister they both loved was also infected. He only felt a burning pain in his heart. Jingtian, you must hold on. Hiss. Lin An quickly cut his wrist with a piece of iron held in one hand. Blood flowed like a torrent. Power surge. Lin An whispered softly and activated his awakening talent once again. However, the originally intense golden light around his body dimmed somewhat. The bright red blood was tinged with a layer of gold. Mental exhaustion, vision going black. Lin An decisively bit his tongue to force himself to stay awake. Brother Lin. Is my brother still going to be okay? Xia helplessly squatted aside, timidly asking with difficulty. The wound on her neck was caused by Jingtian's fingernail. The wound was not very large. Lin An did not reply, only with a serious expression extended his cut wrist toward Jingtian's heart. The wound made contact with the skin. The faint golden streak in the blood seemed alive, suddenly diving in. Don't worry, I'm here. The tip of the tongue bit through, tasting rusty and sweet. Lin An saw that his blood did indeed change when in contact with Jingtian, and he finally breathed a little easier. After all, the blood of awakened ones from past lives is said to be effective in suppressing zombification, but it is just a rumor, he has not personally tested it yet. Not sure how effective it is. He softly comforted Xia a few words, but he himself was not very confident. Using the blood of awakened ones to delay zombification. This is the only method he has ever heard of that can affect zombification. Now that Jingtian is about to turn into a zombie, he can only try desperate measures. As the pale golden blood eerily seeped into the skin on Jingtian's chest. Originally, his crimson eyes slowly regained a trace of clarity. The frantically struggling body slowly calmed down. It really works. Lin An felt a surge of joy, but also a sting in his nose. The regrets of the past life were finally able to be made up for. Lin Gu, is my brother okay? And Xia was full of hope, eager for Lin An to give her a reassuring answer. Lin An mustered his strength, about to offer some comforting words. Ha! An abnormal mutation suddenly occurred. And Jingtian's body, which had originally calmed down, suddenly bent backward at a 90 degrees angle, with the teeth-grinding sound of bones rubbing against each other coming from his joints. Pupils instantly turned gray-white. On Lin An's wrist, the blood that had seeped into his chest was also expelled from his body. Hiss. Pale golden blood dripped onto the chest, instantly vaporizing and emitting a strong metallic stench. Lin An was utterly shocked. The relaxed nerves instantly tensed up. Just a few seconds. And Jingtian's flesh peeled off like clothes, revealing bright red meat. No. How could this happen? Lin An's eyes were blood red. His face was ashen. It was unclear whether it was because the rumor that the blood of the awakened could delay zombification was false. Or because the awakening talent he obtained was different from others. Contrary to expectations, the blood of the awakened not only failed to slow down the process but actually accelerated the transformation into zombies. In this way, he no longer has any way to save in Jingtian. The blood is useless. So An Xia will also die. After a bloody battle all the way, exhausted and drained, he only felt mentally fatigued. Why does it have to end like this? The two people he cherished and valued, he couldn't save either of them. Lin An clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh, desperate and unwilling to give up. Beep. Rescuer mission activated. Chapter 8, The Stitcher. Lin An was slightly stunned, and a beam of light suddenly appeared before his eyes. Rescuer mission system, activated. Mission information, kill the second-level mutant, Stitcher. Mission level, dangerous. Mission time limit, 240 hours. Mission reward, antitoxin serum *3, clears the zombie virus from the body. Mission description, a dangerous level, stage 2, zombie will emerge in Linjiang City within 12 hours. Please eliminate it as soon as possible. If more than 240 hours pass, the zombie will evolve into its complete form, terror level, stage 3. Lin An hadn't reacted yet when two pendant-like objects suddenly appeared in his palm. They felt cold and heavy. What is this? Initial mission reward, anti-poison pendant, gray equipment, *2. Antivirus pendant, gray equipment temporarily suppresses the zombie virus when carried, usable for 240 hours. After the usable time ends, the pendant becomes ineffective and turns into an ordinary item, but can be reused, timing starts after use and pauses when removed. Equipment levels, gray, inferior, white, normal, blue, excellent, black, doomsday. A flash of white light passed by, and the pendant in hand directly entered the bodies of An Xia and An Jingtian, then appeared on their necks. The pendant is silver-white all over, with a purple gemstone embedded in the center. An Jingtian, who was originally struggling and screaming, stopped twisting his body after putting on the pendant and collapsed to the ground as if asleep. Meanwhile, An Xia by the window gradually regained a rosy complexion after putting it on. Beep, activating the Savior's exclusive skill, Eye of Judgment. Judgment Eye, level 0, activated. Activating the Judgment Eye will continuously consume mental energy. While the Judgment Eye is active, you will obtain detailed information about any object within your field of vision. Judgment Eye, level 1. The next level of the Judgment Eye will be unlocked after completing the mission. A flash of white light, and the content on the screen transformed into a stream of information, flooding into Lin An's mind, deeply imprinted in his memory like a brand. Briefly lost consciousness. A chill covered his eyes. Lin An's pupils were instantly covered by a light blue mist, as if transformed. A faint golden light flashed at the bottom of his eyes, and his vision sharply increased. The dim room appeared as bright as daylight in his eyes. The tiny dust particles in the corner were clearly visible. Lin An felt a jolt in his heart. The Eye of Judgment was actually a vision enhancement. And it can observe any information displayed. In the apocalypse, the greatest danger is not weakness in strength, but the misjudgment of information. With the Eye of Judgment, he effectively holds the upper hand in information. In this apocalypse, it can be considered a quite practical auxiliary skill. Lin Gu, what's wrong with you? An Xia, leaning by the window, weakly called out to the dazed Lin An. After equipping the gear, the wound on her neck was also slowly healing. An Xia's clear, watery eyes were full of fatigue and unease. Since An Jingtian and Lin An sent a message 3 days ago, his condition has been getting worse. And the just turned 18 and Xia took on the responsibility of caring for her brother. If it weren't for Lin An specifically instructing An Jingtian to tie himself up on the third day to prevent himself from hurting others if he turned into a zombie. I'm afraid that when An Xia was taking care of An Jingtian, she was killed by her own brother, just like the tragic scenes happening all over the world. Zombies that only retain the desire to eat have no rationality at all. When the apocalypse broke out, most humans died at the hands of their loved ones. Lin An instinctively turned his head upon hearing the sound. The automatically activated Eye of Judgment locked onto An Xia. Name, human, 50% zombified. Strength, 3. Agility, 3. Constitution, 2. Willpower, 6. Player level, 0, no danger. This creature is currently in the zombification transition stage. Player weaknesses, heart, head, spine. Player skills, cooking 1, language proficiency 2, handicraft 1. Player equipment, anti-poison pendant, gray. A large amount of other information flooded out like a waterfall. Everything from mastered skills to current status appeared. An Xia's information appeared as naked in Lin An's eyes, who had activated the Eye of Judgment. Some details were terrifying. I'm fine. Lin An was somewhat surprised but did not show any abnormal reaction. He just smiled gently, signaling An Xia not to worry about him. An Jingtian is now unconscious. At this moment, he is An Xia's only spiritual support and must not show any abnormality in front of An Xia. Unlike the calmness displayed by Lin An. His heart was surging with emotion. Countless questions swirled around his mind like dark clouds. Savior Template. Once activated, it granted him the extremely practical Eye of Judgment, and coincidentally offered a reward that could save the An Jingtian siblings. It was simply tailor-made for him. Is it a coincidence, or is there a person controlling it? Lin An quickly thought about the implications behind the system's appearance. Savior. Save whom? Him. Or the people around him? Or perhaps all of humanity? If it is the entire human civilization. Lin An gave a self-mocking smile. He had no saintly complex or ambition to bear the burden of human civilization. If it is to save humanity, then this mysterious savior system has probably chosen the wrong person. He only wants to protect the people he cherishes, take revenge, and become stronger to survive. As for the lives or deaths of others, he couldn't care less. In his previous life, having witnessed the ugliness of human nature, he died because of betrayal. For others, he had an instinctive distrust and aversion. Mercy, kindness. Humph. Lin An suppressed the thoughts in his heart and carefully observed An Jingtian's condition. An Jingtian, lying unconscious on the floor, had his chest rising and falling slightly. If it weren't for the horrifying sight of his skin and flesh being peeled off all over, he would have looked as if he were simply asleep. Although he wasn't particularly interested in the Savior Template. But it must be said that the suddenly appearing initial mission equipment solved his urgent crisis. At present, the conditions of An Jingtian and An Xia have stabilized. As long as the task can be completed. The two people who were originally hopeless to save now have hope to survive. Moreover, 3 doses of antitoxin serum. Lin An was somewhat moved. Excluding the shares for An Xia and An Jingtian. This means he could have an extra serum left for his own use. Can convert zombies back into humans. The value of this serum is priceless in the apocalypse. As for the mission. Lin An is no stranger to the mission. After the apocalypse game arrived in the previous life, everyone activated their player panels. Nature is just like a game. The system automatically issues some tasks to everyone. The tasks he encountered in his previous life were usually to kill a zombie or obtain a certain item. This kind of task usually only offers a small amount of food as a reward, better than nothing. Until his rebirth, he had never heard of such a special reward as the Savior task. And the virus serum rewarded by the task can actually completely eliminate the zombie virus in the body. If this reward can be obtained, it would definitely drive everyone crazy. So many beloved family members and friends have turned into zombies in this disaster. As long as they can be saved, people are willing to pay any price. In his expectation, the best outcome would be to suppress zombification using the blood of awakeners. Then keep An Jingtian by his side to ensure his safety, and delay for as long as possible. There will be a chance to save him back later. And now a perfect solution has appeared, which can be called a pleasant surprise. It's just that the timing of the mission makes Lin An feel pressured. Mission information, kill mutated zombies, 2nd level. They will become 3rd level in 10 days. Lin An's face was grave. The difference between third-level mutants and second-level ones is qualitative. Perhaps a few awakened individuals working together, or a larger safe zone, can resist second-level mutant zombies with the help of firearms. But in front of third-level mutants, completely defenseless, that would be a one-sided massacre. Third-level mutated zombies no longer fear conventional weapons. An agility exceeding 30 points almost reaches the threshold of supersonic speed. Human wave tactics are like a joke in front of third-level mutants. Just one can destroy an entire organized army. With strength and physique, having at least one attribute reaching 30 points can tear tank armor apart with bare hands. Directly withstand small-caliber artillery fire, flesh regenerates. Maybe he could still find a way to upgrade at the second level and forcibly kill using the remaining potion. But against the third level. He is now facing the third level, certain to die, with no chance to struggle or escape. Time cannot be wasted. Only 10 days. And Jingtian's suppressed zombification has also lasted this long. This means he still needs to leave time for the return journey after killing the Stitcher. 9 days. Whether to prevent the Stitcher from becoming increasingly powerful over time, or to leave enough buffer time. The time left for him is already running out. Although the mission information did not provide the location of the Stitcher. But Lin An did not care. He silently took out a crumpled cigarette from his pocket. In the dim room, a faint flame lit up, casting flickering shadows on his face. Lin An took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Smoke swirling, drifting. The Stitcher. It is the predecessor of the hatred from a past life. It is right at Wanda Plaza, in the shopping center packed with 30,000 people. After devouring 30,000 people, it became the nightmare of the entire Linjiang city. Chapter 9, Night and Anxia. Brother Lin, are you leaving? Is my brother okay now? Anxia leaned against the wall, cautiously watching Lin An repair the door. She knew nothing about the apocalypse. She was unaware of the tragic fate she would face if Lin An failed to obtain the antidote. She clasped her hands behind her back, her slender fingers twisting the hem of her clothes back and forth. Under the long skirt, a pair of snow-white slender legs, with some abrasions on the knees. The pure white dress was stained with quite a bit of blood and dust, looking dirty. The frail body, staring at Lin An's face, which had lost some of its pallor, evoking pity. Bang! Lin An carefully reinstalled the iron door that had been kicked open. After becoming an awakened one, he was still somewhat unaccustomed to his current powers. The hard metal in his hands was like plastic, easily bent. If he used too much force carelessly, he would completely ruin the iron door. Therefore, Lin An had no choice but to gather a bunch of discarded steel bars to patch it up, hammering and banging to make the damaged iron door barely usable. However, the dented and damaged part in the middle of the iron door could not be repaired. Ugly and unsightly, but still somewhat practical. After installing the door, Lin An was silent for a moment before continuing to speak. Anxia, I will be back soon. Don't worry about me. He did not intend to hide anything. Jingtian. Lin An paused for a moment, then turned to Anxia with a gentle smile and a determined expression. You and Jingtian will both be fine. Trust me. Lin An sighed softly in his heart. He had lost both his parents early in his childhood. Anxia and Jingtian were basically the only people he cared about. Although they were not related by blood, their bond was closer than that of close relatives. Jingtian's parents took great care of him and treated him as their own child. Moreover, the Anxia siblings regarded him as their own elder brother, having grown up together since childhood. Anxia and Jingtian were the last softness in his heart. Anxia looked at Lin An's resolute and handsome face, her expression faltering. Her eyes were moist. Listening to Lin An's familiar tone. As reassuring as ever. Just like when I was a child. It feels like as long as brother Lin Anha is here, there is nothing to worry about. Brother Lin An. So when do you plan to leave? Can you? Anxia looked at Lin An, who was still busy, and asked timidly in a low voice. She was afraid of disturbing Lin An. Hesitated for a long time. Anxia also didn't say what she wanted to say. She hoped Lin An could stay with her a little longer. The wails of zombies and living people in the community never ceased. And her older brother was also unconscious. She was very scared. But she was afraid that voicing such thoughts would be too selfish and affect what Lin An was trying to do. After Lin An sealed all the windows in the room, it was pitch dark inside. He turned his head, and his enhanced vision ignored the darkness. The room appeared as bright as daylight to his eyes. Leave early tomorrow morning. I will stay here tonight. Lin An understood Anxia's expression. Don't say that. Anxia is just a little girl now. In his past life, when the apocalypse broke out, even though he was a soldier, he still felt uneasy and fearful. In the face of life and death, in the midst of the apocalypse, many people with poor psychological endurance even chose to end their own lives. Really? Anxia lifted her lowered head in surprise and looked towards Lin An in the darkness. Although she couldn't see it, she knew Lin An was right there. Lin An did not respond, he just slowly walked up to Anxia and affectionately ruffled her hair. The light and pleasant-smelling body wash diluted the bloody smell in his nasal cavity. He was not wasting time because of sentimental feelings for his children. The Stitcher has not appeared yet. After 12 hours, that zombie in the Wanda Mall will mutate from among the many zombies into the Stitcher. After deducting the 2 hours of travel time, he can still stay at Jingtian's home for about 10 hours. Moreover, he is in very poor condition now and must rest. Continuous fierce fighting and activating awakening skills. His body has already reached its limit. Right now, I'm purely relying on willpower to hold on. Lin An pulled the girl into his arms. Anxia buried her head deeply in his chest, her body trembling slightly. Brother Lin An, I'm so scared. Lin An felt the trembling of the girl in his arms and remained silent. Only the right hand wrapped around Anxia's back slowly clenched tighter. I need stronger power. Only by becoming stronger can I protect the people I want to protect. A night without a word. Lin An, at Anxia's request, slept in the same room, while Jingtian was placed in another room. Although the zombie virus in Jingtian has been suppressed, he still has not regained consciousness. Just in case. Lin An still tied a chain around Jingtian to prevent any accidents. After making all the preparations, Lin An then fell into a deep sleep. He was really too tired. Late at night, Lin An faintly felt a wave of warmth. A warm body slipped into his embrace. Perhaps it was the terrifying howls of the zombies outside. Perhaps it was the lack of a sense of security. Anxia quietly slipped from her own bed to sleep beside Lin An. The delicate and exquisite face was pressed tightly against his chest. It was as if only that burning, scorching, and strong beating heart could bring her a trace of comfort. Anxia was wearing thin pajamas. That soft and warm body was almost in continuous contact with his. The girl's smooth skin was like mutton fat. A pair of hands wrapped around him like a koala, afraid that Lin An would run away. Lin An, who was sound asleep, vaguely sensed something but did not pay it any mind. He was a few years older than Anxia because his parents left early. He is much more mature and steady than his peers. Therefore, Anxia liked to cling to him when she was little. It was just that after Anxia grew up a bit, Lin An went to the army to serve. It was no longer as close and intimate as it was in childhood. Unlike Lin An, who fell into a deep sleep, Anxia would occasionally wake up startled from nightmares, and each time she woke, she would hurriedly look at Lin An beside her. She reached out to feel Lin An's face, repeatedly confirming that Lin An was still there. Only by feeling Lin An's presence could she feel a little better. The next morning, outside the window, there was no longer the usual chirping of birds. A sharp wail woke Lin An. Looks like someone died again. Didn't pay attention. When Lin An woke up, he felt that his condition had returned to its peak. His whole body was filled with strength. As long as you get enough rest, you will quickly recover. This is the advantage of using a data-driven template. Lin An carefully withdrew his arm from under Anxia. Anxia, who was sound asleep, slightly furrowed her delicate brows and instinctively fumbled around beside her with both hands. Tear stains could still faintly be seen on the delicate and exquisite little face. Lin An smiled bitterly in her heart. It seems Anxia secretly cried for a long time last night. After spending some time, Lin An finally got out of bed. No way. Anxia was holding on too tightly, hanging on him like an octopus. Came to the window. Lin An took out a cigarette and observed the outside situation through the gap in the window. Thick smoke was rising from the top of a distant building, looking like it had been burning all night. Not far away, the sound of car alarms had been ringing all night, attracting many zombies near the vehicles. After the apocalypse broke out, unattended cities quickly fell into decay. In a few days, natural gas pipeline leaks, water plant shutdowns, and factory explosions will become the norm. Without convenient electricity and water conservancy, human civilization will quickly regress. In silence, Lin An instinctively wanted to find a lighter in his pants pocket to light a cigarette. Smoking while thinking was his habit. He just felt around for a long time but couldn't find a pocket. Only then was he surprised to find that the clothes on his body, which had originally been covered in bloodstains, were now completely renewed. Lin An chuckled silently. It seemed that An Xia had secretly changed him into An Jingtian's clothes in the middle of the night. The two were about the same height and build, so it fit perfectly. Lin An turned his head to look at the sleeping An Xia. On the ground were the clothes he had changed out of, piled all over the place. After seeing clearly, Lin An's expression suddenly became somewhat strange. It seemed like he saw his underwear. Lin An couldn't help but hold his forehead and shake his head. The little girl really is. Lin An found it somewhat amusing. He didn't know how much effort An Xia had spent to move him and change his clothes. Beep beep. The alarm set before going to bed last night went off. Lin An extinguished the cigarette in his hand and looked deeply at the girl. Just as he was leaving, An Xia, who was sleeping with her back turned, suddenly had tear streaks on her face. An Xia still has so many things she wants to tell you. You must come back safely. Chapter 10 Departure. Before leaving, An Xia was still asleep. An Jingtian was still unconscious in the room, but he looked much better. If nothing unexpected happens, he will wake up soon. They moved several zombie corpses to cover the remaining human scent at the door, then blocked the entire entrance with miscellaneous items. Only then did Lin An finally feel at ease. It seems there are still survivors next door. While Lin An was moving things, his keen hearing caught sounds coming from the room of the opposite resident. That person cautiously peered through the peephole, thinking Lin An had not noticed. Lin An did not pay attention to this. After confirming that someone was watching him, he casually picked up a zombie head and crushed it with one hand right in front of that person. It was as easy as popping a water balloon. The hard skull shattered into pieces, scattering everywhere. Ah! A scream came from the opposite door, obviously frightened by Lin An's terrifying actions. Immediately, the sound of the door being locked from the inside came from the opposite door. Lin An smiled calmly, it seemed the effect was good. Bare and blatant show of forced deterrence. Although the repaired iron gate is enough to block ordinary zombies. But it cannot stop people. After the apocalypse broke out, people's hearts became unpredictable. In his past life, Lin An had witnessed too much ugliness. People fought for food to survive, turning against their own kin, resorting to cannibalism, and betraying their spouses. As long as he could ensure the safety of An Xia and An Jingtian, he didn't mind his hands being stained with blood. He even considered whether to kill all the residents in the entire building. If it weren't for the uncertainty about whether there were any residents in this building known to the two siblings. At this moment, only 2 people would be alive in this building. However, as long as one is not particularly unlucky to encounter mutants or malicious humans. Compared to these dangers, Lin An was not worried that ordinary zombies would threaten the brother and sister hiding inside the house. The food and water supplies inside the house were sufficient to last for more than a month. As long as the two stayed indoors and did not go out, this group of zombies could not chew through the reinforced iron door with their teeth alone. Even if he has an accident, the 2 of them can hold on for a while. The supplies piled up in the room were all purchased in advance by Lin An before the apocalypse broke out, as he had instructed in Jingtian. A complete variety, all military rations. Thinking of this, Lin An recalled the batch of supplies he had purchased in advance. That was more than 2 million in cash, enough supplies for 3 people to survive for 5 years. Weapons, equipment, medicine, everything one could need. It's just unknown whether the logistics delivery reached the location he specified after he fell unconscious. If these supplies are still there, he could easily form a team and establish a safe zone in the early stages just by relying on them. In the Doomsday game, it's hard to survive relying on yourself alone. Only by forming your own faction can you have a foothold in this apocalypse. Lin An sighed lightly. Being unconscious for 3 days indeed disrupted many of his plans. Moreover, there are many rare items and equipment in the memory that have not been obtained. However, it is not too late to get them now. The main gate of Huyuan community. Last night, Lin An had already planned the next course of action. Spend the first 6 days searching for special materials and equipment from past life memories, and kill a mutant first to level up. If the strength is not enough, no matter how anxious he is, it won't help. The next 3 days will be reserved for killing the Stitchers. So then. The first target, Xingyi Flower Shop. In my memory, This flower shop located on the edge of the city once had an extremely rare, psychic plant. Psychic plants are similar to buff items in games. They usually exist in the form of plants, fruits, food, etc., with plant forms being more common. After players or even zombies obtain them, they can directly consume them and gain permanent attribute bonuses. For Apocalypse players who can only rely on leveling up, gaining +1 attribute point per level. The effect of psychic food can be described as abnormal. Every point of attribute increase results in an extremely exaggerated boost in strength. In the previous life, those lucky enough to obtain this kind of fruit mostly became dominant powerful figures. However, usually this type of special product only exists for a period of time just before the outbreak of the apocalypse. It gradually disappeared 1 month after the apocalypse broke out. Lin An, as an ordinary person, was able to know this information, which can be said to be entirely thanks to the chat channel that opened in the apocalypse game 6 months later. Unlike the chat channels in ordinary games where everyone can speak freely. The chat channel in the Apocalypse game requires a large amount of energy and stamina to use. In other words, it means consuming precious food. Therefore, most ordinary people like him, who struggled with basic needs in their previous lives, could only silently watch the powerful awakened ones occasionally share some information or even chat casually. In Lin An's memory, after the outbreak of the apocalypse, he never saw such messages again in the public channel after 1 year. So if you don't seize the opportunity now to obtain some psychic food, it will be almost impossible to find any later. Eye of Judgment. To observe the surrounding environment. Lin An activated the Eye of Judgment again, a flash of golden light passing through his pupil. His originally excellent vision improved once more, and information along the path flowed in like a data stream. After confirming there was no danger, Lin An then turned off the Eye of Judgment. Although the Eye of Judgment does not consume much mental energy, the continuous consumption accumulates into a burden. There are no special mutants nearby. Number of zombies, 678. Survivors, 122 people. Originally a community of 1,000 people, now only about 1/10 are alive. The cruelty of the apocalypse is evident. First, I need to find a motorcycle. After observing the route, Lin An made up his mind. The journey into the city was long, and although the number of zombies was not as terrifying as in the city center, it was still not few. Just dealing with the zombies along the way. Without a vehicle to get around, it really wastes too much time. Right now, heavy trucks are not so easy to find in the old city area. Ordinary cars will malfunction after hitting a few zombies. In contrast, flexible motorcycles are a good choice. Later on, if conditions permit, finding an armored vehicle and converting it into a mobile fortress would be even better. After a night has passed, many zombies have already gathered again at the entrance of the community. The ground is stained dark red with a mixture of scattered internal organs and blood. The zombies, which would not leave any flesh, gnawed the bodies clean, leaving only a pile of pale white skeletons. It seems that many people tried to escape last night, or perhaps wanted to come in. Hundreds of zombies wandered aimlessly everywhere, occasionally tilting their heads back to emit piercing howls. Lin An seized the opportunity and instantly flashed forward. His target was the place surrounded by a small group of zombies not far away. There was a black motorcycle overturned on the ground, with the key inserted, ready to start at any time. Next to the bike was a skeleton, gnawed clean. It looked like the owner of this motorcycle. Lin An suddenly pushed off with his right foot, the old ground cracking, and instantly sprinted to the front of the corpse horde. Downward slash. The half-arm-length Nepalese kukri sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistle. The kukri came from Njingtian's collection. Njingtian, also a retired soldier, has a hobby of collecting weapons in his daily life. Although the spines of the lickers are far superior in quality to alloy weapons, they are not easy to handle without processing. The blade was sharp and cold. With one strike, Lin An cut through the 2 nearest zombies. Like laser cutting, the wounds were smooth. The severed body split into 2 halves and slowly fell. Roar. The horde of corpses smelled the living human scent and instantly went berserk. The rotting flesh-covered arm frantically reached out to grab Lin An. Side step and counter kick. Lin An's body quickly changed direction. Using speed beyond human limits, he rapidly twisted his body and exerted force from his waist. Bang! The zombie lunging at him with a roar was directly kicked in half, its pale spine broken but still stubbornly hanging from his foot. Ring slash. Power explosion. Buzz. The unique energy fluctuation emitted when an awakener releases power, a golden wave like water vanishing into the body. Lin An's expression was cold and indifferent, spinning a knife rapidly in one hand. The sharp blade easily cut through the zombie's neck with the aid of great force. SSS. Flesh was sliced open by the blade. The heads of 7 zombies were all severed at once. With a single slash, Lin An cleanly and efficiently killed the remaining 7 zombies. Damn! At a third-floor window nearby, a scruffy man in his 20s inside the room widened his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. His face was full of shock. It was like a scene from a movie appearing in reality, making it truly hard for him to believe. Who exactly is this person? A set of sword techniques flowing like running water, a pervert with strong physical fitness. Could it be the legendary Hermit Master? The ancient martial artist from novels? The man widened his eyes, bloodshot all around. The outbreak of the apocalypse happened to be on the weekend, and he was living alone in his apartment resting, so he was fortunate to survive. It was only the zombies outside the door that trapped him inside, making it impossible for him to move. There was not much food in the room. Living alone, he had long been used to ordering takeout whenever he was hungry. He had also finished the last bucket of instant noodles at home completely. Having watched plenty of apocalypse movies, he quickly realized that if things continued like this, he might face starvation. It's not that he hadn't tried going out. It's just that when he saw the burly man who rode a motorcycle home last night, surrounded by zombies and unable to hold out for even 3 seconds, he gave up on the idea. Therefore, after a sleepless night, just as he was about to check the situation outside, he witnessed Lin An slaughtering zombies. After witnessing Lin An's exaggerated strength, he quickly realized that maybe Lin An could give him a hand. The man was excited and hurriedly tried to open the window to call out. But he forgot that in his fear last night, he had already firmly locked the window. Anxious and flustered. By the time he finally opened the window and stuck his head out, Lin An had already mounted the motorcycle and sped away. Without caring whether Lin An could hear him, the man shouted loudly, trying to leave a trace of impression on Lin An. What if this terrifyingly powerful man comes back? Big brother. My name is Lu Shiming. I live in Building 3, Unit 2, Apartment 302. Chapter 11, The Unusual. The motorcycle was extremely fast. The modified engine roared in bursts, quickly accelerating to a speed of 100 km per hour. Lin An, without a helmet and expressionless, was unaffected by the high-speed airflow rushing towards him. Faintly, he seemed to hear someone shouting from the residential area behind him. However, even if he heard clearly, he wouldn't stop. The modified motorcycle was like a black shadow, speeding along the ring road. Along the road, crashed cars and pitifully dead bodies could be seen everywhere. Severed limbs hung on the guardrail like fresh pork. Lin An, relying on his awakened willpower of 14 points, skillfully maneuvered the vehicle to avoid obstacles along the way. Even though he was not skilled at motorcycle driving, his reaction speed beyond human limits still granted him driving abilities comparable to top racers. Ring City Expressway. On the roof of a silver-white RV, a man and a woman are carefully standing on top. They have been trapped here for a whole day and night. No food, and no water. Fear and the combined pressures of hunger and cold almost broke their will. Next to the RV at their feet, the original driver and other passengers had already turned into zombies. The 4 zombies, driven by an insatiable hunger for flesh, tirelessly let out snarls and clawed at the car body. With the zombies continuously banging against it, every shake of the car body brought a scream from the balding man. On the roof, another girl wore a white short-sleeved shirt and denim shorts, looking very youthful and cute. Unlike the middle-aged man's panic, she just held tightly onto the car roof antenna to prevent herself from falling off. We can't stay here any longer. Without water and food, if we continue like this, we'll die from exhaustion. The girl's name was Wenya, and she forcibly calmed her emotions. She couldn't help but want to discuss a solution with the bald man. The bald man named Li Jiping is her company's boss. Li Jiping did not respond. He was still terrified and unsettled, just frantically looking around. Wenya looked at Li Jiping's appearance and couldn't help but sigh softly. Unexpectedly, Li Jiping, at such an old age, was still less calm than her. Lustful and cowardly. A day ago during the company team building, Li Jiping tried both hard and soft tactics to get her to go to the KTV to sing. With no other option, she could only suggest going out for a picnic. Anyone could guess what this kind of old man would do. Wenya ignored Li Jiping's loud calls and couldn't help but rub her sore and weak ankle. The slender, fair ankle was somewhat bruised. That was from her accidentally hitting it while climbing onto the roof of the car. Help! Is there anyone who can save us? Not knowing how long he had been shouting, after a whole day and night without a drop of water, Li Jiping felt as if his throat was about to burst into flames from shouting. Fear and exhaustion made him stop shouting in a daze. His gaze shifted and he saw Wenya sitting cross-legged on the car roof, her eyes staring blankly. A pair of long, beautiful legs were rubbing at the fingertips. Wenya. Looks like you're badly hurt. Li Jiping swallowed hard with difficulty. He had been eyeing this little girl for a long time. Youth and beauty, unlike those old, faded hags in the company. I heard that he graduated from a prestigious university. Let me help you rub it. Supporting his lower body like a tent, he couldn't help but want to hold those little feet in his arms and knead them. Wenya's face was wary, and he immediately stood up. No need, you should worry more about yourself. Wenya glared at the man with disgust. Cowardly, disgusting. In this situation, still not changing one's lustful heart. Li Jiping didn't care at all, his eyes fixedly scanning Wenya's body. Desire showed through. I heard you're still a virgin. You said if we die here, it would be such a pity that you haven't experienced the taste of a man. The car body shook under the pushing and scratching of the zombies. He carefully stood up straight and stepped closer bit by bit. Let me have some fun, really. Li Jiping had a lecherous smile on his face, constantly fantasizing about the wonderful feeling of two white thighs resting on his shoulders. To be able to sleep with a beauty before dying, that's worth it. Wenya's expression was cold, as he tried hard to think of a way to break the deadlock. Both of them are now on the car roof, if they fight or resist, it's easy to fall into the corpse horde. However, even if she dies, she would never let him touch her. What should I do? Li Jiping was dazed, his left hand couldn't help but undo his own belt, while his right hand reached toward Wenya. Suddenly, the vehicle shook violently. Caught off guard, he stumbled and fell backward onto the car roof. The zombies below immediately went berserk, frantically clawing and leaping upwards, all stretching out their arms trying to grab him and have a feast. The rotting fingertips of the zombies touched his neck, like an electric shock. Li Jiping screamed and straightened his body in panic. He was flustered, turning his head back and forth. Quick, help me check. Have I been scratched? The voice was tinged with sobbing. I'm begging you, please look quickly. He couldn't see whether the back of his neck was scratched by a zombie, so he could only ask Wenya, who was also on the roof of the car, for help. None. Wenya exhaled lightly and replied coldly. A trace of unease flashed in her eyes, but she quickly concealed it. Li Jiping let out a long breath, and his highly tense nerves immediately relaxed. Like a survivor after a disaster. It's good that I wasn't scratched. He would rather commit suicide than become a zombie. He saw with his own eyes last night that a fellow employee in the same vehicle, after a zombie scratched a small piece of flesh off his face, rapidly turned into a zombie within just 10 minutes. Flesh peeled off, rotten and foul-smelling. If he hadn't reacted quickly and hidden on the roof first. The corpse on the ground, with only half a soul left, was his fate. I just remembered. There is food in the car next to us, and the keys were not taken out. I forgot to take the keys out when I got out of the car. Also, the sunroof on the car roof was open, but it was covered by a sunshade so it wasn't visible. Wenya suddenly spoke out, addressing Li Jiping. Jump over, there's a chance to survive. That thing can be kicked to pieces with one kick. If we stay here, once the temperature drops at night, there won't be any hope of survival. Wenya spoke calmly, stating the facts. She had her right hand behind her back, tightly clutching a bunch of keys in her palm. Li Jiping was delighted upon hearing this and hurriedly looked towards the nearby RV. He had noticed this vehicle long ago, but jumping over it was useless. Now Wenya said the sunroof was open, which meant they could enter through the roof. Torn, hesitant. The distance was a bit far, and he didn't dare to jump. After Wenya finished speaking, she no longer looked at Li Jiping, just patiently conserving her strength. He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. The skylight was not open, and the key was in her hand. Deceive Li Jiping into jumping over, then attract the zombies and drive away when Li Jiping is about to die. There are many loopholes, but it is the only method she can use right now. If we stay any longer, both of us will die. No. It should be said to be one person. Li Jiping has already been infected. She saw the slight wound on the back of the neck. If you want to jump, you jump first. Since you know, why don't you just jump over? Li Jiping asked Wenya suspiciously, then couldn't help scratching his arm. How about this, I jump over first. Take off your clothes and let me enjoy it first. Li Jiping suddenly spoke, but for a short time, he dared not walk over again. Wen Ye's gaze was cold and silent. She hid her right hand behind her back, slowly feeling for a utility knife on the key. Suddenly. Boom. The roaring engine sound of the locomotive came rapidly from afar. The two people on the roof listened in disbelief, tilting their heads. After recognizing the sound, the two of them suddenly raised their heads in unison. Their faces were full of joy. A car is coming. Li Jiping hurriedly stood up straight, desperately waving his hands back and forth to get Lin An's attention. Help! Heart-wrenching, Li Jiping screamed loudly, afraid that his voice wasn't loud enough. With a dry mouth and tongue, the voice sounded like a drake tearing at its throat. Lin An ignored it and drove the locomotive roaring past. The speed was so fast that even the zombies surrounding the RV didn't react in time. Damn it! Damn it! Why didn't you stop the car? Li Jiping stared blankly at the black dot gradually disappearing in the distance, moving from hope to despair. What bullshit! Can't you see there are people here? Li Jiping couldn't help but curse loudly. Although Wen Ye beside him was disappointed, she quickly regained her composure and seemed to be thinking about something. The two suddenly exchanged a glance. Li Jiping licked his chapped lips, deep in thought. He scratched the back of his neck, not knowing why, he suddenly felt a bit itchy. So hot, so itchy. Anya in front of me suddenly seemed somewhat appetizing. Highway fork. Screech. The tire skidded, leaving a long black mark. Lin An suddenly braked sharply, skillfully drifting the motorcycle in a beautiful slide. After getting off, Lin An looked from afar at the RV about 400 meters behind. It was not out of a desire to play the hero and save the beauty. After the baptism of the apocalypse, even if the most beautiful woman died in front of him, he wouldn't furrow his brows. However, there was some doubt. Just now, when he passed by the RV, he sensed a faint psychic energy fluctuation. Doomsday equipment? Or something else? As an awakened one, his perception ability far exceeds that of ordinary people. Especially after the Doomsday game started, some items from that game automatically emit fluctuations. Like a speck of light in the dark night. If it was equipment, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Eye of Judgment. Lin An let out a low shout and instantly activated the Eye of Judgment to search. Human, male, infected state. Player level, 0, non-awakened. Human, female, normal. Player level, 1, non-awakened. Zombie, common. RV, driving tool, 22% damage. Dense information streamed down like a waterfall. All information within Lin An's field of vision was displayed in detail. His eyes narrowed as he carefully focused on a strange item in the information center. Human, female, player level, level 1. With dilated pupils, Lin An's vision quickly captured the scene on the distant rooftop like a zooming telescope. On the rooftop, Li Jiping hunched over, coughing incessantly. Wen Ye stood alertly on the roof of the car, her right hand tightly clenched behind her back. Lin An frowned slightly. There is nothing abnormal. He did not see anything resembling doomsday equipment. On the contrary, he could tell that Li Jiping had already been infected and would completely turn into a zombie in about 5 minutes. It seems that Wen Ye's level 1 rank does not come from equipment. Lin An was puzzled. In the Apocalypse game, players can only level up by killing mutated zombies. Going from level 0 to level 1 requires killing 2 mutated zombies. Level 2 requires 4. The Devourer he killed before only satisfied half of the upgrade requirements. He is currently level 0 in both player level and awakener rank. So, strictly speaking, Wen Ye on the roof even has a higher rank than him. Wen Ye is neither an awakener nor could he possibly have killed a mutant to increase his rank. But it was marked as level 1 in the information, and it also had slight psychic fluctuations. How is this possible? Unless... Lin An's heart was pounding wildly. He recalled an incredible legend from his past life. His eyes gradually grew fiery. Chapter 12, The Mutants. Mutants. Wen Ye's information combined closely resembles the mutants rumored in the previous life. Clearly not an awakener, yet possessing extraordinary abilities. The existence of such people is extremely rare among humans, with perhaps only one appearing among tens of millions. In fact, it was speculated in a previous life that even before the Apocalypse game loaded, such people already existed. Usually, these people are Taoist priests, spirit mediums, or individuals with extrasensory abilities. Unlike awakeners who possess powerful martial skills and supernatural powers, mutants often belong to the willpower attribute mutation. Their willpower can naturally exceed the normal human limit of 10 points without any enhancement. According to the system's judgment rules, a single attribute exceeding 10 points before enhancement qualifies as a mutant. After the apocalypse, mutants initially show a level of 1 in their level information, unlike ordinary players who start at level 0. And because they have not undergone training, they cannot control their psychic power, causing it to overflow. This is why Lin An was able to sense faint psychic energy fluctuations. As mutants, they do not possess great strength but have powerful mental energy. And their mental energy is innate, not constrained by the system. Therefore, it can be freely provided to other awakened individuals, acting as a power bank. Mental energy is crucial for sustaining combat endurance. Like Lin An, his awakening talent currently only shows power burst. As a supportive talent, just a first-level awakening talent skill can temporarily provide him with +2 to all attributes, while players only get +1 to all attributes for each level they gain. Awakeners gain +2 to all attributes for each rank they advance. This is equivalent to their strength increasing by 2 player levels out of thin air after activating the skill, or a first-rank awakener tier. This shows the power of talent skills. Although Power Burst is a support talent, it does not consume much mental energy. But with his current 14 points of willpower, mental energy, it will be exhausted after about 4 consecutive activations. If it were a damage skill, such as skills like Lava Ray or Lightning Spell, ordinary awakeners will experience mental exhaustion after releasing their power about twice, and then have to rely on physical combat. However, if a mutant provides mental support from the rear during battle, a fully unleashed awakener is equivalent to having their strength increased by more than 1 level. Therefore, in the apocalypse, this type of people are fiercely sought after by major forces. In the apocalypse, nothing is more important than strength, luck or misfortune. No one is willing to willingly be used as someone else's tool. Once mutants are discovered, they are often confined and guarded. Fortunately, they are protected as valuable resources during the apocalypse. Unfortunately, mutants will completely lose their free will. That being said, in fact, in a certain sense, Lin An after rebirth also belongs to mutants. Before awakening, his will attribute had already reached 12 points. Of course, whether Wenya is actually a mutant is only Lin An's speculation. Rather than guessing, it's better to just capture the person first. Without hesitation. After Lin An turned off the Eye of Judgment, he directly walked back, turning around. The distance between the two was no more than 300 meters. At his current speed, it won't take more than a few seconds. His plan has always included the idea of building his own faction. It's not just about establishing a safe zone to survive better in the Apocalypse game. 3 months after the Apocalypse game will assign some tasks to all players who have established safe zones. Completing these tasks will lead to an improvement in strength. These kinds of tasks usually require a large amount of manpower and resources, and a solo player can hardly complete them alone. If it is confirmed that Wenya is a mutant, he will naturally bring her under his command. With the addition of mutants, not only will his strength be greatly enhanced. In a certain sense, it is even equivalent to suddenly increasing the power of all the awakened in the entire faction by 1 level. A suspected mutant, worth him taking action. On the roof, Li Jiping stared fixedly at Wenya, who looked alert. He opened his mouth, emitting an unintelligible roar from his throat. The bloodshot eyeballs were somewhat protruding. 7 minutes had passed since he was infected with the zombie virus. With his willpower and physical condition already weak, he was on the verge of losing his sanity. Itchy, so itchy. Li Jiping instinctively repeated short words, his hands quickly scratching his body non-stop. His nails tore through the skin. A whole piece of flesh was scratched off by him and fell onto the car roof. As if he couldn't feel any pain. The more he scratched, the faster he scratched, as if he were experiencing pleasure. 1 piece, 2 pieces. Sheets of skin fell off like paper scraps. Wenya bravely suppressed his fear, tightly gripping a utility knife in his right hand. Her steps instinctively retreated, only to find there was no way back. Roar. The zombies beneath her feet smelled the scent of flesh and blood, growing increasingly frenzied. Wenya bit her lip tightly, her delicate, flawless skin was pale without a trace of color, her small face deathly white. From the moment Li Jiping asked her to check the wound, she had already thought about this moment. Fortunately, she grabbed this bunch of keys while escaping. The keys were on a ring, with a small folding knife hanging on it. This tool knife, only half the length of a palm, was the only weapon she could find on the car roof. Ha! After large patches of flesh peeled off, Li Jiping suddenly let out a wail, and waves of foul, rotten stench emanated from his body. His bones creaked, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a zombie. Roar! His eyes bulged out violently. The zombified Li Jiping opened his mouth as wide as possible, the corners of his mouth tearing apart, and he howled as he lunged at Wenya. Duck down. Wenya hurriedly crouched down, trying to avoid the bite. But since she only exercised regularly and had no combat experience, she barely managed to turn her body sideways. For an ordinary person, staying rational and not breaking down under a zombie attack is already quite good. Bang! Wenya was caught off guard and was suddenly tackled onto the car roof by Li Jiping. His back hit the car roof, producing a dull thud. Under the tremendous force, his snow-white skin turned purple and blue, and his shoulder blade even seemed to have a slight crack. Excruciating pain. Wenya let out a muffled grunt, her eyes resolute. Unlike those who would just freeze in fear upon encountering zombies, she gripped the knife with all her strength in her right hand and fiercely stabbed it into the back of Li Jiping's head. The foul-smelling huge mouth was right in front of her, and in Li Jiping's bloodshot eyes there was only the desire to feed. Hiss. The utility knife was completely plunged into Li Jiping's head. The blade was inserted above the fragile back of the neck, the only area of the brain protected by the skull. Like a machine that has lost power. Li Jiping, who had turned into a zombie, had his brain destroyed, his body stiffened, then instantly went limp and died. Wenya, surviving the ordeal, struggled to hurriedly push away Li Jiping's corpse and gasped for breath. The chest heaved rapidly, cold sweat pouring down. Her forehead was drenched in sweat, and her hair was disheveled. She had no mood to tidy up, only feeling waves of lingering fear. Almost, she was about to be devoured alive by zombies. Even the most brutal form of death, Ling Qi, is nothing but a mere trifle in the face of this cruelty. Wenya staggered, trying to stand up unsteadily. A sharp pain pierced through the shoulder blades on her back, she now felt extremely weak. Bang! Roar! An abnormal mutation suddenly occurred. The space on the car roof was already cramped. After Li Jiping died, the blood that flowed out covered the entire roof of the car. In a daze, Wenya tried to stand up straight but lost her balance and fell onto the car roof. Ah! Wenya let out a painful cry. The zombies under the car roof were like sharks that had smelled blood. Several pairs of rotting hands frantically grabbed her hair, pulling it along with the scalp. Like a drowning person being dragged underwater. Wenya struggled desperately, but the blood-covered car roof was far too slippery. In the blink of an eye, half of her body was pulled off the car roof. Eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. The corpse's mouth was within arm's reach. Chapter 13, Mysterious Patterns. Lin An's excellent eyesight noticed that Wenya was about to be pulled off the rooftop by a zombie. He couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. If Wenya were just an ordinary person, he naturally wouldn't care. But if she was a suspected mutant, it would be too much of a loss if she died. Of course, the premise is that she can be of use to him. Power surge. Lin An let out a low shout. A pale golden light flashed around him and vanished, and under the strange waves, his power surged dramatically. After activating his talent, his speed was extremely fast, his figure like a black phantom racing on the highway. In a very short time, he crossed a distance of over 100 meters and rushed near the RV. Wenya was violently torn apart by the brute force of the zombies, with half of her body already falling onto the car roof. Lin An's gaze was cold and sharp. He suddenly exerted force with his right hand, and the Nepalese kukri in his hand instantly flew out. The curved blade whistled as it spiraled, precisely cutting off Wenya's hair that was being torn, under Lin An's powerful control. Humph! The curved blade slashed into the car body, penetrating halfway through. The tremendous force even lifted the car body by a palm's height. Punch forward. Lin An's expression changed, and he threw another punch. The fierce wind shattered through the air, directly piercing the nearest zombie's head. Bang! Like bursting a water balloon. Brain matter mixed with blood exploded. Before the other zombies could react. After he unleashed his power burst, with a strength of up to 14 points, he easily smashed the remaining zombies' heads. In just 2 seconds, the horde of corpses that would have made an ordinary person despair was effortlessly dealt with by Lin An. Confirmed all zombies were dead. Lin An casually wiped the bloodstains off his hands, then calmly looked at Wenya lying on the car roof. Wenya had not yet come to her senses at this moment. Her hair was messy, and her chest rose and fell rapidly. Having just been through a near-death experience, her whole body was soaked with sweat. The fitted, finely crafted top clung tightly to her body, revealing her graceful figure in full. She looked at Lin An in shock, her mouth slightly open, unable to speak for a long time. So strong. The scene before her seemed like a dream, making it hard for her to believe. A punch to the head. Brutal and decisive. She had no doubt that if this punch landed on an ordinary person, they would probably be shattered into pieces. You are, just now. Wenya was very nervous. Look carefully. She recognized Lin An. That flashy, roaring black motorcycle left a deep impression on her. Lin An wore a black combat suit, with a tall and strong figure, wearing leather boots. He looked somewhat cold. Killing 4 zombies was easy for Lin An. Apart from some bloodstains on his right hand, his clothes were not dirty at all. Lin An did not respond. He just shamelessly scanned Wenya's body with his eyes, as if looking at a fine work of art. This was still his first time seeing the legendary mutant. Although in a sense, he himself was one too. Nothing special. Lin An looked him over from head to toe. Apart from appearing calmer than ordinary people, Wenya in front of me was no different from others. Lin An remained silent, and she did not dare to speak either. Wenya half leaned on the car roof, tightly pressing her lips together, not daring to move even a bit. Even though her mind was much stronger than that of ordinary people. But anyone who witnessed Lin An's move just now, and saw the shattered skulls all over the ground, would be too scared to speak. Although Lin An saved her, she still didn't dare to relax. Clearly, Lin An's gaze at her was pure and clear, without any desire. Yet somehow, it made her feel a bit fearful. In Lin An's eyes, she showed no trace of desire, as if she were merely an object. Take off your clothes. Lin An spoke coldly and without hesitation to Wenya, giving an order-like command. He had just carefully examined Wenya and found that there was no way to determine from her appearance whether she was a mutant. Since that's the case, let's use the method from the previous life. In the memories of the previous life, there is an accurate way to verify the identity of mutants. Before the apocalypse broke out, mutants were nothing special. But as long as the player template is loaded, under the power of the system, purple patterns will appear on their bodies. It feels like a kind of curse. These patterns are different from regular tattoos, even without any images of patterns on mutants leaking out. Everyone who has seen them is absolutely certain. Only mutants could possibly have these kinds of patterns. Therefore, as long as Lin An sees the pattern, he can be 100% certain that Wenya is the mutant. Lin An's voice was not loud, but to her ears, it was like a thunderclap. After hearing Lin An's words, Wenya's body trembled sharply. She bit her lip tightly, her face completely colorless. As expected. She gave a bitter laugh. Helpless and powerless, she clenched the corner of her clothes with both hands, unwilling to take them off. TSK. Lin An impatiently stepped forward and pulled out the Nepalese cookery knife embedded in the car body with one hand. His gaze was cold and sharp. He guessed Wenya's thoughts but had no intention of explaining anything. He had no patience, nor any obligation to explain. Wenya's gentle gaze rested on the blood-stained blade, as if her heart had died. Lin An's terrifying strength left her with no thought of resistance. Moreover, without Lin An's intervention, she would have long turned into a pile of bones. Rustle rustle. She silently took off her top, then lifted her head to look into Lin An's eyes. Her body, revealed after removing the top, was snow-white, like smooth milk. The two looked at each other, their gentle gazes stubborn and resolute. Lin An didn't care at all. He stepped closer by 2 paces and lowered his head to look at her lower abdomen. The two were extremely close to each other. At this distance, Wenya could even feel Lin An's rapid breathing and burning gaze. It was as hot as a branding iron. Having never been this close to a man before, her ears instantly flushed red and her body trembled. Lin An did not pay attention to the details. At this moment, his gaze was drawn to the strange patterns, his eyes filled with fascination. Dark purple patterns were imprinted on the gentle, smooth, and flat lower abdomen, with fleeting flashes of blood red between the lines. The patterns were mysterious and unsettling. At a glance, it was as if the soul itself was being swallowed within. He couldn't help but reach out, his fingertips gently touching the patterns. The delicate and smooth skin was like satin. Whenever the fleeting blood-red streak on the pattern brushed his fingertips, a faint spiritual energy would flow into his body. Lin An's mental strength was originally extremely powerful. But after this mental energy entered his body, he actually felt a subtle enhancement. Is this the unique pattern of the mutants? Lin An couldn't help but praise silently in his heart. Just by touching, there is an effect of mental power amplification. Unique, eye-catching. Having this kind of pattern. No wonder players in the previous life who hunted mutants everywhere could easily find them among ordinary people. Wen Ye's cheeks flushed red. In her feeling, Lin An had been stroking her sensitive lower abdomen back and forth with his fingers, which really made her a bit overwhelmed. Could this be foreplay? Unlike Wen Ye's wild imagination. After confirming that Wen Ye was the legendary mutant. At this moment, Lin An had nothing else on his mind, his heart filled with joy. Originally, he was not very confident about killing the Stitcher. Even though he knew of many treasures and spiritual energy foods hidden everywhere that could enhance strength. But under tight time constraints, it may not be possible to get everything. With the strength of a first level awakened, fighting against second level, or even top tier second level mutated zombies. It's still too forced. But if there is Wen Ye's assistance during combat, mental strength can be replenished. Frequent use of the awakening skill actually added quite a bit to his chances of winning. Before Lin An could speak, Wen Ye seemed to sense something and followed Lin An's gaze to look at her own lower abdomen. Her lips parted slightly. She looked at the patterns on her body in surprise, her eyes filled with confusion. Who is this? Wen Ye only pondered for a moment, with her already strong mental power, she quickly reacted. She had never gotten a tattoo before. Moreover, the patterns on her body occasionally flashed with a strange blood-red color. She recalled how Lin An initially was too lazy to pay attention to her, then suddenly stepped in to save her. Now he is so interested in the patterns. This shows that what truly attracts Lin An is not her body, but the patterns. Thinking that she had misunderstood Lin An, Wen Ye suddenly felt a bit guilty. She still thought that Lin An, like those who lusted after her body, had ill intentions toward her. She thought again about the previous wild imaginings, and Wen Ye's originally rosy cheeks flushed even redder. It was exactly like a fully ripe peach. The patterns on my body, are useful to you? Does it have any meaning? Wen Ye quickly suppressed various thoughts and couldn't help but tentatively ask Lin An. Lin An was somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, Wen Ye reacted quite quickly, he guessed it before Lin An even spoke. He nodded slightly, not intending to hide anything. He just suddenly thought of something, then decisively unbuttoned his clothes. Chapter 14, Good Habits. Wen Ye's delicate face turned pale, stunned in place. At this moment, Lin An had already taken off his shirt. A body full of strong muscles, with clearly defined abs. Different from muscles built by years of regular exercise or deliberate training. After awakening, he loaded the Savior template, and his body was perfectly enhanced by the system. His limbs were slender, lines smooth, and his skin translucent like jade. The toned muscles were not exaggerated, but one could feel the terrifying power contained within. Pretty good looking. Wen Ye suddenly had a strange thought pop into his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. The originally relaxed mood instantly became much more alert. If he tries to force himself on me, what should I do? Commit suicide? Or what else? My mind is like mush. It was the first time she was taken by a stranger, and with her personality, she would rather choose to end her own life. However, she always felt that Lin An had a special aura that made her irresistibly drawn to him, feeling dazed. Damn it! Wen Ye is trying hard to recover clarity. While Wen Ye was lost in wild thoughts, Lin An suddenly turned around. My back. Is there the same pattern? Lin An suddenly took off his shirt because he suddenly thought that he might also have the unique patterns of a mutant. However, he did not see anything on the front. If the patterns do exist, then he must be careful not to reveal his identity as a mutant in the future. After all, the existence of mutants is a temptation to everyone. Ah! Wen Ye only realized after hearing what Lin An said. Fortunately, Lin An had already turned around, so he couldn't see her embarrassed face. No. No. Wen Ye carefully examined it. Lin An's back was smooth, like an inverted triangle, with nothing on it. Lin An frowned slightly upon hearing this. How could there be nothing? After his rebirth, his willpower before awakening reached as high as 12 points, which can be said to absolutely meet one of the standards of a mutant. Could it be that he is not a mutant? Or is the pattern underneath? With a series of questions, Lin An felt somewhat puzzled. Slightly frowned. After hesitating for a moment, Lin An gave up the idea of taking off his pants. He was just acting on a whim, wanting to see if he was a mutant. If not, it's no big deal. After all, mutations don't really help one's own strength, on the contrary, they are easily observed by others. Forget it, I'll check it later when I'm alone. Rustle. Lin An decisively gave up the plan to take off his pants in front of others. Lin An simply did not know that Wenya had not really taken a good look just now. At the edge of the pants behind him, a faint dark purple pattern flashed by. After putting on the shirt, Lin An turned around and looked Wenya straight in the eyes. No more words, I won't be long-winded either. Join my team and serve me. Wenya was slightly stunned, and the two exchanged glances. Lin An's eyes were calm but full of pressure. Serve. Wenya was somewhat hesitant. She didn't mind joining Lin An's team. He didn't make a move on her or take advantage of her vulnerable moment. Moreover, she had also seen Lin An's strength. After the apocalypse game started, most people who were a bit smarter realized that this world might no longer be the original one after witnessing the zombies. As an ordinary person and a girl, she clearly knew that she couldn't even get off this road on her own. However, the word serve implies a lot of things. What does it mean to serve? Or what do you want me to do? Obey all my commands. Lin An did not like beating around the bush, he was concise and to the point. Wenya lowered her head, arms crossed in front of her, feeling a bit cold after taking off her top. All of it? Do I have to listen to you about everything? She was silent for a moment, then asked cautiously in a soft voice. Before getting Lin An's permission, she didn't dare to put on clothes. Under the girl's shyness, she could only barely cover the patch of snow white in front of her. That's right. Lin An didn't pay attention to these details, only glanced at the time on his watch, feeling somewhat impatient. Can I refuse? Wenya hesitated for a moment before looking up. Anything. Doesn't that mean entrusting life and death into his hands? You can refuse. But you will die. Lin An openly released his murderous intent without concealment. He saved Wenya purely because Wenya was beneficial to him. But if the other party does not cooperate, a disobedient mutant is better off dead. Mutants need to fight alongside him in battle, he will never allow the other party to have any dissenting thoughts. As for whether Wenya would pretend to agree, it would be a false pretense like a snake. He had his own way to handle things after she agreed. In the Apocalypse game, there are quite a few items that can forcibly bind a master-servant contract. Fortunately, he knew where one was. So, if Wenya does not agree, then he will not allow a single mutant to be out of his control. In the Apocalypse game, players not only have to struggle against zombies, but people can also become enemies to each other at any time. If Wenya joins someone else's team in the future, it could cause trouble for him. Wenya sensed Lin An's increasingly intense murderous intent. She sighed quietly in her heart. She could feel that as long as she didn't agree, the shattered heads on the ground would be her fate. Thinking of this, she no longer acted like a little girl. Whether to live or die, she still knows what to do. Moreover, Lin An can be considered her lifesaver. Apart from being somewhat cold and ruthless, there are no other issues. I agree. Then can you tell me now why you absolutely need me to join? And also, Wenya bit her lip tightly, her eyes showing a hint of pleading. Can I put on my clothes first? Lin An remained silent, nodded, and then turned around. Although Wenya has a good figure, he doesn't have the mind to think about these things right now. After a moment, Wenya finished getting dressed. Just looking at his originally shoulder-length hair, which was now cut off as if bitten by a dog, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Lin An glanced over and then led the way ahead. Keep up with me. From now on, don't keep your hair so long. In battle, long hair will only affect your performance. Wenya pursed her lips slightly but didn't dare to reply, silently tying her hair up. Lin An walked quickly, and she had to jog along behind him. What a cold man. I don't even know what he has been through. Lin An, who was walking ahead, paid no attention to Wenya's little mood. He stared fixedly at the light screen in front of him. Just at the moment Wenya agreed to join, a light screen suddenly appeared in his mind. Save your template, team function has been activated. Current members. 1. Lin An, Captain, Savior Host, Level 0 Awakener. 2. Wenya, Team Member, Level 0 Mutant. Current team level, 1, 2/5 members. Next level will unlock when the team reaches 5 members. Members cannot leave or be changed after joining. Current features, 1. Team communication, within a 100 kilometers range, squad members can communicate in real time, communication is encrypted, and only squad members can hear it. As the team leader, you can view the loyalty attributes of team members in real time. Member when ya, loyalty 50/100, will betray you when facing major danger, 60 points is the passing line, in most cases will not betray you. 2. Team buff. The leader receives a 20% all-attribute bonus, and team members receive a 10% all-attribute bonus. Open the team mission panel, recruit 5 special players, awakened, mutants. Limited to 30 days. Mission reward, Doomsday Base Vehicle, Initial. Chapter 15 Doomsday Base Vehicle. Doomsday Base Vehicle, upgradable length, 10 meters, width, 5 meters, height, 5 meters. This base vehicle has 2 forms and can switch freely between them. Note, each time the form is switched, a large amount of spiritual energy will be consumed. Please carefully choose the deployment location to avoid wasting spiritual energy. 1. Safe Zone Form. When the base vehicle unfolds, it transforms into a fully metal mobile fortress occupying 100 square meters. It can resist light weapons, assault rifles, pistols, melee weapon slashes, and repairs damage slowly by consuming spiritual energy. After deploying the safe zone, it can automatically absorb spiritual energy. 2. Armed Driving Mode. After the base vehicle is retracted, it can transform into a heavy truck for travel. Maximum capacity, 10 people. Maximum speed, 200 km per hour, defense decreases by 50% while driving, continuously consuming spiritual energy. Doomsday Base Building. Not unlocked. Base Vehicle. Still able to deploy a safe zone, a base vehicle that absorbs spiritual energy. Lin An was overjoyed after coming to his senses. He did not expect that after recruiting Wenya, it would trigger the team function under the Savior template. Moreover, the team even came with features like a team scroll, allowing them to check loyalty to prevent members from betraying. Quite impressive. In the previous life, every team formation scroll or slave contract was extremely expensive, requiring a massive amount of resources to exchange. An item that guarantees you won't be stabbed in the back by your own people is something every player desires. Although checking loyalty isn't as powerful as the binding effect of an item, it is still sufficient. As long as a drop in loyalty is detected, Lin An can prepare accordingly and doesn't have to worry about being stabbed in the back. This saves the trouble of having to search for and exchange these rare items later on. I have to say, this reward is really too generous. Lin An felt a surge of heat in her chest and looked at the light screen again. On the light screen, a fully black, high-tech armored heavy truck slowly rotated. Numerous weapon mounting points can be faintly seen above, but no weapons are installed on them. At the very bottom of the light screen, there is a 3D model of metal modules resembling a factory workshop, made up of sealed alloy steel plates pieced together, giving a strong sense of security. Heart pounding wildly. After being reborn once, Lin An rarely experiences emotional fluctuations. But after seeing the Doomsday Base Vehicle, I still couldn't help but feel an irresistible itch. About a year after the Doomsday game arrived in the previous life. The whole world is divided into 4 major regions and 16 battle zones. Survivors from various countries band together, living in safe zones controlled by various large and small factions. The safe zone is the fundamental basis for players' survival. The safe zone in the Apocalypse game is not just an area to defend against zombies. The safe zone Lin An wanted to establish before was merely a shelter. He never thought about establishing a safe zone that could absorb spiritual energy in the early stages. A true safe zone is one that can strengthen the power of players and awakeners. After the apocalypse broke out, not only did large-scale zombies appear, but the earth would gradually be polluted by a certain kind of energy. People call it psychic energy. Animals and plants gradually become polluted under spiritual energy, mutating into various powerful demon beasts or rare treasures of nature. Players can gradually strengthen their bodies by absorbing spiritual energy. Although this progress is extremely slow, it is safe. If the awakened ones are too weak, they cannot kill mutated zombies to level up. The best way is to upgrade by absorbing spiritual energy, then improve your strength before teaming up to kill mutated zombies. And the only way to extract spiritual energy is by relying on the safe zones in the Apocalypse game to extract free energy from the air. So if there is no base vehicle, there is no way to extract the spiritual energy floating in the air. And establishing a safe zone to extract spiritual energy requires precious special items. This kind of item is called a security token and can only be obtained through tasks issued by the system. These tasks are often extremely difficult and time-consuming. They cannot be completed without a team of over 10,000 people or the joint effort of hundreds of awakened individuals. Therefore, many small security zones in the past called themselves security zones, but in reality, they were just branches of medium-sized security zones. They do not have security tokens, nor the ability to extract psychic energy, they have only established some defensive facilities. The person who, before rebirth, Tang Yuan was willing to betray him and offer herself to was the leader of a small security zone. And players in these security zones can exchange supplies for cultivation qualifications by submitting materials to a medium security zone at regular intervals. It was only the second day since the apocalypse broke out, and Lin An just needed to recruit 3 more team members to obtain the safe zone that all players dreamed of. This was undoubtedly a surprise among surprises. Moreover, what he obtained was not the usual token for establishing a safe zone. It was a mobile base vehicle capable of deploying a safe zone, worth several levels higher than a safety token. Lin An happily quickened his pace, while Wenya behind him could only grit her teeth and barely keep up. Wah, wait for me. The cold wind howled, and Wenya was nearly knocked down by the biting wind. Lin An heard the sound and turned around, only to find that she had already been pulled nearly 100 meters away. Waiting in place for Wenya, Lin An also suppressed the joy in his heart and quickly adjusted his state. Although he really wanted to get the team mission reward now, the urgent priority was still to improve his strength first, kill the Stitcher, and rescue Jingtian and Xia. These two were not only the only people he cared about now but also trustworthy individuals. Jingtian was a scout by background, with basic attributes much stronger than ordinary people. If he can become an awakened one in the future, he will be a great help to him. Although the team tasks are simple, he does not intend to recruit members casually. There is a limit to the number of people in the team function bar, although it seems to increase after leveling up. But as long as you join the team, there will be a strength bonus, and it cannot be changed. He naturally has to carefully select. Jingtian, Xia, Wenya. Including him, there are now 4 people. 1 more is needed. Lin An pondered, quickly searching for candidates in his memory. 4 emperors and 6 kings. In the previous life, the Huaxia war zone had 10 peerless experts. 4 4th-level awakeners are called emperors, each ruling over hundreds of millions of people. 6 third-tier awakened individuals are called kings, commanding millions. And in Linjiang City, there is a 3rd-tier king, whose strength is still very weak now. If he can be recruited while he is weak, it will be a great help for Lin An to establish his power in the future. I still don't know what your name is. How should I address you from now on? Wenya ran quickly all the way, not daring to delay Lin An's time. She stopped in front of Lin An, panting, and cautiously asked. Lin An. You can call it whatever you want. Lin An didn't care about titles, and he had no strange tastes. In the previous life, many awakened ones would recruit followers, even slaves. They would have these followers call themselves their masters. Then I'll call you Lin An, or Captain. You should be the same age as me. I'm 24, I just graduated from university this year. Lin An glanced at Wenya upon hearing the voice. He is also 24 this year, so the two are indeed the same age. Okay. Wenya gradually got somewhat used to Lin An's indifference and continued to ask. You haven't told me why you want me to join yet. Also, you seem to be a little different from us. Wenya recalled the powerful strength Lin An had shown and felt a bit curious. I previously asked Li Jiping, and he, like me, activated the player template. My power is 3, his is 4. How much do you have? Lin An nodded, and after a moment of thought, he also did not intend to hide anything. First, you were recruited because you are a mutant. Mutants can provide me with psychic power, which you can understand as enhancing my strength. People like you are very rare, and once someone discovers you are an awakener, others will compete to claim you. Therefore, do not reveal that you are a mutant in front of outsiders. Second, I am an awakened one. Unlike ordinary players, while I have the player template, I also have another set of stats. My strength is roughly 5 times. Wenya's heart jolted. 5 times. Doesn't that make you Superman? Third, my strength is 12 points. It's 14.4. Lin An momentarily forgot that in the team function, all his attributes were increased by 20%. 14. Wenya exclaimed in surprise, his eyes wide and oval-shaped, unable to help but click his tongue. 14 points of strength. No wonder Lin An could smash a zombie's skull with a single punch. Lin An paid no attention to Wenya's surprise. If Wenya knew that beyond the limit attribute of 10, each additional point of strength equaled a 30% increase, he would probably be even more astonished. If he were to encounter the previous leechers now, as long as he activated his strength burst. He was absolutely confident that he could kill without needing to roam or engage in prolonged fights. If I drink the potion again, he can even face it head-on. Your attributes should also have bonuses. This counts as a benefit of joining my team. You can check it yourself later. Wenya quickly opened her player panel upon hearing this, her face full of joy. When she saw an item, Savior Squad Member, on her panel, her eyes suddenly paused. Savior? Wenya was puzzled. This title seemed to have a special meaning no matter how she thought about it. However, Lin An did not take the initiative to explain, and she did not dare to ask casually. Lin An's already strange image was further shrouded in a layer of mystery in her eyes. Did she seem to have encountered an extraordinary existence? Get in. Lin An didn't even turn her head and spoke calmly. Wenya came back to her senses and obediently followed behind. Lin An turned around and climbed onto the motorcycle. Wenya looked at Lin An's back, her eyes flickering as she sat on the back seat. Boom! The motorcycle roared, and the body shook with a jolt. Amid Wenya's exclamation, the motorcycle sped away. At high speed, the biting cold wind made her hold onto Lin An's waist tightly. Warm and reassuring. Not resting for a whole day and night, mentally tense for a long time. After Wenya held Lin An, she inexplicably felt a sense of peace. The motorcycle drew a black line on the highway like a black phantom. A moment later, weariness surged, and she could no longer hold on, sinking into a deep sleep. Only her hands instinctively hugged the 2 points tighter. Lin An noticed that Wenya had fallen asleep and slightly slowed down. The end of the highway entering the city in the distance. Tens of thousands of densely packed zombies gathered. Over 1,000 cars crashed together, with corpses and debris scattered all over the ground. In the middle of the highway, a boy was squatting at the top of a small hill made of corpse remains. He anxiously fiddled with the severed arm in his hand, as if searching for something. Finding nothing, he casually threw the severed hand aside and then began rummaging through the pile of corpses beneath him again. No. Yes. This. One. A tender child's voice, stumbling and hesitant. Not far away, zombies gathered around a mountain of corpses, but dared not approach. A circle of blank space. Like the peak of a mountain of corpses, the seemingly harmless little boy filled them with intense fear. Clang. A zombie at the edge of the horde, pushed and bumped by its companions, fell into that circle of blank space. It lost its balance and fell to the ground, rattling a scattered piece of iron. The boy suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. Roar. An invisible shockwave burst from his mouth, instantly shattering the zombie. The horde of corpses panicked. The mindless zombie surprisingly showed strange emotions under the boy's deterrence. If Lin An were here, he would definitely realize it. This is the instinctive deterrence above level 3 that zombies exhibit when facing mutants in the horde. Also. No. Yes. Angry and frenzied emotions swept through like a tangible shockwave. In an instant, the surrounding corpses along with the crashed cars were reduced to ashes. The boy finally gave up searching and stood up straight. A black shard was embedded in the small body's chest. No wind stirred. He floated slowly in midair, like a puppet being pulled, walking through the void. The boy's head stiffly looked around. After a moment, he changed direction. The remaining corpses at his feet followed his direction. The horde of corpses was vast and overwhelming. Destination, the center of Linjiang City. Chapter 16, Psychic Plants. 1 hour later. Squeak. The motorcycle slid sideways and stopped. Lin An slammed on the brakes suddenly, his face heavy with concern. Not far away, a mountain of corpses sprawled at the city entrance, strangely with no zombies around. Wenya woke up suddenly, her eyes blurry with sleep. Lin An stopped abruptly without a word, and her chin directly hit Lin An's back, leaving her dazed from the impact. Ugh, it hurts. Why is it so hard? Is this guy's body made of stone? Wenya couldn't help but complain inwardly, really not understanding those who cherish and protect delicate women. Lin An slightly turned back, feeling nothing at all. His current constitution is as high as 14.4, let alone taking impacts. Even an ordinary person wielding a cold weapon wouldn't be able to cut his skin in a hurry. The scene before him was really somewhat strange. He decisively activated the Eye of Judgment and quickly took a look. A large number of humans died on the spot, their bodies piled up into a mountain, yet there were no zombies present. This strangeness forced him to be cautious and vigilant. Detection complete. The Eye of Judgment scanned all the information in an extremely short time. Survivors, 0. Zombies, 0. Damaged vehicles, 11,219. The mountain of corpses is about 10 meters high, piled up with at least tens of thousands of bodies. At the highway entrance, fences, and inside the vehicles, there were also a small number of corpses present. On the ground, some chunks of meat that had not been completely eaten were dark red, indicating it had been some time. Not far from the pile of corpses, a group of zombies shattered by the impact surrounded the area in a circle. After Lin An confirmed there were no threats around, he cautiously approached the strangest circle of corpses. What is this? Lin An took a few strides and came to the shattered corpse. His gaze was heavy. The shattered corpse had clean breaks, and the muscle tissue inside was almost rotten into a puddle of meat paste. This is not an effect that can be achieved by explosions or physical attacks. Lin An lowered his head in thought, feeling a faint sense of unease in his heart. He glanced back at the mountain of corpses, then compared it with the piece of flesh in his hand. The top of the mountain of corpses was pressed flat, as if something had stood on it. Capable of causing this kind of damage. Lin An repeatedly compared in his memory and came to a conclusion after a moment. Traces of psychic impact. Only psychic impact can achieve this effect. Lin An just felt a chill down his back. Psychic shock is an attack method that can only be mastered by at least third-level awakeners or mutants. Such a large-scale, indiscriminate attack. It might even be beyond third level. What exactly is it? Lin An was puzzled. Should not be. Whether it is an awakened or a mutant zombie. Third-level ranks should not appear in the early stages of the game. In his previous life, he knew that third-level beings would not appear until at least half a year into the game. On the day that third-level, Corpse King, appeared, it led 1 million zombies to destroy a large security base. Nearly 1 million casualties. In the end, the military had to use a large number of tactical missiles to eliminate it. An existence of this level can destroy an entire organized legion on its own. Lin An thought of the appearance of another suspected third-level mutant near Linjiang City, and his heart grew heavy. There actually appeared an existence that shouldn't have been in the memories of the previous life. Is it because of the butterfly effect or something else? He just carefully examined the marks on the ground. A large number of zombies moved into the Linjiang City area not long ago. As expected, the horde migrates, likely led by that third-level mutant. Danger lurks everywhere. Just in the urban area of Linjiang City that he knows, there are already 2 mutated creatures above the first level. One is a Stitcher, and the other is an unknown third-level mutant. Headache. Wen Ye followed closely behind with heavy footsteps, his face pale. The mountain of corpses before her was overwhelmingly shocking. Linjiang City, are there still any survivors? This intersection is the only route out of Linjiang City. If this route is completely blocked and a large number of survivors have died tragically. This means that, at this stage, no one can leave the city. Wen Ye asked Lin An somewhat despairingly. Although after the Apocalypse game started, all players were forced to receive some information about the Apocalypse game. But knowing and seeing are 2 different things. She originally thought it was just like zombies appearing in movies. But after seeing the mountain of corpses piled up, at least 10,000 bodies, she suddenly realized that this world might not be so simple. Yes. Lin An was silent for a moment and gave a brief answer. There are currently at least 2 million survivors in Linjiang City. But this is not a good thing. Because this means that in a week, Linjiang City will have over 1 million more zombies. He knew exactly what Wen Ye wanted to ask. It's nothing more than the possibility that she might still have parents or relatives living in the city. Wen Ye opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end chose to give up. Let's go. Lin An turned around and returned. Behind him, Wen Ye's mood was somewhat low, with sadness in his eyes. Turn the vehicle around. Lin An chose a forward route that deviated quite a bit. He decided to avoid the path of the suspected third-level mutant. Avoid it if you can. The strength of a third-level mutant is such that if you encounter one, you won't even have a chance to escape. Where are we going next? Wen Ye straddled the back seat and asked after a long pause. The flower shop. Lin An was as brief as ever in his words. Xingyi Flower Shop. At the flower shop entrance, scattered fresh flowers were trampled into dirty muddy water. Several zombies were gnawing on a half-corpse on the ground, the lower body was wearing a short skirt, appearing to be a young girl. Greedy and delicious, they tore off strips of flesh from the corpse and chewed carefully. The shop door was tightly locked, and the metal shutter was pulled down. Not far away, a black motorcycle carrying two people sped over. On the second floor of the flower shop, a middle-aged woman watched the zombies trampling the flowers in front of the shop, her face full of sorrow. When the apocalypse broke out, this shop was in a remote location with few zombies, which was why she was lucky enough to survive. It is only a street-facing shop, with no other exits besides the main door. Trapped on the second floor, she didn't even dare to go down the stairs. The monster in front of the door made her lose any thought of going out, but there was no food inside the shop, and she knew she couldn't hold on for long. Boom! The motorcycle roared as Lin An drove over. Is someone coming? After she saw someone approaching, she hurriedly opened the window and shouted loudly. Help! Someone, come quickly! There is a monster at my door. Roar! The zombie in front of the store heard the noise, immediately raised its head with bloodshot eyes and roared. The florist screamed in fright and quickly crouched down to hide behind the window. Lin An looked up, only to find that the florist was already nowhere to be seen. He didn't care and directly flipped himself out of the car, heading straight to the flower shop. Quick and decisive. As they were about to enter the city, Lin An helped Wenya change into a set of firefighting protective suits. The key parts of the limbs were sealed with tape. He wasn't afraid of zombies, but that didn't mean Wenya wasn't scared. Wenya, wearing an oversized helmet and ill-fitting firefighter gear, looked somewhat clumsy. Lin An walked at the front, charging directly into the crowd of corpses. Fierce and swift. Wenya closely followed behind him, gripping an axe with both hands, her expression tense and somewhat strained. Step forward and slash. Lin An's muscles bulged as he swiftly closed the distance. Right hand chops downward. Like a blade cutting through the wind, piercing the air with a roar. The sharp Nepalese kukri carved an arc, chopping the nearest zombie's head in two. Thick blood splattered on the rolling shutter, smearing into an ugly graffiti. Spinning side kick. Lin An suddenly exerted force, turning around to kick the nearby zombie. Standard military combat kicks. Bang! The zombie, mouth stuffed with flesh and blood, had just reacted when it was instantly blasted like a cannonball toward the rolling shutter door. The collision of flesh against iron sheet was harsh and grating. The zombies wandering around in the distance, like sharks smelling blood, all turned their heads to look over. Go in. Boom! Lin An violently kicked the door, crushing the upper half of a zombie with a single stomp. Wenya followed up with a finishing blow, awkwardly chopping off the last zombie's head with an axe in both hands. On the second floor of the flower shop, a pair of eyes hiding behind the window were full of shock and delight. Dang dang dang. A short and plump middle-aged woman hurried down the stairs. She wore an old gardening apron, constantly wiping her hands on it. Oh, thank heavens. I thought I was going to die here. Oh God, thank you for sending someone to save me. Do you have any food? I'm starving. The florist wore a broad smile, his short, rough hands reaching out to Lin An in a flattering manner. Lin An frowned slightly, first casually grabbing a nearby shelf inside the shop to use as a barrier, blocking any zombies that might still be outside. Although this flower shop was located on the outskirts of the city, there were still quite a few zombies around. He threw a chocolate bar from the tactical pouch at his waist. The boss hurriedly caught it and then started eating heartily. Only occasionally glancing at the damaged shop door with some dissatisfaction. The interior decoration of the shop is old, with messy flowers piled up casually. It looks like business is very poor. Lin An quickly made a round of inspection and instructed Wenya. Go find all the brightly colored flowers. After being infected, the most common characteristic of psychic plants is their extremely bright colors. Wenya nodded in agreement and followed closely behind Lin An, flipping through the plants. Hey, stop flipping, what are you trying to do? Don't mess it up for me. The middle-aged woman wearing a gardening apron suddenly shouted loudly, still clutching the half-piece of chocolate given by Lin An. Lin An ignored it, only slightly frowning. Wenya was momentarily stunned. Why is the florist so obsessed with money? Isn't she afraid that Lin An might suddenly become violent and kill someone? She had no choice but to explain helplessly. Boss, we just want to find something. Find? The boss raised his eyebrows and his eyes darted around. I don't have your stuff here. If you want something, bring money to buy it. Instinctive reaction. The flower shop owner looked like a street vendor, holding out one hand. Completely forgot that Lin An had actually saved her life. The monsters outside were gone, and she no longer worried. Being older, she did not realize what the zombies outside the door actually meant. She couldn't understand the player panel that appeared when the apocalypse broke out, just thinking her eyes were playing tricks on her. Seeing that Lin An and the other person ignored her and continued to search quickly inside the store, she couldn't help but scold them hurriedly. "Stop it, you guys. This is robbery. I've called the police." The words, "call the police," still carry considerable deterrent power for ordinary people at this moment. After hearing this, Wenya hesitated for a moment in her actions, but after seeing Lin An relentlessly rummaging through, she simply pretended not to hear it. "Shut up." Lin An didn't even look back and directly threw a handful of bills from his pocket. The red bills fluttered and scattered. He didn't carry much change with him, only about 2,000 or 3,000. Although money no longer holds much meaning now, for most ordinary people who haven't figured out the situation yet, money still has a great attraction for them. Lin An was too lazy to bother with the flower shop owner. Although his target was the psychic plants in the flower shop, he also ended up saving the owner's life. This woman in front of me not only shows no gratitude, but also acts as if she wants more and more. If she dares to make a fuss again, Lin An wouldn't mind killing her with one slash. The zombies in the distance have very likely already heard the sound. The entrance inside the store is narrow, and if the spiritual plants are not found in a short time, delaying will attract a large number of zombies, which will cause him considerable trouble as well. The banknotes fell to the ground, and the overweight flower shop owner was stunned for a moment before quickly picking up the money. She sneaked a glance at Wenya holding the axe, stuffed the money into her pocket, then shifted her eyes. "Not enough. You even broke my door. This rolling shutter door is electric, at least 20,000. The florist was spitting mad, pointing at Lin An with one hand and shouting loudly, completely forgetting how she had just been hiding upstairs, begging for help. Lin An's act of giving money seemed to boost her confidence. If it really was a robbery, she wouldn't dare to make a sound in front of such fierce and terrifying people. Giving food and even money. People like this are the easiest to talk to. Feeling confident after eating her fill, the flower shop owner raised the phone in her hand, pretending to make a call. "If you don't pay, I'll call the police right now and have them arrest you." She was beaming with excitement, having originally been worried about the zombies outside damaging many flowers in the shop and how to cover the losses. Now seeing Lin An being generous, she couldn't help but feel a hint of greed. Wenya was a bit angry after hearing this, her face showing displeasure. "How can you be like this? After all, we did save you, didn't we? If the door is broken, you have to pay for it. Why didn't you say anything when you were shouting for help just now?" The flower shop owner looked disdainful. Although Wenya was holding a fire axe, she had already decided in her heart that these people were easy to deal with, so she didn't feel any intimidation. "You could have waited for me to open the door. I asked you to save me, not to kick the door down." Swish. Lin An pressed the sharp blade against the boss's throat with one hand, his gaze cold and piercing. "If you keep making noise, I'll kill you." With Lin An's excellent hearing, he had already heard a large number of chaotic footsteps coming from afar. If this woman is allowed to keep making noise, it will undoubtedly attract zombies. The florist, like an old duck with its neck squeezed, abruptly stopped his sharp voice. Fearful, terrified. Good people are often bullied. When Lin An showed ruthlessness, she immediately quieted down. Don't kill me. Here, I give it all to you." The boss pleaded softly with a trembling voice. She sensed the murderous intent in Lin An's eyes. Lin An ignored everything else and just stared intently at a corner of the flower shop. The deep red gold-edged roses were inconspicuous under the dim light. But in Lin An's vision, this flower emitted a faint aura of spiritual energy around it. There really are spiritual energy plants here. Spiritual energy plant, golden-edged rose, spiritual energy pollution level 1. Effect, increases attributes after consumption. Lin An happily strode over and then swallowed the petal without hesitation. It tasted sweet and fragrant, without the astringent flavor one might have imagined. Beep, gained 1 point of willpower, gained 1 point of constitution, gained 20% poison resistance, zombie. A warm current surged from his lower abdomen to his limbs, and Lin An clearly felt that his physical fitness had improved significantly. The originally jade-like skin became much more translucent. Truly worthy of being a psychic plant. Lin An was delighted. In the previous life, psychic plants were fiercely sought after by major forces as soon as they appeared. There are very few things that can improve attributes in the Apocalypse game. So, a complete psychic plant, in the mid-apocalypse, can even be worth as much as a small base. If exchanged for food, it could trade for 6 trucks. What if exchanged for women? For prisoners. One plant can be worth 2 to 3,000. If calculated based on the value before the apocalypse, a single psychic plant being worth over 100 million is not an exaggeration. Not only that, what made Lin An even happier was that additional attribute. Poison resistance plus 20%. It was simply a pleasant surprise. Lin An didn't expect that the psychic plants would have additional special effects. Poison resistance, against zombies, this added resistance is quite practical. This poison resistance doesn't delay zombification time, instead, it directly grants immunity to small amounts of toxins. Minor scratches or cuts from zombies can be directly ignored by Lin An, with no need to worry about infection. Even awakened individuals in the Apocalypse game cannot be said to be immune to the zombie virus. At best, they can endure longer after being infected. Having antitoxin is equivalent to giving Lin An great help when facing large-scale zombies. Maybe. Should we consider going to the place with a large gathering of zombies planned first? In Lin An's memory, there is a very powerful piece of equipment in Linjiang City. However, that area is densely populated, and Lin An originally planned to get the equipment after forming a team. After all, when surrounded by a large number of zombies, even a slight scratch can easily lead to infection. But now that there is an antidote, it's worth a try. When you noticed that Lin An's usually indifferent face surprisingly showed a rare hint of happiness, which made her curious. Could these flowers really make Lin An happy? She handed over a large bunch of colorful fresh flowers to Lin An. Lin An, take a look here, is there anything you need? Also, do these flowers have any special significance? Lin An, upon hearing this, looked at the fresh flowers in Wenya's hand and activated the Eye of Judgment once again. Pale blue mist rose, and stars seemed to swirl within his pupils. Some plants or foods can mutate, and eating them can enhance attributes. But not all of them are edible. Some might be deadly if eaten. Lin An explained casually. Psychic plants cannot be eaten recklessly, this is a lesson paid for with many lives in a past life. If it weren't for Lin An's judgment eye to distinguish them, he wouldn't dare to eat them casually. Enhanced attributes. Wenya was somewhat surprised, but there was no hesitation in the gesture as she handed it over. Although she wanted some after learning that psychic plants could enhance attributes. But she still had the necessary self-awareness. She was not qualified to ask Lin An for anything. Therefore, if Lin An didn't offer, she would never take the initiative to ask. Lin An took the remaining flowers he found and examined them carefully. However, he didn't notice that Wenya was somewhat entranced after making eye contact with him. This was the first time Wenya had seen Lin An's eyes up close after he activated the judgment eye, and she was slightly surprised with her mouth slightly open. Such deep eyes. Deep within Lin An's pupils, faint golden flashes occasionally flickered and vanished. When their eyes met, it seemed as if one could be drawn into their soul. Peony, common plant. Effect, decoration. Iris, highly toxic spiritual plant, spiritual pollution, poisonous. Effect, decoration, causes physical collapse after consumption. Carnation, common plant. Effect, decoration. Deadly poisonous spirit plant. Lin An carefully pulled the iris flower out of the bouquet and examined it closely. After a moment of thought, he chose to throw it into the spatial ring for safekeeping. Although this highly poisonous spirit plant cannot increase attributes, its various strange and terrifying poisoning effects have their own uses. If used properly, it can also be considered a trump card. Looking at the last plant, Lin An suddenly gasped, somewhat incredulous. Damn! Purple Saint Laurent, Psychic Pollution Level 2. Effect, increases attributes after consumption. Level 2 Psychic Plant. Chapter 17, Level 2 Psychic Plant. Lin An was ecstatic, feeling a surge of passion rise to his head. Although Level 1 and Level 2 Psychic Plants differ by only one word, their effects are worlds apart. A full 3 years in the previous life. He only saw it once in the chat channel, information suspected to be about a secondary level psychic plant. That piece of information triggered a fierce scramble among dozens of second-tier awakeners in the East China war zone. In the end, it was obtained by a second-tier top-level awakener who paid the price of losing over 1,000 team members. Had no time to think about why there would actually be a secondary-level psychic plant here. Lin An swallowed it without hesitation. Buzz. A strong warm current surged through his entire body from the moment it entered. Who? The violet, melting instantly, shot into the body like a streak of fire. Lin An let out a muffled grunt, feeling a sudden pain in his limbs. That was the manifestation of the spiritual energy transforming the body. As a large amount of spiritual energy surged within, a powerful force rose from his lower abdomen. Drip, devour the level 2 psychic plant. Gain strength +2, agility +1, constitution +1, willpower +1. Drip, gain level 2 psychic plant exclusive amplification, burst power increased by 10%. Drip, gain level 2 psychic plant exclusive enhancement, movement speed increased by 10%. After the enhancement ends, Lin An was drenched in sweat, his gaze burning hot. Watching the constantly flashing screen, he was filled with joy. Really, so powerful. No wonder it's a level 2 psychic plant. In addition to high attribute bonuses, it also has rare additional effects. A 10% increase in burst power means he can deliver attacks that exceed the limits of the strength attribute. And movement speed is also extremely important. In the Apocalypse game, speed means whether you can escape danger in the face of life and death. Two quite formidable additional effects. At this moment he only felt that he possessed infinite power within his body. Of course, Lin An knew this was just an illusion caused by the sudden increase in strength. Character panel. Lin An let out a low shout, somewhat impatient to check his current attributes. Character information, Lin An, Tier 0 Awakener, Player Level, 0. Strength, 16.4. Agility, 15.4. Constitution, 15.4. Willpower, 16.8. Equipment, Doomsday Ring, Special. Awakener Talent, Power Burst S rank. Body attributes greatly increase for a short time, state recovers after activation. Tier 0, all attributes +2, the limit value for each attribute of an ordinary human is 10. Savior Template, Eye of Judgment, continuously consumes mental power when activated, can obtain target information, upgradable. Savior Template Mission Info, kill second level mutant stitched zombie. Mission level, dangerous. Mission time limit, 240 hours. Mission reward, Antitoxin Serum *3, clears the zombie virus from the body. Savior Template Mission Info, recruit 5 team members, limited to 30 days, current progress, 1/5. Mission reward, Doomsday Base Vehicle, initial. After looking at his current attributes, Lin An was very satisfied. His current attributes can be described as luxurious, with strength nearly reaching the intermediate first level. For ordinary first level awakeners, most attributes are only just above 10 points. Without exaggeration, if you were to encounter an ordinary awakener now, the other party probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single strike from him. Give it a try. Lin An raised his fist and swung it through the air. Boom! A crisp explosive sound rang out as the fist broke through the air, creating a brief vacuum boom. Inside the small flower shop, debris was lifted by the airflow. Lin An aimed at the solid wall, and with one punch, the reinforced concrete wall was instantly pierced, revealing the street outside. Gurgle. Swallowing saliva. The flower shop owner's eyes widened into ovals, and his mouth could fit an entire egg. She crouched under the window while Lin An was killing zombies and carefully watched how Lin An moved his hands. Then we saw the final scene of Lin An killing the zombie. Seeing Lin An punch through a concrete wall just now was incredibly shocking. Is this still a human? It's terrifying. She cautiously shrank her neck, afraid that Lin An would notice her. Wenye was also somewhat surprised. She knew how powerful Lin An was, but right now Lin An seemed even stronger than before. Clicking her tongue in amazement, Wenye obediently remained silent. Lin An withdrew his fist, the fair knuckles without a single scratch, only a slight red mark. His enhanced physique also improved his ability to withstand blows. Even if he just stood there letting Wenye slash, it wouldn't necessarily be enough to kill him. As his strength increased, Lin An gradually felt himself moving closer to a non-human creature. Roar! Suddenly, a large number of footsteps came from outside the store, accompanied by the howls of zombies. Lin An looked up, peering through the hole he had blasted open. Outside the store, it was pitch black, with pairs of blood-red, savage eyes. Ah! M.O. Monster! The flower shop owner let out a scream, causing the zombies to become even more frenzied as they wildly crashed into the shelves piled up at the door. As if their courage had been completely shattered. The flower shop owner burst out with a speed that didn't match his own obesity, making a leap up the stairs. Click. The door was locked from the inside. The sound of heavy objects moving came from inside the door. It seemed she wanted to block the door. Wenye was slightly stunned, somewhat speechless. Only her right hand instinctively grabbed Lin An's arm. She sighed softly, her eyes filled with pity as she looked toward the tightly closed door on the second floor. In her opinion, the florist undoubtedly made the worst choice upon seeing the zombies. She ran away alone and then locked the door behind her. You think you can survive like this? No. The real way to survive is to follow Lin An. Let's go. Lin An paid no attention to the flower shop owner's actions, he had seen such things many times in his previous life. A rough look showed that there were at least 400 zombies on the street outside the shop. Lin An hesitated not at all and carried Wenya away. Wenya, weighing less than 100 jin, felt as light as nothing under his current strength. Lin An took a deep breath, his gaze sharp. Power surge. A faint golden light flashed and then vanished into his body. The originally tense muscles bulged up explosively. After enhancement, Lin An felt as if time itself had slowed down the first time he activated his talent. The zombies swarming outside the door crashed into the shelves rapidly, but to his eyes, it was like slow motion. Boom! Like a small projectile. Lin An delivered a violent kick, the terrifying force sending a half-ton heavy shelf along with dozens of crowded zombies flying. The metal deformed and was blasted 10 meters away. In an instant, the zombies crowding the store entrance were briefly cleared out. Ha! Lin An shouted sharply, bending down and holding Wenya like an arrow released from a bow, shooting forward. 10 meters per step. In an instant, he broke through the encirclement, and the other zombies didn't even have time to react, only able to roar at Lin An as he sped away. However, as the sounds in this area continued to ring out one after another, zombies on the outskirts of the city gathered in increasing numbers at the sound. The small patch of open ground originally cleared by Lin An was once again filled with attracted zombies. Under the small flower shop, thousands of zombies quickly gathered. From the second-floor window of the flower shop, the owner poked his head out and saw zombies almost filling the street, his gaze vacant. The motorcycle sped forward, Wenya tightly holding Lin An's waist from behind. Lin An, where are we going now? I don't know why, even though the two had only known each other for a few hours. Wenya felt as if they had known each other for a long time. It's very strange. Lin An has a strangely familiar feeling about him. Downtown. Lin An's gaze was calm, but a trace of anticipation flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself. The power of the second-level mutant is 30 points, but after activating my skill now, I can only reach 18.4. The strength attribute must be reduced to within 10 points in order to cause damage to the Stitcher. According to the rules of the Doomsday game, attributes exceeding 10 points have an overwhelming effect. A crushing effect appeared, and he couldn't even break through the defense of the Stitcher. The 12-point gap did not discourage him. Now, whether it's the player's level or the level of the awakened, only one mutant stands between them and the next level. Once upgraded, 3 points of strength attribute can be gained. 9 o'clock, still about 5 points short. A power gap of about 5 points. Lin An lowered his head in thought, it seems the only way is to get that piece of equipment. The equipment is right in the city center, where at least over 1 million zombies and a large number of first-level mutants have gathered. Originally, he planned to enter the city on the 5th day. But now he has decided to change his plan. His strength improvement exceeded his best expectations, and he even gained the unexpected benefit of poison resistance. With both factors combined, he gained more confidence in obtaining equipment early on that he originally did not intend to get. Skull Crusher's Hand. The only blue equipment in Linjiang City during the apocalypse. Chapter 18 Dream Prete Hotel. After twisting off the iron lock of the small rooftop door with bare hands, Lin An carefully entered the hotel with Wenya via the fire escape. It is already afternoon, and the windows of the privacy-conscious hotel are tightly closed. Without power supply, the interior is somewhat dim. On the 9th-floor corridor, a few zombies wander around unconsciously. There are many dark red stains on the red carpet. On the corridor wall covered with exquisite wallpaper, blood splattered out in patterns. A female zombie with only her upper body staggered and crawled back and forth with one hand. Behind her, a male student-like zombie held a plump severed leg, gnawing on it and following closely. He looked like her boyfriend. What a heartwarming scene. Most likely, the two are a young couple from school who came here to book a room. Lin An quickly locked onto the target and prepared to clear the entire floor. Wandering outside, zombies that expose their targets are not scary. The real danger is being trapped in a room with hidden zombies. Forward with a forehand strike. Lin An darted forward, his body flashing out from the stairwell corner, the blade in his hand stabbing like a sharp sword into the brain of the male student zombie. A fatal blow. The zombie, with its brain tissue destroyed, staggered and fell down. The female zombie crawling at its feet hadn't reacted yet before Lin An crushed her skull with a single step. Roar! The zombie not far down the corridor heard the noise and suddenly turned around, roaring. Unlike the slow zombies in movies, the zombies in the Apocalypse game move at a very fast speed. The remaining zombies frantically charged at Lin An. Upward diagonal slash. The blade swung, Lin An killed one with a slash and then stepped forward. Reverse downward chop. A misstep transformation, 2 flashes of blade light vanished in an instant. With precise force control, the remaining zombies were easily cut in half. Combat skills honed over 3 years of the last Apocalypse combined with strong physical fitness. In close combat, Lin An was as efficient and ruthless as a killing machine. In less than 3 seconds, the zombies in the corridor were all cleared out. Wenya clenched the fire axe with both hands, following behind Lin An. She had originally intended to help Lin An finish off the zombies, to prevent any from escaping. After seeing the corpses split in half all over the floor, she reluctantly put down the axe in her hand. I really seem to be useless. I'll look for the room card. Maybe trying to show that I have some use. Wenya hurriedly crouched down, forcing himself to endure the discomfort as he started searching the corpse. Lin An slightly tilted her head, her gaze at her somewhat strange. Without electricity, what use is your room card? Ignoring the awkward Wenya, Lin An directly grabbed the door lock with her bare hands. The metal deformed, and the door handle was easily pulled off. Nothing is simpler and more convenient than forcing the door open. Room 909. Entered the room. The room was not large, in the center was a waterbed. The walls were adorned with many erotic paintings. Hanging chairs, yoga balls, and even a few black straps hanging from the ceiling down to the head of the bed. Wenya blushed and lowered her head, following behind Lin An. Although she wasn't quite sure what they were for, they looked very impressive. You just stay here and rest, I still have things to take care of. After Lin An confirmed that there were no zombies hiding in the room, he planned to let Wenya rest here. The zombies on the 9th floor have been completely cleared, so this place is temporarily safe. Where are you going? You don't need to. Wenya looked up, instinctively wanting to ask Lin An where he was going and why he didn't want her to follow. I still have things to do. The space here is too small, it's not very safe for you to follow me. Lin An came to Manpa Hotel not simply to find a place close to the hospital to stay. If he remembers correctly, there is a mutated zombie here. His current Awakener rank and player level are both just one mutated creature away from leveling up. Once he reaches level 1, his strength will undergo a qualitative leap. When fighting the mutated creature later, Wenya following him would only be a burden. Her real role is that after awakening in a few days, Lin An will take her to participate in the battle against the Suturers. Or in the future, when forming a faction, she will serve as logistics personnel providing spiritual power. Wenya didn't say much more, she wasn't foolish enough to act recklessly and stubbornly like the female supporting characters in movies. Lin An walked out of the room, leaving some food for her. Along the way, he heard Wenya's stomach growling quite a few times. However, Wenya never spoke up. When he reached the end of the corridor and was about to go downstairs, Lin An heard an unusual sound. Click. Room 901's door suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man emerged from inside with a young woman. Hello, comrade. The middle-aged man was somewhat excited, his face covered with stubble. He habitually wanted to shake hands with Lin An, looking like someone engaged in official work. Lin An took a step back, his gaze cold. The man's outstretched hand hung awkwardly in midair. Please allow me to introduce myself. The middle-aged man habitually cleared his throat twice, while the young woman beside him secretly sized up Lin An. I am the head of the forestry department, my name is Wang Jiangwo. Brother, my name is Xiuxiu. The woman spoke coquettishly, and couldn't help but give Lin An a flirtatious wink as she talked. The clothes on the chest were pulled down by 2 points. Lin An remained unmoved and roughly understood the relationship between the two. First of all, I sincerely thank you, comrade, for helping us out of trouble. I am extremely grateful for this. Swish. Lin An's blade pointed at the middle-aged man's throat, stopping his incessant official rhetoric. The person in front of me should be a government official, talking too much nonsense. If you have something to say, just say it. A trace of murderous intent made the two step back 2 paces, almost losing their balance. After coming to his senses, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed with displeasure. He holds a high position and is usually respected by others, whoever meets him can't help but flatter him. But these days he has been trapped inside the room, not knowing what the outside world has become. Having spent many years in officialdom, he still knows how to assess the situation. Just now, through the peephole, he saw Lin An easily dispatch the zombies surrounding him with a swift strike of the knife. A desire to have Lin An protect him arose in his heart. If there are still many such monsters outside, the only hope to get out lies with Lin An. Comrade, as long as you are willing to escort me to the government office, I will definitely apply for a commendation for you from the higher authorities. This will be quite beneficial for your future development, and it won't be difficult to secure a government position later on. Wang Jiangwo endured the displeasure in his heart and ingratiatingly said to Lin An. Lin An sneered after hearing this, sheathed his knife, turned around, and walked away, too lazy to pay any attention. Seeing that Lin An was unmoved, Wang Jiangwo suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. After all, I am a leader, what kind of attitude is this of yours? Young man, think it through. I still hold some influence in the forestry department. Right now, I can't get through on the phone, and the officials can't find me, so I'm asking for your help. Such a good opportunity, don't waste it. Xiao, standing nearby, also leaned on Wang Jiangwo and chimed in to support him. Brother, Director Wang's position is quite special. If you are willing to take us, you can't make any demands later. Director Wang heard Xiao's persuasion and nodded with satisfaction. Lin An sneered coldly. Idiot. The official? If nothing goes wrong, the government office building has now become a nest for zombies. According to his memories from his previous life, there are at least 10 mutants lurking inside. Xiao saw that Lin An did not stop walking at all, and her face immediately turned anxious. The zombie corpses in the corridor were truly terrifying. Chief Wang, how about we follow right behind him first? Wang Jiangwo's face was gloomy, and he nodded. In the past 2 days, he had witnessed the terrifying scene of zombies eating people. If it weren't for Lin An clearing the corridor completely, he wouldn't dare to go out no matter what. Seeing Lin An walk farther and farther away, the two hurriedly jogged along behind him. 8th floor. Lin An pushed open the heavy fire door, his gaze sharpening. In the room at the center of the corridor, a dozen zombies were relentlessly banging on the door. It seemed like someone inside had made a noise. Inside the room, a couple looked terrified, hiding in the corner. The door frame was slightly detached from the zombies' relentless pounding through the night, and the zombies outside were about to break in. The cheap wooden door already had fist-sized holes punched through it. You sure how, what should we do? The girl asked the boy beside her with a sobbing voice, trembling all over. Yu Shihao turned his head to look at her, his face filled with hatred. You ask me what to do. You damn bitch, you came to my room while on your period, are you out of your mind? Yu Shihao, in a fit of anger, slapped the girl across the face, his face full of unwillingness, and then kicked her again. After the zombie outbreak, he, who often watched movies, immediately chose to lock his door and hide. According to his observation, there are still quite a few living guests on this floor. Since yesterday, the zombies have only been banging on their door and not looking for others. This is obviously because the girls around me smell too much of blood. You Shihao, you're not like this, right? You said you would love me and protect me. The girl held on to her last bit of hope, her face streaked with tears. She instinctively tried to find excuses for Yu Shihao, maybe he was just too scared. Fuck you, damn it. If it weren't for the fact that you're a virgin, would I be interested in you? Heart like dead ashes. Yu Shihao anxiously pressed the new phone in his hand, trying to make a call. Completely useless. A phone without signal is no better than a brick. In a fit of anger, he couldn't help but smash the phone on the ground to vent. The phone was bought by the girl through her part-time work. Yu Shihao told her that the phone was not good to use, and if she wanted to keep in touch with him often, he would buy her a new one. Shards scattered all over the ground. The girl covered her face in disbelief and silently sobbed, slowly letting go of the boy's arm. The girl's name was Zhou Fang, and she was a college classmate of the boy. The boy had been pursuing her for a long time, always gentle and caring, showing concern for her. She, who was not very good-looking, was somewhat insecure in daily life. For the first time in her life, someone treated her so well, and moved by this, she agreed to Yu Shihao's pursuit. Before the apocalypse broke out, the boy persistently coaxed her to come out, saying this was a private cinema. With little experience, she naively agreed without fully understanding. Unexpectedly, when danger arose, Yu Shihao revealed his true nature. Roar! The zombie howled, a rotting arm reaching through the hole in the door. The boy's face was full of fear as he stared fixedly at the hand. We can't wait any longer. She, bowed and sobbing, didn't notice that the boy beside her suddenly stood up, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. He pulled out the small knife from the keychain at his waist and stabbed directly at Wang Fang's ankle. You filthy bitch, didn't you say you loved me? With a sinister grin, he stepped on the girl's other leg and did the same. If you love me, then die for me. Chapter 19, The Bloody Witch. At the end of the corridor, Lin An stopped in place and thought for a moment. He only knew that a mutant had appeared in this hotel in a previous life, but he didn't know exactly where. That mutant was called the Bloody Witch by people, and her methods were extremely brutal. Although not very strong, in the early days before the apocalypse, every survivor in Linjiang City would tremble at the mention of her name. The reason is none other than the Bloody Witch, who delights in torture and killing. Any player who dies at her hands suffers inhuman torment. Could it be that we have to clear it layer by layer to find the way out? Lin An murmured to herself, somewhat helpless. Forget it, let's settle this quickly. Clang. Clang. Lin An walked out as if on a stroll, casually tapping the corner trim of the wall with the Nepalese kukri in his hand. The metallic clang was harsh to the ears. The zombies gathered in front of the door suddenly turned their heads, but unexpectedly, only a few charged at Lin An. Click. The door frame fell off. After continuous gnawing and banging by the zombies, the door was opened. A large group of zombies rushed in. Inside the door, Yu Shihao held a small knife, his face crazed. He dragged Zhou Fang's hair with both hands, ignoring the girl's struggles. Blood flowed from the wrist, and Wang Fang's pierced ankle was weak. You filthy bitch. If you want to die, you die first. With a girl's scream, Yu Shihao directly threw her into the horde of zombies, and not feeling assured, he viciously kicked her again from behind. He thought very clearly. When the zombies broke in, throwing Wang Fang into the horde to buy time was his only chance to survive. The girl, showing despair, was thrown into the horde, where more than a dozen rotting hands tore off her clothes and flesh. The skin was torn open alive. The horde of corpses ignored Yu Shihao in the corner, instinctively enjoying the delicious taste in their mouths. The chunk of flesh on the girl's face was bitten off entirely, emitting a piercing cry of pain. Yu Shihao dared not look into her eyes. His eyes were filled with intense despair and resentment. Now's the chance. Ah! Like cheering himself on, he let out a furious roar. His gaze was fierce, hands protecting his head, and taking advantage of the zombies feasting on Wang Fang, he frantically rushed toward the door. 2 meters, 3 meters. He, who is usually keen on exercising, has fairly good physical fitness. With a desperate burst, he actually broke out directly from the surrounding corpse horde. He survived. Yu Shihao was full of wild joy, rolling and crawling as he rushed to the corridor. Step forward and chop down. Lin An cleanly and swiftly killed a few scattered zombies rushing at him with a single strike, his gaze coldly fixed on the boy who rushed out of the door. Such a fast blade. So strong. Yu Shihao lay on the ground, dumbfounded as he watched Lin An sheath his blade. He looked back at the zombie that was about to finish eating Wang Fang, as if he had thought of something. Big brother, please save me. My girlfriend was eaten by zombies, and I couldn't save her. Please, I beg you to help me. Crawling and rolling. Yu Shihao looked humble and eager to please, kneeling at Lin An's feet. As if deeply saddened, he squeezed out a few tears and looked at Lin An pleadingly. Lin An remained silent, he had no time to save anyone. Too lazy to pay attention to him, he strode directly toward the group of corpses feasting on Wang Fang. I wonder if this group of zombies shows any traces of the Bloody Witch. Yu Shihao collapsed to the ground, feeling a surge of secret joy. This person is so strong, it looks like they are really going to be saved. You stinking bitch, at least you died with some value. Yu Shihao sneered coldly in his heart, without any guilt at all. Watching Lin An rush into the crowd of corpses was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. A few flashes of blade light passed by, and more than half of the corpse crowd was cut down. His eyeballs rolled, and many thoughts sprang up in his mind. He was not like the few people Lin An had encountered before, he was a bit older and still hadn't figured out the situation. During the time trapped in the room, he carefully read the few instructions available for the Doomsday game. Combining what he had seen in novels and movies, he roughly guessed that this world might have completely changed. As expected, the outside was probably full of zombies. Seeing how powerful Lin An was, he naturally tried every possible way to cling to him. Otherwise, he had no confidence that he could survive on his own. Bang! Yu Shihao's eyelids twitched, and he looked at Lin An with some fear as he crushed the last zombie's head like stepping on a water balloon. Big brother, may I know how to address you? He hurriedly stood up, eagerly taking off his own coat, wanting to help Lin An wipe the bloodstains on him. Get lost. Lin An coldly spat out a word, scaring him from getting close. He had just activated the Eye of Judgment to look for clues. Neither group of zombies has any information about the Bloody Witch. Mutants like this usually cause some changes to the surrounding zombies. I don't know if the Bloody Witch is on the floor downstairs, or if she hasn't mutated yet. If it's the latter, then it undoubtedly disrupts his plan. Zombies without mutations won't increase your level even if you kill them. Blindly searching for other mutants in the city is tantamount to courting death. If your level isn't high enough, you might not be able to get the equipment from the hospital. One link depends on another, leaving no room for the slightest mistake. At this moment, Director Wang and another person who had followed Lin An downstairs also arrived on the 8th floor. Lin An was silent for a moment, then looked at the three people with different expressions and slowly asked. Have you seen any female zombies that are particularly unusual? Or, is there any place where the zombies are acting abnormally? Yu Shihao heard Lin An take the initiative to ask a question and, wanting to make an impression, hurriedly spoke up. Big brother, there are many female zombies here. I don't know what you mean by that special thing. Lin An pondered for a moment, he actually didn't know either. Bloody Witch did not appear with any image information in the chat channel, apart from knowing the name and strength, he knew nothing else. If there is anything special, it might be somewhat related to the words Bloody Witch. Bloody Witch? Wang Ju and the other person looked embarrassed, they simply did not understand what Lin An was talking about. Yu Shihao thought hard, but after a long time, he still couldn't come up with any information related to Bloody Witch. Brother, ever since the apocalypse broke out, I've been staying in my room and haven't gone outside. Yu Shihao gave a nervous laugh, afraid that Lin An would think he was worthless. If you want to search, I can look with you. This building is so big, it's inconvenient for you to search alone. My physical condition is good, I definitely won't hold you back. As if to show his loyalty, Yu Shihao directly opened his player panel and respectfully presented it in front of Lin An. Player info, Yu Shihao, level 0. Strength, 7. Agility, 6. Constitution, 6. Willpower, 8. The attributes are quite good. Among ordinary people, it's considered above average. Brother, may I boldly ask how much your strength is? Yu Shihao thought of the power Lin An had just displayed, and his heart burned with excitement. If only he had this kind of strength, would he still be trapped and desperate with zombies blocking the door? I think your performance just now was really impressive. With such strong power, your attribute must be at least 11 points, right? Lin An frowned slightly. Although Yu Shihao was hiding it well, he kept flattering himself. But he heard it, he was testing himself. 10 points is the human limit, this is one of the few explanations in the attribute panel. Yu Shihao asked if he had 11 points, implying he was testing whether his strength exceeded the human limit. Lin An said nothing and just prepared to go to the next level. Yu Shihao saw that Lin An did not respond and was not concerned. He hurriedly followed Lin An's pace. Big brother, please accept me. Whatever you want me to do, I will do it. I absolutely won't hold you back. Lin An frowned slightly. Accept him. Yu Shihao's attributes are still passable, and he is very good at reading people. People like him are actually much more useful than ordinary people. But he does not intend to waste the quota on ordinary people, and besides, the mission of the Rescuers Squad also limits this. As for scheming, nature. Bound by the system, once you join the team, don't even think about scheming or betraying him. This point doesn't need to be worried about. Yu Shihao clenched his fists tightly as he saw Lin An ignoring his meaning. Damn it, this guy in front of me must know a way to strengthen his power. Find a way to get him to talk. Not daring to show it, Yu Shihao still followed Lin An respectfully from behind. Lin An walked at the front, with Director Wang and the other following at the back, not daring to fall too far behind. The group went down the stairs one after another, and the dim corridor behind them suddenly twisted. On Wang Fang's partially damaged face, her eyes blankly stared at the ceiling, filled with a dead silence and resentment. No one noticed. Chapter 20, The Awakener Black Bear. Second floor of the hotel. Lin An shook the bloodstains off his hand, feeling somewhat disappointed. He searched all the way down from the 9th floor but didn't even catch a glimpse of the suspected, Bloody Witch. On the contrary, the number of survivors behind him kept increasing, and now there were as many as 27. Most of the survivors were couples. After all, single people wouldn't come here for no reason. Of course, there are also a few special combinations. Go, quickly go wipe Lin Ji's sweat. A middle-aged businessman dressed in fine clothes pushed the woman beside him with a flattering smile, signaling her to step forward and wipe away the non-existent sweat from Lin An. The woman was his lover, and he usually doted on her dearly. But at this moment, not to mention giving women to Lin An, even sending his wife up would be no problem. Everyone also followed with continuous praise, flattering Lin An. These survivors had almost witnessed Lin An slaughtering his way down like a killing god. Out of fear, most people hoped to maintain a good relationship with Lin An. A few young people looked at Lin An with admiration, holding fire axes to boost their courage. Some women dressed in professional attire secretly tore their originally sexy clothes a little, hoping to catch his attention. No need. Lin An coldly refused the towel handed to him, feeling somewhat irritated. It's not that I'm annoyed by someone following me. Although these people following me can't help, they can serve as bait. The killing desire of mutated zombies is far higher than that of ordinary zombies. The denser the crowd, the more it attracts their appearance. Just like in a past life. The larger the safe zone, the higher the frequency of zombie hordes and mutants. He had no intention of saving anyone. After killing all the zombies, these people naturally followed him. Following the strong is human instinct. Of course, enjoying his protection naturally comes with the price that must be paid. The last floor. Lin An didn't have high hopes and prepared to go downstairs. The first floor is a lobby, facing the hospital entrance sideways, separated by only a street. The elevator on the first floor of the hotel has been out of service, and the stairs are blocked by clutter. Perhaps because the flesh inside the hospital doesn't move quickly, most of the zombies on the surrounding streets are concentrated inside the hospital, with few gathering around the hotel. Suddenly. Bang! Heavy object hitting the ground. A deafening roar. The sound came from the road, followed by continuous car alarms. Brother Lin. There's a monster. You sure how reacted the fastest. After approaching the window and seeing what was happening clearly, his face was full of fear. He hurriedly reported to Lin An. There are more people. On the road. Several young people shouted along, equally terrified. It was as if there was something extremely frightening outside the window. Lin An quickly walked to the window and drew back the curtain. That is. In the middle of the road, more than a dozen survivors were fleeing frantically. At the rear was a bald man. He tried his best to dodge the vehicles crashing down like cannonballs, and his reaction speed was quite good. Lin An was slightly stunned. Unlike the panic and fear of those present. Lin An looked at the monsters chasing the survivors with a smile. Hello, Licker. In the middle of the road. The over 3-meter-tall Licker easily grabbed a car and hurled it at the bald man. The bald man rolled skillfully, dodging at a speed that defied his body's agility. Boom! The hybrid car exploded into a towering blaze under the massive impact. Thick smoke filled the air. Old Zhang. Get inside the building quickly. That monster is huge, it can't get in. You'll be safe inside. A burly man running in the middle of the group shouted back to the bald man, his eyes filled with urgency. Don't worry about me. You guys go in first. Damn it, I just don't believe I can't take him down. The bald man was also quite muscular, he tore off his tattered shirt in one go. His shiny muscles reflected the sunlight, and his waist was almost twice that of an average person. Damn you. Bear transformation. The bald man shouted angrily and stopped dodging. With a flash of black light entering his chest, his body instantly swelled, and his muscles bulged with veins like they were about to explode. Roar. The bald man's head transformed. Covered in black fur, he instantly changed from a human into a black giant bear over 2 meters tall. Bang! The Licker's claws swung out but were blocked by his huge bear-like palm. Like a collision between trucks. The Licker let out a sharp, piercing roar, his body leaning backward. The bald man transformed into a bear took 2 steps back. In the clash between the two monsters, he was only slightly inferior. Die for me. The black bear pushed off with both feet, causing the ground to collapse. He clasped his hands into a hammer shape and struck the Licker's head like a thunderous blow from the sky. Bang! The collision of flesh against flesh. The Licker's hard skull instantly caved in halfway. A glimmer of joy flashed in the black bear's eyes. However, it was beyond his expectations. The black bear man's full-strength strike was only that much. A blow powerful enough to kill any creature did not cause much damage to the liquor. That day, Lin An cut off half of the liquor's head but didn't kill it. Now, a mere dent in the skull is nothing. Swish. The liquor's sharp claws struck again, the razor-sharp bone claws easily tearing through the black bear's defense. Blood flowed like a torrent. Like a faucet being turned on. A large amount of fresh blood sprayed out. The black bear's eyes were shocked, stepping back 2 steps in disbelief, its huge body staggering. Old Zhang. The burly man guarding everyone as they fled let out an angry roar, his eyes bloodshot. Damn monster, I'm going to fight you to the death. The 2 brothers have been close for many years, as close as hands and feet. Seeing the predator's claws strike again, he crazily pulled out a pistol from his pocket. Come on. Beast. Your grandpa is right here. Bang. 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 Spitting flames from his mouth, bullets shot out like water being poured. However, it was useless. The powerful muscle tissue of the liquor easily blocked the bullet. The yellow-orange shell was ejected by the surging muscles in a very short time after being fired in. As if enraged, the liquor gave up on clawing at the black bear and instead appeared in front of the burly man at an extremely exaggerated speed. A claw swipe. The gun-wielding burly man was cut into 3 pieces, the wounds resembling laser cuts. On the severed head, the eyes were wide open in fury. The bald, bear-like strong man was filled with grief and anger. Beast, I want you dead. The power burst to its limit, the wound that had been tightly contracted suddenly tore open, blood splattering. He forced himself up, charging at the liquor at all costs. On the 2nd floor of the hotel, everyone cowered behind Lin An in fear. Director Wang's legs trembled even more, his whole body shaking. When the monsters from the movie appear in reality, the overwhelming impact is enough to make people break down. The liquor's appearance alone is enough to prevent ordinary people from having any thoughts of resistance. He. Teeth chattering. Several young men holding fire axes gripped their axes tightly. When they were just following Lin An downstairs, they were still bragging to their female companions. Watching Lin An kill zombies as easily as crushing chicks, they thought the apocalypse was nothing special. But when they really saw powerful monsters, they only felt that their previous thoughts were simply ridiculous. Lin, go, let's hide quickly. They're about to lure the monster over. You sure how's Adam's apple moved as he swallowed hard. Damn, how can there be such a monster? Yeah, brother Lin. Let's quickly go upstairs and hide. Everyone began persuading Lin An by the window, wanting to escape. It wasn't out of gratitude for Lin An saving them in passing, they just didn't want to leave Lin An behind and go first. Most people were worried that there might still be zombies inside the building, so it was safer to stay with Lin An. As for running away. Although everyone thought Lin An was very strong, Lin An was only dealing with zombies. Compared to zombies, the difference is as huge as that between an adult and a baby. Just now, they saw with their own eyes the power of the bald man after he transformed into a bear. Possessing immense strength, strong enough to go head-to-head with the liquor. Truly an inhuman existence. It seems this kind of power is not much different from Lin An's. But the bald man was almost instantly killed by the liquor, so naturally Lin An couldn't possibly win either. Lin An stood by the window, unmoved. His gaze was scorching. He originally thought he wouldn't find the bloody witch and would have to waste time looking for a liquor to kill. Unexpectedly, she came to him on her own. What made Lin An even happier was that an awakened one was delivered right to his door. After watching the battle between the first awakened one he encountered after rebirth and the mutant for a while, Lin An also gained some insights. His luck was pretty good. The bald man is an awakened one. But it should only be 0 level. Maybe we can recruit him. Seeing the bald man about to fall into a near-death state, Lin An no longer watched the fight. Boom! The windowsill cracked, and the cement and reinforced concrete wall was directly smashed by Lin An, exposing the steel bars inside. In the fearful eyes of the crowd, Lin An appeared instantly downstairs of the hotel at a speed barely visible to the naked eye. Bang! Dust and smoke rose everywhere. Lin An descended from the sky, crushing the asphalt road beneath his feet. Ha! A roar of anger, like thunder piercing the ears. Lin An dragged his knife with one hand, his gaze fixed on the nearby liquor, battle intent rising. Roar! Another little bug provoking him again. The liquor let out a sharp hiss, throwing away the arm holding half a black bear. Accelerating, the massive body of the liquor crushed the cars along the way, wildly charging towards Lin An. Lin An gave a cruel smile, his steps growing faster and faster. Clang! The blade emitted a buzzing sound, the tip pointing straight at the liquor's forehead. Power surge. With a low shout, golden yellow spiritual energy flowed into Lin An's body, and his strength instantly surged. Blood rushed, and his heart beat rapidly like an engine. Come on. Let me see. Can I kill you with one strike, you beast? Chapter 21, Instant Kill. Step forward. Downward slash. Lin An's bones cracked loudly all over, with all his strength concentrated in his right hand. A single slash was made, fierce wind rushing forth. Under the power that surpasses human limits. As the most basic move in swordsmanship, it appeared immensely powerful at this moment. Roar! The liquor instantly swung out its sharp claws, the size difference between the two forming a stark contrast in the eyes of the onlookers. Click! The giant claw shattered. The fierce blade's aftereffect remained strong, a line of blood spreading from the liquor's head. Lin An's steps remained steady, walking straight forward. After 0.5 seconds. The giant claw of the liquor stopped the moment it touched Lin An's head. Flesh and blood separated. The massive body slowly split in two. Lin An silently walked through the split body of the self-licking feeder. A second later, the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground was heard. Beep, detected player has killed a level 1 mutant, liquor. Waves of white light surged from the liquor's corpse and merged into Lin An's body. Beep, upgrade conditions met, congratulations player. Current player level, level 1. Beep, advancement conditions met, congratulations awakener. Current awakening level, stage 1. Two continuous streams of power surged from the void, vanishing instantly within Lin An's body. Warm and comfortable. The intoxicating pleasure washed away the fatigue. Beep, player level up. Strength +1, agility +1, constitution +1, will +1. Beep, awakener rank up. Strength +2, agility +2, constitution +2, will +2. Double the power increase. Lin An greedily took a deep breath, feeling the increasingly powerful strength within his body. Very good. The black bear collapsed to the ground and has already shrunk back to human form. The bald man's awakening ability is bear transformation, but the duration is not long. Severely injured and near death, he can no longer maintain the black bear form. He covered his broken arm, his eyes shocked, as if he had seen a monster. Lin An's one slash killed the liquor. Maybe others would also feel shocked. But never as intensely as the bald man. He had a confrontation with the liquor, and at first, it seemed evenly matched. But after just one ineffective strike, he exposed a flaw and was severely injured by the liquor's counterattack. However, he knew very well that even if he were given 100 lives, he wouldn't last more than a few seconds in front of the liquor. Too strong. How did you do it? The bald man's Adam's apple bobbed. Watching Lin An walk up to him as if strolling, his eyes full of admiration. Just one slash will do. Lin An replied casually. His strength was already as high as 17.4 before upgrading, and after activating the strength burst, it reached as high as 19.4. With this kind of strength, killing a liquor with one slash is perfectly normal. Bald man. Lin An smiled slightly, not paying attention to the bald man's mood. How is it, can you still move? Lin An looked at his body, the huge wound in his chest, originally pierced by the liquor, was slowly healing. Only the severed left arm stopped bleeding, it did not regenerate. This recovery speed is somewhat fast. Lin An muttered to himself. It seems the bald man is stronger than he had thought. Awakened ones have strong physical fitness, and their recovery ability is also quite good. But for such injuries to recover this quickly, it doesn't quite make sense. An ordinary person would have been dead long ago. Beast transformation skill, does it come with enhanced physique? Maybe it has something to do with the talent for awakening. The speed after beast transformation is not good, but the physique is still pretty decent. Considered a pretty good tank. Lin An gave his evaluation of the bald man in his heart. Still can move. The bald man nodded and struggled to get up from the ground. Hello, my name is Zhang Tai. The bald man extended his right hand. His voice was rough, and his grimacing smile was not pleasant to look at, but it was very sincere. Lin An. Brother Lin, thank you for saving me. Zhang Tai was full of gratitude, not seeming fake. If it weren't for Lin An's intervention, he probably would have been split into 3 parts like his brother. I really don't know what to. Let's talk about it when we get back. The zombies are about to surround us. Lin An interrupted Zhang Tai, glancing at the hospital gate in the distance. Quite a few zombies were gathering in this direction. Okay. Zhang Tai didn't say much either, just keeping his words of gratitude in his heart. As the two passed by the strong man's corpse, Zhang Tai quickly picked up the body parts and held them in his arms. Eyes bloodshot. My condolences. Lin An could feel Zhang Tai's sadness and couldn't help but speak out to comfort him. He also has brothers. Naturally, I know how painful this feeling is. And Jingtian, Anya. Hold on, wait for me to come back. Lin An thought of the brother and sister from Huyuan community, his gaze firm. Running fast all the way. Both of them are awakeners, with speed far beyond ordinary people. In just a few seconds, they rushed into the hotel lobby. Brother Zhang. Everyone was talking all at once. The dozen or so survivors who had previously fled into the hotel excitedly gathered around, asking about each other's well-being. It was just that upon seeing the corpse of the companion in Zhang Tihuai's arms, their eyes grew somewhat sorrowful. It seems that these people all know each other. Several elderly men took the body from Zhang Tai's hands and silently placed it on a red cloth. Lin An remained silent and simply blocked the hotel door again. Boom crack. Lin An single-handedly dragged the several-ton car to block the main door. Everyone looked over at the sound, feeling somewhat fearful. This fear was different from the fear of facing zombies, it was the instinctive fear ordinary people have towards the strong. Zhang Tai seemed to be the leader of the group. He noticed that his companions were a bit scared and immediately introduced Lin An. This is Lin An, my lifesaver. Everyone just saw it. I could only survive thanks to Brother Lin. Zhang Tai finished speaking and then bowed deeply. Everyone also showed their gratitude and bowed to Lin An together. Among the survivors, a girl who looked younger had moist eyes. She wore a baseball cap and had her hair simply tied in a ponytail. She was not very old, about 17 or 18. Her sporty outfit was full of youthful energy. The girl has a sweet appearance, it's clear she is a beauty in the making. Brother Lin, you saved my brother's life. This kindness from Yue is unforgettable. Lin An smiled calmly. Yue and Wenya look quite alike. The same youthful vitality. Just that Wenya is a bit more mature. Yue wiped away a tear and turned to look at Zhang Tai. Brother, your hand. Brother is fine, Yue, don't cry. Our Zhang family doesn't do crying. Zhang Tai grinned, his face full of rough flesh, forcing a smile to comfort the little girl in front of him. Looking at the two people in front of him. Lin An's expression was somewhat strange. He originally thought that Yue's surname was Yu, and that he was just calling Zhang Tai, brother, like everyone else. Unexpectedly, the two of them were actually siblings. One was as strong as a bear, with a face full of coarse flesh. A petite and cute girl, delicate and weak. Same parents, but the difference is just too big. Zhang Tai seemed to sense Lin An's strange gaze, suddenly took Yue's hand and walked in front of Lin An. Brother Lin, this is my little sister. Zhang Tai was full of pride. Lin An. Chapter 22 Recruitment. Second floor of the hotel. With 15 new survivors joining, the number of survivors inside the hotel had reached 42. The noise of voices was loud. The hotel had been completely cleared out, and the survivors who escaped the disaster were discussing among themselves. Those who had been trapped in the hotel were eagerly asking about the newcomers and what the outside world was like. The answers were disappointing. Panic and despair spread among the crowd. During the conversation, most people would occasionally sneak glances at Lin An and Zhang Tai standing by the window. Brother Lin, are you saying you want me to join your team? Zhang Tai turned his head to look at the companions he had brought along. His voice was very loud, causing many people to listen attentively. Everyone looked envious. The newcomers might not know yet. Every survivor in the hotel had expressed a desire to join Lin An's team, but Lin An had completely ignored them. Seeing Zhang Tai being actively invited, many people were even a bit jealous. Lin An killed the lickers with a single strike. With such strength, following him meant walking confidently through this apocalypse. Lin An nodded calmly. Zhang Tai's character was quite good. As an awakened, even though he could have escaped the lickers first, he chose to cover the rear for everyone. Looking at the people he brought, most were old, weak, sick, or disabled. At least from the information Lin An had observed so far, this person was quite loyal and righteous. His strength was also decent. The meat-type awakened could help share a lot of the pressure during fights. Zhang Tai laughed heartily. Brother Lin thinks highly of me, it's my honor. Don't just say joining, I'd even give my life to you. Without hesitation, Zhang Tai accepted Lin An's invitation to join the team without even looking at the team information. Beep, Rescuer Squad new member added, 1, current members, 3, new member, Zhang Tai, awakened, gains 10% attribute boost. Beep, team member Zhang Tai, loyalty 70, won't betray you as long as his bottom line isn't crossed. The last item was only visible to Lin An pondered, it seemed the initial loyalty was not fixed. Because Zhang Tai was saved by him and was straightforward, his loyalty directly increased to 70 points. He really was as simple as he appeared, without scheming. What is this? After joining, Zhang Tai's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Welcome to the team. Lin An smiled calmly, it seemed Zhang Tai felt his strength had been greatly amplified the moment he joined. Oh my goodness, Zhang Tai exclaimed, clicking his tongue. Why did my strength suddenly increase by 1.3? Damn, my constitution increased by 1.5. Agility and willpower all increased. Lin. Team, Captain, what's going on? Zhang Tai was excited feeling the sudden surge of power inside him. Lin An looked at the stunned Zhang Tai with a slight smile. The 10% attribute boost after joining the Rescuer Squad didn't seem like much, but once experienced, it felt very different. Players had to risk their lives killing mutants to level up by 1, and each level only added 1 point. Awakened were better, but leveling up still only added about 3 points. The early levels were manageable, but later on, the required spiritual energy and mutant kills were terrifying. Levels were hard to increase, and many people were stuck at level 1 until death. For most Awakened's base attributes, this 10% boost was at least more than 1 point. An increase of more than 1 point. Equivalent to getting a free level. In the Doomsday game, every bit of attribute is extremely rare, so it was normal for Zhang Tai to be so excited. Consider it a benefit of joining my team. But also because you are an Awakener, your base attributes are high, so the bonus is that much greater. Upon hearing that it was a benefit of joining the team, everyone's breathing became a bit rapid. Joining a team can make you stronger. Awakener. High base attributes. Yu Shihao immediately understood why Lin An recruited Zhang Tai. His mind was very quick, and he soon figured out the connection. Awakeners should be those whose strength far exceeds ordinary people, like Lin An and Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai became stronger after joining the team. Is this the case for all who join an Awakener's team, or is it unique to Lin An? He looked at his own player template for a long time, which had nothing but attributes. He couldn't find any team function at all. Half understanding, he pricked up his ears, afraid of missing any conversation between the two. However, Lin An did not speak again. He used the team communication to say to Zhang Tai, do not disclose our team information to outsiders. You can mention the attribute bonuses, but do not reveal our names or the team communication function. Suddenly, Lin An's voice sounded in Zhang Tai's mind, but Lin An's mouth did not move. It was like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. KN. Know it, Captain. Is this also a benefit of joining the team? He stammered as he tried to use the team communication to contact Lin An, his eyes burning with enthusiasm. He was not stupid. Having been a soldier and later a bodyguard, he knew how important communication was. Now that global communication had lost its effect, landlines and mobile phones were useless. A means of private real-time communication was extremely practical. Everyone heard Zhang Tai's exclamation about his attribute increase, and their eyes grew even more envious. Being able to join Lin An's team and become stronger. Sigh, why am I not an Awakener? Yu Shihao stood alone in the corner, surrounded by the crowd's exclamations. He clenched his fists tightly. Awakener. I want to become an Awakener too. Having witnessed the horror of zombies and lick-eaters, his desire for power was stronger than before. Yu Shihao's gaze was eager and burning. Lin An is so strong, he must know how to become an Awakener. In a room on the 9th floor of a hotel. Lin An, Zhang Tai, and when you looked through the window at the hospital opposite. Zhang Tai, you said you escaped from the hospital. So, what is the situation there now? Are there creatures like lick-eaters? Zhang Tai frowned. Captain Lin, as far as I know, there should be no living people left inside the hospital now. There are at least 30,000 zombies inside. As for monsters like lick-eaters, Zhang Tai shook his head. We only encountered them when we tried to escape from the hospital's outer wall and head in another direction. Later, we were chased all the way back by the lick-eaters. Lin An nodded, it was good news that there were no mutants inside the hospital. The battle space there was too narrow, and being ambushed deep inside would be very troublesome. Is there any special situation inside the hospital, like a large gathering of zombies? Why were you in the hospital? And how did you awaken? Lin An continued to ask. In the previous life, the Skull Crusher's hand was deep inside the hospital, surrounded by a large number of zombies. It was said that to obtain this equipment, several safe zones formed a joint team and sacrificed many people to break through the zombie encirclement. Zhang Tai was also very curious about why he awakened. In his previous life, he had never heard of energy nodes inside the hospital. After hearing the three questions, Zhang Tai pondered for a moment and slowly said, I was staying in the hospital with my father to take care of his illness before the apocalypse broke out. The apocalypse happened too suddenly. For some reason, most of the patients turned into zombies. Zhang Tai's mood was somewhat low. He had seen with his own eyes his father turn into a zombie after the apocalypse broke out. Lin An patted his shoulder, having a loved one turn into a zombie right in front of you and being powerless, he had felt that too. It was normal for patients to turn into zombies. People with poor constitutions even showed signs of zombification before the apocalypse broke out. Zhang Tai gloomily glanced back at Lin An and gave a crooked, awkward smile, signaling that he was fine. After the patients turned into zombies, the doctors and nurses taking care of them couldn't react at all. None of them survived. Wenye trembled upon hearing this. As for abnormalities, throughout the hospital, except for the pharmacy dispensing area, the situation was better there. Other places were simply unlivable. Zhang Tai recalled the tragic scene that day and still felt a lingering fear. I was also lucky. The ward where my father was stayed on the second floor. There weren't many zombies. After I ran out, I hid in the dispensing room. The dispensing room could be considered an abnormal place. As for awakening, I don't know either. I encountered a burst of white light and then fainted. When I woke up, I found my strength had increased a lot. A new awakened mark also appeared on my player panel. Lin An pondered for a moment. Awakened in the dispensing room? Looks like this trip to the hospital, I should check out the dispensing room. After Zhang Tai finished speaking, he opened his personal information and showed it to Lin An without reservation. Player info, Zhang Tai, awakened, player level, 0, awakened rank, 0, strength, 13, 14.3, agility, 12, 13.2, constitution, 15, 16.5, willpower, 12, 13. 2, equipment, none, awakened talent, bear transformation, transforms into a bone-crushing black bear for a short time, greatly increasing constitution, slightly increasing strength, enhancing defense, and doubling self-healing ability. Rank 0, all attributes plus 2, the maximum limit for ordinary humans is 10 in each attribute. Lin An was somewhat surprised to see Zhang Tai's constitution. His initial attribute was already 15 points right after becoming awakened. Plus, the awakened talent enhanced his self-healing ability, no wonder he could recover so quickly from severe injuries and near death. Team leader Lin, my constitution attribute is pretty good, right? Zhang Tai noticed Lin An's surprise and felt a bit proud. Although he hadn't met other awakened individuals, he had compared attributes with others. Although Lin An was extremely strong, his strength seemed to be the only attribute that was particularly high. In terms of constitution, Zhang Tai was confident. By the way, team leader Lin, how much strength do you have? I saw the way you killed that monster with one strike, you were really strong. Zhang Tai gave a thumbs up and sincerely admired him. Lin An opened his attribute panel and glanced at it. Strength 19.4. Zhang Tai was silent. That was quite a blow. But he was an optimist and quickly stopped caring. There was no point in caring anyway. Although my strength isn't as good as yours, my constitution is. Zhang Tai was a bit unwilling and wanted to compare constitution with Lin An. This is where he is most confident. Lin An looked tall and fit, but his body wrapped under the clothes even seemed a bit thin. Physical constitution is definitely stronger the taller the body. Like the strong man who died before, his constitution was only 9 points. Even if Lin An is an awakener, at most it would be 12 or 13 points. Zhang Tai looked expectant. How much do you have? Is it 13 points? Lin An smiled calmly. 19.4. Zhang Tai's laughter choked, his expression stiffened. He looked Lin An up and down, incredulous. Unexpectedly, Lin An's constitution attribute completely crushed his. Like a defeated rooster. Zhang Tai put away his last bit of pride and honestly stopped talking about attributes. Really a freak. High strength, and high constitution too. Is there any need to live? Lin An shook his head slightly, finding Zhang Tai's constant murmuring a bit amusing. He was now a first-level awakener and a level 1 player. Double attribute bonus, plus having swallowed 2 spiritual energy plants. If his attributes couldn't even surpass Zhang Tai's, then his rebirth was in vain. He didn't want to crush Zhang Tai's confidence. Lin An then continued to ask about the hospital. Since you accompanied your father to the hospital for treatment. Then when the apocalypse broke out, where would there be the most zombies? Zhang Tai was a bit puzzled. He didn't know why Lin An was asking this. Orthopedics, emergency surgery. There were a lot of traffic accidents before the apocalypse. When I passed by the emergency surgery, the injured were lying all over the hall, many couldn't be rescued in time. That damn place now has at least tens of thousands of zombies. Tens of thousands of zombies in one building. Zhang Tai shivered as he looked at the hospital in the distance through the window. Captain Lin, why do you keep asking about the hospital? Lin An smiled slightly, pointing at the building with the emergency surgery sign on the window. Tomorrow morning, we'll go there. Chapter 23, the night before departure. Late at night, Lin An slept in room 908. The strong scent of perfume was a bit pungent, and several black ribbons hanging beside the bed looked like ropes for hanging. Occasional muffled explosion sounds came from outside the window, making it hard to sleep. Suddenly, a piercing, hateful scream sounded from inside the hospital. The scream was sharp, crossing hundreds of meters and penetrating the glass. Lin An hurried to the window to check but found nothing. The scream appeared briefly once and then disappeared without a trace. What was that? After observing for a long time, he found nothing. The hospital was full of buildings, making it impossible to see where the scream came from. Lin An had to give up searching for the source of the scream and return to bed with doubts in his heart. The sudden abnormality weighed on his heart like a stone. But the hospital trip was unavoidable. He couldn't sleep for a long time. Lin An lay flat on the bed, silently staring at the ceiling. A bit tired. It was now the 2nd day after the apocalypse broke out, the 5th day after rebirth. Memories of the previous life mixed with these recent days flashed rapidly in his mind like a photo album. Without electricity in the hotel, the unpredictable weather made the night a bit cold. Squeak. The door opened, no lock. Without a room card, Lin An could only choose to remove the door lock directly. In the dark, Wenya stood at the door holding a quilt. After hesitating for a moment, she chose to speak. I can't sleep. Lin An was silent for a moment, the darkness in his eyes like daylight. He saw Wenya's red-rimmed eyes. It looks like she has cried. Unable to sleep late at night, it must be because of something on her mind. She has cried, she has something on her mind. Lin An also roughly guessed what Wenya's concern was. You have a relative in Linjiang Hospital, right? Lin An's mental strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. He had noticed Wenya's emotional abnormality this afternoon. Wenya hugged the quilt tightly and gently nodded. Her voice trembled. She pressed her lips tightly, suppressing her emotions as she spoke. My mother's heart is not well, she was hospitalized some time ago. She is in the building next to the emergency surgery department, room 303. These words seemed to drain her strength. The room was very cold, having just taken a shower and wearing pajamas, she was shivering. The hairdryer was useless, her wet hair could only be simply tied up. Lin An was silent for a moment, not knowing how to comfort her. Tomorrow, if it doesn't interfere with the plan. I will go take a look. He looked at Wenya, no longer the heroic and strong figure she had been before. A sigh escaped his heart. The entire hospital had now become a hell. The area where Wenya's mother was located was even closer to the emergency center, where the most zombies were. Both knew in their hearts that Wenya's mother hardly had any hope of survival. Taking a look was nothing more than psychological comfort. The cold wind howled outside, even through the glass, the piercing sound of the wind could be heard. Thank you. Wenya wiped away tears she could no longer hold back with the back of her hand, her eyes full of gratitude. Beep, member Wenya's loyalty increased by 30 points, current value, 80 out of 100, almost never betrays, even in death. She bowed deeply to Lin An seriously, as if she had made a firm decision. Can I sleep here tonight? After saying this, she slowly walked to Lin An's bedside, head lowered. She gently placed the quilt beside Lin An. Lin An frowned slightly at the sight, not expecting Wenya's loyalty to increase because of these words. It seemed this matter had a great impact on her, causing her to completely let down her guard against Lin An. With his excellent vision, he saw that Wenya was wearing nothing underneath. Under the thin pajamas, 2 points protruded. If you think you want to repay me, or want to do something else. That's unnecessary. Lin An's agreement to take a look had no other intentions. After all, he had not promised he would definitely go, he would only do so if it did not affect his actions. Hearing this, Wenya looked up, her face flushed red. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something but couldn't. Since you have joined my team, naturally you are one of us. Teammates should help each other. You don't need to feel guilty or grateful. Besides, I really don't like the way you are doing this. Lin An's gaze was clear. After speaking, he calmly looked at Wenya. The faint, pleasant scent of shower gel dispelled the poor-quality perfume smell in the room. Go to sleep early. After saying this, Lin An turned his back and closed his eyes to rest. Wenya was at a loss, her hands stopped removing her top. Her body stiffened at the bedside. Not a word could be spoken. After a long time. Rustle. Wenya made her own bed. In the darkness, Lin An felt someone lie down on the bed beside him but did not come close. Sorry. Wenya lay on one corner of the bed, tears sliding from the corners of her eyes. This sentence, whether spoken to Lin An or to herself, was unclear. The next morning. On the 9th floor corridor, Lin An was waiting early. Brother Lin. Captain. I've brought the person for you. At the other end of the corridor, Zhang Tai strode over. He was still not used to calling Lin An captain. After hastily correcting himself, he greeted Lin An warmly and laughed heartily. Behind him followed two middle-aged men, who seemed to be from his previous team. Brother Lin. The two middle-aged men nervously bowed to greet Lin An. Lin An looked handsome, with fair skin that made him look like a scholar. But in their eyes, Lin An was already synonymous with a monster. Anyone who saw Lin An kill a licker with one slash would find it unforgettable. That slash was talked about all night. Lin An nodded in response. He led the three to the floor-to-ceiling window by the elevator on the 9th floor. Tell me about the hospital's internal layout first, so I can confirm the route. Lin An's gaze fixed on the surgical building. The dark glass exterior made it impossible to see inside. The entrance to the surgical building was tightly closed, with only a few zombies wandering outside. Very strange. Brother Lin, this is the map we drew by hand overnight. The two middle-aged men were hospital staff Zhang Tai had found, roughly familiar with the hospital's layout. Standing on either side of Lin An, they pointed to the map and continued, this route is the underground parking entrance, about 20 meters to the right of the hospital's main gate. Entering here leads directly to the emergency surgery department. The orthopedics department is on the 2nd floor of the emergency surgery, occupying about 2 floors. Half an hour later, after thanking the two men, Lin An took Zhang Tai downstairs. For this mission, he chose not to bring more people. Given the dense zombie presence in the hospital, ordinary people following him would be walking to their deaths. Even Zhang Tai risked infection if surrounded by zombies. In the stairwell, the two talked as they walked. Captain Lin, so we're going to the emergency surgery to find some equipment? Zhang Tai scratched his head, following behind Lin An. Lin An descended quickly without looking back and said, not necessarily in the emergency room, just that the emergency room is the most likely place. In the apocalypse game, most equipment is guarded by monsters. Some are mutants, some are hordes of zombies. Based on what you described, the emergency surgery has the most zombies, so it's naturally the most likely place to find equipment. Zhang Tai nodded thoughtfully, struggling to keep up with Lin An's pace. Logically, Lin An's reasoning was flawed. He was deducing the conclusion from the result. Equipment attracting monsters happened after the apocalypse outbreak. But the large number of zombies in the emergency room came from patients turning. These people were not gathered after the apocalypse, they were already there before it broke out. So, the many zombies in the emergency room were not because equipment was there. Only because Lin An had been reborn did he know the hospital's equipment was in the place with the most zombies. If a clever person were present, they would notice the flaw in Lin An's words. However, Zhang Tai clearly was not that kind of person. He did not realize this at all. Is the equipment very powerful? Zhang Tai was curious, he could sense Lin An was determined to get this equipment. What kind of equipment could make Lin An risk everything to obtain it? After all, this equipment was in the hospital. He recalled the massive horde of zombies, still feeling uneasy. Lin An remembered the attribute of the Skull Crusher's hand he had seen in the chat channel in his previous life and replied solemnly, very strong. As a blue equipment, the Skull Crusher's hand only had one attribute bonus, but the value was as high as 5 points. It was downright abnormal. If an ordinary player got it, as long as their base strength wasn't too low, they could easily surpass the human limit of 10 points. This would grant them power comparable to an awakened one. It could be said that this was an equipment capable of fundamentally changing one's strength. I haven't even seen the equipment yet. Team leader Lin, you say this apocalypse game, but why does it have no game functions at all? Lin An chuckled lightly, understanding Zhang Tai's confusion. Not seeing equipment is normal, every piece of equipment in the apocalypse game is extremely precious. As for the apocalypse game, it really is a game. However, Lin An's expression turned serious. It is not our game. Chapter 24, Corpse Snake Underground Parking Lot. The entrance to the parking lot was pitch black without electric lighting. Sunlight drew a clear dividing line between the entrance and the shadows. Lin An walked at the front, with the fully armed Zhang Tai behind him. Clang clang, a rhythmic metallic knocking sound came from inside the parking lot. The sound was distant and dull. The passage shrouded in darkness looked like the entrance to hell. Team leader Lin, did you hear that? Zhang Tai wore two large, heavy cotton jackets and the largest welding helmet. He was already big, so finding armor that could still be used after his transformation was difficult. He walked unsteadily, very much like his transformed state. I feel something's off. When I escaped before, I saw the place was full of zombies. He cautiously lowered his voice, face serious, and asked Lin An. Only a few wrecked cars were parked on the parking lot entrance ramp, but no zombies were in sight. Logically, since the apocalypse had only broken out a few days ago, there should be a large number of zombies here at the underground entrance near the hospital. In just one day, the zombies had disappeared. This was illogical. Lin An's expression was calm as he nodded. When something is abnormal, there must be a reason. The two had originally planned to fight their way from the parking lot into the hospital. No need to lower your voice, you can use the team voice channel. Be careful, something might have changed last night. Lin An said this through the team channel. He recalled the sharp wail that sounded late last night. Zhang Tai was stunned and smiled awkwardly. I'm still not used to it. His voice was very loud on the team channel. Too noisy. Lin An glanced at Zhang Tai helplessly. Let's go. The two proceeded cautiously, their footsteps echoing. Walking slowly along the ramp, they saw many overturned and wrecked cars. There were many dried bloodstains on the car windows. The car bodies were covered with palm prints, apparently from the owner's last struggles. A rough count showed at least over 200 cars. Strangely, no corpses were seen. Clang clang, the eerie knocking sound did not stop, but Lin An still could not find its source. He vaguely felt the sound seemed to come from a lower level. They passed through a passage blocked by cars. Team leader Lin. There are drag marks here. Zhang Tai pointed to the ground not far away, where a 3-meter-wide dark red bloodstain extended all the way to the second level of the parking lot. The vehicle next to the bloodstain was overturned on the ground, and it was vaguely visible that there was a 5-meter-wide blank area. I saw it too, there's one on the left side as well. Another bloodstain walked over the roof of a crushed SUV. Lin An's gaze grew serious, these two bloodstains could not have been caused by a single corpse. A powerful mental force rapidly reconstructed the possible scene in his mind. One, or maybe two, huge monsters dragged a large number of corpses down to the second basement level. The monster on the left stepped on and crushed a medium-sized SUV while dragging. The monster was at least 5 meters wide, or the pile of dragged corpses was about 5 meters in size. Is it a mutant? Lin An was puzzled. It shouldn't be, in his previous life, he never heard of mutants appearing in the hospital. Team leader Lin, what should we do now? Zhang Tai felt a bit uncomfortable, he always felt like something was watching him from the darkness. Cold and chilling. Although his willpower perception was not as strong as Lin An's, his beast transformation talent gave him the instincts of a wild animal. Forget about that for now. Let's go up through the elevator shaft. There was a freight elevator in the parking lot that led directly to the emergency center. There was no power, but they could climb up through the elevator shaft. Okay. The sound of their footsteps echoed. Walking in the darkness, there was complete silence. A strong damp smell mixed with the scent of blood. Team leader Lin, it's here. Zhang Tai stopped leading and pointed to a dark spot not far away. Both were awakened ones and could see as clearly as in daylight with just a faint light. The metal sign labeled, Freight Elevator, was somewhat weathered, and the elevator door was tightly shut. It was covered with dense bloody handprints. Go first. Hiss. In the silence, a sharp, hoarse sound rang out. Bang. A beast's instinctive reaction. Zhang Tai instinctively kicked at the shadow lunging from the darkness. The black shadow exploded into a pile of fragments upon impact. Damn, what the hell was that? Zhang Tai was startled and turned to look at the pile of shredded flesh on the ground. It was a human head, without limbs. A bare, pale white spine like a tail was attached to the head. Zhang Tai's face turned unpleasant. Too disgusting. Lin An also looked carefully to identify it. His gaze grew serious. This is a corpse snake. Usually, these are infected people who were devoured by numerous zombies before death. Because the zombie virus concentration in their bodies is too high, their spines are greatly reinforced. With missing limbs, these creatures detach themselves from the flesh and move like snakes relying on their spines. Lin An picked up the long spine from the ground, removing the crushed skull part. He swung it a few times casually, and the spine cracked sharply like a long whip. This thing makes a pretty good weapon. It has high hardness and toughness. Lin An ignored Zhang Tai's pale face and handed the spine to him. Take it, you don't have a weapon. The fire axe's durability is too poor, this is better. In the Apocalypse game, when players don't have weapons or equipment early on, the corpse snake spine is highly favored by players and is considered the best early weapon. Team Leader Lin. Zhang Tai, with a mournful face, a tall man over 1.9 meters, couldn't help but take a few steps back. This thing is too disgusting. Although he was quite brave, the apocalypse had only broken out for 2 days. In his more than 30 years of life, the bloodiest thing he had seen was street fights. For a moment, he still couldn't accept such a level of bloodiness. Lin An frowned. Take this, adapt as quickly as you can. There will be many more things like this in the future. Disgusting, can it help you survive? Zhang Tai was slightly stunned, gritted his teeth, and took the snake corpse's spine. He didn't know why, Lin An was clearly younger than him. But he always felt that Lin An seemed to have experienced a lot, and his words were convincing. Boom! Lin An kicked the tightly closed elevator door, and a loud noise echoed. The iron sheet dented, revealing a small gap. Prise it open. Lin An held the Nepalese kukri in his right hand in reverse grip, adopting the best combat stance. Above the elevator shaft was the emergency center, and there were likely many zombies inside the shaft. Creak. The metal deformed. Zhang Tai's face turned red, but he couldn't pull it open for a moment. He seemed to realize something, his pupils contracted. With his current strength, it would be easy to pry open the elevator door with bare hands. Unless there were many things pressing against the door inside the elevator. Power burst. Lin An realized this too. Golden spiritual energy flowed into his body, and Lin An unleashed all his strength. He shouted lowly, and his left hand helped Zhang Tai to move the elevator door. Roar. As if disturbed, countless continuous zombie howls sounded. Inside the elevator shaft, countless zombies blocked the entire shaft like tightly packed cans. The elevator door opened, and the zombies surged out like a flood breaking through a dam. Chapter 25, the zombie horde. Zhang Tai was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground by the rushing zombies. Bear transformation. With a roar, black fur covered his entire body. In an instant, he transformed into a giant black bear. Woof! He slapped out a powerful palm wind. Several zombies that had just gotten up were instantly smashed, their skulls crushed, brains mixed with blood spilled everywhere. Lin An's gaze was cold, and the Nepalese kukri in his hand swung quickly. Arc slash. The blade traced a beautiful arc, cutting off a head with the aid of immense power. Charge in. Lin An shouted angrily over the team voice channel. The zombies pouring out of the elevator shaft seemed endless. It looked like during the apocalypse outbreak, the emergency center's elevator door was destroyed. As a result, zombies near the elevator fell into the shaft, completely blocking it. If the two stayed here, they could never kill them all. If they delayed any longer, zombies from other areas might come, making it impossible to go up. Moreover, if they made a mistake and got scratched and infected by zombies. Lin An was fine, he had poison resistance to partially immunize. Zhang Tai definitely couldn't withstand it. You go first. Lin An stepped back, bent down, and gathered strength. Got it. Zhang Tai's huge head showed a fierce expression. He hugged his head with both hands and started charging sideways. Bear charge. The ground shook lightly, and the bear transformed Zhang Tai charged into the zombie horde like a heavy truck, crushing everything in his path. The sickening sound of bones breaking continuously rang out, and the zombies at the deepest part of the elevator shaft were directly crushed into meat paste. Now was the time. Lin An took a deep breath, stomped his right foot on the ground, and leapt into the air. He slashed with his knife. The zombies falling inside the elevator shaft were cut in half before touching the ground. Step. He exerted force again, stepping on Zhang Tai's thick shoulder to rebound and rush into the elevator shaft. Zhang Tai gritted his teeth, his face turning a bit pale. Lin An's kick was not light. If it weren't for his tall physique, this kick might have directly crushed his scapula. Inside the elevator shaft, Lin An continuously stepped on the shaft walls, leaping. Holding knives in both hands, he slashed rapidly. The blade swung into an impenetrable net of knives, and every swing inevitably killed zombies. Like a factory meat grinder, mercilessly harvesting flesh and blood. Zhang Tai stood at the bottom of the shaft, feeling as if meat rain was falling on his head. Occasionally, a few zombies remained with only their heads intact, mouths open, biting as they fell. He crushed them with his hands. Jump up. There are too many zombies at the elevator lobby. You and I will rush in together. The bear transformation is ending, you are very vulnerable to infection. Got it. Zhang Tai's expression was serious, his legs bent. Both of their innate skills had time limits, his bear transformation lasted only a few dozen seconds. If it weren't for the thick fur and reinforced skin blocking many zombie scratches and bites after transforming, no matter how careful he would have been infected long ago in such a dense crowd of corpses. After slightly adjusting his posture, Zhang Tai aimed at the elevator exit one floor above. The space inside the elevator shaft was too small, he alone occupied most of it. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly exerted force. Zhang Tai, transformed into a black bear, leapt from the bottom of the shaft like a mortar shell. Lin An placed his feet diagonally on the shaft walls, killing zombies and waiting for Zhang Tai to jump to the best position. After continuous fighting, his first power burst was nearing its end. Now was the moment. Power burst. Mental energy consumed. Golden spiritual energy appeared again, and Lin An felt his strength return to its peak state. Kick back. He kicked sideways inside the elevator shaft, causing a violent shake. Then he turned and kicked out. The target was Zhang Tai, who had jumped up to the first floor exit. Ha! Damn! Zhang Tai had no time to react and was directly kicked hard on the butt by Lin An. Bang! The large black bear was kicked out of the elevator like a cannonball by Lin An's full-force kick, crashing into the emergency hall. The zombies blocking the door were all cleared in one go. Zhang Tai flew out 4 or 5 meters, his body pressing down on a mass of zombies, drawing a blood trail on the smooth hall floor. Thud! After kicking, Lin An fell from the air, kicked back on the elevator shaft wall again, and used the rebound force to rush out. The zombies at the elevator exit had been cleared by the cannonball, and without obstruction, Lin An moved forward smoothly. Go! Lin An exited the elevator and quickly looked around. The entire hall was packed with zombies, roughly 3,000 to 4,000. Dense and packed like sardines in a can, the zombies blocked the hall completely. They must not be surrounded. Hearing Lin An's order, Zhang Tai hurriedly stood up. On his broad bare back, the crushed zombies stuck in patches. Captain Lin, my butt hurts. Zhang Tai held his butt, but his short thick giant paws could only reach his lower back. You should have said something before I kicked you. I'm not a ball, damn it. He felt a bit wronged. He had thought Lin An wanted him to jump to the first floor position and hold there, then they would fight their way out together. He didn't expect Lin An to treat him like a cannonball to clear the way. After taking 2 kicks from Lin An, he felt like all his bones were about to shatter. For an ordinary awakened person without a tall physique, these 2 kicks could have killed them. Lin An cleared his throat, signaling him not to dwell on this topic. He just had a sudden idea and used Zhang Tai as a cannonball. Unexpectedly, the effect was surprisingly good. Stop talking about this, next time I just won't kick you. Charge into the second floor first. The zombies in the hall had already surrounded them. The frenzied howling horde moved extremely fast. Thousands of zombies charged at the same time, creating a powerful visual impact. My bear transformation time is up. Zhang Tai only had time to shout once before his body rapidly shrank back to normal human form. The helmet on his head was deformed from being stretched, and his clothes were torn and ragged. Use the corpse snake's spine. Don't engage in close combat. Lin An took the lead, shouting a phrase before rushing toward the horde. Though he was alone, he had the momentum of an army. Step forward with a diagonal slash. With full force, he directly beheaded several zombies at the front. Arc slash. The distance between the horde and the two was already very short. In close quarters, Lin An unleashed full firepower. The blade flashed, and under the power boost, the curved sword swept across like a laser cutting through. Reverse slash. With a swift move, Lin An reacted quickly. He turned and killed the zombies surrounding him from behind. Though surrounded by zombies, Lin An was like a killing god, his sharp swordsmanship prevented the zombies from getting close. Clang. The blade made a crisp sound, chipping several notches. After continuous fighting, aiming for a one-hit kill, Lin An targeted the zombies' heads with every strike. The bones strengthened by the zombie virus were much harder than those of ordinary humans. With frequent collisions, the ordinary alloy blade could not withstand such intense combat. Team leader Lin. This won't do. Too many zombies. Not far away, Zhang Tai was surrounded by hundreds of zombies. He wildly swung the corpse snake spine in his hands. Each strike made the spine crack like a whip. The whip's tip was extremely sharp, one lash could easily smash a zombie's head. Though he had never used a whip before, his brute strength made it effective. This thing was indeed useful. Zhang Tai became more adept with it the more he used it. Compared to ordinary axes or broadswords, the corpse snake spine was not only extremely sharp but also allowed avoiding close combat. Without this whip, his low agility would leave him no chance to dodge when surrounded by zombies. Bear transformation again. Lin An's expression turned serious, decisively ordering Zhang Tai to transform again. No time to save it. Originally, they planned to save one transformation for the second floor to prevent accidents. But there were too many zombies in the hall, even if he killed one with each strike, he couldn't keep up with the zombies' replenishment speed. Zhang Tai couldn't break through without transforming. Team leader Lin. I can only transform once more. Zhang Tai shouted angrily as his body instantly expanded. In just 1 second, a huge black bear reappeared in the hall. Roar. The black bear roared. The beast's roar mixed with the zombie's howls. The slender bone whip in his hand was like a toy. Zhang Tai violently cracked the bone whip, each strike smashing a group of zombies. Without worrying about zombies getting close, his momentum was overwhelming. In no time, he cleared a temporary safe area. The situation improved instantly. But Lin An noticed Zhang Tai's eyes dimmed slightly, a sign of mental exhaustion. Compared to Lin An's power burst, Zhang Tai's bear transformation consumed much more mental energy. Plus, his willpower was not very high to begin with. In this way, his limit was being able to transform into a bear twice in one day. If only Wenya could join the battle now. Lin An sighed. Due to her unique nature as a mutant, she alone could replenish the mental energy for both Lin An and Zhang Tai. Without worrying about mental energy consumption, the two of them could even slowly grind down this group of zombies. But she was not an awakened one yet, her strength was too weak to participate in this kind of battle. Lin An thought of the Suture at Wanda Shopping Center, where the number of zombies was only more, not less, than here. Facing a massive number of zombies, replenishing mental energy was crucial to the battle situation. It seemed that after getting the equipment, they needed to quickly solve the matter of awakening Wenya. Having a mutant but not using them would be too much of a waste. Get ready to charge together. After Zhang Tai activated his bear transformation, he successfully reunited with Lin An, and the two fought side by side. After continuous fierce fighting, they were now only a dozen meters away from the second floor. 3, 2, 1. Lin An took a deep breath and shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Misstep slash. The blade light intertwined into a dense net of death, instantly shredding a large group of zombies in front of him. The black bear beside him roared and charged into the horde at all costs, carving out a bloody path. Chapter 26, Handy Weapons, Captain Lin. Split up or together. After rushing into the second floor, the number of zombies did not decrease but increased. Zhang Tai swung his bone whip vigorously, and in desperation, even had to kick away the flying zombies. His breathing was heavy. His physical and mental strength were almost at their limit. After continuous fighting, he had lost count of how many zombies he had killed. His black fur was stained dark red, with bits of intestines hanging all over him. At a glance, he looked exactly like some kind of mutant zombie. Flustered, even with his high constitution of 15.4, he could not replenish his strength and was gradually becoming overwhelmed. Huff. Zhang Tai was panting, somewhat exhausted. Captain Lin. Lin An was also deeply trapped in the sea of corpses. As the vanguard, the number of zombies he faced was almost 3 to 4 times that of Zhang Tai. The blade in his hand slashed out afterimages but could only barely protect himself from the zombies getting close. Lin An had no time to respond, which made Zhang Tai anxious. My second transformation is about to end. The end of the transformation meant death. Lin An's heart sank, he had underestimated the power of the horde. He had thought that after getting the antidote, relying on his own strength, he could fearlessly face the hospital zombies alone. Calling Zhang Tai along was just to add an extra layer of security. Previously, facing small groups of zombies was no danger, so since awakening, he had developed a sense of contempt for zombies. But unexpectedly, he had still greatly underestimated the horror of the horde. This endless, never-ending monster could wear down any awakened one to death. Such arrogance was unacceptable. Lin An reflected on himself. No matter how strong an awakened one was in the apocalypse game, they were just struggling ants. He was only a mere first stage. What right did he have to look down on these monsters? Eye of Judgment. Lin An shouted, pale blue mist rising. All information within his field of vision transformed into a large stream of data. Current number of zombies detected, 4,197 mutants, 0 mutants, 1 on the light screen. The number behind mutants fluctuated as if disturbed. Lin An's face changed drastically. It was the first time he had seen the Eye of Judgment unable to provide accurate data. The numbers kept fluctuating. Either there really is a mutant nearby, but at the very edge of his perception range. Whenever the mutant approaches, the number turns back to 1, when it moves away, it becomes 0. Or that mutant possesses the strength to resist the Judgment Eye's detection. Damn it. According to the rules, a mutant capable of resisting the Judgment Eye must be at least 3rd tier. Only overwhelming willpower can interfere with the Judgment Eye. Lin An's expression grew serious. He could only hope it wasn't the second situation. Now trapped among the zombie horde, either scenario was unbearable for him. If it was the first case, he could barely manage, but Zhang Tai was surely doomed. If it was the second, neither of them had a chance to struggle. In front of a 3rd-tier mutant, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. The anomaly in the underground garage, the piercing screams heard last night. Mutants and corpse snakes he had never heard of in his previous life. Lin An vaguely felt there might be some connection among these four. What exactly was it? Roar. The black bear's painful roar. Within seconds, zombies swarmed around Zhang Tai. One after another, the zombies attacked him like bloodthirsty ants, while more zombies flew in like locusts. If not for the bear fur and the cotton clothes prepared in advance that delayed them for a moment. With so much zombie toxin injected into his body, he wouldn't last even a second without being infected. The massive bear's body was covered with zombies, almost completely submerged. At the same time. Crack. Metal breaking. The Nepalese kukri in Lin An's hand was completely destroyed, shattering into fragments that pierced through several zombies nearby. Adding fuel to the fire, the situation worsened. Lin An couldn't afford to think about what it was anymore. He took 2 zombie spines from the judgment ring and used them as stabbing weapons. Step forward. Spinning stab. Powering from his waist, he stepped forward. Holding the stabs with both hands like fierce drills, Lin An shredded the zombies in front of him and rushed to support Zhang Tai. Still not enough. There were too many zombies. The ground was already covered with thick chunks of flesh. The slippery blood was thick, truly a mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Quick and decisive. He had to use stimulants. As a trump card, each dose of the drug was precious. But now there was no need to save it. If he died, he would have nothing. Lin An bit down on the stimulant taken from the ring, swallowing the potion mixed with glass shards. Beep, strength +1, constitution +1, agility +1. Beep, burst power increased by 50%, endurance and damage resistance increased by 30%, attack speed increased by 20%. 2 doses down, the long-lost power returned. Strength burst. Lin An immediately activated strength burst again before the second skill ended, preventing the momentum from breaking. Golden spiritual energy flashed and vanished, restoring his stamina to its peak. Beep, all attributes +2. Hum. A slight spiritual energy fluctuation flickered and disappeared. Strength attribute broke through the critical value of 21 points. Lin An instantly felt the bone spikes in his hands were as light as nothing, and his body seemed to accumulate power like a volcano. With the help of the drugs, Lin An's strength reached the peak of a first-tier advanced awakener. Time slowed down. The originally swift and ferocious zombies appeared in slow motion to him. I seem to, the thought flashed and vanished. After breaking through the 20-point threshold, a strange perception spread. Is this the power of a first-tier advanced? Lin An was extremely excited. Under the amplification of 2 external factors, he temporarily felt the power of a higher level. I seem to be able to kill them all. His heart pounded wildly, pumping blood throughout his body like an engine. Briefly possessing high-level power, Lin An felt that his strength at this moment could even tear apart the feeders with his bare hands. Muscles exploded, strength was endless. Fury. Pierce straight through. Gripping the bone spikes with both hands and exerting force, with this power enhancement, bursts of air explosions sounded around Lin An. The bone spikes shot out like lightning, instantly piercing through the zombies in front of him. Like a traditional gourd, one strike cleared all in front. Reverse slash. With immense power, Lin An's fighting spirit surged endlessly. He swung the bone spikes like machetes in a reverse slash. The speed was extremely fast. It was more like smashing than cutting. With the sharp whistle of the weapons breaking the air, a large number of zombies were smashed into a puddle of flesh. This feeling, this power. A gleam of joy flashed in Lin An's eyes, such powerful strength was simply intoxicating. Ha! A roar deafening as thunder in a clear sky. Lin An, caught up in the killing frenzy, threw the bone spikes aside. Although the bone spikes were still sharp and durable, they never felt quite handy. 2 bone spikes shot out like lightning, easily piercing the zombies along the way, opening bloody holes. Give me that. Smash. Boom. Lin An's face was wild, his eyes blood red. He directly grabbed a nearby zombie and smashed it like a heavy hammer into the horde. Boom. Boom. Like swatting flies. The dense zombie crowd beside Lin An was instantly cleared, turning into a ground of flesh pulp. Refreshing. Lin An felt thoroughly exhilarated, the gloom in his heart swept away. Originally, he was wary of mutants hiding in the shadows. Now, as long as it wasn't a second-level mutant, he had absolute confidence to fight it. His momentum undiminished. Taking advantage of the overlapping effects of the potion and power burst, Lin An rushed rapidly toward Zhang Tai. Boom. A large group of zombies gathered together was smashed into a puddle of flesh stuck to the ground. Severed limbs and intestines flew everywhere, blood splattered. Boom. Lin An had changed the zombie he used as a hammer several times. With Zhang Tai's face full of terror, Lin An had carved out a clear path through the horde in just a few seconds. Stunned. This is damn brutal. Zhang Tai couldn't help swallowing, his bear-like face full of expression. Blood-covered Lin An swung zombies left and right like hammers, more terrifying in his eyes than mutants. Boom. The ground trembled, Lin An casually smashed a zombie beside him to death, then wiped the blood off his face. Grinning, it sent chills down Zhang Tai's spine. Lin. Team. You, Zhang Tai's voice was no longer loud, he quietly called Lin An over the team channel. The surrounding zombies were temporarily cleared, allowing him to catch his breath. Lin An looked at Zhang Tai in confusion, his blood-red eyes glowing red from continuous killing. After just a moment's rest, the horde continued to rush in. Lin An habitually grabbed a zombie but found no intact corpse around him. He looked at the large and sturdy Zhang Tai. Big enough, strong enough. Seems like. Can be used as a hammer. Damn. Zhang Tai was terrified. He read the naked intent in Lin An's eyes. Team leader Lin. No, don't. Boom. The ground cracked, like a minor earthquake. Chapter 27, The Strange Zombie. Lin An looked satisfied at the cleared passage. He dashed to the end of the corridor and came beside Zhang Tai. On a sudden whim, after smashing a few zombies to death with Zhang Tai, Lin An simply used him as a bowling ball. Like a force of nature. With Lin An's second-level strength enhancement, Zhang Tai's 2-ton body easily crushed the zombies along the way. How do you feel? Taking advantage of the cleared space, Lin An pulled Zhang Tai up from the ground. Daring to be angry but not daring to speak. Zhang Tai didn't dare say a word. His eyes were full of grievance. He felt like his whole body was falling apart. Anyone would feel bad after being used as a hammer to smash zombies for a while, then kicked like a ball. Especially when it was Lin An doing it. I'll say it again. I'm damn not a ball. And. Shouldn't we hurry up and find that thing, the hand, now? The zombies are about to swarm again. Zhang Tai was tearless and helpless, his bear-like state had ended, and his tattered clothes barely covered his butt. Half of his helmet hung loosely on his head, his body covered in bloody fragments. At the other end of the corridor, a dense crowd of zombies charged crazily and tirelessly. Lin An seemed not to hear, his gaze fixed firmly on a door to the left. Second Orthopedics. The white-painted door was tightly closed, clean and tidy. I think I found it. A strange light flashed in Lin An's eyes. He gently turned the door handle, the door was unlocked. Click. Inside, behind a desk, sat a person in a white uniform who looked like a doctor, facing away. Eye of Judgment. Mutant, 0, mutant, 1, the numbers flickered, as if uncertain. Lin An was puzzled and stepped inside. The numbers on the screen stopped flickering and stabilized at 1. His probing mental power broke through the faint barrier, enveloping that person. Zombie, first-level mutant. This is an ordinary zombie, but it seems to possess some mysterious power that helped it break through the zombie's limits. Strength, 13, agility, 6, constitution, 10, willpower, 12, danger level, medium. So that's it was a false alarm after all. The last stone in Lin An's heart fell. The mutant detected by the Eye of Judgment should be this zombie in front of him. But it was neither outside his perception range nor a powerful third-level existence. It was carrying the Skull Crusher's hand, relying on the equipment's built-in mental barrier to block his detection. The 13 points of strength in its attributes, first level, the mysterious power helped it break through the zombie's limits, without a doubt. Ordinary zombies have strength attributes around 6 to 8 points, so the remaining 5 points must come from the Skull Crusher's hand. Come in and block the door. Lin An casually instructed Zhang Tai to block the door. Strength burst. Lin An shouted lowly, reapplying the all-attribute +2 enhancement effect. The drug effect had not worn off, he still maintained his peak combat power. Lin An did not let his guard down just because the zombie before him posed no significant threat in attributes. The pristine clinic, the zombie that looked like a doctor sitting with his back turned. It smelled the living human's breath but did not go berserk like ordinary zombies. All these abnormalities made Lin An extremely vigilant. Bang! The door was slammed shut heavily by Zhang Tai, and within seconds, frantic banging sounds came from outside. The white-coated zombie remained unmoved, seemingly deaf. Stab straight. The door wouldn't hold the zombies for long. No matter what the anomaly was, it was best to test it first. Lin An's gaze was sharp as a knife, his body tensed and lunged forward. Although it was a test, this strike was enough to pierce steel plates and instantly kill any zombie. The bone spike sliced fiercely through the air. No. Don't. The hoarse, labored voice squeezed out word by word from the throat. Lin An's eyes narrowed sharply like needles, his whole body chilled. The strike aimed at the zombie doctor's head suddenly deviated. The voice came from the doctor. Boom. The wall behind the zombie was pierced, revealing gray cement. Lin An stared in disbelief at the doctor, who was trying to continue speaking. A zombie. How could it talk? Lin An felt a chill all over. In his previous life, during 3 years in the Apocalypse game, he had never heard anyone mention zombies could talk. If they could talk, it meant they still had reason. And intelligence. Unlike Lin An's fear, Zhang Tai was just somewhat surprised as he stared at the doctor. The iron door behind them banged loudly, causing him to stagger. Team leader Lin, what's this bird thing saying? Lin An did not answer, only tightly gripping the bone spike in his hand. It was not impossible for mutants to have intelligence. As far as Lin An knew, third-level and above mutants began to possess varying degrees of intelligence. But a first-level mutant zombie having intelligence? If it was due to equipment, that could be barely accepted, since Apocalypse gear often had special effects. But if this zombie retained intelligence without relying on Apocalypse gear, that would be terrifying. Humans became the rulers of Blue Star and the top of the food chain thanks to intelligence. If first-level mutant zombies had intelligence, Lin An really didn't know what humans could use to stop them. First-level mutants were not rare. The Apocalypse game would shift from fighting monsters to a survival battle between two races. Heavy footsteps. Lin An held the bone spike against the doctor's head, ready to kill at any slight movement. What do you want to say? Ridiculous and laughable. Lin An never thought he would talk to a zombie. Do not kill me. Huff. Huff. As Lin An approached, the zombie doctor sitting on the chair struggled to suppress its instinctual craving for flesh and blood. It gasped from its throat like a dying old man. Its body repeatedly tried to stand from the chair and bite, but reason suppressed instinct. Lin An even saw fear in its eyes. It tilted its head, trying to make the bone spike miss its forehead. Give me a reason not to kill you. Lin An took a deep breath. A zombie afraid of death, begging for mercy like a human. You want it. The zombie doctor was restless. It slowly raised its right hand. The right hand, with flesh peeled off, wore a glove. The glove was an eerie black, covered with dense blood-red patterns. On the back of the glove was an empty hollow, as if something had once been embedded there. Lin An's heart skipped a beat, a blue light flashing in his eyes. The Eye of Judgment. Ding, Apocalypse equipment detected. Level, Fine, Blue, Chapter 28, The Skull Crusher's Hand. Blue equipment. Lin An's eyes burned with passion. The equipment that every player in Linjiang City dreamed of in his past life was right before him. Although he couldn't see the attributes before obtaining it, Lin An was certain that this piece of equipment was the Skull Crusher's Hand. Swish. Lin An held the bone spike against the zombie doctor's head, instantly stabbing in a segment. With just a little force, he could crush the zombie's brain. Against Lin An's strength of 21 points, the zombie's reinforced bones were as brittle as cookies. Trade your life for my stuff. Not enough. Lin An tilted his head, staring directly at the bloody skeleton. It is mine. Killing you makes it mine. Lin An interrupted the zombie doctor without hesitation. The department door wouldn't hold for long. If this zombie could only talk but offered no value, there was no reason to waste more time. He had promised Wenye he could check out the nearby building, and it was necessary to visit the pharmacy room Zhang Tai mentioned. Time was tight. If delayed until night, the zombies would become much more terrifying. Falling into a horde again would be too dangerous. No. The zombie doctor's crimson eyes showed anger almost human-like. Interesting. It could still get angry and suppress its emotions. Lin An pondered. Silence. The zombie doctor froze, seeming to hesitate. Hesitate? Lin An's heart stirred. If this zombie had intelligence, it would naturally realize it would die if it couldn't provide value. So what was it hesitating about? Lin An deliberately showed impatience, slightly exerting force with the hand holding the spike, pretending to prepare to strike. The next second, he would crush its skull. Thing, have. Sensing Lin An's killing intent, it struggled to blurt out a few words in desperation. What thing? Say one more word and I'll kill you. Also, take off the glove. Or I'll chop off your hand. No. Take off, will die. A flicker of terror flashed in its eyes as it instinctively protected its right hand. Die now if you don't take it off. Lin An's killing intent surged, and the room seemed to grow colder. At the peak of anger, it seemed unable to suppress its craving for flesh. Roar. The zombie doctor's gloved right hand suddenly slammed toward Lin An's chest. Rather than it exerting force, it was as if the glove was driving its entire body at Lin An looking for death. Crack. Lin An's expression was cold as he directly twisted and broke its right hand. Crunch. A kick shattered its knee, exposing white bone stumps. The power gap between a first-tier mutant and Lin An was far beyond what a glove could compensate for. Moreover, this guy was only a pseudo-first-tier. Lin An picked up the severed hand and took off the glove. The glove on the severed hand occasionally emitted rippling blue waves. Beep, obtained blue equipment, Skull Crusher's Hand, fine quality. Skull Crusher's Hand, blue fine quality, equipment level requirement, level 1, first tier. Equipment attributes, strength +5. Additional effect. Equipment evaluation, this equipment lacks a key part, perhaps you can find a way to complete it and unleash its true power. After completing the equipment, its quality will upgrade from fine to epic. The center of the glove was missing something that should have been embedded there. Lin An couldn't wait and directly put on the glove. A muffled grunt. The glove suddenly tightened around the right hand as if it had a life of its own, pressing firmly against the flesh. At the same time, a surging power flowed from the glove into the heart. Beep, strength attribute +5. Lin An's expression brightened. Although the potion and power burst had ended, his strength attribute had dropped back to 19.4. But with the equipped, Skull Crusher's Hand, his strength instantly broke through the 21-point limit, reaching 24.4. In a normal state, he now possessed strength comparable to the peak of the first tier. If he activated the power burst again and drank the potion, his strength could reach as high as 27.4. Completely approaching the second tier. The Apocalypse game was only on its third day, yet he already had such power. This speed of strengthening was hard for Lin An himself to believe. Clenching his fist tightly, the sound of bones cracking echoed out of thin air. One punch could probably smash a light armored vehicle to pieces. The feeling of getting stronger was intoxicating. Lin An looked at the blank spot on the glove with some confusion. A key part. True power. It was hard to imagine what effect would appear if this glove was fully completed. No wonder it was the Apocalypse equipment praised and coveted by countless players in his previous life. While Lin An was thinking, the zombie doctor's eyes flashed with a trace of terror. Ignoring the pain of its broken legs, it hastily clawed at the windowsill with its only remaining hand, trying to escape the ward. Lin An sneered coldly. Trying to run. With a gust of force, he reached out with one hand toward the zombie's head and easily tore it off. The headless body still instinctively clawed at the windowsill. Such injuries were not fatal for a doctor-turned-zombie. In Lin An's hand, the head's mouth opened and closed, eyes full of hatred. For zombies, as long as the brain was not destroyed, any injury was insignificant. 3 seconds, tell me where the missing part of the glove is. 3. 2. Death countdown. The hatred in the zombie doctor's eyes was replaced by fear. Intelligence meant fear of death. Save, people. I, tell, you. People and, things, in the big, building nearby. Under the threat of death, its speech quickened. Lin An's heart stirred. Save people. The nearby building? Wasn't that the building where Wenya's mother was? The number of zombies in the adjacent inpatient building might not be as many as here, but it was not few either. Compared to the emergency surgery hall corridor structure, the inpatient building was filled with dense rooms. Facing zombie ambushes there was no less dangerous than here. Why are you there? Are you trying to trick me into going? Lin An asked in a low voice, ignoring the words, save people. But hearing the zombie doctor say that, he was sure that even if the key part was not there, there was probably something in that building. When he entered, the zombie had its back turned, staring at that building. Please, refuse, there, is my child. Glove, his gift. Things, there. Chapter 29, The Cruel Truth in the Ward. Lin An expressionlessly wiped the sticky substance from his hand with a white cloth. On the pure white ceramic was a stain of red and white mixed filth, vaguely showing the crushed head of the zombie doctor. Captain Lin. Zhang Tai was somewhat angry, a trace of pity flashing in his eyes. Without the zombie doctor's command, the force of the zombies pounding outside the door had lessened considerably. For the time being, there was no need to worry about zombies breaking through the door. Didn't he say his child was somewhere? I think he was willing to hand over the glove, he just wanted us to help find his child. Why kill him then? He didn't want to become a zombie either. I think. Lin An dropped the white cloth in his hand and looked at Zhang Tai. It was not surprising that Zhang Tai was angry that he had directly crushed the zombie doctor's head. Zhang Tai was kind-hearted by nature, as could be seen from the fact that the team he led was full of the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled. Do you think I'm too cruel? Inhumane? Obviously, we were going to the building next door anyway, and if we found his child, he would have willingly handed over the glove. He might even have voluntarily revealed the whereabouts of another component. So, I shouldn't have killed him. Zhang Tai and Lin An exchanged glances, he felt he was right. Yes. I think he's still a person. He just wants to find his child. A person? Lin An chuckled lightly and walked to the metal cabinet in the corner of the room. A zombie is always a zombie. The moment he became a zombie, he lost his humanity. You are underestimating how terrifying the zombie virus is. Lin An approached the black mist in the judgment vision. Clatter. The cabinet door opened, and a cabinet full of white bones fell out, rolling to Zhang Tai's feet. 3 rows of children's skulls were neatly arranged on the top shelf, their tender faces covered with bite marks. In each pair of eyes, one could see the fear before death, a complete silence. On the tiles, the bones were licked clean, and the marrow was pried out from the middle without any waste. What is this? Zhang Tai breathed heavily, staring incredulously at the bones at his feet. His hands trembled as he picked up a bone that looked like a part of an arm. The bone was small, the slender bone seemed not fully developed. Clack 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 dash, Zhang Tai's teeth chattered, and the broken bone in his hand fell to the ground. He recognized them, all these bones belonged to children. Lin An was not surprised by Zhang Tai's reaction. Although he looked burly and strong, his mind was not weak. But the apocalypse had just begun, and without the harsh baptism of the apocalypse, few could withstand the shock before them. Lin An sighed lightly and patted Zhang Tai on the shoulder. Part of the second floor was designated as pediatrics. Since we came in, have you seen a single zombie transformed from a child? It told you that it was because of the glove's power that it retained its sanity and humanity. Zhang Tai took a deep breath, struggling to squeeze out a few words from his throat, shaking his head. Captain Lin, isn't it because of the glove? Lin An felt the glove on his right hand, his gaze cold. If he weren't a reborn person, he would probably have been fooled by the zombie doctor's words. Sanity. Wanting to save the child. Zombies can never have such things. From the moment they turn into zombies, they have completely become monsters. At most, they can have some intelligence. Even that comes at a price, eating people. Just like the Stitcher. After devouring all the survivors in Wanda Mall, it became a third-level mutant, abomination. The ultimate nightmare for the survivors of Linjiang City. Haven't you figured it out yet? He lost the glove but still has intelligence and knows fear. This shows that his intelligence is not given by the glove, but inherent. Players can level up by killing mutants, and the same zombies can also level up by eating people. The stronger the mutant, the more people it has killed. That zombie just now might have seemed weak to me, but its true strength is much greater than other zombies. Moreover, it should be a special kind that can command other zombies using mental power. Otherwise, without command, the zombies wouldn't have made things so difficult for us before. Most likely, all the children here were eaten by it alone, which caused the mutation. Zhang Tai was silent and couldn't help but walk over to the filthy puddle on the ground. Gritting his teeth, he stomped it into pieces. Damn bastard. Beep, Zhang Tai's loyalty to you has increased by 10 points, current loyalty 70. With 70 points of loyalty, Zhang Tai is basically guaranteed not to betray him. Having the system monitor loyalty in real time is indeed useful. Not bad. It seems this incident dealt a heavy blow to Zhang Tai's worldview. I believe in the future, Zhang Tai will no longer question Lin An's actions. Team leader Lin, sorry. Zhang Tai lowered his head and gave a self-mocking smile. It's nothing, these things are bound to happen sooner or later. Don't trust any zombies or mutants, from the moment they turn into zombies, they are no longer human. Lin An stood by the window, his gaze fixed on the hospital building not far away. Room 303, Wenya's mother. The child of the zombie doctor, missing key parts of equipment. It seems necessary to visit here, whether to gain Wenya's loyalty or to complete the equipment. Rest for 10 minutes, then we'll set off. 10 minutes is enough time for Zhang Tai to recover his strength. After all, the higher the constitution, the faster the recovery. Time is tight, since the apocalypse game began, the global weather has been extremely unstable. Although the two set out early in the morning, it is only noon now. But it gets dark quickly, around 5 in the afternoon it will be night. If they delay, at night, zombies become much stronger. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. No matter how strong a single ordinary zombie is, it has limits, but a horde is different. Any slight enhancement makes them extremely troublesome. Lin An stood by the window, carefully observing the layout of the entire hospital. The operation in 10 minutes might not go smoothly. Why does the zombie doctor want him to go to the inpatient department? What is there? He doesn't quite believe the zombie doctor just wants him to find his child. Child? Whether there is one or not is another matter. Most likely, there is some danger there. The zombie doctor wants him to go there, surely to trap Lin An or at least delay him to buy time for escape. Lin An muttered to himself. A mutant? Mutants that never appeared in a previous life have already appeared in the hospital. So having one more is not surprising. But what exactly caused the deviation? The knocking sounds in the underground parking lot, the unexpected corpse snakes, last night's screams, the disappearance of the bloody witch, and the mountain of corpses caused by the suspected third-level mutant on the city entrance road. Lin An asked himself if he had done anything to broadly affect history. If so, it could only be taking the apocalypse ring early. Lin An recalled the strange feeling when taking the ring, something clearly rushed out from the mysterious black hole. Then he was unconscious for 3 days, wasting precious time to prepare supplies. Lin An's mind was filled with countless thoughts, and a sudden idea flashed through his mind. Maybe there was a chance to go back to number 97 Fengming Road and take a look. If something really had burst out, it would definitely have caused damage to the surrounding environment. A careful investigation might reveal some clues left behind. Chapter 30, Split Actions. Team Leader Lin, what are you looking at? Zhang Tai, casual and carefree, soon stood beside Lin An, nothing much. Lin An took out 2 prepared potions from his waist and handed them to him. The light purple potion in the test tubes emitted a strange color, mesmerizing. Team Leader Lin, what's this? Zhang Tai instinctively took the potions, then stared in disbelief at the description that appeared in his player information. Beep, obtain giant lizard extract, special temporarily increases strength +1, constitution +1, agility +1 after consumption. Beep, obtain snake venom purification, special temporarily increases explosive power by 50%, endurance and damage resistance by 30%, and attack speed by 20% after consumption. Stunned. As an awakened one, Zhang Tai knew from his own changes how important even a slight attribute increase was. This stuff is awesome, Team Leader Lin. Damn, with a few more of these, what zombie am I afraid of? Give me a few more. Lin An was helpless. After deducting the ones he had used before, there were only 24 potions left in his ring. Although it sounded like a lot, it was not enough to support many battles. One person was fine, but if the team grew larger in the future, 2 or 3 battles would consume them all. Not many left, use them sparingly. Can your mental power still support one more transformation? Zhang Tai was a bit regretful upon hearing there weren't many left. He carefully placed the potions in his bosom like treasures. Team leader Lin, I can only sustain one more bear transformation. And the duration will be much shorter. About how long? Zhang Tai thought for a moment and gave an uncertain answer. About 20 seconds. Lin An frowned slightly, 20 seconds was really too short. He had already calculated it earlier. No matter how fast they moved, the battle time in the hospital building would not be less than 5 minutes. Both places needed to be checked. If there really was a psychic node in the pharmacy, Lin An could even bring Wenya back here tomorrow to ascend as an awakened one. After all, in his plan, the other awakening location was hard to find and was in a place swarming with zombies. Taking Wenya in, with her ordinary human strength, was very risky. Therefore, finding a psychic node in the pharmacy would be best. Then, split up. You go to the pharmacy, there are fewer zombies there. Report any abnormalities to me immediately. Lin An thought for a moment and decided to let Zhang Tai go to the pharmacy alone. Even if the psychic node there had dissipated, there might still be some benefits left. And since Zhang Tai wouldn't be much help following him, it was better to let him investigate further. Zhang Tai hesitated for a moment but said nothing. He knew that if he couldn't transform into a bear, at best he was just a tough, slightly stronger human. In close combat with zombies, he might even become a burden to Lin An. Without fuss, he nodded in agreement. However, a sudden feeling of melancholy arose in his heart. Since the apocalypse broke out, he had always been regarded as the big brother and relied upon by the team members. But he never expected that with Lin An, he couldn't even help much. The strength he was proud of was nothing in front of Lin An, decadent, frustrated. Zhang Tai glanced at his left hand. The severed arm had actually weakened his strength quite a bit. Lin An saw what he was thinking and still intended to comfort him. After all, they would all be members of the same team in the future, and mutual support was inevitable. Zhang Tai, don't be discouraged and think you're useless. Every awakened one is a symbol of strength. You feel weak now because we are facing a large horde of zombies. No one would be effective against a horde of this scale. Lin An thought for a moment and added, your innate skill is quite good. Bear transformation is much more practical in combat compared to many awakened ones. As your transformation duration increases, and when you upgrade to the second stage, you will gain a new skill. Long-term bear transformation plus the newly learned skill will make your combat power quite considerable. Lin An recalled other awakened ones he learned about in his previous life, especially those who controlled elements. Raising their hands to release fire or storms. They looked powerful and had decent lethality. But often, in the early stages when mental strength was lacking, after releasing 2 or 3 skills, they lost their combat effectiveness. After that, they could only rely on 10 points of extreme attributes to fight enemies. Compared to tank-type and transformation-type awakened ones, these types of awakened ones were like a 3-step trick. Once the skills were used up, they were useless. Zhang Tai's bear transformation had a much longer sustained combat time than these awakened ones. Although the burst was weaker, it was stable and lasting. Like the relationship between an ADC and a mage. One pursues stable sustained output, the other short-term burst. After hearing this, Zhang Tai felt much better and looked forward to his strength after reaching the second stage. Lin An was also looking forward. After facing large-scale zombies several times, he also discovered a clear shortcoming of his own. He had no area of effect skills. It was fine facing a single enemy. But when facing a large number of enemies, relying solely on physical attacks was too exhausting. His innate skill was Power Burst, which was not much different from Zhang Tai's bear transformation. Although it added more and comprehensive attributes, it was ultimately an auxiliary skill. In the Apocalypse game, not having area of effect skills was very inconvenient. After all, mutants were strong but rare. The real battles usually involved facing large numbers of zombies. Lin An made up his mind. After getting the equipment, he would eliminate the Stitcher. If all went well, he must reach the second stage before establishing the safe zone. Reaching the second stage would not only bring a qualitative leap in strength but also grant a brand new skill. He already had an auxiliary skill, and Lin An did not believe that the skill he would get after upgrading would still be auxiliary. Even if it was a single target burst skill, it would be better than hacking away with a blade. Team leader Lin, I've rested enough. Shall we leave now? Lin An looked at Zhang Tai and nodded slowly. He gave Zhang Tai 2 doses of medicine, believing that with Zhang Tai's strength, the pharmacy with fewer zombies should be no problem. Bang! After confirming their routes, the two did not hesitate and jumped directly from the second floor. One headed straight for the inpatient building, the other to the pharmacy. On the second level of the underground parking lot, the rhythmic knocking suddenly stopped. Not long after, the cry of a baby sounded. In the midst of dead silence and darkness, it was abrupt and eerie. Chapter 31, Ward 317. As soon as he landed, the scattered zombies wandering around inside the hospital surrounded him. It was unclear whether it was because there were still survivors in the various buildings inside the hospital, or because the zombies were avoiding the daylight. There weren't many zombies on the outside ground. Shoo! Lin An held a bone spike and directly stabbed through the zombie lunging at him. It was like stabbing into tofu. After equipping the Skull Crusher's hand, even without activating his talent, his strength attribute had already reached 24.4 points. In a normal state, he was stronger than before when he took drugs and activated skills. His power had increased by a whole level. Lin An bent his legs, gathering strength, and locked his target on a window on the 3rd floor of the hospital building. Bang! The ground cracked, and the footprint indentation was 2 points deeper than before. Like a human-shaped cannonball, he ignored the zombies below who smelled his presence and rushed over. Thud! The outer wall on the 3rd floor cracked, dust falling down. Lin An jumped onto the outer wall of the 3rd floor, grabbed the protective net on the window with one hand, and exerted slight force. Creak! The protective barrier was torn apart by hand. The stainless steel pipes were easily twisted into spirals. Through the window, it was hard to see clearly inside the dimly lit ward, and the room number was unclear. Roar! Inside the ward, a zombie roared and slammed against the window. Its face deformed, hitting the glass like a demon. The window shattered in response, craving flesh and blood, it felt no pain. The zombie forcibly passed through the window, ignoring the broken glass and letting the sharp edges tear its face. Judging by its appearance, it was a zombie transformed from an elderly person about 70 or 80 years old. It crazily opened and closed its blood-red mouth. Its teeth had mostly fallen out, but it still tried to bite off a piece of Lin An's flesh to taste. Bang! Lin An showed no expression, grabbed its body with one hand, then kicked and smashed its skull, flipping into the ward. He quickly glanced around, the ward was in disarray. There were 2 hospital beds in the room, each equipped with a private bathroom. The 2 patients' ward was likely a special care ward, the zombie that just died probably had a high status before turning. Ordinary people couldn't afford such special care wards. Looking around, on the other bed, only the upper body of a zombie old woman struggled to crawl down. It wasn't that the zombie's strength was limited by the physical condition before mutation. Under the enhancement of the zombie virus, Lin An had seen many elderly people who turned into zombies still running very fast. But the zombie old woman's limbs had been completely eaten, turned into a human stick, she could only move laboriously like a maggot. The clean bedsheet was stained with dark red blood. Her upper body and arms had been eaten away, and even much of the chest cavity's internal organs were missing. It seemed the old man had turned into a zombie first, then infected her. If nothing unexpected, the two were probably husband and wife. Decades of marriage, sick and living together supporting each other. Unexpectedly, they ended up dying under the bite of their own spouse. Lin An shook his head but didn't feel much. In his previous life's 3-year apocalypse, he had seen such scenes many times. Bang bang bang. The locked door inside deformed. The zombies outside heard the noise and rushed over. Lin An casually took a few steps to the door and reached for the lock. His gaze was calm, as if the zombies outside were not ferocious monsters but visiting friends. Eye of judgment. Click. He tore the lock apart, pale blue mist rising in his eyes. Roar. Outside the door, zombies were roaring, at least 20 or 30 as far as the eye could see. The corridor was densely packed, completely blocked with no space to pass. Step forward and stomp. Lin An reacted quickly, lifting his leg to stomp on the nearest zombie as it approached. Like a force that crushes everything in its path. The sickening sound of bones breaking cracked like firecrackers. The zombie at the front was instantly blasted away, taking the zombies behind it down with it. The walls trembled, the zombies at the door were cleared out, and the ones furthest inside were smashed into a puddle of flesh embedded in the wall. Lin An looked at his casual stomp and smiled with satisfaction. Now, his strength converted to tons was probably over 4 tons. A casual punch or kick was like a car crashing at high speed. This was the power of an awakened one. Stepping over the ground covered with broken limbs and flesh, Lin An reached the corridor and quickly scanned around. The Eye of Judgment loaded all information within his field of vision in a very short time. Beep, detected, zombies, 1,198, mutants, 0. Although the number of zombies was much less than in the emergency building, it was still not to be underestimated. Behind him, the ward door number was 330. The sign on the wall read, left, 330 to 370. Right, 330 to 301. Without hesitation, Lin An turned right. If he remembered correctly, Wenya said her mother was in room 303. The zombie doctor said the child with parts was in 317. Although Wenya's mother was most likely dead or turned into a zombie, since he promised Wenya, he had to go see her. Also, 303 and 317 were on the same path, so it wouldn't take extra time. Zombies roared, wandering zombies charged down the corridor. Lin An held 2 stabs in both hands, one was a spine from a licker, the other from a normal zombie. He hadn't had time to deal with the licker corpse he killed on the hotel street yesterday. Compared to ordinary cold weapons, zombie spines were a bit awkward to handle but were actually quite good in many aspects. Charge forward, straight stab with the forehand. Lin An stepped forward, his figure swift like lightning. The sharp spine, empowered by terrifying force, pierced through the zombie in front, leaving a transparent hole. The double stabs in his hands thrust rapidly. He transformed into a cold and efficient killing machine. With great strength, Lin An's advance was unimpeded, running forward and clearing all zombies blocking his path. Cold, mechanical slaughter. 1 minute later, Lin An looked up at the door number not far ahead. The corridor behind him looked like a slaughterhouse, filled with zombie corpses whose heads he had smashed. Room 317. No abnormalities, the light screen before him showed only information on ordinary zombies. Lin An felt some doubt and faint unease. Too smooth. Charging through all the way, his Eye of Judgment had never turned off. On one hand, to prevent any special zombies mixed in, so he could react and detect them as quickly as possible. On the other hand, Wenya hadn't given a photo of her mother. Of course, even if she had, it wouldn't be very useful. After all, if Wenya's mother had already turned into a zombie, her face would most likely be unrecognizable. All patients in the hospital wore the same hospital gown, so it was impossible to distinguish by clothes. But there was no abnormality along the way, and he could also feel that none of these zombies were mutants commanding them. Now that he had reached room 317, still nothing was found. This was unreasonable. There should be some dangerous presence here. Otherwise, the zombie doctor would have no reason to lure him here. As for the possibility that it really is his child here, wanting Lin An to take it back. Lin An would never believe it. If that were true, why wouldn't the zombie doctor come himself? As a mutant, it can command other zombies and would face no obstacles in the horde. Be cautious. Lin An gave a low shout, his gaze slightly focused. Power burst. Pale golden psychic energy surged into his body, all attributes +2. Strength broke through from 24.4 to 26.4. Powerful, blood rushing. Lin An once again felt a brand new second-tier power. Unlike just breaking the critical point before, now his strength was comparable to mid-level second tier. First adjusting his state to the best, Lin An crossed his twin spikes in front of his chest, then kicked explosively at the door of Ward 317. Boom! The metal door fell off under the force, crashing into the room like a giant beast's charge. Lin An cautiously looked inside, aided by the Eye of Judgment. The curtains were tightly closed, the dim room inside like daylight. After seeing the scene inside clearly, his pupils contracted violently, his body hair standing on end like a beast sensing danger. For the first time in a long while, a fierce sense of fear surged from his heart. Lin An's breath stalled, his whole body cold as if falling into an ice pit. There was no zombie in the room, only a little girl. She wore a red short skirt, her 2 delicate little feet bare. Floating in the air. Chapter 32 Death, Beep, Mutant Detected. The red-clothed girl floating midair hung her head low, as if asleep. Around her neck, a necklace embedded with an obsidian-like stone hung on her chest. Her long hair covered her entire face, strands hanging on both shoulders moving without wind. The exposed skin was deathly pale, without any blood color. Lin An's body stiffened, he held his breath. Not daring to move, afraid of waking it. Would it help? Lin An sneered bitterly in his heart. The noise he made kicking the door was definitely loud. Although he didn't know why the mutant before him showed no reaction, Lin An didn't believe it hadn't noticed. The Eye of Judgment gave no information, only confirming that it was not human but a mutant. The lack of information from the Eye of Judgment meant the mutant's strength had completely overwhelmed him, blocking his psychic detection. Floating, walking in the air without external support. The mutant's strength before him. At least peak second tier, possibly even third tier. Lin An felt a bit desperate. This was the greatest crisis he had faced since rebirth. As for the obsidian embedded in the little girl's necklace, it was very likely the missing key part from the glove. Getting it would complete the Skull Crusher's hand. But now he didn't dare act rashly. If he died, what use would completing the equipment be? What to do? Lin An's mind raced, trying hard to stay rational. Before he could make a choice, the little girl suddenly raised her head sharply. Her delicate features were doll-like and cute, looking no older than 7 or 8. But her eyes were completely white, filled with resentment and coldness. Boom! An overwhelming psychic shockwave struck Lin An's body like a solid force. Like being hit by a train, he was instantly slammed into the wall. The wall cracked, revealing bricks and steel bars inside. Lin An felt a sweetness in his mouth, blood spilling out. The chest cavity caved in, as if it had been hammered in violently. 3 ribs. At least 3 ribs were fractured, and the left hand was shattered. Qi and blood surged violently. Lin An let out a bitter laugh in his heart. Too strong, the mutant in front of him was simply not someone he could fight against. That blow just now almost killed him by sheer shock, he could feel his internal organs bleeding. If he hadn't activated his power burst to enhance his physique, that blow would have killed him instantly. Too strong. Lin An, who was considered invincible at the first level, was completely powerless against the red-clothed girl who seemed to be a third-level mutant. Run. Without hesitation. Lin An instantly took out a potion from the Doomsday Ring and bit it down. Beep, Strength +1, Constitution +1, Agility +1. Beep, Burst power increased by 50%, Endurance and damage resistance increased by 30%, Attack speed increased by 20%. Blood surged, and his strength rose again. At this moment, Lin An's strength attribute had reached 23.4. With the potion's 10% plus the psychic plant's 10% burst power boost, he could now deal damage exceeding 28.08 strength. But it was still useless against the suspected third-level mutant little girl. Because the minimum attribute value for a third-level mutant is 40 points. Without any thought of resistance, Lin An forced himself up and turned quietly, fleeing to the right like an arrow released from a bow. His speed was so fast that the airflow around his body was compressed, causing a slight sonic boom. Behind him, the red-clothed girl floating in midair seemed to have no reaction. She only released a psychic shock and then calmed down again. 10 meters. Lin An's speed was like an afterimage, there was a floor-to-ceiling window for lighting at the stairs on the 3rd floor. If he rushed out, he could escape this building. Faster, faster. Lin An desperately urged the power within his body, trying to push his speed to the limit. Now he could only pray that the red-clothed girl wasn't interested in him and wouldn't chase him out of the building. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine any hope of survival. He fled frantically. In the corner of his eye, Lin An saw the ward number on the right. 303, that was the ward where Wenya's mother was staying. Before Lin An could think further, another psychic wave came from behind. Buzz. A transparent yet tangible psychic shock hit him again, turning into an invisible shockwave that struck his back once more. Pfft. Blood sprayed out. Lin An felt pain all over his body, his back was a bloody mess. His vision darkened, and under the force of the impact, his body was blasted out of the building like a cannonball. In midair, Lin An forced himself to protect his head. Outside the hospital building, a zombie stared blankly at the floor-to-ceiling window on the 3rd floor. There was movement from a living being there, attracting its attention. Boom! Before it could react, a shadow shot out at high speed and collided with its body. Dust rose, and the hard concrete ground was blasted into a deep pit. Dizzy and disoriented, Lin An struggled to climb out of the pit. Beneath him was a zombie crushed into a bloody pulp. It was about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the warm sunlight dispelled the cold air. But it could not dispel the chill in Lin An's heart. On the 3rd floor of the hospital building, the red-clothed girl slowly floated out of the blasted window. Her deathly pale eyes locked firmly onto Lin An in the deep pit. Seeing this, Lin An gave a bitter smile. Since the red-clothed girl had chased him out, it seemed he was going to have to settle things here today. No wonder the zombie doctor wanted to lure me to room 307. A suspected third-level mutant, even a 1,000-strong army group would have to explain this. But Lin An just couldn't understand, clearly there were no mutants here in his previous life. How did they appear now? Just in the hospital alone, he had encountered 2 mutants, not to mention the possibility of unknown creatures in the underground parking lot. Even if his rebirth disrupted the original trajectory, it shouldn't have caused such a big change, right? He considered himself cautious enough. In his expectation, even if the zombie doctor wanted to lure him to the dangerous room 307, it would at most be a first-level mutant. After all, the squad that obtained the Skull Crusher's hand, in his previous life was not very strong, relying mostly on sacrificing many ordinary people and using hot weapons to force their way in. If there had been a suspected third-level mutant here back then, no, even a second-level one, that group wouldn't have been able to bring the gloves back. After all, a team of over 1,000 using modern weapons attacking here, amidst the roar of grenades and firearms, even if they didn't go to room 307, they would definitely attract the attention of the girl in red. It was truly frustrating. The broken ribs pierced his lungs, and Lin An coughed violently. Blood foam overflowed from the corners of his mouth with each breath. His injuries were severe. If he weren't an awakened with a high constitution repairing his organs, an ordinary person would have died long ago. Excessive blood loss made his limbs cold. With such injuries, he couldn't even escape in the short term. Lin An stared hard at the slowly drifting girl in red, his eyes dim and lifeless. If he suffered another mental shock, he would surely die. The girl in red slowly raised her right hand, her youthful face expressionless. Waves of mental fluctuations condensed, about to strike him in an instant. A strong aura of death enveloped Lin An, impossible to resist. Like memories before death, a rapid slideshow of scenes flashed before Lin An's eyes. The cold Tang Wan and her family of 3 in the safe house. And Xia clinging tightly to him, helpless. And Jing Tian screaming in pain, zombified. Wenya trembling while hugging a blanket, her eyes red. Zhang Tai laughing heartily, proudly introducing his sister. And Xia, Jing Tian. I'm really sorry, I might never be able to come back to see you again. Lin An gave a bitter laugh, never expecting that even after rebirth, he couldn't change anything. The mental shock came in an instant, like the Reaper's scythe slashing at Lin An's head. Darkness, deathly silence. Chapter 33 Black Snake. Time seemed to stand still. Lin An once remembered. He had always heard that time slows down before death, allowing you to slowly recall your life like a painting. He originally didn't believe it, but now he did. Like a tangible mental shockwave distorting space, slowly and steadily slashing toward his head. He could even feel the pain between his eyebrows, his scalp slowly splitting open. The zombies around him, smelling of blood, swung their arms in slow motion, ridiculous and laughable. Grains of dust wrapped in spiritual power fell one by one. The roaring sound was stretched and distorted, low and indistinguishable. Everything was so slow. But in the center of the painting, a streak of black lightning like long snakes suddenly appeared. Its speed was so fast that even Lin An at this moment couldn't react in time. A single thought and it was there. The black snake leapt up, blocking the mental shockwave between Lin An and himself. The shockwave, powerful enough to cut through tank armor, was absorbed into the black snake's body and vanished instantly. Like a mud ox sinking into the sea, silent and without a trace. The black snake let out a satisfied burp, then wagged its tail at Lin An as if seeking praise. Time resumed flowing, roaring like a rushing river. Lin An's heart trembled violently, staring at the black snake in disbelief. Too fast. The speed the black snake just unleashed definitely exceeded the speed of sound. If converted to agility, it would be at least over 45 points. Such speed even a third-tier mutant couldn't reach. Hiss, the snake's tongue flicked slightly, the black snake arched its body. Lin An surprisingly saw a trace of affection in its cold pupils. He didn't know why he could see emotion in a snake's eyes. His mouth was dry. Lin An was at a loss. What the hell is this thing? It appeared out of nowhere and saved his life. It even showed signs of affection toward him. Before Lin An could think further, the black snake suddenly turned around and stood upright. Instantly expanding, it transformed from a slender little snake into a 4-meter-tall giant python. Its jet-black scales swallowed the sunlight like a black hole. On its sharp snake head were 2 bulging lumps, as if something was about to grow. The girl in red floating in midair stopped moving. She still had a blank expression, her pale pupils staring directly at the black snake. Fear. From her reaction, Lin An sensed that this suspected third-tier mutant was somewhat afraid of the black snake. Shoo. The girl in red stood in the air, her powerful spiritual energy overflowing, tearing apart everything around her. Buzz. She raised her pale finger with her mutated hand, pointing at the black giant python. In Lin An's perception, a mental wave far stronger than the one that had just struck him burst forth, instantly hitting the giant python. Both clearly monstrous beings, yet without a word, they began to fight. This made Lin An extremely puzzled. The mental shockwave arrived instantly but, like before, disappeared after entering the giant python's body. The black giant python opened its mouth, lingering mockingly in place. Boom! The next second, its massive body leapt into the air at an impossible angle, appearing in front of the red mutant. Its bloodthirsty mouth opened wide, swallowing in one bite. Ja! Seeing the giant mouth swallow, the girl in red let out a piercing scream, containing a mental shock that instantly exploded the heads of zombies within 100 meters. Lin An groaned, 2 lines of nosebleed flowing down. His head was splitting in pain, if not for his willpower attribute far surpassing ordinary awakeners. The piercing scream could shatter his consciousness. Besides that, he could feel that the main target of this scream was actually not him or the surrounding zombies. It was the black giant python. Lin An let out a bitter laugh, never expecting that he wouldn't even qualify to watch the battle. Just the aftermath of the fight had taken half of his life. His gaze was serious, but many of the doubts in his heart were cleared up. This scream was the one he heard last night. Resentful and piercing, it left a deep impression on him. What happened last night? Before Lin An could think it through, the black snake was relentless. This scream, which could kill thousands, seemed like mere noise to it. It was slightly stunned but was not hindered and continued to swallow the red-clothed mutant. Buzz. A slight spatial fluctuation. To avoid being swallowed, the red-clothed mutant disappeared strangely and reappeared not far away, like teleportation. Her aura weakened considerably, and the originally spreading spiritual power retracted back into her body. It seemed that this teleportation-like ability consumed a great deal of her energy. The red-clothed mutant stayed in place, and the black giant python did not continue the pursuit. It was unclear what they were waiting for. The two were in a stalemate, and it was unknown why the black giant python, despite having the advantage, did not launch another attack. Hisses. The snake's tongue flicked out. During the standoff, the black giant python seemed to be communicating with the red mutant. After a few seconds, Lin An saw the red-clothed girl hesitate for a moment, then take off the necklace around her neck and throw it toward the black giant python. On her youthful face, Lin An saw emotional fluctuations for the first time. Anger, reluctance, yet helplessness. The necklace was thrown, and the obsidian in the center shimmered with a mysterious glow, drawing Lin An's gaze all the way. If only he could get it. Lin An's heart burned with desire. According to the equipment description, after the missing parts are fused, the Skull Crusher's hand will be upgraded to epic-level equipment. As the name suggests, this equipment is immensely powerful. In his previous life, Lin An had only heard a little about it from the strongest awakened players. The power of epic equipment was overwhelming, capable of bringing a qualitative change in strength to the player. Lin An guessed that there might not be many such pieces of equipment in the entire Apocalypse game. He wanted it, but Lin An could only stay still, not daring to make a move. The necklace was thrown to the black giant python. Although the black snake had saved him and even showed inexplicable friendliness, Lin An would never narcissistically believe that the black snake wouldn't attack him. A black snake that could ignore the mental shock of 3 mutants and had speed comparable to 45 attribute points. Such strength was invincible at this stage. Lin An admitted that if this giant python attacked him, he wouldn't even be able to block one strike. With that speed alone, he wouldn't even have time to react. Although he didn't know the origin of this black giant python the black snake transformed into, Lin An vaguely felt that this monster was different from the mutated creatures infected by the zombie virus. After throwing the necklace, the red-clothed girl turned without hesitation and flew away. However, Lin An looked carefully in the direction she flew and was surprised to find it was also the city center. He didn't know what was in the city center. Lin An recalled the mountain of corpses at the city entrance. There were also traces of third-level mutants there, and their target was also the city center. Headache, unease. The course of this apocalypse was completely different from what he remembered, making him feel a loss of control. But in a moment, Lin An suppressed his thoughts. No matter what changes occur, you have to face them. Useless emotions serve no purpose. The cold wind suddenly rises, and the weather after the apocalypse is unpredictable. Lin quietly stayed in the deep pit, watching the black snake holding the necklace swallow it whole. Regret. Lin sighed lightly. It seems the black snake's target was also the obsidian on the necklace. Just don't know why it intervened to save him. But no matter what, it seems his hope of completing the equipment is completely shattered. 2 monsters, he can't fight either of them. Putting aside the desire to get the obsidian, Lin felt the skull crusher hand on his right hand. What a pity, if he could complete this equipment, he would be fully confident in killing the Stitcher. But the outcome is still not bad, at least he survived encountering a suspected third-level mutant. That is already extremely lucky. Don't think about it. The injuries on his body were gradually healing. With his high constitution, his body's recovery speed is about 7 times that of a normal person. Although he can't regrow severed limbs, he can quickly heal wounds and repair internal organs. Like waiting for a verdict. Until now, Lin still didn't know why the black snake suddenly appeared and suddenly saved him. Snap. Just as Lin was anxiously speculating, the black python transformed back into a slender black snake. It happily swam to Lin's feet, then opened its mouth. The necklace covered in mucus was spit out like a treasure offering onto the ground. Breathing heavily, Lin stared fixedly at the black snake and the necklace. What is this? In his mind, a childish voice sounded. Merge, equipment. Chapter 34 Epic Equipment. The sound originates from telepathic transmission. Lin An was not unfamiliar with this method is similar to in-team communication. However, this telepathic communication can only be mastered by those with a third-tier level of power. There was no one else around, so the only one who could do this was Black Snake. Surprise, unbelievable. Could it be that Black Snake asked the black-clothed mutant for the necklace for himself? Lin An instinctively reached for the necklace, completely ignoring the mucus on it. Don't mention mucus. An epic accessory that can complete the equipment, he would fish it out even if he fell into a mountain of corpses. The necklace feels cold to the touch. Beep, obtained blue equipment, fine, soul shard. Equipment attributes, willpower plus 5, mental power amplification plus 10%, mental recovery speed plus 30%, attack speed plus 10%, attacks inflict mental shock. Mental shock, uses mental power to damage any creature with mental power, dealing damage based on the power difference and causing a stun effect. Equipment description, a broken fragment of a soul, it looks like it can be embedded somewhere. Perhaps you can find its carrier. Note, this fragment is incomplete and needs to be fused with other fragments. Too strong. Lin An's heart was pounding wildly. Even without using the soul-shattering fragment, to complete the Skullbreaker's hand, the effect of this single piece of equipment is already powerful enough. Especially the attack that comes with a mental shock effect, it can be considered the best among the blue equipment. In his past life, Lin An had only seen a few pieces in the chat channel, and only on epic equipment displayed for showing off. Moreover, the special effects attached to those few epic pieces were only things like fire or frost effects. Compared to mental shock, a method that is hard to defend against, there is undoubtedly some gap. Either of these two blue items alone can drive players crazy. Lin An can hardly imagine how powerful the Skull Crusher's hand will be once completed. Quick, fuse. The mental power from the black serpent urging Lin An seemed somewhat urgent. It curled its body and hung its head low, looking somewhat listless. It no longer had the imposing aura it had when it transformed into a giant python before. It seems that the battle just now with the red-clothed mutant was not as overwhelmingly one-sided as it appeared. Lin An came back to his senses and took off his gloves directly. Fusion. Buzz. The obsidian on the necklace instantly burst into dazzling brilliance as the two pieces of equipment merged together. The light faded, and the previously empty part on the glove was filled with obsidian. Under the expectant gazes of Lin An and the Black Snake, brand new patterns appeared on the originally pitch-black gloves. Beep, obtained orange equipment, epic, soul-devouring gloves. Equipment attributes, strength plus 6, constitution plus 6, willpower plus 6, agility plus 6. Attack speed plus 20%, mental power amplification plus 20%, mental recovery speed plus 50%. Attack effect 1, each attack carries a mental shock, causing a brief stun effect, and provides additional bonuses based on the willpower attribute of the equipment owner. Attack effect 2, soul devour. After killing an enemy, you can extract the deceased soul to replenish mental energy. Equipment skill, Soul Screech, Grade B, instantly generates a ring-shaped mental shockwave that indiscriminately damages all creatures within range. Usable once per day, enters cooldown after use, recharges the next day. The attributes are incredibly magnificent. Lin An was ecstatic. Looking at the soul-devouring gloves covered with intricate patterns in his hand, Lin An was so delighted that he was speechless. Epic equipment, truly worthy of being an item that can exchange for a medium-sized safe zone. All attributes plus 6, this is almost like instantly raising the level of a Tier 2 Awakener and player level. Even the weakest ordinary player, with these luxurious attribute bonuses, can rival an awakener. If it's an awakener, just with this equipment at the first tier, they can easily kill a second-tier existence. Moreover, attributes like attack speed and mental power amplification are extremely rare. With Lin An's current agility, he can strike about 5 times within 1 second. If he equips gloves, he can forcefully slash 1 more time beyond the original 5 slashes. In the future, if he fights against other awakened ones, and they still measure him by the normal attack speed of awakened individuals, they will definitely be caught off guard. 1 slash is the difference between life and death. As for the mental power amplification, it can further increase the number of times talent skills can be used. With Lin An's current will attribute, his innate skill, Power Burst, consumes relatively little energy, allowing him to release it about 7 times consecutively, lasting for less than 15 minutes. But after equipping the gloves, he can use it about 2 more times. This does not even include the additional uses gained from the increased mental energy recovery speed. As a result, he can even maintain the Power Burst state continuously during combat, without having to sparingly activate it only in dangerous situations as before. However, what excited him the most were the skills and special effects that came with the equipment. The special effects of the mental shock have been greatly enhanced compared to before. Lin An had witnessed the power of the mental shock from the red-clothed mutant. Unlike conventional attack methods, this approach is almost impossible to dodge and can only be resisted through sheer willpower. Its accompanying dizziness effect is incredibly powerful. Imagine, if in battle the opponent loses focus for a moment every time they suffer a mental shock, how could they possibly fight Lin An? In battles between mutants and awakeners, any small mistake is magnified infinitely. Even a slight flaw can mean instant death. The Soul Screech skill inherent to the soul-devouring gloves is considered god-level on the battlefield. It deals area damage to enemies without consuming the user's own mental energy. This is equivalent to having an extra skill use every day, as if carrying a mental energy awakener to fight alongside you. As for the soul-devouring mentioned in the description of Special Effect 2, Lin An was somewhat puzzled. Devour the soul to restore mental energy. He had never even heard of this effect before, and without experimentation, he didn't know what the effect would actually be like. But thinking about it, it should also be considered a way to restore mental energy. Lin An felt the gloves with both hands, the cold texture was light in weight. The pressure of killing the Stitcher, which had been weighing deep in his heart, was completely lifted. A sense of relief. With this epic-level equipment, he no longer had to worry about the gap in strength as before. Just the +6 to all attributes alone allowed him to physically overpower the Stitcher. After all, no matter how strong the Stitcher is, it is only a second-tier existence, with all attributes not exceeding 30 points at most. Moreover, the attack comes with a special effect that combines control damage with mental shock. 6 slashes per second, and the enemy has to endure 6 instances of dizziness. Just based on this alone, Lin An was absolutely confident that he could kill the Suturer within a short time. The accompanying Soul Screech also made up for his current lack of area damage. Originally, he was still troubled by the large number of zombies inside Wanda Plaza, but with this skill to clear the area, the problem was easily solved. Even he couldn't withstand the mental shock, let alone the ordinary zombies whose willpower attribute is generally only 0 to 1 point. I don't know why the team that got the gloves in their previous life didn't go and complete the set. If they knew how exaggerated the attributes would be after completing the gloves, I'm afraid all the survivors in the Southeast China War Zone would do everything they could to find the missing parts. Lin An struggled to calm his emotions, feeling deeply moved. The Stitcher, I'm here. And Jing Tian, and Xia. You don't have to wait for 7 days and live in fear anymore. I am now confident I can kill the Stitcher, and save you. Bai Tu couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. The brother and sister are the only concerns in his heart, and now he finally has the confidence to complete the mission. How could he not be excited about this? Beside Lin An, the black snake's eyes were full of curiosity. It couldn't quite understand why Lin An's emotions were fluctuating so much. Lin An noticed the curiosity in the black snake's eyes and smiled slightly. Human emotions are complex and precious. Give it a try. Lin An eagerly put on the gloves, ready to try. However, the moment the gloves were put on, the cold mechanical prompt sound from the system instantly sounded. Beep, you have lost the epic-level equipment, soul-devouring hand, orange. Damn. Chapter 35, The Bandaged Girl. No matter how strong-willed Lin An was, upon hearing the alert that her equipment was lost, she couldn't help but curse out loud. In front of her, a slender black snake, moving several times faster than Lin An's reaction speed, swallowed the soul-devouring gloves in one bite. The speed was so fast that Lin An almost thought it had vanished into thin air. If it weren't for the bulging belly of the black snake and the saliva remaining on his hand, he would have thought this was an illusion. The glove went into the stomach. The black snake let out a satisfied burp, somewhat lazy. Delicious. The immature child's voice from the black snake revealed satisfaction. But to Lin An's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue. One moment in heaven, the next as if plunged into hell. Lin An stared fixedly at the black snake, struggling to suppress the urge to crush it. If he can't win, the one who will definitely die if he takes action is him. The epic equipment that was within reach is gone, and along with it, the chance to save An Xia and An Jingtian has also shattered. Lin An was somewhat distraught. If it weren't for his strong will, an ordinary person would probably find it hard to accept such drastic ups and downs. As the glove was swallowed. This meant that even his own, Skullcrusher's hand, was gone. In just a few seconds, the glove swallowed by the black snake seemed to be completely digested. The originally listless black snake regained its vitality. In an instant, Lin An understood. No wonder the black snake saved him, showing a flattering expression. It seems the black snake did not intend to give her this epic equipment. Instead, he wanted to use his system to fuse the two pieces of equipment. Lin An gave a bitter smile in her heart. He was just being self-indulgent, there's no such good thing in the world. He's not the protagonist of a novel, all the benefits don't belong to him. It's over, everything is over. Without the 5 points of strength provided by the Skullcrusher's hand, he really doesn't know what he should use to fight against the Stitcher. A 5-point strength gap requires leveling up 2 more levels to make up for it. A gap of 2 levels. Whether it's player level or awakener level, the number of mutants required to level up doubles with each increase. It takes 4 mutants to go from level 1 to level 2, and 8 mutants to go from level 2 to level 3. A total of 12 mutants, not to mention whether they can be killed. Just searching for targets in Linjiang City is extremely difficult, a slight mistake and being surrounded by zombies and mutants means certain death. Powerless, despair surged in my heart. Lin An remained silent. After a long time, zombies began to appear around again, one after another, in the area cleared by the red-clothed mutant. Roar! The zombies roared, zombies that only crave flesh and blood paid no attention to Lin An's current state. No longer allowing negative emotions to interfere. Lin An struggled to lift himself up and climb out of the pit. Although his condition had somewhat recovered, his strength was still less than 10% of his peak state. Cheer up, as long as you are alive, there is hope. Once surrounded by zombies, it might be impossible to break through by force. Lin An didn't have much resentment towards Black Snake. Whether the other party saved my life intentionally or unintentionally, that alone is enough. There is nothing to complain about. As for the equipment. Lost is lost, as long as I'm alive, anything is possible. Zhang Tai, have you found anything over there? If not, let's go back now. With his current injuries, it will take at least 2 days to recover to the best condition. Time is tight, we can't afford to delay at the hospital. Unfortunately, he hadn't had the chance to check the ward where Wenya's mother was. I'll come again when I have the chance. Promises must always be kept. Lin An stood up, not caring that the black snake beside him was still immersed in digesting its delicacy. He had no intention of getting entangled too much with this snake. The strength gap was too great, if this strange black snake made any sudden move, he wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Rather than relying on the mood of a snake, it wouldn't attack him. Lin An preferred to stay far away, just in case. He is no longer living for himself, on his shoulders rests the hope for the Jingtian siblings to survive. Pharmacy room. There are not many zombies in the pharmacy area. Apart from a few employees who have turned into zombies, there are no other zombies present. Even though he couldn't activate the bear transformation, he was able to smoothly reach the pharmacy cold storage on the day he awakened, solely relying on the physical fitness gained after awakening. After searching all the way, Zhang Tai did not find anything unusual. Even the white light that had caused him to faint that day had disappeared. After dealing with a few scattered zombies, he scavenged various first aid and commonly used medicines along the way. The 2 originally tattered coats just happened to serve as a bundle. Zhang Tai, wearing a broken helmet and carrying a full pack of medicine on his back, looked exactly like Xiongda. Just as he was happily scavenging, he encountered a strange girl. Zhang Tai's expression was conflicted, he did not reply to Lin An's message immediately. At his feet, a slender girl wrapped entirely in bandages had her eyes tightly shut. The crimson blood stained the bandages, making her look like a severely wounded soldier on the brink of death. What troubled him was that he couldn't tell whether this girl was a zombie or a human. Just 5 seconds ago, after the girl had spoken a sentence to him, she suddenly arched her back like a zombie and let out a wail. The wailing ended. She seemed to be in great pain, then fainted. Zhang Tai was startled. The angle of that backward bent spine was simply not something a human could achieve. The wrapped skin showed nothing at all. No matter how little Zhang Tai thought, he vaguely guessed that maybe the girl was trying to cover up her rotting and shedding skin. After all, zombies are too easy to distinguish from humans by appearance. Kill her. Zhang Tai was somewhat hesitant. The girl's breathing was weak when she was awake, but she still looked human. She was not very old, about the same age as his sister. Even though he couldn't see her face clearly, through her eyes, Zhang Tai seemed to see his own sister. Their eyes were equally clear and pure. Like Lin An, Zhang Yue was the softness and bottom line in his heart. He really couldn't bring himself to do it. When the girl was conscious, she even begged him to save her. She was in urgent need of food and treatment. However, right after saying that, an abnormal change occurred, and she fell into a coma. Zhang Tixin muttered to himself. Is it really a person or something else? This thing looks like some kind of mutant too. Or is it a human who encountered some special circumstance? Having the previous experience with a zombie doctor, he wouldn't treat the other party as human just because they could speak. But what if it's a mutant pretending to be unconscious? Trying to trick him into taking it back. Headache. He was conflicted because if the other party really was human, he genuinely wanted to save them. Love for a house extends even to the crows on its roof. He couldn't face a girl who was like a sister to him, yet he could coldly ignore her. To describe it in one word, Zhang Tai's nature is too kind. Even somewhat saintly. This is a huge contrast to his rough appearance and fierce demeanor. But in case Lin An thinks there is a risk, even if the girl is indeed human. Most likely, after finding out, Lin An would also kill this guy with one stroke, not taking any risk. What should I do? Zhang Tai really couldn't make up his mind. Hesitated for a moment. Forget it, let's let team leader Lin decide. Zhang Tai activated the team communication. Team leader Lin, I found a person here, she seems a bit special. Should we rescue her first? She might be a person, just. Zhang Tai intended to speak honestly, but before he could finish. Damn. On the other end of the communication, Lin An was cursing loudly. Chapter 36, Abyssal Black Dragon. From the voice on the other end of the communication, he could tell how agitated Lin An was. Zhang Tai looked embarrassed and at a loss. I haven't even explained what exactly is going on yet. Could it be that Captain Lin has encountered this kind of situation before? Is this thing a mutant? There's no need to scold me for that. I'm just asking you, haven't you brought it back yet? Although he hadn't spent much time with Lin An, in his impression, Lin An was always a calm, expressionless, and cold guy. This emotion is way too intense. Zhang Tai muttered to himself. Could it be because Captain Lin just told him today not to trust anyone suspected of being a zombie? But he turned around and hesitated again when he encountered a suspected mutant, wanting to save her, which made Lin An angry. Just as Zhang Tai was lost in wild thoughts, even considering whether to whip the unconscious suspected mutant girl to death with a bone whip. In front of the hospital building. Lin An stood straight in place, his whole body stiff. Even the zombies sprinting nearby were completely ignored. Beep, S-rank exotic beast, Abyssal Black Dragon, wants to form a partner contract with you. Do you accept? Beep, you have obtained orange equipment, Soul Devouring Hand, *1. Beep, the player has received an unknown psychic feedback, resulting in an attribute boost. Beep, Willpower +1. Beep, Agility +1. Beep, Strength +1. Beep, Constitution +1. Spirit Recovery Speed +20%, Maximum Spirit Power increased by 20%, Spirit Power Resistance increased by 20%. Dense system prompts sounded, like heavenly music. For a moment, the light screen in Lin An's vision was being frantically refreshed. A slender black snake coiled around Lin An's arm just 1 second before he was about to leave, and the soul-devouring hand, that had originally been swallowed into its belly was spat out again. It's just that this epic equipment has shrunk a size, and the originally blood-red patterns have also become somewhat dull and lackluster. It looks like the spiritual energy inside has been drained. Lin An was ecstatic. A twist in the road, a bright prospect after darkness. The originally lost equipment was recovered, and unexpectedly, an S-class exotic beast appeared wanting to become his summoned beast. Unexpectedly, the black snake is actually a dragon. No wonder there were 2 lumps on his head, he originally thought they were abscesses. All attributes +1, and a bunch of buff effects were also added. The joy in my heart cannot be expressed in words. Trembling with ecstasy, Lin An looked at the black dragon on his wrist with shocked eyes. Power increase, epic equipment. Just. Any one of these crazy rewards is far less shocking than what the black dragon brought him. S-class exotic beast. Gurgle. Lin An swallowed hard, his mouth dry and parched. Exotic beasts probably only start to appear 1 year after the apocalypse breaks out. These creatures from another dimension are different from zombies. Although most of them are hostile to humans, they are also antagonistic towards zombies and mutants. The mysteriously appearing alien beasts are few in number but powerful. Each alien beast possesses at least the strength of an awakened or a mutant. Their strength is different from that of the awakened, instead, it is divided into 5 levels, S, A, B, C, and D. These correspond respectively to awakened of level 0 to level 4. Therefore, by the 3rd year of the apocalypse, zombies, mutants, beasts, and humans had formed a tripartite stalemate. The safe zones established by humans are subjected to successive attacks by waves of corpses and beasts. Among them, the zombies are the strongest, followed by the beasts, while humans barely survive. And the S-class beasts are the top-tier existence among the beasts. Lin An had only seen them once in the chat channel of his previous life. That time. It was footage shot at great risk by a 3rd-tier peak awakener. A 6-armed giant ape beast over 30 meters tall, fighting alone against 4 army groups totaling 200,000 modern soldiers. 200,000 well-trained players who have also leveled up. Heavy artillery, a flood of 400 tanks, and a formation of fighter jets exceeding 2 regiments. Joint air and ground operations, such firepower, it is no exaggeration to say it could level any small country. But even so, under continuous artillery fire and the attacks of 10 third-tier awakened warriors, that S-class beast managed to slaughter an entire large safe zone in just 5 minutes. Unstoppable, unmatched. Even heavy artillery cannot break through its defense, airburst bombs and strategic missiles can only briefly hinder its advance. A torrent of steel, machine gun positions are nothing but tickling toys. Third-tier awakeners can only team up to skirmish and harass at its feet. That battle. Over 1 million people perished, the entire southwest China war zone was severely weakened, and it was nearly overrun and fallen to the subsequent zombie attacks. In the end, an unknown force used a small-yield nuclear bomb, severely injuring it under the desperate siege of 10 third-level awakeners, forcing it to flee. In less than a minute, the edited video left all players in despair. The power of the 4th-level exotic beast leaves no room for any thought of resistance. And the black snake coiled around Lin An's hand at this moment is an existence of this level. Invincible. If a contract is signed, the black snake. No, with the abyssal black dragon at his command, this doomsday game is still under his control. Roar. Dozens of zombies gathered, swiftly lunging at Lin An to bite him. Pretending not to see. Immersed in shock, Lin An didn't bother to pay any attention to the zombies. Slowly, like the movements of an elderly person. Now severely injured, he was unwilling to fight desperately, as that would worsen his injuries. Pfft. A light punch struck the head of the foremost charging zombie, instantly denting the skull. Lin An frowned, his strength had dropped significantly due to the severe injuries. Power surge. The pale golden psychic energy flashed briefly and entered the body. Side kick. A kick was delivered, less powerful than before but still fairly strong. The zombie in front had its spine broken by the kick and struggled to crawl on the ground. The other zombies arrived and began frantically tearing at his body. Lin An sighed lightly. Forget it. Bite me then. With his current physical condition, ordinary zombies would have to put in a lot of effort to break through his bodily defenses. Not to mention, he also has a slight infection resistant to immunosuppressants. Zombies enough to besiege an entire building's residents were like air to Lin An at this moment. Zhang Tai. Rush over on drugs, take me back. Lin An's mind is now fully focused on the abyssal black dragon and the equipment that has been recovered. The abyssal black dragon coiled around his arm fell into a deep sleep after sending a message to sign the contract. Otherwise, Lin An believes that for an existence of this level, not to mention zombies. Even if it were a pack of scavengers in a square, this guy could slaughter them all within seconds. Lin An slowly dealt with the zombies around him, fully concentrating in his mind to communicate with a dark golden contract. Sign the contract. Chapter 37, S-Class Beast. Beep, signing a contract with the S-Class Beast, Abyssal Black Dragon. Beep, contract successfully signed. Creature name, Abyssal Black Dragon, Juvenile. Creature level, S rank, Stage 1. Creature attributes. Strength, 20. Agility, 25. Constitution, 20. Willpower, 30. Biological skill 1, Dragon Shadow, a black dragon from the abyss, mastering flight and dark powers since childhood. Can instantly burst with double agility speed for a short time, consuming stamina. After growing from juvenile to youth, this skill will change to Deathwing. Biological skill 2, Dragon Ascend, temporarily transforms into the next stage form, gaining +5 to all attribute enhancements and mastering the skills of the next stage. Stages, Juvenile, Adolescent, Youth, Mature, Perfect Form, King level. Biological skill 3, Devour, a unique talent of the Abyssal Dragon clan, able to devour any creature and items containing spiritual energy to accelerate progression to the next stage. Excessive spiritual energy consumption will cause petrification and slumber. Current stage, Juvenile 90/100. Biological trait, Dragon Soul, as the ruler of the Abyss, the Black Dragon clan is immune to mental attribute damage within triple magnitude and can absorb corresponding mental shocks to convert into their own mental power. It's only first rank. Lin An was a bit surprised after looking at the Black Dragon's attribute panel. He originally thought the Black Dragon was at least a third-rank existence. It's no wonder Lin An misjudged. After all, the strength that Black Dragon previously demonstrated was enough to go head-to-head with the suspected third-tier red-clothed mutant. And the most crucial point is that the speed it unleashed, under the blessing of talent, indeed reached at least the third tier. Isn't 25 by 2 exactly 50 points of agility? Even faster than the strength of the third tier. As for ignoring the mental shock caused by the ridicule of the red-clothed mutant. With the dragon soul of the Black Dragon clan, not to mention being immune to the mental shock of a third-level mutant, even a fourth-level one might not be able to do anything to it. Having this kind of talent is equivalent to ignoring any mental attribute attacks. If in the future Lin An encounters an awakener or mutant skilled in mental attacks, releasing the Black Dragon to kill the opponent will be incredibly easy. Awakened beings or mutants without mental attack abilities are nothing more than durable punching bags. However, it seems that this has answered many of the doubts in his heart. That is why the Black Dragon has at least a third-tier strength, yet still let the mutant escape. Although the Black Dragon's all attributes have reached the first-tier limit, its willpower and speed have even surpassed the first tier. Much stronger than the current Lin An. But in any case, it is indeed first level. If the red-clothed mutant were a bit smarter, or used purely physical attacks, I'm afraid both Lin An and the Black Dragon would be instantly killed with a single strike. It was probably only the red-clothed mutant who was also confused by the speed of the Black Dragon. As a mutant who obviously specializes in mental attacks, it naturally uses its most proficient attack when facing a strong enemy. Lin An couldn't help but sigh, not expecting that the Black Dragon was just a juvenile, yet it already knew how to cheat. An existence of S-level truly cannot be underestimated. Although the Black Dragon is only first rank, this made Lin An a bit disappointed. It seems that the hope of signing a contract with the Abyss Black Dragon and then dominating the apocalypse with it has been shattered. But it doesn't matter much, if the Black Dragon really had such strong power. It probably wouldn't have signed a contract with Lin An anyway. This existence is like a deity. Although Lin An still hasn't figured out why this guy wants to sign a contract with him. He can only think of one thing, that the Black Dragon probably sensed the aura of the Skull Crusher's hand on him and wanted to trick the necklace of the red-clothed mutant before coming to him to fuse the equipment. As for other reasons, he probably has to wait until the Black Dragon wakes up from petrification to ask. There is something strangely eerie about this matter. But then again, the Black Dragon truly lives up to being the abyssal royalty, the favored child of heaven and earth. Beasts are worse than humans, infuriating. Lin An looked at the Black Dragon on his wrist that had turned into a stone carving, unable to help but feel a pang of sorrow. He casually twisted the neck of a zombie. This guy was biting fiercely and even tried to bite his mouth. Doing two things at once, Lin An slowly cleared the zombies while thinking. The Black Dragon was only a first-stage juvenile, yet its overall attributes had already reached the limit. It also possesses 3 types of skills, 1 innate talent plus immunity to mental attacks. Compared to the Black Dragon's Dragon Arrival, a brief transformation into the next stage form, gaining +5 to all attributes and mastering the next stage's skills. Compared to its originally proud S-level talent, Power Burst, it's like a counterfeit meeting the genuine article. Super Speed, Transformation Enhancement, +5 to all attributes, combined, these are simply exaggerated beyond belief. Lin An had no doubt that with the current strength of the Black Dragon, most second-level mutants or awakeners would be instantly killed upon encountering it. Does this count as carrying a second-level awakener as a personal talisman? It's still the kind with unlimited potential. If the Black Dragon can wake up before killing the Stitcher, he will be fully confident in completing the mission. Lin An was smiling broadly, but he didn't know when the Black Dragon would wake up again after falling into a deep sleep. It probably won't take too long. If nothing goes wrong, the Black Dragon fell into a deep sleep to digest the power of the soul-devouring hand. Wait. Lin An subconsciously looked at the soul-devouring hand in his hand, his expression suddenly turning somewhat unpleasant. Inside the pharmacy. Zhang Tai glanced at the package on his back, then at the bandaged girl on the ground, suddenly feeling a bit troubled. Team leader Lin told him to hurry up and meet him. After hearing my own description, he only said, "Damn," and didn't say anything else. It seems that Captain Lin didn't actually say not to save the person, right? If there really was a problem, Captain Lin definitely would have done more than just curse. Self-comfort. Zhang Tai still somewhat wanted to save the bandaged girl in front of him. After all, judging by age, this guy was about the same age as his own sister, which really made it hard for him to resolutely abandon her. Zhang Tai was not stupid either. He thought it over carefully. If the bandaged girl really is a mutant, there's actually no big need to pretend to be unconscious and deceive herself. After all, she doesn't even know why she came here. If she really were a mutant, she would have killed him long ago. Zhang Tai, who cannot transform into a bear in a short time, actually only has the strength of an ordinary person's limit. At most, he can endure a few more blows. After thinking it through, Zhang Tai no longer hesitated. Let's go. He quickly picked up the bandages scattered on the ground and tied a tight knot, one end tied around the bandaged girl, the other end tied to the fully packed medicine bag. Then, like carrying a carrying pole, he directly hoisted both the person and the items onto his shoulder. His right hand, the only one free, held the spine of the corpse snake. His broken left arm guarded the carrying pole to keep it from swinging wildly. From a distance, it really looked like a scavenger. So light. With both the person and the object, he couldn't feel any weight at all with his current strength. Zhang Tai quickly walked, holding the potion given by Lin An in his mouth, and headed straight for the inpatient building. The pharmacy room was not far from the inpatient building. It was unclear whether the commotion caused earlier by the two in the emergency building was too loud, but when passing by the building, the zombies inside did not come out and remained on the second floor. Zhang Tai wielded a bone whip, the sound of the whip howling as it repeatedly cracked, smashing the scattered zombies blocking the way. As an awakened individual, his speed was much faster than that of ordinary people. Rushing with all his might, he reached the inpatient building where Lin An was located in just a short minute. However, the scene before him made him collapse. Seems like I'm late. In a panic, he bit the medicine directly, swallowing it along with the glass shards in one gulp. Team Lin. I'm coming. Zhang Tisi's eyes were bloodshot, and he let out an angry roar. In his eyes. Not far away, the place where Lin An was located was surrounded by zombies, and Lin An in the middle seemed to be seriously injured and covered in blood. Powerless to resist. Zombies occasionally lunged forward, but Lin An remained motionless, allowing the zombies to bite him. Lin. Team. How are you? Zhang Tai's eyes instantly reddened, his voice trembling. After swallowing the medicine, he still had some strength to fight against the small group of zombies. Zhang Tai threw down the package and people behind him and frantically rushed in the direction where Lin An was. The zombies gnawed, but Lin An remained indifferent. Even if team leader Lin is not dead, he has most likely already been infected. Zhang Tai was heartbroken and furious, wishing he could slap himself twice. Team leader Lin saved his life. He actually hesitated over whether to save a stranger, which delayed the support for Lin An. Deserving of death 1,000 times over. Zhang Tai, filled with rage, recklessly charged into the crowd of corpses, completely ignoring the risk of infection to himself. No matter what, at least we have to retrieve Captain Lin's body. In the center of the corpse crowd, Lin An's eyelids were tightly shut, and his body fell backward. The sunken chest looked severely injured, with fresh blood occasionally spilling from the corners of the mouth. You bastards, die. Zhang Tai shouted angrily and activated his bear transformation at all costs. The little mental strength he had just recovered instantly drained, and he felt as if his head was about to explode. Roar! A giant palm struck the horde of corpses, smashing them like withering dry wood. Lin. Team. With a full burst of power, in just a few seconds the surrounding zombies were smashed into a pile of flesh and mud. Zhang Tai's voice was choked with tears and regret, his huge bare paw wrapping around Lin An, trying to catch his body. I'm sorry. I was late. The cold wind howled, it was already afternoon, and the sky was dark and somewhat desolate. Lin An slowly woke up. It was only when he saw the glove on his right hand again that he couldn't help but show a face full of grief and anger. Damn you! Zhang Tai's crying voice instantly stopped, his face full of embarrassment. Chapter 38, The Seal. Team Lin. You're not dead. Lin An glanced at Zhang Tai helplessly, unwilling to speak. Only a trace of warmth passed through his heart. He also saw the scene of Zhang Tai rushing in to save him at all costs. Considering they had only known each other for less than 2 days, even with a life-saving debt, Zhang Tai's actions could be considered loyal and righteous. Moreover, the system just sent a notification. Beep, member Zhang Tai, loyalty level has risen to 90. He is almost certain not to betray you, no matter life or death. By a stroke of luck, Zhang Tai's loyalty to him skyrocketed. It seems that Zhang Tai, whom he casually saved, might really become his partner in the future. However, Lin An didn't say much, his mind was entirely focused on the soul-devouring hand. Rush out, carry me back. After hearing Lin An's words, Zhang Tai hurriedly carried him on his shoulder. Passing by the bandaged girl and the bag full of medicine, he simply hung the carrying pole across his chest and charged out wildly, holding the corpse snake's spine. Under the influence of the bear transformation and the still ongoing potion enhancement, his speed was extremely fast. Silence all the way. Only the howls of zombies echoed in the ears. The corpse snake's spine cracked sharply, striking a blocking zombie like a precise whip. The two remained silent all the way, each lost in their own thoughts. Although he saw that Lin An was not dead, he was filled with great joy. But no matter what, I just can't feel at ease inside. Team leader Lin, although he didn't die. But most likely he was infected. When he led the squad to break out of the zombie encirclement, he also saw what happens to many people after being infected by zombies. After the apocalypse broke out, the zombie virus mutated very quickly. The later the apocalypse game progresses, the stronger the power of the zombie virus becomes. At present, ordinary people will turn into zombies within just 10 minutes if their skin is slightly scratched. If a human with severe injuries is on the verge of death, they will instantly become a man-eating monster. Although Lin An didn't seem abnormal, Zhang Tai only considered him an awakened one, with strong physical fitness and able to endure longer. What should I do? Should we take Captain Lin back? There are many ordinary people inside the hotel, including even his own sister. If team leader Lin turned into a zombie, with his current physical condition, even if he doesn't become a mutant, he would still be much stronger than an ordinary zombie. Taking Lin An back is equivalent to bringing a ticking time bomb. Zhang Tai was tormented inside, not knowing what to do for a moment, and could only bury his head and charge out. However, he had never thought about abandoning Lin An. He had already made up his mind. Even if Lin An turned into a zombie, he would fight to protect Lin An until the very last moment. Unlike Zhang Tai's wild fantasies, Lin An just kept looking at the soul-devouring hand in his hand, his heart filled with bitterness. Orange equipment, epic soul-devouring gloves broken seal state. Equipment attributes, strength +5, equipment is broken, other attributes will recover after recharging. Attack speed +20%, mental power amplification +20%, mental recovery speed +50%, sealed state, cannot take effect. Attack effect 1, each attack carries a mental shock, causing a brief stun effect, and provides additional bonuses based on the will attribute of the equipped owner, sealed state, cannot take effect. Attack effect 2, Soul Devour. After killing an enemy, you can extract the dead soul to replenish mental power. Sealed state, cannot take effect. Equipment skill, Soul Screech, grade B, instantly generates a ring-shaped mental shockwave, indiscriminately damaging all creatures within range. Daily release count January 1st, after release enters cooldown, recovers the next day. Sealed state, cannot take effect. When the gloves are damaged, they cannot automatically draw spiritual energy from the outside world and can only rely on the wearer's own mental power. Note, the power contained in this equipment has been completely devoured. Maybe you can try to find another obsidian shard to restore its original power. The gloves, covered with blood-red veins, have an embedded obsidian shard that has already shattered and lost all luster. Having to find another obsidian piece to complete the equipment again is really frustrating. Lin An was too lazy to complain about this kind of repeatedly frustrating situation. After all, when all is said and done, he not only obtained equipment stronger than the Skull Crusher's hand, but also gained an S-class Abyssal Black Dragon. Just completing the equipment again, nothing major. It's just a headache figuring out where to find another obsidian shard. I don't even know the true origin of these gloves. For some reason, Lin An always felt that the gloves hid some secret, and it would be worth investigating once his strength improved in the future. As for why the equipment was sealed. Looking at the black dragon on his wrist that had turned into a stone carving, he roughly understood what was going on. As expected, the power inside the glove was completely drained by this guy, and most of the spiritual energy he absorbed earlier was probably the overflow that the black dragon couldn't consume. I have such a huge epic piece of equipment. Lin An wanted to cry but had no tears. Although the soul-devouring hand was recovered, its equipment attributes are only slightly better than the blue equipment, Skull Crusher hand. Strictly speaking, it's not even as good as the effect of 2 pieces of loose blue gear. All attributes are sealed, leaving only +5 strength. The overpowered effect of attacks causing mental shock is sealed, and skill auto-charging is also disabled. Even the Soul Devourer, whose purpose is unknown, has fallen under the seal. Heartbreaking and distressing. Lin An could only keep comforting himself along the way. Fortunately, the most crucial skill was still intact. The B-level Soul Scream, as a wide-area damage skill, can effectively make up for his shortcomings. It's just that he doesn't know how much it costs to recharge using his mental power. Although the injury is severe now, the mental strength is still relatively sufficient. This is also thanks to his innate skills consuming little energy and his high willpower attribute. Once fully charged, he can not only rely on the Soul Scream to kill the zombies blocking the way but also test the effect. After all, relying on Zhang Tai alone, he currently lacks combat power. It is very difficult to return safely to the hotel. Lin An could feel that Zhang Tai's strength had reached its limit, and zombies were attacking from all around. Without hesitation, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Lin An's eyes. If they don't activate their skills soon, the 2 of them will very likely be done for here. With a thought, communication with this epic equipment was established in his mind. Start charging. Buzz. A strong suction force came from the glove, drawing out his spiritual power as if swallowing it whole. The blood-red patterns on the pitch-black glove suddenly lit up, emitting waves as the spiritual power surged in. Too fast. The degree of suction far exceeded Lin An's expectations. He didn't even have time to actively cut off his spiritual power. Damn it. In an instant, Lin An felt as if all his strength had been drained, his vision went black, and he completely lost consciousness. Chapter 39, The Human Heart. Lin. As Lin An fell unconscious, Zhang Tixin's heart suddenly sank. Bitterness, despair. He could feel the originally faint but still steady breath on Lin An's body vanish instantly. Instead, it emitted a faint sense of death and decay. Team leader Lin, I'm afraid you can't hold on any longer. In his view, Lin An no longer had the strength to suppress the zombie virus. If it weren't for the faint breath behind him, he would have thought Lin An was already dead. What should I do? What am I supposed to do? Zhang Tai's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched tightly, as the bandaged girl hanging in front of him and the bag full of medicine swayed. Suddenly, it was as if he thought of something. The scene of the bandaged girl fainting appeared before my eyes. Next to the dim medicine cabinet, various empty medicine packages were scattered all over the ground beside the bandaged girl. The girl might have also been infected with the virus, but she stayed conscious until just before she fainted. Medicine. He hurriedly glanced at the medicine pack in front of him. Maybe team leader Lin can also hold on by taking medicine like her, and not turn into a zombie. So then. Faster, even faster. Maybe taking Captain Lin back for treatment could still save him. Hospital entrance. The corpse snake spine in Zhang Tiesho's hand swung more and more slowly, his steps sluggish. The bear transformation state has ended, forcibly activating the skill completely exhausted his mental energy, and an extreme weakness filled his limbs. The effect of the potion had also ended, and the fierce struggle continued without pause. His stamina had likewise reached its limit. No matter how strong he was still only a level 0 awakener. Essentially, he was still human. Zhang Tiesho's wrist trembled as he wielded the bone whip like shooing away flies. His strength has dropped significantly, now he can only barely hold back the corpse horde from rushing forward. Soaked all over. Originally feeling light, Lin An and the bandaged girl now felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds due to exhaustion. Zhang Tai gritted his teeth and had no choice but to rush towards the hotel. It's safe once you go inside. The first floor of the hotel has been completely blocked off, the zombies can't get in. Old Huang. Second uncle. Quick, throw the rope down. He tore at his throat and shouted loudly from afar at the damaged windowsill on the second floor of the hotel, signaling the people hiding inside to lower the rope for him to climb up. The second floor, which was originally easy to jump onto, was now completely unreachable. Brother Zhang. On the second floor of the hotel, the crowd panicked as they looked at the pile of corpses behind Zhang Tai. What's wrong with them? Brother Lin seems to be injured. He is also carrying something, a person wrapped in bandages all over. Blood, so much blood. Brother Lin seems to be seriously hurt. Stop arguing. Quickly come with me to lower the rope and pull them up. Beside the collapsed window. A middle-aged man named Second Uncle looked anxious. He was a relative of Zhang Tai. He was somewhat old, his face full of wrinkles, and his trembling hands gripping a hemp rope. He alone couldn't possibly lift the weight of all three people. Hurry up. Give me a hand. He kept urging the young guys on the second floor to help out. Not far away, Zhang Tai was surrounded by a dense crowd of zombies, like a small boat in the sea, at any moment could be swallowed by the zombies. However, the crowd suddenly fell into an eerie silence. For a while. A middle-aged man with glasses, looking like a white-collar worker, spoke quietly. I see their clothes are all torn, and they are covered in blood. Brother Zhang and Brother Lin, they might have been infected. His eyes flickered, and his face looked somewhat uneasy. Indeed, I have also noticed this. Director Wang from the 9th floor suddenly jumped out, habitually clearing his throat. Everyone, I'm sure you have all seen or heard that the infected turn into zombies. Right now. These 2 or 3 people all look injured. In that case, who can guarantee they haven't been infected? There are so many of us here, but if it turns out that only they come up and turn into zombies, who will take responsibility? Never lose the big picture over small matters, don't let the wolf into the house. Wang Jiangwo remained calm. Over the past 2 days, he had revealed his identity to all the survivors. As the person with the highest status in the entire group, many white-collar workers and students who had not changed their views looked up to him as their leader. Seeing someone voice what they were thinking, many people echoed in agreement repeatedly. Selfishness and self-interest, a display of human nature. Wang Jiangwo looked at Lin An, whose life or death behind Zhang Tai was unknown, and a twisted sense of pleasure rose in his heart. Ha, idiot. Do you really think you're invincible just because you're strong? After going out once, you still turned into a zombie. Wouldn't it be better to honestly protect him and wait for the army to come to the rescue than what we're doing now? Young people, just brainless, not knowing their place. Who the hell are you calling a wolf? A man from Zhang Tai's team looked at Director Wang with resentment. Zhang Tai and Lin An are both still fine. Don't forget who saved you. Heartless and ungrateful scoundrels. After being scolded, Wang Jiangwo's eyes turned cold, but he chose not to retort. Insulting each other back and forth is something only the brainless at the bottom level would do. Having been immersed in officialdom for many years, he naturally knew what was truly important. The second floor is now divided into 3 groups, one led by him consisting of white-collar workers and students, another group brought by Zhang Tai, and the remaining few belonged to a swing faction. Throughout the entire day, he had already thought things through very clearly. The hotel is very safe now, all the zombies have been cleared out by Lin An. There is water and food. And the army will definitely come to rescue us. If you want to survive, just stay here. On the contrary, it was Lin An, whom he previously wanted to recruit and protect, who was the real unstable factor. An existence that can kill everyone but is not under his control is simply too dangerous. Moreover, Lin An is very likely infected with the virus now. For either reason, he would never allow Lin An to return to the hotel. Lin An must die, and Zhang Tai would be better off dead too. Zhang Tai is about to lose his combat effectiveness, and Lin An is unconscious and unaware. Such a good opportunity not used, wouldn't that be a waste? Wang Jiangwo's eyes were filled with sorrow, as if deeply heartbroken. Everyone, it's not that we are unwilling to let them in. But can you guarantee that they won't turn into zombies after coming in? If something goes wrong, who will take responsibility? You. Or you. Wang Jiangwo pointed sternly at the crowd brought by Zhang Tai, his gaze resolute. I'm also thinking of everyone. How could I not want to save Lin An? He saved my life too. Wang Jiangwo sighed lightly, but sneered coldly in his heart. Taking the greater good for everyone into consideration was much more effective in stopping Zhang Tai from coming in than scolding him back. Looking at Uncle Zhang Tai, whose face was flushed red and didn't know how to refute, he felt full of satisfaction. For a small-minded person like you, I think it's easy to mess you up completely. The crowd was momentarily conflicted. People are selfish. If they think about themselves, they naturally don't want Lin An to come in. However, since their lives were saved by Lin An, wouldn't it seem ungrateful if they took the initiative to speak up? The apocalypse had just broken out, and many people were still unable to ignore the scrutiny of others. Moreover, if Lin An and Zhang Tai are really fine, they might still need to rely on them for protection later. Zombies are too terrifying, letting them face it themselves, no one present has the courage. Quarreling, pushing. Everyone harbors their own thoughts. Save the people first. I, Old Huang, am begging all of you. Plop. The old man named Old Huang coughed and trembled as he knelt down. He looked helpless and indignant at the team led by Zhang Tai behind him. If they don't save them, won't you save them either? The crowd brought by Zhang Tai blushed all at once and hurriedly tried to lower the rope together with second uncle. Absolutely not. The woman beside Wang Jiangwo suddenly screamed at his signal and snatched the rope away. Do you want to get us killed? What rescue? They are infected, they are zombies. Killed them. Can you use some brain? Even if Brother Lin isn't saved, Brother Zhang has to be saved. Among the third-party crowd, a middle-aged man who looked like an employee named Gao Peng suddenly stood up and loudly refuted the woman. Brother Zhang is definitely not infected. He can still kill zombies now. Gao Peng is one of the people who provided maps to Lin An during the day. Having witnessed the horrors of the zombie outbreak firsthand, he has thought a lot. Lin An can be left untreated if infected. But Zhang Tai is so strong, he belongs to the kind who must be saved because he protects everyone. With such a good-for-nothing person standing at the front, they have managed to survive all this time. So many people staying in the hotel, the day the food runs out, they will have to go out sooner or later. Without Zhang Tai leading, these useless people in front of us simply can't survive. Moreover, even if Zhang Tai can't get in, he probably won't die. When it really comes to a life-or-death moment, as long as Zhang Tai is willing to abandon Lin An, with his strength, hiding nearby still gives him a good chance of survival. At that time, harboring resentment and recuperating outside, would Zhang Tai let go of those who want him dead? Absolutely not. To judge others by oneself. Whether out of conscience or for his own sake, he must put on an attitude of wanting to save Zhang Tai. Chapter 40, Military Rescue. Yeah, let's save Brother Zhang first. Without Brother Zhang, what will we do if we encounter zombies in the future? Let Brother Zhang decide what to do. People with a bit of sense quickly figured this out. At worst, save Zhang Tai, not Lin An. Zhang Tai's sister and relatives are all at the hotel, so I don't believe Zhang Tai would leave zombies here. This way, it won't seem like he has no conscience, and there's no real danger. The crowd stopped arguing, and some of the more proactive ones nervously gripped the weapons they had brought, ready to support Zhang Tai. Wang Jiangwo couldn't help but chuckle at the scene before him. He had anticipated this all along. A mob of the unorganized, the weakness of human nature. Whether for self-preservation or out of conscience and consideration for the future, people would choose this way. Essentially, everyone is still considering their own safety. Seeing that the rope had already been lowered, Zhang Tai was about to reach the ground floor. Wang Jiangwo suddenly spoke up again. Everyone, I contacted the military during the day, and they promised to come rescue us in the next few days. Everyone need not worry about safety in the future. The military has already established a safe zone, and many of them are stronger than Lin An and Zhang Tai. Wang Jiangwo smiled confidently, fully prepared. He directly addressed the biggest concern in everyone's mind, which was safety. Conscience. Saving people. Nonsense. So, for safety reasons. People can't come up. When the military rescuers find out we once saved someone suspected of being a zombie. Hee, don't blame me for not warning you if you can't get on the rescue plane then. Behind him, several white-collar workers who had long conspired silently rushed into the crowd to grab the rope. At this moment, Zhang Tai was less than 30 meters from the hotel, his steps staggering. Hundreds of zombies behind him were howling and charging madly, with the closest zombie no more than 2 meters away. Put the rope down. Zhang Tai glared angrily, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the shattered second-floor windowsill. Shadows flickered. He believed the people inside had long heard his voice. What happened? Why haven't you let go of the rope yet? Second uncle. Old Huang. No response. At a loss, he could only hurriedly take Lin An and hide in the back of a overturned truck. Lin An's breath behind him grew increasingly weak, and he only felt a fire burning in his heart. The truck's trunk won't hold out for long. Once a horde of zombies surrounds it, there will be no way to escape. Zhang Tai was gasping heavily, looking at Lin An with an urgent expression. As an awakened one, while possessing great combat power, the consumption of food is equally enormous. Exhausted and mentally drained, he only felt a strong hunger rising in his throat. Without food to replenish his strength, even if he was lucky enough to hide here without being breached by zombies, his power would not recover at all. Not only did he need a safe place to rest, Lin An needed one just as much. Zhang Tai frantically rummaged through the medical kit for various medicines. It's all in English, and I can't understand it at all. I also have no idea what exactly that bandaged girl is eating. Not caring about anything else, he simply shoved all the medicine into Lin An's mouth at once. But without water to swallow it down, it was soon spit back out. Zhang Tai felt somewhat desperate, watching Lin An's breath grow weaker and weaker, fearing that he would lose resistance and turn into a zombie in the next moment. What to do? What should I do? Food, water. I need either one of these. On the second floor of the hotel, Wang Jiangwo looked calm as he stared at his second uncle and his group glaring angrily at him. I am also thinking of everyone. When the military sends people, you will know who is right and who is wrong. He sighed deeply, but inside he was full of disdain. A bunch of commoners, easily fooled by a little trick. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. What Director Wang said instantly caught their attention. Director Wang, is the military really going to send people to rescue us? Isn't the phone out of signal? And it's also out of battery. Someone questioned, but was quickly interrupted by a henchman bought off behind Wang Jiangwo. Don't you know what kind of status Director Wang holds? Just because you can't reach him doesn't mean he's incapable. Use your brain and think about it, he's a big shot. Besides, we're in the city center. How could the higher-ups possibly give up on us? When the higher-ups come, if too many people can't leave at once, don't blame us for not taking you along. Half an explanation, half a threat. The doubting crowd quickly fell silent. Wang Jiangwo's expression was calm and sincere, he cleared his throat lightly. I hope everyone will stop doubting this. I personally guarantee that the higher-ups will definitely send someone. What we need to do now is ensure our own safety and avoid getting infected so we can't board the plane. The chest thumped loudly, as if it were real. Only Wang Jiangwo knew in his heart that the so-called military safe zone with people coming from above was just something he made up. The phone had long been turned off, with no signal, there was no way to contact anyone. But he was at least a member of the leadership team, and he was confident that those above would never give up on him. Wait a few more days, even if the military doesn't send anyone, the armed police or something should come, right? Most of the people without their own opinions stopped saying anything after hearing Wang Jiangwo's assurance. Among the people Zhang Tai brought, a small portion who still cherished the friendship could only resentfully give up. The reason is simple, the group Wang Jiangwo recruited were tall and strong, and were among the few young people in the hotel. The fire axes in these people's hands were threatening them, whether intentionally or unintentionally. They might be afraid and scared of zombies, but they still dared to threaten a group of old, weak, sick, and disabled people. Director Wang, seeing that the situation was under control, couldn't help but show a look of satisfaction. He just casually promised that as long as they followed him, they would be able to work for the government in the future. Moreover, once the military personnel arrive, those following them can board the plane first. Under threats and inducements. These people obediently followed his orders, truly stupid to the extreme. Just as everyone was about to return to their rooms, a girl's sorrowful voice sounded. Uncle, please put down the rope, okay? My older brother is still down there. With tear-filled eyes and a red-rimmed gaze, Zhang Yue looked at Wang Jiangwo pleadingly, her body trembling slightly from the agitation. Wang Jiangwo, holding a coquettish young woman in his arms, stopped his steps back to the room and looked back at her. TSK. Such a fresh little girl, truly a beauty in the making. Zhang Yue was dressed in a pure and cute style, her eyes red-rimmed and sparkling with pleading, evoking a sense of pity. Her pale lotus-like feet stepped into a pair of sandals, the round toes making him wish he could hold and play with them in his hands. The skin was fair and smooth, like milk poured from a steaming teapot. The girl's unique innocence made his heart feel like ants crawling inside. A trace of greed flashed in his eyes as he quietly withdrew his arm from the waist of the young married woman beside him. In comparison, he only felt that the once fairly attractive young married woman was like a withered flower or a fallen willow. He took 3 steps in 2, walking up to Zhang Yue. Uncle also wants to save your brother, but he has been infected. The foul breath from his mouth full of yellow teeth, stained from years of smoking, was disgusting. Uncle is also thinking about everyone's safety. If there was a way, I would definitely save him. He pretended to comfort her by reaching out to touch Yue's face, gently caressing it. The lively face was smooth and tender, as if a squeeze would make water come out. He couldn't help but move his hand downward, seemingly wanting to pat Yue's shoulder. Uncle. The young Wei trembled all over, she always felt scared by the expression in the adult's eyes before her. My older brother is not infected, he can still fight zombies. Crying uncontrollably, her shoulders shook as she tried to avoid those greasy big hands. Wang Jiangwo sneered coldly in his heart. He naturally guessed that Zhang Tai was most likely not infected by the zombies, otherwise, he would have been unconscious like Lin An, right? But if Zhang Tai is put in charge, who would still listen to him then? When recruiting people privately during the day, he had already promised those few how to deal with the women in the hotel. Using threats and temptations, manipulating people's hearts, he had to give these fools a little sweetness first. Little baby, uncle. He pressed down on Yue's body with one hand, while the other hand pretended to stroke down with pity. Swish. Just as his heart was burning with excitement, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Put down the rope, save the person. The voice was cold and full of murderous intent. Chapter 41, Disguise. Wen Ye tightly gripped the axe handle with both hands, pressing the other end against Wang Jiangwo's neck. Disgusting scum. Unlike Zhang Yue, who is still young and naive. She was very familiar with the gaze of this greasy old man in front of her. With a strong wrist, the sharp axe blade instantly cut a blood mark on Director Wang's neck. Right now, immediately. 3 seconds, if you don't lower the rope, I'll kill you. Wen Ye's gaze was cold. As soon as Wang Jiangwo made any move, she would strike without hesitation. By the time she heard Zhang Tai's voice coming downstairs, it was already too late. Wang Jiangwo's group had already taken everyone hostage. Seeing that everyone had given up on rescuing the hostages, she quickly reacted and hid behind the door. The people here are just ordinary folks, purely frightened by Wang Jiangwo. As long as he is controlled, there is still hope to get this group to let go of the rope. Fortunately, Wang Jiangwo suddenly got lustful, and because he was not on guard around him, she found the opportunity. Director Wang was startled inside, he could feel Wen Ye's murderous intent behind him. Damn it, how could I forget that there are still people belonging to Lin An here? He forced a calm expression, trying to intimidate and persuade Wen Ye. Little sister, don't move around. Killing is against the law. Shut up. Wen Ye flicked his wrist, and the axe blade immediately drew a cut across Chief Wang's neck. Don't make a move. Wang Jiangwo felt a sudden panic, he didn't expect that Wen Ye, who looked like a refined lady, would act so decisively. I let go. I let go. The incident happened so suddenly that the people belonging to Director Wang's group were momentarily thrown into panic and confusion. What are you still standing there for? Quickly let go of the rope. The voice did not come from Director Wang, but from Yu Shihao, who had been hiding behind the crowd, watching from the side. He stepped out from behind the crowd, his face full of indignation. No matter what you say, your lives were saved by Brother Lin, right? Brother Lin is so strong, whether he got infected or not is another matter. Besides, if a person doesn't know how to be grateful, what's the difference between them and a beast? He spoke righteously and sternly, then directly rushed into the crowd that was grabbing the rope and snatched it back in one pull. Unlike the passionate and stirring appearance on the surface, in fact, he was somewhat uneasy inside. Ever since the crowd started arguing, he had been hiding in the corner, quietly scheming. Bringing Zhang Tai up here is very risky, after all, he might be infected. But unlike others who only saw the risk, he also discovered the huge benefits beneath the risk. Fortune favors the bold. In the past 2 days, he has thought it through clearly, without strength, whether you die early or late, it's still death. He, who often climbed to the rooftop to observe, had long noticed that the entire city was filled with zombies, without a single sign of the military. He didn't believe a single word of what Wang Jiangwo said. Now that Wen Ye suddenly made a move, rescuing the two had already become a foregone conclusion. So he might as well play along and pretend to be on Wen Ye's side. When the time comes to rescue Zhang Tai and Lin An, it is very likely that they will provide information about becoming awakeners. As long as I have the power like those two, what are zombies to me? Moreover, a trace of greed flashed in Yu Shihao's eyes. He noticed that when Zhang Tai returned, Lin An had an extra glove on his hand, along with the mysterious ring he had been wearing before. The two people risked their lives rushing into the hospital, one unconscious and the other seriously injured, yet they came back with an extra item. The answer was obvious. Would something obtained by risking such great danger be worthless? Not understanding the insider situation of the awakened, in his view. Zhang Tai was originally burly, and after being turned into a bear, he gained powerful abilities that he could understand. But what about Lin An? He looks weak and delicate, with skin like jade that could make girls jealous. Thinking about it this way, the ring and gloves are very likely the source of Lin An's power. Wenya looked at him with a puzzled gaze, still gripping the axe handle tightly in her hand. She didn't have any impression of Shihao. The man in front of her was so passionate and righteous, trying to persuade everyone to save Lin An and Zhang Tai. He seemed like a good person. But she always felt something was strange. If he really wanted to save them, why didn't he speak up earlier? Unlike Wenya's vigilance. Yu Wei looked at Yu Shihao with a face full of gratitude, convinced that he was a good person. Whoosh! The rope was thrown down, and in the grateful eyes of the second uncle, Yu Shihao tightly grabbed the rope and shouted towards the truck where Zhang Tai was hiding. Brother Zhang! Come up quickly. The rope has been lowered. At the back of the truck, Zhang Tai's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Although he didn't know why everyone had delayed for so long, the rope was finally lowered. He glanced back at Lin An, whose face was pale but eyes were full of determination. Lin, hold on. Bang! He mustered his last breath and forcefully pushed open the sealed car door. The horde of corpses outside was pushed aside, briefly creating a narrow gap. Charge! With a roar, Zhang Tai carried Lin An wildly and rushed towards the hotel. The horde of corpses was as dense as ants, and in a complete loss of combat power, he despairingly realized that he simply could not break through. Unless he abandoned Lin An and the strange bandaged girl. The corpse snake's spine swung, but it could only protect a small blank area around it. Bear transformation. Zhang Tai gave a bitter laugh. His mental strength had long been exhausted, and vaguely he realized that the cost of activating his skill again would be extremely painful. Roar! The black bear reappeared, but it was not as burly and massive as before. Lacking the support of mental strength, Zhang Tai felt as if he had aged 10 years, the once thick and hard fur covering his body now looked sparse and pitiful. Bang! The giant bear broke through the encirclement, its massive body smashing the zombies along the way. Brother Zhang! Hold on to the rope. I'll pull you up right now. Yu Shihao looked full of concern, signaling the people behind him to exert force together. 1, 2, 3. Lift. Roar. The horde of corpses howled. Zhang Tai gripped the thick hemp rope tightly with difficulty and desperately climbed upward. Boom. Heavy object hitting the ground. He first desperately threw Lin An and the bandaged girl from mid-air up to the second floor, then struggled to climb up himself. The horde of corpses below roared, with countless decayed hands reaching toward the second floor like tangled seaweed. The crowd panicked for a moment, and after pulling up Zhang Tai, they hurriedly blocked the gap with miscellaneous objects. It was as if not seeing the zombies could bring them a sense of security. Brother. Lin An. Wenya saw Lin An unconscious and unresponsive, and hurriedly ran over, while Yu Wei ran towards Zhang Tai crying with tears like pear blossoms. Before Wenya rushed over, she gave Director Wang a fierce glare, then kicked him hard in the abdomen. Scumbag. The fire axe in her hand never left her grasp. A pure and cute girl dragging a half-human height axe looked somewhat strange. Quick, give Brother Lin water and medicine. The medicine can save him. He was attacked by zombies. Zhang Tai, in a daze, subconsciously reminded Xiang Wenya, then his eyes went black and he fainted. Everyone instinctively stepped back upon hearing what Zhang Tai said. Although Zhang Tai didn't finish speaking, they had already guessed that Lin An was definitely infected. Guessing and confirming are two different things. Everyone's eyes were complexly fixed on Lin An in Wenya's arms. Many looked fearful and did not dare to come any closer. Yu Shihao anxiously brought over a glass of water, then crouched beside Wenya. Quick, listen to Brother Zhang, give him the medicine. The voice was anxious, not like a fake. Taking advantage of the time spent administering the medicine, he covertly touched Lin An's lowered right hand with his left hand. Unnoticed by anyone, his heart raced wildly, his eyes filled with terror. Chapter 42, Greed. Beep, epic equipment, soul-devouring hand, has been bound. Drops upon target's death. Beep, discovered the doomsday level equipment, judgment ring, space ring, has been bound, will drop after the target dies. Pupils contracted sharply, heart pounding wildly. A strong greed surged up, Shirhao tried hard to suppress the impulse to snatch the equipment. Unlike others who still had little understanding of the doomsday game. His intelligence is not low, he usually likes playing games and reading novels, and his acceptance speed of the apocalypse game is far higher than that of these middle-aged people. When he first touched an ordinary item, he keenly discovered that the apocalypse game has equipment. As information that is not exactly hidden, he also knew what the equipment levels were. They were actually epic level and apocalypse level equipment. Even without seeing the attributes, he knew how exaggerated the stats of these two pieces of equipment must be. Watching Wenya holding Lin An in his arms, he couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy. Why is it that, as players, you can have powerful equipment and strength, and even a beauty in your arms? While I can only run like a dog in front of zombies. Kill him. Kill Lin An. Take the equipment. The murderous intent grew, and Shirhao reluctantly moved his hand away from the ring. Breathing heavily. As long as I get the equipment, I will also have power. Not only that. He stood up and covertly glanced at Wenya's chest, his Adam's apple bobbing. Wenya hurried downstairs wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, her figure curvy and well-shaped from years of fitness. Her long hair tied in a ponytail added a touch of heroic spirit to her youthful aura. As the former literary department belle of H City, Wenya's beauty goes without saying. Damn it, this is the kind of woman I want. He suddenly remembered Wang Fong who died on the 8th floor, feeling a surge of irritation. His former girlfriend was worlds apart compared to Wenya. Wang Fong's resentful and venomous look before her death made him wake up in nightmares every night. Damn it, that filthy bitch is not only ugly. Stupid enough to die and still disturb my sweet dreams. Kill Lin An. Not only is the power mine, but his woman is mine too. He couldn't help but fantasize about the glory of wreaking havoc after getting the equipment, and also thought about how the icy cold Wenya in front of him would pant softly beneath him. Wenya, you don't need to worry too much. Brother Lin, Shirhao casually comforted her with a few words, while his right hand, as if guided by some unseen force, reached out to Wenya, trying to wrap around her shoulders to console her. When is the best time to move a woman? When she is helpless. He is confident that this trick never fails. Swish. What greeted him was not a gentle body, but the blade of an axe. Wenya aimed the axe blade in his direction, then coldly stared at Shirhao, who seemed to have good intentions. A wary look. I don't need you to care about me, stay away from me. Shirhao gave an awkward laugh and spread his hands to show he meant no harm. Damn it, you filthy bitch. I am determined to get you into bed. I'm going to find some food for Brother Lin and Brother Zhang. Turning around to leave, he sighed, seeming somewhat disheartened. Second floor, room 204. Wenya silently watched Lin An, who was still unconscious, with his eyebrows lowered. It has been 4 days since Zhang Tai brought Lin An back, yet there is still no sign of either of them waking up. Second uncle and old Huang were comforting the crying Yu Wei nearby. At the door, several middle-aged people held half bottles of water and leftover biscuits, looking somewhat dissatisfied. The survivors inside the hotel saw that Lin An probably had no chance of surviving, and they were no longer as polite as before. Either tie that guy up with a chain, or we'll bolt the door. There's not much water and food left. Take it or starve. Upon hearing this, second uncle's face turned pale with anger. The food allocated these days was not only getting less and less, but now they even wanted to chain up Zhang Tai and Lin An. You guys are going too far. The people outside were holding the iron chains used to lock the door, afraid that the chains wouldn't be enough, so they even brought the chains originally used to tie the dog. Yeah, he still hasn't woken up. Maybe he'll turn into a zombie soon. Why waste food on him? One of them looked very displeased, the dog chain in his hand clinking loudly. The longer the time passed, the more uneasy they became. Under the insistence of Wenya and Zhang Tai's people, Lin An was forcibly given a large amount of medicine. In their view, it was surprising that Lin An had not yet turned into a zombie, but he couldn't hold on for much longer. Perhaps some medicine was temporarily effective, or perhaps the awakener's constitution was strong, briefly suppressing the virus. After all, if the medicine really worked, why hasn't he woken up yet? The bandaged girl we brought back earlier has already woken up. Who knows if Lin An will turn into a zombie the next second? In my opinion, he shouldn't have been allowed to come up in the first place. It's making us so anxious, I haven't slept well for 2 days. An older middle-aged woman stood with her hands on her hips, hiding behind the crowd, and said loudly. "We don't owe him anything. It's not like we asked him to kill the zombies. Yeah, to be honest, he just did it casually. He wasn't really here to save us." Lin An and Zhang Tai were confirmed to be unconscious, and without their military deterrence, the crowd was no longer afraid. More and more people gathered, and as everyone came to their senses, many even suggested throwing them out of the building. After all, even if they were tied up with chains, there would still be a great risk. Wenya turned her head and coldly stared at the few people who had entered. Almost every day, these people would come to cause a commotion, but today it was even more intense. The crowd was agitated, and under the instigation of Wang Ju and his group, many people were holding steel pipes and axes, intending to forcibly throw Lin An out. "Anyone who comes over will die." Wenya picked up the fire axe beside her with both hands, her frail body was at odds with the axe in her hands. The crowd sneered. "Little brat, can you even lift an axe? I'm telling you, this is all the food there is." A tattooed man stepped out from the crowd, one of the few burly men in the hotel. Many people, hopeless to rely on Lin An, simply followed him, effectively becoming people on Director Wang's side. "Giving this to those who are about to die, isn't that a waste?" He took a military energy bar out of his pocket, broke it, and stuffed it into his mouth. "Damn, this stuff really tastes awful." Wenya's fingers gripping the axe handle had turned blue. The military rations in the man's hand were left to her by Lin An before he left. "It seems that all the food hidden in her room has probably been rummaged through. The food, give it back to me." Lin An is now weak in breath and has been in a coma. Unlike others who think Lin An is in a coma due to fighting the zombie virus. On the first day, she encountered equipment just like Yu Shihao. From the system's prompts and observations, she keenly noticed the black gloves on Lin An's hands, which occasionally drew mysterious energy from his body. The scarlet pattern on the glove is just a little short of being completely filled. Based on speculation and analysis, Lin An is probably falling into a coma now because the glove has been continuously draining his energy, and the lack of energy replenishment has caused this. Still, whoever finds it, it's theirs. Want it? Sure. You can have a good talk with your brother, and it's not impossible for me to give you a little more. The man had a lecherous smile on his face, his eyes appraising Wenya. On the second day after Zhang Tai returned, Director Wang, together with him, collected the food in the hotel. Distributed daily as needed. But demand is a thing. The tattooed man sneered coldly. Last night, he took advantage of a bucket of instant noodles to sleep with a young woman who had been hungry for 2 days, that feeling was really good. He still reminisces about that full, plump feeling, it was damn exciting. Aren't you afraid that Brother Zhang will wake up and come after you to settle the score? Second uncle stood upright, leaning against the wall, glaring angrily at the tattooed man. Zhang Tai's condition was much better than Lin An's, he even made a sound a day ago. Unlike the wounds caused by zombies visible on Lin An's body, aside from his originally severed arm, he was otherwise unharmed. The tattooed man chuckled lightly, but a trace of apprehension flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for the concern that Zhang Tai might wake up, and these people were still protecting him here, he would have long found a way to get Lin An out with Director Wang and the others. Beautiful one, why do you insist on protecting someone who is about to die? Maybe the next second he'll turn into a zombie and eat you. TSK, I can't bear to see you get bitten to death by this guy. Why not come with your brother and enjoy the good life? Besides, my life is definitely better than his. The tattooed man gave a playful smile, then deliberately and casually pushed out his lower body. Alright, first bring out that guy inside who is wrapped in bandages. Several middle-aged men holding axes suddenly rushed in from outside the door, grabbed the bandaged girl who looked like a corpse, and dragged her out. What do you want to do? Everyone in the room was terrified and tried to stop them, but they were threatened by the axes in their hands and could not get close. What are you doing? Do you need to mind? Annoying old thing. The leading man kicked old Huang, knocking him to the ground. Wenya clenched his fists tightly. In recent days, old Huang and second uncle have been very caring towards Lin An. If it weren't for everyone saving food together to share with Lin An's condition would probably be even worse. The situation is forcing us, there can be no conflict right now. Damn it, I should have just killed Wang Jiangwo outright back then. Wenya suddenly felt a bit regretful, she began to somewhat understand why Lin An was so cold to people. The tattooed man sneered, indifferent to Wenya's reaction, and then left with the crowd. Bang! The door closed, and the sound of chains rattling came from outside. They locked the door. Old Huang hurried to the door, and the people outside were wrapping chains around it in circles. Wenye remained silent, and the expression she had been forcing faded into one of desolation and helplessness. In my arms, Lin An's once relatively strong body had become so thin as to be unrecognizable, his complexion pale and gray. The situation is worsening day by day. Please wake up quickly, Lin An. I really don't know what to do anymore. Wenye silently fed the softened food to Lin An, then carefully covered his right hand. At present, all the food in the room for the 5 people was given to Lin An and Zhang Tai, while everyone else endured hunger. Everyone was very clear that as long as either Zhang Tai or Lin An woke up, the situation would turn around. As for the bandaged girl lying in the corner, she woke up on her own the next day. But no matter what everyone asked her, she did not respond, just closing her eyes and remaining motionless every day like a corpse. It was unknown where the people outside had taken her or what they intended to do. Sister Wenye, you haven't eaten anything for 2 days. How about you eat mine? Zhang Yue wiped the tears from her face and, holding a half-eaten piece of chocolate with teeth marks, leaned close to Wenye. Wenye slightly shook his head and smiled while touching her. No need, you keep it and eat it yourself. Is brother Lin An about to pass away? I see his face looking more and more frightening. Yue timidly glanced at Lin An, whose cheeks were sunken, full of worry. No. Wenye shook his head firmly and gently stroked Lin An's cheek. He will wake up very soon. Chapter 43, Beautiful Doomsday. 8th floor of the hotel, room 808. Zhang Tai might wake up soon, the person tailing him yesterday saw him move a few times. Yu Shihao's face was dark and sullen as he coldly stared at the mess on the bed. Huff, damn it, if you keep crying, I'll throw you out to feed the zombies. Director Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead and cursed loudly at the crying woman in front of him. Getting older, it made him somewhat exhausted. Bang. He leisurely lit a cigarette, the flame flickering. After resting for a while, he sat on the edge of the bed, panting. So what do you suggest? If you hadn't spoken up that day, Zhang Tai and the others might not have been able to come up. Now you know what fear is. Yu Shihao sneered coldly. How many days had the apocalypse broken out back then? These people weren't ruthless enough to do that. But you, if it weren't for you being caught and threatened by Wenye. Wang Jiangwo looked displeased, coldly glaring back. Damn it, what is this little brat pretending for in front of me? If it weren't for the few good suggestions Yu Shihao gave, he wouldn't have bothered agreeing to cooperate with the 2 of them. So, what do you want to do? Yu Shihao chuckled lightly and took out a transparent bag from his pocket. I deliberately had your men reduce their water and food these past 2 days. He lightly tapped the plastic bag, which contained half a bag of white powder. Add some good stuff to their water and food. Then get rid of Lin An. As long as he doesn't die, I won't be at ease. Lin An must be killed, but he wants to do it with his own hands. Those 2 pieces of equipment are absolutely essential to him. Originally, I planned to interrogate Lin An about the secrets of the awakened while he was weak if he woke up, and then kill him. But since Zhang Tai showed signs of waking up before Lin An, we can't wait any longer now. Wang Jiangwo curiously took the bag and then kicked the 2 women crying on the bed hard. So noisy, can't you hear we're talking? Kill Lin An. Zhang Tai, don't you want to find a way to kill him? Yu Shihao frowned and stared intently at Wang Jiangwo. Kill Zhang Tai. If we kill Zhang Tai, what if there's danger afterward? That big fool isn't easy to deceive. Wang Jiangwo glanced at him and teased. What are you pretending in front of me? You haven't been short of women these past few days either. Do you think you'll have a good outcome when Zhang Tai wakes up and finds out? That guy is just an idiot with justice on his mind. Yu Shihao remained silent and did not respond. He didn't care about what Wang Jiangwo said, he deliberately acted as if he was at odds with Wang Jiangwo in front of outsiders. Even if Zhang Tai woke up, he would only think that he was one of the few willing to save Lin An. Because of this, he didn't even touch the women in Zhang Tai's group. Seeing that he remained silent, Wang Jiangwo guessed what was on his mind and couldn't help but sneer. I'm telling you, Zhang Tai must die. If he wakes up, don't think you can just wash your hands of it. You don't need to worry about safety. With my status, I guarantee that the higher-ups will come to rescue us in just a few days. Yu Shihao stood up and left, he was really fed up with Wang Jiangwo's constant rehearsed lines. Someone coming to rescue. He saw with his own eyes last night that there was a chain explosion caused by a natural gas leak in the city center square. As long as there is still proper organizational work, such a thing would never be allowed to happen. When he reached the door, he turned his head and said. Don't fucking talk to me about your identity anymore, this is the end of the world. I know what you want to do. If you really want to kill Zhang Tai, that's fine. But Lin An must be handed over to me personally to deal with. Also, Wenya is for me. I will help you drug whoever you want. Bang. The door was tightly closed, and Yu Shihao casually stuffed the powder into his pocket. The reason Wang Jiangwo wanted to kill Zhang Tai was simply because he was afraid Zhang Tai would cause him trouble and he would lose the status everyone currently admired him for. Another one, huh? That greasy old guy had long set his eyes on Zhang Tai's younger sister, Zhang Yue. It doesn't matter, everyone just gets what they want. In the pitch darkness, footsteps echoed down the corridor. Wang Jiangwo's antics in the room also stirred a flush of heat in his heart. What is stepping so softly? Weren't all the bodies thrown out from here? He instinctively lifted his foot to take a look, but his peripheral vision caught the reflection on the door plate. 802, that was the room he and Wang Fong had booked before. Thinking of Wang Fong's resentful and poisonous gaze before her death, he couldn't help but shiver. Damn it, so unlucky. As his footsteps quickened, he felt someone watching him and hurried downstairs in fear. Plop. In the darkness, a pale face slowly fell from the ceiling, landing in a pool of shattered flesh on the ground. Late at night, second floor. Clatter, clatter. Yu Shihao quickly unlocked the chains and cautiously called through the door crack. Wenya, second uncle. I sneaked some food for you, please take it quickly. His eyes were sincere as he passed through 3 bottles of water and a few pieces of bread through the door crack. For 3 consecutive days, he would bring a small amount of food each day to gain trust. Second uncle looked surprised, hurriedly taking it with one hand supporting the wall. Oh, thank you so much. Zhang Tai just groaned drowsily a moment ago, he wanted some water. You really helped a lot. It's been hard on you these past few days. Yue followed behind, her nose red. Thank you, brother. The voice was obedient, full of gratitude. Yue, here is the bread you like to eat, quickly take it and eat. Second uncle gave most of the water and food to Wenya, then patted Yue's head with a face full of pity. The little girl hasn't been willing to eat anything these past few days, saying she wants to save it for her brother and Lin An. Yue won't eat, Yue is full. Swallowing her saliva quietly, Yue handed the bread back to her second uncle. Standing behind the door, Yu Shihao did not leave, his eyes flickered as he gently persuaded Yue. Brother still has a lot of delicious food hidden there, you can eat this for now. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Yue finally took the bread from her second uncle and obediently nodded. Wenya, you should drink more water too. This bottle is unopened, it's new. And second uncle, you don't need to worry about food. Isn't there a small freezer in my old room? I looked today, and there's quite a lot to eat. Xiaorong Heshi had practiced this speech several times before coming. Yu Shihao saw Yue starting to eat the bread in small bites and immediately smiled as he encouraged the others. Everyone in the room looked pleasantly surprised, and there was another round of thanks. Only Wenya remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Taking the bottled water, it was indeed unopened as he had said. She glanced back at Lin An, who looked pale and uncomfortable, his lips cracked from lack of water. In the end, Wenya still had to let down her guard. Behind the door, Yu Shihao saw that everyone had finished dividing and eating the food, then closed the door again, the smile on his face disappearing. On the third-floor corridor, several middle-aged men following Wang Jiangwo were leaning against the wall, smoking. The fireworks flickered, illuminating the joy on the faces of a few people. Hee, Xiao Yu. That bottle of water and the syringe were my contributions. You have to let me go second, right? One of them looked sleazy, rubbing his hands and shaking his head. Why go one by one? That little girl looks like a virgin to me. Let's just go together and make her feel good. Yu Shihao chuckled lightly, unconcerned, and took the cigarette handed to him. I'll go first, the rest is up to you. Once the person is unconscious, you can do whatever you want. But you can't touch that little girl inside, you have to send her up to Brother Wang. Remember to kill the person before playing. Lin An is my responsibility, the rest is up to you. Stomping out the cigarette with one foot, Yu Shihao's eyes flickered. He thought of the equipment on Lin An and Wenya, which made it hard for him to suppress the heat in his heart. The man smoking was slightly stunned and hesitated for a moment. Are we really going to kill someone? What if we get caught later in the safe zone? Yu Shihao sneered coldly in his heart. A bunch of useless people, they don't even dare to kill but still have the nerve to make excuses. Not kill. Let's see if Zhang Tai will kill you when he wakes up. I just heard them say that Zhang Tai can talk now. Don't expect that after Zhang Tai wakes up, you can still have fun with whichever woman you want like you do now. Take a look at your own behavior. If Zhang Tai hadn't woken up, we would be in control of the food. Do you think those women would be willing to pay attention to you? Several middle-aged men looked conflicted, but in the end, they made up their minds. After seeing everyone agree, he slightly nodded, crossed his arms, walked to the window, and his expression turned cold and distant. Looking at the distant burning skyscraper and the occasional inexplicable loud noises by my ear, there is not a trace of fear or unease in my eyes. 29 minutes left. A woman within reach, the powerful strength I have longed for, the collapse of order. I love this apocalypse. Chapter 44, Guess When I Woke Up. Room 808, the lit scented candle illuminated the entire room. The balding man with excess fat was staring obsessively. On the bed was an unconscious girl, her school skirt pulled down to her knees. The firm, snow-white calves were enticing under the candlelight, the girl's unique purity had an unusual beauty in this scene, tormenting the heart. Huff huff. Swallowing saliva, Wang Jiangluo's breathing was heavy like a wild beast in his throat. Desire, greed. He couldn't wait to take off his pants, then lunged forward like a fat dead fish. Creak. Who? Suddenly turned around. Wang Jiangluo reluctantly got up from the smooth body, he hadn't yet had the chance to enjoy the delicacy. Damn it, who doesn't understand eyes and dares to disturb me at this moment? He looked cautiously behind the door but couldn't see anything clearly. The corridor of the hotel was pitch black due to the power outage. Is it the wind? He couldn't help but shrink his neck, a chill raising goosebumps all over his body. To get into the room, the door lock was removed and replaced with an iron rod acting as a bolt. I told you to fix the door properly long ago, wasting my time. Muttering curses, barefoot and shivering, he got out of bed and tried to close the door tightly. In front of the door, he crossed his arms over his fat body, trying to peek behind the door. Damn! Why is the weather so cold? The candlelight suddenly went out. A sudden shock struck his heart. In the darkness, a face suddenly squeezed through the door crack and pressed tightly against his. Eye to eye, nose to nose. The broken face felt icy cold, as if it could freeze the soul. The dead white eyes were full of resentment and venom, as the woman's pale lips cracked open from her mouth to the top of her head, engulfing his body. Ah! The scream got stuck in the throat, only the sharp first half audible. Chewing and swallowing. The candlelight flickered back to life, casting shadows on the wall that were only half formed. On the second floor of the hotel, 6 people lay sprawled in a small room. 6 men stood inside the room, 2 of them in front of a woman who was unconscious, panting heavily and wanting to continue. The tattooed man held a hammer and stood in front of the corpse of the second uncle. The aged face had eyes wide open, with a hole hammered into the center of the forehead, dying without peace. Damn it, that old guy didn't drink a single drop of water. If I hadn't reacted quickly and killed him, I almost got screwed by that bastard. The crowd chuckled lightly, then began dragging the others' bodies like trash. What was that sound? Yu Shihao looked up in confusion, glanced at the ceiling, and stopped dragging Lin An. He glanced at the 2 who were still struggling hard, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Stop it, have you never seen a woman before? Who was screaming just now? Who cares who he is? Hurry up and finish so you can go sleep with your beauty. I still want to enjoy myself after you're done. The tattooed man who brought water during the day impatiently urged him on, casually throwing a still-burning cigarette butt onto Lin An. He had just killed an old man, and he was still panicking, but to maintain his image, he pretended to be completely indifferent. He squatted down and extinguished the cigarette butt on Lin An. I thought this kid was too cocky the moment I first saw him, and I've wanted to kill him for a long time. The train of thought was interrupted. Yu Shihao glanced contemptuously at the tattooed man who looked like a thug in front of him, saying nothing. On Lin An's first day clearing zombies, he saw this guy trembling in fear at the sight of the zombie corpses. Afterwards, he kept begging Lin An to take him as a subordinate, even willing to give away his own girl. A blustering coward would only dare to speak at a time like this. The tattooed man didn't notice the contempt in his eyes, only looking at Lin An on the ground with great satisfaction. You damn well looked down on me back then, didn't you? Now you're like a dead dog, unable to move at all. Hee, I really want to sleep in front of you, when you useless thing. He shouted as he stretched out his foot, casually kicked twice, but only felt a sharp pain in his foot. Is this awakened person so tough? Heh, I want to see if I can cut off his head with a knife later. The tattooed man, seeing that Yu Shihao did not respond, found it a bit boring, then walked over to Wenya, squatted down, and couldn't help but reach out to stroke him a few times. The work done by the two companions beside him made his heart feel as if scratched by a cat. What a cold beauty, even asleep she is so alluring. That guy Xing Yu is still dragging people, should I have some fun first? He glanced back at Yu Shihao who was dragging Lin An, then secretly loosened his belt. That little mouth looks so enticing. Hey, you promised to give it to me first. What the hell do you mean? An angry voice from Shihao sounded behind, glaring fiercely. I didn't do anything to her. Why do you care what I do? The tattooed man suddenly lit up, taking 3 steps but moving in 2 to stand in front of Lin An. What is that thing in his hand? Why is it glowing? Yu Shihao was startled. Damn, the black cloth he had prepared in advance for Lin An fell off. The blood-colored patterns on the soul-devouring hand flashed and vanished, captivating the soul. Good stuff. Instinctively, the tattooed man couldn't help but reach out to grab the glove worn on Lin An's right hand. Don't touch. Buzz. This is. The tattooed man showed a look of fear, he felt a devouring force emanating from the glove. Life was slipping away, and he couldn't help but open his mouth to wail as if his brain matter was about to be sucked out. In an instant, the once fairly strong body withered to skin and bones, like a dried corpse. An abnormal mutation suddenly occurred. Yu Shihao stared in shock at the scene before him, feeling a chill all over his body, a coldness rushing up from his spine to the top of his head. Gurgle. The blond man in front of Wenya swallowed nervously, he had intended to sneak a moment of pleasure while the tattooed man and Yu Shihao were arguing. The other 2 men hurriedly pulled up their pants and looked over together. Trembling all over, as if witnessing an incredible scene. Suddenly, the blond man nervously trembled and pointed at Lin An, his eyelid moved. It seems he's waking up. SSS. The body was pierced. Lin An, lying on the ground, moved like a phantom, instantly crossing the distance between the 2 and appearing in front of him. What was that sound? The blond man instinctively looked down at his chest, where a jade-like arm was piercing through his chest cavity. Congratulations, you got it right. The voice was calm. Lin An smiled gently, and the originally sunken cheeks on his face quickly recovered. Bang! He pulled out his arm, then crushed the blond man's skull as if squeezing a balloon. The horrific scene before their eyes exceeded everyone's limit of endurance. Ah! The 2 helpers, who hadn't even had time to pull up their pants, finally came to their senses and couldn't help but scream, trembling all over as they looked at Lin An walking towards them slowly. The 2 of them stepped back, begging for mercy. Brother Lin, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I beg you. Lin An looked at a woman at the feet of the 2 men, her lower body already stripped, unconscious, and her whole body filthy from being roughly violated by the 2 men. He remembered this person, she was an older woman in Zhang Tai's group. Wrong. Lin An let out a light laugh and, with a reaction speed beyond that of ordinary people, instantly tore off his arm. Chapter 45, Blood Woman. Yu Shihao's face instantly turned ashen, like a bolt from the blue. He could feel his scalp tightening, as if in the next moment it would burst like a water balloon, spilling brain matter everywhere. What to do? Under the threat of death, he frantically searched his mind for a reason to make Lin An temporarily spare him. Yu Wei. Yes. Yu Wei was taken away by Director Wang's people. Also, the bandaged girl you brought back, only I know where she is. Yu Wei. Bandaged girl? Lin An stopped the action of crushing his skull. Although he had regained consciousness long ago, he could only hear some sounds in the darkness. In an instant, he understood the meaning behind Yu Shihao's words. Considering that Wang Jiangwo's men didn't even spare the unconscious woman, it was naturally not hard to guess the intention behind bringing Yu Wei up there. Wang Jiangwo, you have a lot of nerve. Which floor is Yu Wei on? Although Lin An didn't have much feeling for Yu Wei, she was after all Zhang Tai's sister. Since Zhang Tai accepted her, Yu Wei naturally counted as being on his side. Just thinking about Wang Jiangwo's fat and disgusting body pressing down on the young girl made a surge of anger rise in his heart. Damn scum, not even sparing little girls. The wind howled, and Lin An grabbed him, his eyes full of murderous intent. 8th floor. Yu Shihao was drenched in cold sweat, suddenly letting out a big sigh of relief in his heart. The matter of Yu Wei could buy Lin An's temporary mercy, and the key to his survival lay in the whereabouts of the bandaged girl. In his mind, although the bandaged girl's identity was unknown, she was definitely brought back at the cost of both their lives. This person must be important to Lin An. Don't kill me. I'll tell you. However, in the next second, Lin An instantly crushed his hands into pulp. You think you can threaten him with just these two pieces of news? That's really naive. Lin An didn't hesitate to take action directly, for now, he's not killing him just to verify the information. He has plenty of ways to extract information from Yu Shihao's mouth. Besides, what the heck is a bandaged girl? Faintly, he only remembered that Zhang Tai had brought back a person covered in bandages. Forget it, let's not worry about this for now. Buzz. Eye of Judgment. Lin An shot forward explosively, rushing straight out the door. Before leaving, he specifically activated the Eye of Judgment to check Zhang Tai's condition. Nothing serious. If it weren't for the tattooed man greedily touching the glove in its final charging stage, providing him with external mental power, Zhang Tai would wake up even faster than him. If nothing unexpected happens, Zhang Tai will be able to wake up in a few minutes. Power Surge. Lin An gave a low shout and decisively activated his innate skill. The long-lost pale golden psychic energy filled his entire body. After waking up, he was full of mental energy. The 5 consecutive days of unconsciousness had restored him to peak condition. Without gloves continuously absorbing power, his body also returned to perfect condition. At this moment, he was extremely fast. After obtaining the psychic energy radiating from the black dragon devouring gloves, his agility had now reached 21.4. Comparable to a second-tier awakened being. Boom! Lin An dragged the disabled Yu Shihao with his left hand, while violently kicking open the fire door on the 8th floor corridor with his right foot. The heavy iron door kicked open flew out like a cannonball, crashing into the wall at the end of the corridor and shattering it. 808, when arriving, Lin An had already learned from Yu Shihao the room where Wang Jiangwo was located. After determining the direction, he took a step forward, like a black phantom. The door of room 808 was half open, revealing a faint candlelight inside. No sound. Or is there no one there? Lin An frowned slightly. The moment he arrived in front of door 808, he felt a strange chill, and Yu Shihao, who he was holding, shivered all over from the cold. It's somewhat eerie, he did not sense the presence of any living person. Instead, the air was filled with a strong metallic smell of blood. Creak. The door opened, Lin An walked into the room slowly, holding the spine of a licker in his right hand in a combat stance. Inside the door, 2 short and stout legs stood still, and on the bed lay the unconscious Yue. The upper body of the leg's owner disappeared from the abdominal cavity, the incision was neat as if something had instantly separated it. Ah! With a scream, Yu Shihao recognized that it was Wang Jiangwo's leg. Terrified, he could hardly imagine what had actually happened. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of water droplets falling. A drop of water suddenly fell on his face, the droplet sliding down his forehead. He was suddenly startled by the fierce and tragic scene before him. Before he could react, Lin An instantly threw him out, his eyes alert and ready for battle. Water droplets are coming from above. A woman is crawling on the ceiling, facing away from the ground. Her long hair covered her face, and her whole body was deathly pale like a corpse that had been left for a long time. Beep, detected a first-level mutant, blood woman. A corpse fused with zombies, gathered with resentment and a sense of revenge before death. Danger level, low. A message from the Eye of Judgment sounded instantly. Lin An was slightly stunned. What is a blood woman? In his past life, he had never heard of such a mutation appearing here. However, it doesn't matter anymore. The chat channel that appeared 6 months later is not omniscient, it's normal for some information to be missing. Since it's been discovered, just kill it. Lin An squinted his eyes slightly, bending his legs. Step forward and slash. He was as fast as lightning, instantly locking onto the blood woman crawling upside down on the ceiling. The bone spike pierced the air, faintly breaking the space in front with a sharp whistle. Humph. Boom. At Lin An's current speed and strength, the blood woman, a first-level mutant, has no room to dodge at all. The bone spike instantly pierced through its head covered with black hair, and its residual force smashed into the ceiling, damaging the internal structure. The ceiling shook violently, dust mixed with broken wall pieces falling down. The force of the strike was comparable to an explosion. The expected kill notification did not come. The bone spike piercing the skull seemed to have no effect on it. Creak. The spine reversed, and Lin An's pupils suddenly contracted. The woman hanging upside down from the ceiling suddenly turned her face around, staring fixedly at Lin An. The deathly pale face showed a resentful glare, and the face gnawed by zombies was unrecognizable. Ah! The blood woman's head instantly split open, and a sharp scream piercing enough to rupture eardrums shattered the room's glass. Humph! Before Lin An could react, the blood woman, whose head had been pierced, crazily lunged at him to kill. Sidestep and slash down. Lin An's gaze was heavy as he quickly pulled the bone spike out of its skull, bringing out a string of blood droplets. The bone spike was reversed and swung directly down along the path the monster was lunging. There was no time to think about why the monster before him did not die even after its skull was pierced. The attack from the blood woman was already upon him. Boom! Lin An only felt a sweetness in his mouth, his chest cavity caved in halfway from the monster's impact, but the bone spike in his hand did not stop, instantly severing the connection at the monster's skull. Plop! The head fell to the ground, but the body, missing its head, moved swiftly as if unaffected. A large amount of blood suddenly spurted from the severed wound, and the icy blood instantly lowered the room's temperature below zero. Frost quickly spread throughout the entire room, turning it into an ice cellar. Ice attribute. Lin An's heart jolted, and his body suddenly recoiled backward, not daring to let the blood touch him. He is now a typical, high offense, low defense, type. Before gaining attribute resistance, he must avoid any attribute attacks from mutants as much as possible. But why is the attack ineffective? Lin An was puzzled. The blood woman's strength can at most be considered first tier, and in terms of lethality, she is inferior to the licker. Her great fame in the previous life was also because this monster always targeted ordinary awakeners and regular players. With his current strength, he should be able to easily slay it. As the chill spread, Lin An felt his movements become considerably sluggish. Eye of Judgment. Pale blue mist rises, stars revolve. Lin An activated enhanced vision again and looked at the blood woman. First level mutant, blood woman. All status information flipped to the very last row, and Lin An quickly found a line of description. Current status, blood grudge, ignores physical attacks. This status disappears after the revenge ends. Revenge? Lin An was puzzled and had no time to think. On the other side, the blood woman whose head was cut off quickly picked up her head and then fumbled to put it back on. Try again. Taking advantage of the power surge not yet ending, Lin An took a deep breath and suddenly twisted his waist with force. Downward slash. A mechanical smile suddenly appeared on the woman's face, as if she had seen something. Ignoring Lin An's strike that was enough to split its body, she simply opened her arms and quickly rushed towards Yu Shihao, who was hiding in the corner. No. Yu Shihao frantically kicked backward with both feet, trying to escape. However, there was a wall behind him, leaving no way to retreat. Fear, collapse. Although that face had been gnawed and deformed, he could not forget those eyes that appeared in his nightmares no matter what. Those were Wang Feng's eyes. Lin An was stunned. The blood woman in front of him seemed to be tightly embracing her lover, clinging closely to Yu Shihao. The two were pressed tightly together, the woman holding him so tightly as if she wanted to blend him into her body. Chapter 46, Kill Wenya. Zhang Tai, are you awake? If you're okay, come up for a moment. Lin An silently watched the strange scene before him, mentally communicating through the team channel. Zhang Tai woke up a minute ago. That familiar loud voice hurt Lin An's ears. After the blood woman embraced Yu Shihao, her whole body melted like a candle. Amid screams and wails, the two quickly merged into one, forming a blood cocoon. Watching his own body melt away helplessly, this kind of pain made Lin An somewhat alarmed. The two faces were pressed together, no longer shedding cold-blooded tears. The androgynous face with eyes tightly shut was filled with an evil aura. The Eye of Judgment looked on, information was provided. Tier 1 mutant, Bloody Witch, infusion. Danger level, none. The Bloody Witch who completes her revenge will begin her hunt after tonight. I see. Lin An gave a bitter smile. He recalled the scene he saw on the first day he entered the hotel. It seems that the reason the Bloody Witch has not appeared for a long time is probably because he unintentionally saved Yu Shihao, causing the Blood Witch to be unable to complete her revenge and transform into the Bloody Witch. No wonder he couldn't find her no matter how hard he looked. However, the Bloody Witch turned into a blood cocoon is probably the easiest mutant he has ever killed. It's almost like it was handed to him for free. Lin. Zhang Tai's uniquely loud voice came from afar, and from the sound, it was clear he was no longer in serious condition. Boom. The broken door was kicked open, and like a bear, Zhang Tai joyfully charged towards Lin An. Stop. Lin An gave a low shout, stopping Zhang Tai who wanted to embrace him. Captain Lin, why did you call me up here? This is... Dun dun dun. Zhang Tai looked at the blood cocoon in the corner of the room and involuntarily took a few steps back. Lin An did not pay attention to his reaction. After all, the scene before them was truly horrifying. Kill it while it's still transforming. Zhang Taigan swallowed hard and instinctively took the bone spike Lin and handed over. Team leader Lin, why do you want me to kill it? Why is this thing so scary? Lin An crossed his arms over his chest and replied casually. I remember you are still at level 0 now, just one mutant away from the next level, right? Zhang Tai nodded. He had previously teamed up with Lin An to kill a licker. According to the rules of the Apocalypse game, as long as a player deals more than 20% damage to a mutant before the kill, they are considered to have participated in the kill. Therefore, although Zhang Tai couldn't kill the licker that day, the system still counted him as having participated in the kill and awarded him experience. When Lin An asked like this, even a fool would understand what it meant. So, this thing is a mutant. That's right, and it's a very special kind. Kill it, and you can level up. The room was thick with the smell of blood, and even Lin An couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. It didn't seem like ordinary blood, but more like some kind of combination of resentment. He glanced at the blood cocoon in the corner. It seemed they couldn't stay here for long. Normally, with his physical condition, ordinary smells wouldn't affect him at all. Bloody witch, resentment. Suddenly, a thought flashed by, a strange idea piercing his mind. Lin An stood stunned in place for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Most of the mutants we encountered before were zombie mutations, but this mutant, the Bloody Witch, is formed when a human full of resentment is infected by the zombie virus. After he finished speaking, his face was full of seriousness, and he couldn't help but feel a bit fearful. Zhang Tai was a bit puzzled and didn't know what Lin An was afraid of. This information is very crucial. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have dared to believe it. Or rather, if it weren't for the information provided by the Eye of Judgment, he wouldn't have thought of this point without seeing the information about the Bloody Witch. Oh, so they are all mutants anyway. What's so important about this news, Team Leader Lin? What are you afraid of? Zhang Tai scratched his head, not understanding the meaning behind Lin An's words. What I mean is, mutants might be artificially created. As long as a person suffers greatly before death, filling them with resentment. Finally, throw him into the zombie horde. On one hand, this ensures his brain survives with a sufficient infection of the zombie virus, on the other hand, it clears the zombies to make sure he won't be completely devoured. In this way, perhaps an artificially created mutant will be born. Gurgle. A few seconds later, after hearing Lin An's words, Zhang Tai felt a chill run down his spine. No matter how stupid he was, he realized how terrible the consequences would be if this method worked. Team Leader Lin, if someone harbors malicious intent in the future, wouldn't it be possible to mass-produce these monsters? That's nothing at all. Lin An sighed lightly. It seemed Zhang Tai still hadn't understood the true meaning of this information. Why is your level still at 0 rank? I can't beat the mutants. What else? Mutants are hard to find, and there are zombies all around. Lin An nodded, took out another spine of a licker from the ring, and casually stabbed it into the blood cocoon. What you said is correct. The problem with mutants is, first, they are hard to kill, and second, they are hard to find. The bone spike easily pierced the blood cocoon, blood flowed out, and the Bloody Witch in the fused state showed no reaction. But artificially created ones are different. It doesn't resist when transforming. And it can be mass-produced. So, this means that killing can be upgraded. Lin An fell silent after speaking, and Zhang Tai beside him was also somewhat at a loss. A set of numbers appeared in Lin Anxin's mind. There are currently 25 people alive in the hotel, excluding Wenya and Zhang Tai, there are 23 left. 23 people also means 23 mutants. Level 2 to level 3 requires the experience of 8 mutants, and level 3 to level 4 requires 16. Although the ranks of Awakeners differ, the experience required from level 1 is the square of the previous rank, but reaching the second rank only requires 16 mutants. However, both the player level and the Awakener rank can gain experience simultaneously. In other words, if Lin An is willing, he might be able to raise the player level to 4 right now. Awakener rank has been raised to the second rank. A level 4 player provides a 3-point increase to all attributes, while the Awakener rank adds 2 points to all attributes, resulting in a total of 5 points added to all attributes. He will completely obtain the power of the second-tier peak, nearly reaching the third tier. In the previous life, the first-place third-tier player appeared as early as the 9th month of the Doomsday game. An S-level talent in the capital's safe zone only managed to reach this level with great difficulty, with the help of the military. Then, relying on strength that surpasses all players, single-handedly suppressing a city. Now, the Doomsday game has only just entered its 6th day. Team Lin. Zhang Tai couldn't help but call out to him. For some reason, he just felt that Lin An's current state was somewhat off. Somewhat unfamiliar to him. Lin An slowly raised his head upon hearing the sound, his eyes bloodshot. Such a powerful force close to the 3rd tier. A sudden surge of desire rose in his heart, like a bone-eating venomous snake slithering about. He was indeed cold-blooded, but he also had his own moral boundaries. Suddenly, a voice echoed inside my heart. What does the price of a mere 23 lives matter in this apocalypse? Have you forgotten that in a past life, those awakened ones were willing to sacrifice thousands for a single white equipment? Lin An, without power, what will you use to protect the people you want to protect? Is this, the voice inside my heart? Lin An's eyes were bloodshot, and her voice was full of temptation. You actually don't have much feeling for the few people in the hotel. If anything, it's probably just because you think Zhang Tai could become your helper in the future. After all, establishing a safe zone and expanding influence requires trustworthy people. But what the apocalypse lacks the most are subordinates willing to submit to power. Isn't that right? Lin An. If we kill Zhang Tai, we can gather all 24 people. Also, actually you miscalculated one thing. Mutants like the Bloody Witch need to kill their revenge targets, so at least 25 people are needed. The sound disappeared, and Lin An suddenly turned to look at Zhang Tai. Including Wenya, that makes 25 people in total. Chapter 47, the last person to disappear. Lin. Zhang Tai anxiously looked up and met Lin An's gaze, only to be horrified to find Lin An's eyes full of murderous intent. Lin An's words just now also stirred up a storm in his heart. Could it be that Captain Lin is moved? Wanting to artificially create mutants. A chill ran up his spine, and Zhang Tai hurriedly spoke out to dissuade him. Captain Lin, you can't do this. Doing this makes you no different from the monsters. Snap out of it, Captain Lin. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. If you want to do this, you'll have to kill me first. He nervously swallowed his saliva, facing death with indifference. Although Lin An really wanted to take action, he was completely powerless to stop him, but he would rather die than let Lin An succeed. Oh. You want to stop me? Power surge. Pale golden psychic energy surged again, but this time it was tinged with a strange blood-red hue. Lin An's cold voice suddenly appeared behind Zhang Tai. Ignoring Zhang Tai's terrified expression, Lin An directly delivered a side kick to his back. Step forward, charge. Lin. With great force, Zhang Tai instantly felt a powerful impact on his back, losing control as he was slammed into the blood callus in the corner. Despair, heartache. Zhang Tai turned his head towards Lin An in disbelief, unable to hold back a furious roar filled with grief. Bear transformation. Team leader Lin, I don't want to lay a hand on you. But even if I die today, I won't let you do such a thing. After transforming into a bear, Zhang Tai recklessly charged at Lin An at all costs. Idiot. I want you to kill it. Lin An suddenly let out a light laugh, and abruptly his figure left a shadow as he pressed his hand onto Zhang Tai's palm. Reverse hand straight stab. Humph. The bone spike pierced through the double-faced man's blood callus, and crimson blood surged forth. The two-faced head suddenly opened its eyes, emitting a piercing scream filled with deathly white resentment. Downward slash. Lin An's gaze was cold and sharp as he delivered the final blow for Zhang Tai. The bone spike slashed toward the blood cocoon like lightning, and with a full force strike, it was instantly split into two halves. The blood cocoon cracked open, revealing a frail body inside, like that of an infant. The monster, with a two-faced head that did not match its body, quickly tried to escape from the side. Trying to run. Lin An turned and kicked Zhang Tai, who was still dazed, intentionally controlling his strength to only kick him behind the monster. Kill him quickly. Bang. Zhang Tai instinctively obeyed Lin An's words, his heavy bear paws slapping hard on the monster's body. Blood overflowed from under the bear paw, and when lifted again, only a pile of fragments could be seen. Beep, player Zhang Tai killed a mutant and gained 1 point of spiritual energy. Level up. Current player level, 1, current awakener rank, 1. All attributes +3. Beep, player Lin An killed a mutant and gained 1 point of spiritual energy. Beep, detected player Lin An as the main killer, obtained special item, Bloodstone. Item name, Bloodstone, white. Item effect, a mutant crystal containing life spiritual energy, can restore half of health, stamina, and spirit when used, 3/3 uses remaining. As the system prompt ended, a dark red gem instantly appeared in Lin An's palm. The gem seemed to be filled with liquid, and it emitted a faint scream as it gently swayed. Lin An was delighted and looked at the bloodstone with satisfaction. A very good item. I didn't expect the mutant I killed at the end to drop a rare special item. With this kind of luck, I could go buy a lottery ticket. Restoring vitality, stamina, and spirit, isn't this just like the blue and red potions in games? Half recovery effect is undeniably powerful, although there are level restrictions and only 3 uses. But for Lin An at this stage, it can completely serve as a trump card. Team leader Lin, what just happened? Can you or can't you? That, to take action against everyone. Zhang Tai hesitated for a moment before speaking, his face half joyful, half puzzled, with a hint of doubt. The event happened too suddenly. Although he gained stronger power from the upgrade, he was still worried about Lin An. Given his personality, having these several emotions at the same time is quite rare. Lin An put away the gem and replied. Are you asking if I would torture everyone into mutants and then kill them? Zhang Tai hesitated and nodded, this was exactly what he was most worried about. After all, he had thought it through, doing this would indeed quickly level up and gain power. Lin An sighed lightly and shook his head. Don't worry, I won't do that. Then, team leader Lin, just now you. Just now. Lin An walked towards the cracked blood blister, facing away from him as if explaining to Zhang Tai, or perhaps speaking to himself. The conclusion I reached just now was wrong, and I was disturbed by that monster just now. It wanted to trick me into killing you all. Although I don't know its intention, it's probably just to buy time or to absorb some kind of substance when you mutate. Wrong inference? Zhang Tai was puzzled. Although he did not agree with Lin An using this method to gain power, he generally thought it should be correct. Lin An patiently began to explain. First of all, that monster interfered with my thoughts, making me believe that mutants like the Bloody Witch could be artificially mass-produced. Moreover, he should be able to read part of my memory. Indeed, the Bloody Witch is a mutant formed when a human, after being betrayed, was infected with the zombie virus and then condensed with resentment. But the key point is resentment. The Bloody Witch's level of resentment comes from the betrayal by the person she loved most. If it were 2 strangers, and one tortured and killed the other, it wouldn't generate this level of resentment, at most, it would be considered hatred. Therefore, to create a Bloody Witch, you must find couples or even blood relatives. One must betray the other. This is too difficult. Previously, you sure how probably used deception to make the Bloody Witch mistakenly believe that the other party loved her while she was alive. So, mass-producing, Bloody Witches, is not that simple. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tai immediately understood and couldn't help but let out a big sigh of relief. Is there more? He wants me to use Wenya to act as the one who torments you because the Blood Woman needs to complete her revenge to fully transform into a mutant. So he told me that to create 24 mutants, I need to sacrifice all 25 people, including Wenya. Is there a problem with this? Zhang Taiming pondered deeply but still couldn't find where the problem was. The problem lies in the number of people. Lin An's gaze was deep and fixed intently on him. That monster must have read part of my memory to be able to state the exact number of people in the hotel. Or maybe it didn't read my memory but has been secretly observing us all along. But in my memory, there were 26 people alive in the hotel. Chapter 48, Who is the missing person? Zhang Tai instantly felt a chill down his spine and immediately started counting on his fingers. Captain Lin, don't scare me like that. Lin An did not answer, planning to let Zhang Tai use his brain. He first collected the mutated fragments on the ground, then reached out to touch the cracked blood cocoon. Sure enough, a system notification sounded. Beep, obtained. Corpse. Beep, obtained special item, blood cocoon, damaged. Item level, white, common. Item effect, the blood cocoon containing life force can preserve the fading vitality of the wounded, extending life. Something like a life-extending item. It's quite practical. If someone gets seriously injured in the future, as long as you put the wounded person inside, it can buy some time too. I didn't expect that the bloodthirsty witch who enjoys torturing and killing humans, now transforming into a monster, would specifically target this kind of healing item. That's quite interesting. Is it a case of things going to extremes and then reversing? While Zhang Tai was still nervously calculating who was not human, Lin An simply opened his player panel to take stock of the things he had recently obtained. Character information, Lin An, first level awakener, player level, 1. Next player level, 1/4, next awakener rank, 1 to 16. Strength, 23.4. Agility, 19.4. Constitution, 19.4. Willpower, 19.8. Equipment, Doom Ring, Black Special, Soul Devourer Hand, Orange Epic. Props, Bloodstone 3/3 White Common, Blood Cocoon 1/1 White Common, Giant Lizard Extract, Potion, *12, Snake Venom Purification Agent, Potion, *12, Poisonous Spirit Plant *1, Liquor Spine *2. Items, Military Ration Pack *4, Drinking Water *5, Energy Bar *1, Liquor Corpse *2. Corpse Fragments *1. Awaken Talent, S-Rank Talent, Power Burst Equipment Skill, B-Rank Soul Screech, 1/1, Tier 1, all attributes +4, normal human maximum value for each attribute is 10. Rescuer Template Skill, Eye of Judgment Rescuer Mission Info 1, Kill Tier 2 Mutant, Stitcher. Mission Level, Dangerous. Task Time Limit, 240 hours, 83 hours remaining. Mission Reward, Antitoxin Serum *3, clears the zombie virus from the body. Rescuer Mission Info 2, recruit 5 team members, 30-day limit, current progress, February 5th. Mission Reward, Doomsday Base Vehicle, Initial. Contract Partner, S-Rank, Abyssal Black Dragon, in a petrified sleeping state. Lin An nodded with satisfaction, his current attributes can be considered the limit of the first tier. All attributes are approaching the level 2 threshold, and the strength attribute has even surpassed level 1. The Doomsday game has just begun. If there were a ranking list showing combat power 6 months from now, he would most likely be the number 1 in China. Doomsday Equipment, Epic Level Gear, S-Rank Black Dragon. If any of these 3 were known to other players or factions, they would probably be insanely jealous, driving countless people crazy. Whoever can obtain any one of them will surely become a dominant ruler in the region. Especially the S-Class Black Dragon, which is considered Lin An's greatest trump card. Glancing at the snake-shaped stone carving on his wrist, Lin An sighed softly. It's just a pity that no one knows when the Black Dragon will awaken and be freed from its petrified state. Otherwise, if I carry a top-tier second-level enforcer with me, as long as I don't encounter a third-level mutant, I can still walk around confidently at this stage, right? At the same time, the countdown in the Savior mission also reminded Lin An. There are only 83 hours left until the time to kill the Stitcher, so after finishing things today, I must rush to Wanda Plaza. Fortunately, my current strength is much stronger than expected. He still has considerable confidence in killing the Stitcher next. With the current strength, plus Zhang Tai and Wenya, there is enough confidence to take it down. It's just that I don't know how Xia and Jing Tian are doing now. Lin An recalled the little girl's helplessness that night, and his heart couldn't help but ache a little. Brother, Xia. I will be back soon. Captain Lin, are you okay? Captain Lin, don't scare me. Lin An always felt like he had heard this sentence many times before. Zhang Tai nervously watched Lin An, who was smiling one moment and sad the next, unable to help but feel a bit alarmed. The room they were in now was really quite frightening. At the door stood 2 short legs, and in the corner were bloody, eerie cocoons. The floor was covered with fragments and fresh blood, surrounded by flickering, weak candlelight. The girl lying unconscious on the bed looked like a scene from a cult ritual. If an ordinary person walked in, they would probably faint on the spot from fright. Especially the words Lin An just said to him, no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out what was going on and only felt increasingly scared. Lin An patted Zhang Tai's shoulder with a strange expression, signaling him not to be afraid. He could never have imagined that Zhang Tai, such a big guy, would be completely different from his appearance. Do you still remember the bandaged person you brought back? Lin An had no intention of teasing him anymore and asked directly. I remember. That was a girl, quite similar to my sister. Lin An was silent for a moment, no wonder Zhang Tai would save people and bring them back. To continue what we were just saying. In my memory, there are 26 people present, including that bandaged girl. At first, there were 33 people in the hotel. The monster being able to say that 25 people are still alive means it knows how many I killed before, rather than just saying it randomly. But I have never come into contact with the bandaged girl, and only treat her as a living person. But when that monster impersonated my inner voice, it only said 25 people. This immediately exposed its identity. Its perspective is different from mine. Lin An spoke as he walked, directly stepping outside the door. Zhang Tai followed nervously all the way, but still couldn't help asking. What does this mean? Is that monster an idiot? No, it most likely just instinctively ignored a person. And it's very likely that something caused the monster to make such a basic mistake. The bandaged girl is either already dead, but I don't know. Or she is not human at all. Chapter 49, The Deceased. Not human. Zhang Tai suddenly felt his mind go blank. Seeing Lin An already disappear from sight, he had no time to think and hurriedly followed. Captain Lin, where are we going now? Zhang carried Yue on his shoulder and ran quickly, following behind Lin An. The agility difference between the two was too great, so even at full effort, he could only barely keep up from behind. Lin An said without looking back. Wenya and the others are still downstairs. You go wake them up later and then gather the people inside the hotel. I'll go find the bandaged girl. Remember to teach Wenya how to use the team communication. Let me know when everyone has arrived. Looking for someone? Captain Lin, where are you going to look? Didn't you say she wasn't human? Zhang Tai instinctively asked Lin An, but as soon as he finished speaking, Lin An's figure was no longer visible. Captain Lin is really running too fast. Zhang Tai helplessly looked back at the unconscious Yue, his eyes full of pain. Damn bastard. He recalled the pair of legs at the door, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. On the top floor of the hotel, Lin An reached here in just a few seconds. After using brute force to move the debris blocking the stairs, he casually glanced around. If nothing goes wrong, the bandaged girl taken away by Yu Shihao and the others that day should be here. Provided that she is not dead, of course, it is also unlikely that she would be dead. Although Yu Shihao died too quickly and Lin An didn't have time to extract the whereabouts of the bandaged girl from him, a simple guess is not difficult. The people in the hotel are unlikely to dare to go out, so the person can only be inside the building. The girl's image is so strange that if the group who took her away did not throw her out, then as long as someone is worried or afraid, they will definitely place her where they feel safe. The top floor of the hotel, uninhabited and with no escape. Searching for the bandaged girl is neither out of a saintly heart nor simply Lin An's curiosity. His search for the bandaged girl this time was purely because of the monster incident, which reminded him of past memories related to his previous life experiences. Unlike some previous information that came from hearsay in chat channels, he had seen a girl covered in bandages in his past life. Although it was only a brief encounter, and her appearance was quite different from now. But after he regained consciousness, he carefully compared the details, and combined with the fact that the monster considered the girl not human, he realized that the two were very likely the same person. Mo Ling. Is that you? Third-level symbiote, the deceased Mo Ling. A symbiote is a unique existence that walks the boundary between humans and zombies. These individuals are usually humans who have been infected with the zombie virus but have not fully transformed, half human and half zombie. Although they look similar to humans on the outside, they do not have player templates and cannot level up by killing mutants. While retaining their sanity, they can turn into zombies at any time. Even more bizarrely, they can gain power by killing awakened ones. No one would want to keep an existence around that can turn into a zombie at any moment and gain power by killing them. Therefore, symbionts are usually openly rejected by the entire human population. But symbionts have one very special trait: no matter what level they are, they can freely walk among the zombie hordes without being attacked by the zombies. Rumor has it that 4th-level symbionts can even control zombies. However, it is just a rumor. Until Lin An's rebirth, he had never heard of the existence of a 4th level. Therefore, many forces secretly contact symbiotes without informing the public, asking them to help obtain supplies deep within the zombie-infested areas. An existence that can ignore zombies, even if their strength is only that of a Stage 0 Awakener. In terms of fighting zombies, just this alone can rival a squad of Awakeners. As far as he knows, the strongest symbiote in the Linjiang battle zone is Mo Ling. In his past life, when he was fleeing with Tang Wan and her family of 3, he once encountered Mo Ling. The two had a brief acquaintance. At that time, Mo Ling, who was walking among the corpse horde searching for food, gave Lin An a great shock. If it really is Mo Ling, she might even be persuaded to join his team. Lin An's heart was burning with passion. He plans to immediately establish a safe zone after rescuing the Njingtian siblings. Without the spiritual energy provided by the safe zone, it will be very difficult for his level to improve. Mutants are not only hard to find but also dangerous, especially after the Awakeners reach the 2nd tier, when the number of mutants that need to be killed is astronomical. Only by killing high-level mutants is it possible to advance further. Therefore, the spiritual energy provided by the safe zone is crucial. One step behind, and you fall behind at every step. A year later, Linjiang's city will be completely fallen, and the entire war zone will be on the verge of collapse due to the lack of high-level awakeners. The earlier you establish power and recruit strong individuals who were still weak in their previous lives, the better the choice. Especially before Lin An's rebirth, human civilization was already in a crisis of collapse, like a great building about to fall. Although Lin An does not have any noble mission to save humanity, as a member of humanity, it would be very difficult for him to survive the apocalypse game with the people he wants to protect if the entire civilization is wiped out. And any safe zone will suffer a zombie horde attack under the system's intervention on the day it is completed. As the greatest test for establishing a safe zone, the first zombie horde numbers at least 10,000. Lin An is not even sure whether the safe zone he established relying on the apocalypse base vehicle will attract an even larger zombie horde. Therefore, if we can persuade the symbiote to serve us, it will greatly alleviate the pressure of the corpse tide. The rooftop was not large, and Lin An soon found her in an abandoned pile of miscellaneous items. Under the ground covered with trash and leftover packaging, the bandages on the girl were soaked with dark red blood. The clean and tidy medical bandages were stained with dirt from the trash. The girl remained motionless, her eyes tightly closed. If it weren't for the faint rise and fall of her chest proving she was still alive, she would look almost like a corpse. It seemed that the person who brought her up had studied her for a while and then gave up. Mo Ling. Lin An slightly frowned and softly called the girl's name. The face hidden beneath the bandages could not be definitively identified as Mo Ling. After a long while, there was no response. The girl showed no reaction to the outside sounds. Eye of Judgment. Pale blue mist rose, and the stars flowed and shifted. Beep, special life form detected, level 0 symbiote, near death. Danger assessment, none. It really is a symbiote. Near death state. Lin An grabbed the girl's slender wrist, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. It seems that the group who brought her up didn't give her any food at all. The symbiote consumes a great deal of energy in order to resist the erosion caused by the zombie virus. After so many days, it's not surprising that the girl has not received any energy replenishment and has fallen into a near-death state. Lin An focused her mental power and tentatively began to slowly input it into the girl's body. Ever since his spiritual power was completely drained by the soul-devouring hand, he unexpectedly discovered that the spiritual power which could originally only be consumed through skills could now be used autonomously. After experiencing this a few more times, he vaguely felt that maybe he could, like those awakened in spiritual power, project his spiritual power outward to fight. It was also a pleasant surprise, and it just so happens to be useful now. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know how to awaken the unconscious girl. In a near-death state, already unable to eat. Invisible spiritual energy surged like water, slowly flowing into the girl's body. After a long while. A painful muffled groan, the girl slowly woke up. Like a wary wild beast, the girl quickly pulled back her wrist after waking and watched him cautiously. Mo Ling. Lin An tentatively called out the name, and a flash of surprise instantly appeared in the girl's eyes. Who are you? How do you know my name? Mo Ling's spine was half-arched, hesitating as if ready to flee at any moment. Indeed. Lin An felt a surge of joy, not expecting it to really be her. Don't be nervous, I mean no harm. You are safe now. Mo Ling looked around and found that she was on the rooftop with no deliberate escape route, but her expression remained cautious. Lin An did not care about her behavior. Although the two had little interaction in their past lives, he had heard quite a few rumors about the deceased. This is the exclusive title of a third-level symbiont. Mo Ling's parents died when she was young, and after just reaching adulthood, she survived alone among the corpse horde for 77 days before being discovered by some survivors. Lin An was not one to like idle talk, and upon seeing Mo Ling awake, he directly asked. Are you willing to join my team? I can guarantee your safety, and I can save your sister who has turned into a zombie. Mo Ling tensed up completely, staring fixedly at Lin An. Who exactly are you? How do you know that Mo you has turned into a zombie? Chapter 50, Rules of the Chaotic World. Lin An smiled and spread his hands, signaling the girl to relax. He truly had no ill intentions towards Mo Ling. In his previous life, he was able to escape from Linjiang City, and no matter what, Mo Ling had given him considerable help. Not long ago, I went to the hospital and ran into a little girl outside the pharmacy whose aura was very similar to yours. Of course, you know. Zhang Tai and I were injured at the time and no longer had the ability to bring her back. Lin An casually made up a few sentences, all the while keeping the eye of judgment open. Although he did not see Mo Ling's younger sister, he also knew roughly where she was. In her previous life, Mo Ling always kept her younger sister hidden in the hospital, while she went out alone to forage. Lin An did not expect that the hospital where Mo Ling was in her previous life was actually the one right across the street. The Eye of Judgment silently and secretly scanned the girl using Lin An's spiritual power. Target information: Mo Ling, current state, confused, terrified, low level of trust. After his mental power could be projected outward, the effect of the Eye of Judgment also improved accordingly. Lin An unexpectedly discovered that the Eye of Judgment now not only provides all information about the target but can also display their emotions. If it were during peacetime, this skill alone would be enough to make a career as a psychologist no problem. I have to say, the Savior system is really powerful. The skills it provides can be called divine skills. How do I know you're not lying to me? And why do you want me to join? Mo Ling's voice was light and clear, like an echo in an empty valley. She remained vigilant, leaning her body backward. Lin An chuckled silently, without any particular emotion. Everyone is human and capable of thinking. It's not that easy to trust others. The situation where, like in novels, the protagonist speaks and the underlings immediately obey and submit is simply unrealistic. Either through threats and bribery, or by controlling the other's lifeline, can one possibly persuade a stranger to willingly serve. First of all, I have enough power to kill you effortlessly. So there is no need to deceive you. Lin An casually punched the nearby fence, instantly shattering the cement and steel-reinforced fence into pieces. Mo Ling's pupils contracted. She could imagine what effect such a punch would have if it landed on a person. Secondly, I want you to join because you are indeed useful to me. Moreover, I truly have the ability to save your sister. If later on you find that I can't save your sister, you are free to leave my team. I, Lin An, will never stop you. Lin An's tone was resolute, revealing absolute sincerity and confidence. After speaking, he stood still, patiently waiting for Mo Ling's reply. As long as we can kill the Stitcher, the 3 anti-poison serums rewarded from the mission will be more than enough after saving in Xia and in Jingtian. Using this anti-poison serum to save Mo Ling's sister, in exchange for the loyalty of a future 3rd-level undead, is absolutely worth it. Mo Ling and her younger sister Mo have been orphaned since childhood and rely on each other for survival. Therefore, saving her sister who has turned into a zombie is absolutely Mo Ling's greatest obsession. Based on this alone, he is confident enough that he can definitely move Mo Ling. Silent for a long time. The girl wrapped in bandages suddenly lifted her head and looked at Lin An. Alright, I agree. But if I find out you have deceived me, I will kill you. The girl's voice still carried a trace of childishness, but her words were full of determination. What a strange little girl. Lin An touched her nose. The apocalypse game hadn't been going on for long, yet she immediately threatened to kill someone. She had no idea what Mo Ling had been through in the past few years. Beep, new member joined. Current Savior team members +1, 3/5. Team member name, Mo Ling, loyalty 50. Team member ability, Symbiont level 0, ignores zombies, resistant to zombification. Very good. Lin Anshui clenched his fists tightly beside him, his eyes full of joy, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Much smoother than expected. The Savior team is still 2 members short. Once the mission is completed and in Xia and in Jingtian are rescued, the mission will be officially accomplished. Doomsday Base Vehicle. Lin An looked at the high-tech base vehicle on the Savior mission screen, feeling a surge of excitement. At that time, relying on the Doomsday Base Vehicle to establish a safe zone, extract psychic energy, and build influence. His powerful strength will further accelerate the speed. After waiting for half a year, when the first large-scale zombie horde uprising occurs, there will be no need to hide and waste opportunities. This can be considered a foundation for dominating a region. The Stitcher. Everything, now all that's left is to kill this second-tier peak mutant. Late at night, the moonlight was covered with a layer of grey mist tinged with a faint red. All the survivors in the hotel have gathered on the 2nd floor. The crowd was somewhat uneasy and tense. Some of those who joined Wang Jiangwo's group after Lin An fell unconscious were even more terrified. They wanted to escape, but outside were zombies everywhere. Who else is with Wang Jiangwo? Lin An looked expressionless at the crowd in front of him and asked Zhang Tai in a calm tone. Team leader Lin, besides the ones you killed, there are 9 left. Zhang Taimo looked coldly at the few middle-aged men at the front and replied coldly. The people killed? Did Lin An kill Director Wang and the others? Is that for real? The crowd was startled by the words. The few who were drugged died inside the room, those who had just been called downstairs still didn't know what had happened. Captain Lin, how should we handle this? Zhang Tai has a strong sense of justice, he cannot stand those bullies who use a little power to oppress the weak. Although these people were not involved in drugging, they have bullied others quite a bit these days. Anyone who forces women or has bullied others must be killed. As soon as the words fell, the few people standing at the front looked at Lin An in disbelief, their whole bodies trembling like sieves. They originally thought Lin An would at most punish them a little. No. Please don't. We beg you to spare us. The crowd behind consisted mostly of the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, among whom several women with delicate features said nothing, only glaring at them with hatred. In the past few days, the few men under Wang Jiangwo's command have frequently used food and violence to threaten them. It's hard to imagine that this is only the 7th day of the apocalypse, and human nature has already fallen so quickly. Kill them all. Zhang Tai hesitated a little, unable to help but look back at Lin An. In his opinion, a punishment would be enough, after all, these people had not shed blood. Team leader Lin, although these guys are indeed hateful, but... Among the 9 people belonging to Wang Jiangwo, some couldn't help but kneel and beg for mercy, while most of them stiffened their necks with faces full of defiance. Although Lin An is very powerful, these days he has only been killing zombies and has never harmed any humans. What right do you have to kill us? Killing people is against the law. Just wait until the police arrive, let's see what you do then. This is ridiculous. Who are you trying to scare? Where is Director Wang? Don't think you're great just because you have some power. Lin An, I'm telling you, Director Wang is a big shot. We're with him, do you dare kill us? When help arrives, let's see if Director Wang lets you leave with us. Damn it, is it a crime to sleep with a woman? Noisy. Bang. Lin An's face turned cold as he suddenly appeared in front of the loudest person and crushed his head with one hand. Wang Jiangwo. Why do you think he's still alive? Bang. With a casual punch, the other person's head instantly exploded. Rescue? How could you naively believe that any rescue still exists? Murder. Murder. Run away quickly. His figure flickered, appearing like a phantom behind the 2 who wanted to escape. Humph. Piercing flesh and blood. Lin An couldn't help but sneer, he really didn't expect this group of people to be so stupid. He had already planned it when he was going downstairs. Establishing a safe zone requires a large number of people. The number of members in the rescuer squad has been gathered, and next we need some ordinary people. The group brought by Zhang Tai performed quite well in this situation and can be recruited. Among the survivors in the hotel, there are also a few third-party individuals who can stay. Although these people have little strength, and there are hardly any in their prime. But Lin An did not care. After establishing the safe zone, players within it will automatically absorb spiritual energy to enhance their physical fitness. So physical strength is not important at all, after all, no matter how strong an ordinary player is, they are not as strong as an awakened one. On the contrary, character is the most important. Therefore, he plans to first clear out the bad elements with poor character from the team, and then let them pass through when the safe zone is established. The hotel is still safe for now, but he is about to leave here for a while. If this group of people is still left here, it will be easy to repeat the situation of the past few days or even make it worse. Regarding human nature, Lin An had a profound understanding in his previous life. In just a few seconds, the second-floor hall was covered with bodies, like a bloody slaughterhouse. The survivors looked at Lin An with fearful eyes, their faces pale as they retched. The scene before their eyes was too shocking, they originally thought Lin An would at most just punish them a little. Killing on the spot with such decisiveness and ruthlessness really scared them. Only a few women who had been forcibly assaulted, though frightened, still looked at Lin An with a trace of gratitude. Team Lin. Zhang Tai's expression was complicated, he had changed some of his views these days, but he still couldn't do what Lin An did. Lin An smiled gently, shook off the debris on his hands, and then patted his shoulder. Chaotic times. Severe measures are necessary. Chapter 51, Wanda Shopping Center. The fierce wind blew through Lin An's slightly grown-out messy hair. The black combat suit on his body had been changed again, and his right hand wore a glove with intricate blood patterns. The stone carving of the black dragon looked somewhat mysterious, like an ornament. Wanda Shopping Center. Lin An stood on the rooftop terrace, carefully observing the movements of the crowd of corpses below. Not far away, the metal sign of Wanda Shopping Center reflected the sunlight. A fire broke out in the square, and abandoned, wrecked vehicles clogged the entire street. The horde of corpses wandered, occasionally looking up and howling. The once prosperous city center has become a corpse park. There are 76 hours left. Lin An glanced at the mission countdown on the savior panel. There was not much time left. After deducting the time to return into the Yuan residential area, as well as possible unexpected delays, at least 24 hours still needed to be subtracted. Having been unconscious for 5 days, his mental and physical strength had already recovered to their peak. Therefore, after instructing Zhang Tai to take Wenye to a relatively safe psychic node to awaken her talent, he set off overnight to arrive here first. The situation doesn't seem very good. Lin An murmured to himself as he looked at the densely packed corpses at his feet. The Wanda shopping center where the Stitcher is located is in the downtown district, and as far as the eye can see, it is surrounded by a dark mass of zombies. With such a large number of zombies, there must be quite a few mutants mixed in among them. Facing a mutant alone and facing one in a horde of corpses are worlds apart in difficulty. Entering the shopping mall from the ground is no longer very realistic. Eye of Judgment. Buzz. Pale blue mist rises, and mental energy quickly spreads out of the body. Lin An quickly scanned the surroundings, trying to find the mutant hidden among the horde of corpses. For some reason, not a single easily recognizable licker was seen. Beep, detected number of zombies nearby, 332,817. Number of mutants nearby, 6. Number of unknown entities nearby, 3. Number of surrounding players, 791. A massive amount of data poured down like a waterfall, and after carefully reading it, Lin An couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Due to the strength of his mental power, he could only observe within a range of about a kilometer. However, since awakening, the Eye of Judgment can detect invisible places under the external mental power it emits. In an area of less than 3 square kilometers, there are actually more than 300,000 zombies present. This density is comparable to the peak of the Spring Festival travel rush. There are still 791 survivors. Lin An looked curiously at the square below, not knowing where the players detected through psychic power could be hiding. 6 mutants, 3 unknown entities. It's really a bit tricky, I don't know if it can be avoided. After noting down the locations representing mutants and unknown entities, Lin An turned and walked towards the entrance of the rooftop, planning to carefully consider the route. The Stitcher is located inside the Wanda shopping center. He must conserve enough energy before entering. Try to avoid fighting with other mutants as much as possible. Once injured or overly exhausted before entering the shopping mall, there will be a life-threatening danger even with the assistance of Zhang Tai and Wenye. A second-tier peak mutant, whose strength can slaughter an entire well-trained army. In the previous life, the player's first time killing a monster of this level was already half a year later. Yuan community. It was exactly noon, the sun blazing fiercely, and the cement ground in the neighborhood was scorching to the feet. Boss Huang, let's find a place to rest for a bit, the brothers really can't hold on any longer. A man wearing a gray vest covered his eyes and weakly said to the leader. His mouth was dry and parched, he felt as if fire could burst out from his throat. A line of 7 people, 6 of whom wore gray vests, their clothes stained with blood and somewhat tattered. The vests were embroidered with a few loose threads of small characters, Linjiang's second prison. The remaining person wore a black uniform of Shunfeng Express, looking timid and was sandwiched in the middle, as if being coerced. Upon hearing this, everyone stopped walking and looked together at the leading man. The man known as the boss was named Huang Gang. His face was weary, and next to his narrow eyes was a thin scar like a blade. Alright, we've already run this far. That monster probably won't catch up to us. Exhausted, the few people hiding outside the community wall staggered and collapsed to the ground. Recalling the terror of being hunted by the lickers all the way, even under the scorching sun, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Take a break for a while, we can't stay here too long. I see there are still some zombies inside. Let's just find any place later and go into rest. Huang Gang took a crumpled cigarette out of his pocket, and the young man beside him immediately and attentively lit it for him. Smoke swirled around, and the others only looked on enviously but did not dare to ask for one. Huang Gang finished speaking, then half closed his eyes contentedly as he lit up and took a puff. His left hand casually tapped the scorching cement ground, with faint electric arcs flashing briefly at his fingertips. Bang! The electric arc shot out, exploding on the ground and creating a small crack the size of a fingernail. A lean man closest to him glanced at the electric arc on Huang Gang's fingertip, his eyes full of caution, then said. Boss, I think there's someone inside that place. The skinny man pointed to the 3rd floor of a nearby residential building, where several pieces of cardboard were pieced together with "help" written on them in red marker. Huang Gang squinted his eyes and carefully examined it before nodding casually. Then let's go to this one. Someone should still have some food. I also see some women's clothes hanging outside. Women's clothes? The few lackluster underlings immediately perked up upon hearing this and gathered around him. Boss, is it still the usual rules? The speaker had half of his head bald, he hunched over, looking eager to please, and couldn't help but rub his hands together as he asked Huang Gang. The usual rules, let Biaozi and Four Eyes go knock on the door. We'll follow behind. Also, you damn well stay away from me, you reek of a woman scent, get lost. A strong fishy stench wafted from the leper's lower body, making people involuntarily gag. Hee, yes, yes, yes. The half-bald leper ran back to his original spot with a lecherous smile, but it only made those nearby look at him with disgust. Damn, why do you smell so strong? Didn't you take a shower after messing with that woman last time? Lizzie looked aggrieved and instinctively scratched his crotch. There's not even enough water to drink, how could I possibly take a shower? Damn, then you go last later. I sure as hell don't want to rot like you. Building 3, Unit 3. After entering the corridor, Huang Gang walked at the front, holding a black Model 54 pistol in his right hand, his expression alert as he watched the surroundings. The one with the woman, is it definitely apartment 301? Boss, that's right. But it seems there are also men in that apartment. A few people followed behind carrying various makeshift weapons, whispering back, their eyes betraying uncontrollable excitement. After the apocalypse broke out, they took advantage of the prison's collapse and escaped all the way out. From initially being cautious and worried about being caught again, to later realizing that the world had completely fallen into chaos. Huang Gang, who became an awakened one, suddenly gained superhuman strength and became the leader of these few people. With the awakening of the lightning attribute talent, even at level 0, he was fearless against small groups of zombies. Reckless and unrestrained, a group of people couldn't hold back a few days ago and robbed several hiding survivors. Carefully going upstairs. At the corner of the second-floor stairs, the door of room 202 was wide open, the living room was in disarray, and there was complete silence. Go in and take a look. At a command, the skinny man reluctantly did a rough search before quickly jumping out. Boss, no one is here and no zombies were seen. After hearing this, the others relaxed and continued upstairs. Roar. Just as everyone turned their backs, the shoe cabinet by the door suddenly opened and 2 zombies rushed out. Caught off guard. Zombies. The last few people let out a low cry, their faces full of fear. Not scared at all. Huang Gang remained expressionless and directly raised his left hand. Humph. A purple electric current flashed by, instantly leaping in succession and paralyzing the zombies rushing out in the corridor. After a few people reacted, they swarmed forward and chopped off the zombies' heads. The boss's lightning chain is really powerful. This power is much more useful than a pistol. A string of flattery was delivered, and Huang Gang looked pleased and waved his hand. Keep your voice down, don't alert that family with the women. Four Eyes, you go knock on the door first. Behind Huang Gang, Luke stepped out, a skinny man with glasses. He took off his vest and smoothed out the wrinkled shirt underneath. Don't worry, boss. Biaozi, change into your police uniform and follow right behind me. As soon as the door opens, you rush in. The man with glasses tidied his hair, giving off a somewhat refined and scholarly vibe. Damn it, it's only because you look like a decent guy that you can trick people into opening the door. Do you want me to pretend to be a police officer? Biaozi casually put on the police uniform he had taken from the corpse, holding a broken machete in his hand, and sized him up a few times. The crowd let out a low, soft laugh upon hearing the sound. Bang bang bang. The man with glasses tiptoed to the door of room 301, rhythmically knocking on it. After a moment, a flurry of panic came from inside the room. Who? The man inside the door anxiously lowered his voice, pressing his eyes against the peephole to look outside. Just now, he vaguely heard the sound of a fight, feeling uneasy in his heart. We are the community police officers of the high-tech zone. Quick, come with us, the rescue team has arrived. 1 minute. Our people can wait for you for at most 1 minute. The man with glasses looked serious and urged the person inside the door in a hurried voice. The lie was very clumsy, so he deliberately sped up his speech. Having been imprisoned for fraud, he knew well that ordinary people would become flustered and unable to think under urging and threats. Biaozi said nothing, took out an ID and showed it to the peephole. The man inside the door was delighted upon hearing the sound, feeling somewhat excited. But out of instinctive caution, he did not open the door immediately. "Officer, what about the zombies? Is it really true that someone has come to save us?" The man with glasses' face darkened, deliberately showing impatience. "Stop nagging. There are zombies all outside now, the small squad is coming and we can't wait too long. If we're going, let's go now. There are other people in this community who need our help." The man inside the door was momentarily flustered, and after a moment, a gentle and anxious female voice was heard. "Honey, let's listen to the officer and leave quickly. Our child is still at school, quickly ask this police officer how things are over there at the school." The man looked hesitant, he always felt that the two people outside the door were somewhat suspicious. There were no gunshots, no sounds of a large troop. Only the ID and clothes did not seem fake, although the man with glasses spoke bluntly, he really looked like a public official. Click. Under continuous urging, the man inside the door, unable to think, directly opened the door. "Officers, what exactly is happening outside? My child is at school, is there anyone going to rescue them?" Bang! As soon as the man opened the door, before he could finish speaking, he saw the burly man in uniform sneer at him and kicked him in the lower abdomen. "Brothers, charge!" Huang Gang saw the door was tricked open and couldn't help but grin. The people behind him, upon receiving the order, rushed into the room like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. The last one to enter, the leper, slashed a knife toward the man's neck. Thud. The head fell to the ground, eyes wide open in death. Chapter 52, Psychic Barrier. Second floor of the Wealth Tower, VIP reception room. Several zombies lay on the expensive carpet, their heads shattered. Lin An. Zhang Tai, with Wenya beaming with joy, walked a few steps to Lin An's side, while Mo Ling, who was last, silently found a corner to squat down hugging his knees. So fast. Lin An looked up at the sound, a flash of surprise in his eyes. The three of them didn't take too much time to come over. It was clear that after completing his instructions, they hurried all the way without stopping. What surprised Lin An was that Zhang Tai and Wenya were clean as if they had not encountered any battle. As a symbiont, Mo Ling naturally would not be attacked by zombies, which was understandable. Logically, no matter how careful these two were, they would have encountered zombies and should have had some bloodstains on them. Especially Zhang Tai. This guy's fighting style prefers to slap others to death after transforming. Wenya is now an awakener too. "Captain Lin, can you guess what talent she awakened?" Zhang Tai wore a mysterious expression, and his huge body, like a bear, stubbornly tried to squeeze in next to him to sit down. Wenya bit her lip as she looked at the man sitting on the sofa deep in thought, her eyes filled with uncontrollable excitement. The four split into two groups, Mo Ling led the way scouting ahead, while Zhang Tai took her to a spiritual energy node from Lin An's memories, taking advantage of the lingering spiritual energy. As a mutant, Wenya faced almost no obstacles and successfully became an awakened. "Lin An, I am an awakened now too." Wenya's gentle voice was clear and filled with joy, as if a burden had been lifted. Her already excellent figure became even more attractive after becoming an awakened. Lin An looked at the two, somewhat excited, with a smile on his face. As early as 4 hours ago, he had seen the information that Wenya had become an awakened through the squad member panel. But there is only one awakener mark, and detailed information can only be known if Wenya actively shows him the player panel. Judging from the expressions of the two, Wenya's awakened talent seems to be quite extraordinary. So mysterious. Is it a talent related to mental power? Lin An pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat curious. Wenya nodded upon hearing the voice and directly opened his own panel, sharing it with him without reservation. Character information, Wenya, 0th level awakener, player level, 1, mutant. Next player level, 0 to 4, next awakener rank, 0 to 2. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Constitution, 10. Willpower, 14. Awakened talent, A-rank talent, mental barrier, mental recovery speed plus 30%, mental power limit plus 50, psychic absorption speed plus 50%. Activating the mental barrier continuously consumes mental power, during which it can provide mental defense protection for up to 2+1 players and also grants concealment effect. The number of skill release units increases as the awakener and player levels rise. Current player level is 1, gaining +1 release unit. Concealment effect, using mental power to create illusions around oneself to hide traces. The concealment effect disappears after an active attack. Mutant talent, mental power sharing, can link with one player to share mental power between both. This talent strengthens as the awakener's rank increases. After Lin An finished reading Wen Ye's talent information, he took a moment to come back to his senses. Wen Ye's talent is really quite extreme. The talent level reaches as high as grade A, which is a whole tier above Zhang Tai's grade B. Although it doesn't provide any attribute bonuses, and doesn't even have a damage skill. But what was gained in return was an extreme enhancement in mental power. Increasing recovery, raising the limit, and speeding up the absorption of spiritual energy, these three combined can be said to have pushed the mental power attribute to its limit. Simply put, Wen Ye has become a mage with rapid mana regeneration. But if it were just this, Lin An wouldn't have been stunned for so long. There are pros and cons. Although Wen Ye possesses extreme mental power, she has no ability that can cause harm. Having mental power but no place to use it. Even with all attributes raised to 10 points, she is only comparable to a top athlete, which is not very useful against hordes of corpses and mutants. It can only be said that there is no need to worry about being easily killed by the aftermath of battle. But the key to the qualitative change lies in the identity of the gentle mutant. She, who can share spiritual power, is equivalent to a human version of the blue buff, automatic mana regeneration aura. As long as she cooperates with Awakened who consume spiritual power to release skills, it's like activating infinite firepower mode, making her the most desired support for Awakened. Just imagine, having a transformation talent like Zhang Tai that can stay activated all the time is already powerful enough. That day at the hospital, if the two of them could keep their talent skills activated continuously, they could have exhausted the entire horde of corpses. If later on Lin An levels up and masters skills that consume mental energy, or if the team recruits an element-type Awakener. With Wen Ye's assistance. An Awakener who crazily and unrestrictedly unleashes skills is truly a battlefield turret. Those who have mastered the Awakening of Thunder, who could release thunder at most twice in a battle, have now become able to summon a lightning storm with a raise of their hand. Those who have mastered the Awakening of Fire, who would run out of mental energy after throwing 2 fireballs, have now become human grenade launchers pouring out firepower. Lin An felt a surge of excitement that he could hardly contain. As happy as the other two, he couldn't help but take a careful look at Wen Ye and said. Very good, even somewhat beyond my expectations. So, you and Zhang Tai made it all the way here without encountering any battles, relying entirely on your innate skills, right? Wen Ye smiled gently and nodded, then suddenly a silver gleam flashed in his eyes. Buzz. The unique fluctuations emitted by the spiritual power covered Zhang Tai's entire body like flowing water. In an instant, Zhang Tai's broad figure gradually blurred and disappeared from Lin An's sight. This is an invisibility effect, giving one stealth abilities similar to a thief. Lin An hurriedly used his mental power to probe in Zhang Tai's direction, and after careful identification, he spoke with a hint of amazement. The illusion effect is indeed powerful, even with my current attributes, it's hard to detect. As long as it's not facing a being with strong mental power, ordinary zombies cannot detect it at all, neither visually nor through perception. No wonder you were able to rush over so quickly. Zhang Tai looked very pleased with himself, as if ignoring the zombies was his own achievement. Lin An's expression was somewhat strange, he never expected this. Now, with Wen Ye's assistance and the identity of Mo Ling as a symbiont, each team member effectively ignores the zombies. Although using it will break the effect of the psychic barrier concealment, whether it's for traveling or ambushing, this skill can be considered god level. Especially the treasures that once appeared in the chat channel of the previous life, most of these treasures were surrounded by hordes of corpses. With this skill, Lin An might just have to become a sky-high thief. In the early stages of the Doomsday game, the massive number of ordinary zombies is the greatest threat. Lin An felt somewhat emotional, he didn't expect that the gentle Wen Ye he had casually picked up would bring him such a great surprise. So now I can truly help you in the real sense, and I'm not a burden anymore, right? Wen Ye walked slowly to his front, staring straight at him, with an indescribable meaning in her eyes. Also, thank you for being willing to take such a great risk to go to the hospital to look for my mother. Lin An was momentarily stunned upon hearing this and did not intend to hide anything. I actually didn't have time. Before he could finish speaking, Wen Ye interrupted him. Zhang Tai told me about what happened that day. I don't blame you. Actually, I also know what happened there, but I'm just a bit unwilling to accept it. I'm already very happy that you are willing to agree to go with me. Actually, to be honest, I am a bit selfish. That place is so dangerous, yet I still want you to take another look. Wen Ye lowered her eyes, a flash of sorrow passing over her face, her smile somewhat forced. Lin An was silent, not knowing how to comfort her. After this mission is completed, we will go again. In any case, it can be considered as understanding a knot in the heart. Lin An slowly spoke, different from before when he only wanted to treat Wenya as a piece of equipment. From a rational perspective, Wenya's awakened talent now far exceeds his expectations, and as the team leader, he needs to take care of the team members' emotions. From a personal point of view. In Zhang Tai's words, he also learned about everything Wenya had done these days to take care of him, the reason alone was enough for him to make another trip to the hospital. Moreover, Mo Ling's younger sister was also there. Wenya looked up, somewhat surprised, a faint glimmer of spirit flashing across her face. "Thank you, Lin An." Lin An smiled gently and shook his head slightly. It was just that, inexplicably, he always felt that Wenya's gaze towards him had changed somewhat. "Team leader Lin, what is our next target?" Zhang Tai's uniquely loud voice broke the brief silence between the two. He touched his shiny, oily forehead with a curious expression. Lin An gave him a helpless glance. If he hadn't already cleared out the zombies on the two nearby floors, just this loud voice alone would have attracted quite a few zombies. Wanda Shopping Center, there are currently probably more than 20,000 zombies gathered inside. Zhang Tai clicked his tongue in surprise and looked in the direction Lin An was pointing. Damn, a mall several times smaller than that damn hospital actually has this many zombies. And our goal is to kill the second-level mutant in the center of the mall. The Stitcher. Second-level mutant. Zhang Tai and Wenya couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and even Mo Ling, who had been silent all along, couldn't help but look up at Lin An. Outside the window, it was already dusk, and the blood-red sunset shrouded the building. Lin An's gaze was cold and sharp as he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the nightmare land that once belonged to Linjiang City. Chapter 53, We Become One. On the 23rd floor of the Wealth Tower's top floor, the wind was howling fiercely. Lin. I'm damn afraid of heights. Zhang Tai's face was ashen as he grabbed the steel cable, his body swaying in the fierce wind. In front of him was Lin An, and at the end was Wenya. The three of them grabbed the steel cable and moved forward. Beneath their feet was a massive horde of over 300,000 corpses, which from this height looked like a dense swarm of ants. Without a doubt, falling from this height would result in death, or at the very least, being devoured entirely by the bloodthirsty horde of corpses. The steel wire rope in hand was twisted together by two slender steel cables under brute force, one end tied to the rooftop of the Fortune building, and the other end tied to a bundle of rebar clamped on the top floor of Wanda Shopping Center. The Fortune building is considerably taller than the shopping center, with a distance of about 40 meters between them. Therefore, about 10 minutes ago, after several attempts, Lin An successfully cooperated with Zhang Tai to establish a sky path between the two buildings. The original plan was to forcefully pass through the ground plaza at the fastest speed, then enter the mall from the underground parking lot. This plan was not only dangerous but also easily detectable by the mutants in the corpse horde. Fortunately, Wenya's awakened talent provided Lin An with the Heavenly Path plan, which was a pleasant surprise. Lin An helplessly glanced back at Zhang Tai behind him, although he couldn't see anything. The three were blessed with a gentle mental barrier to prevent the mutated creatures in the corpse horde beneath their feet from detecting their movement. Climb faster, the weather is unusual today. There is a high chance of a storm. After the apocalypse broke out, meteorological and geological disasters occurred frequently and rapidly. Lin An couldn't help but urge Zhang Tai, whose hands and feet had gone weak. He really had no words to criticize this 1.9-meter-tall bald strongman. Zhang Tai wore a grim expression and could only speed up to follow closely behind him. When you reach the top floor of the mall, be careful not to make a move, go in first and then decide. Lin An activated the Eye of Judgment, and with his enhanced strength, he could already see the densely packed corpses on the top floor of the mall. At a glance, the number of corpses was no less than 3,000 or 4,000, crowding the small top-floor platform so tightly that there was no room to move. He did not bring Mo Ling along on this trip to the mall. All three have mental barriers, so there was no longer a need for Mo Ling to go ahead and scout as originally planned. After all, if bad luck struck, Mo Ling might directly encounter the Stitcher, and as a mutated zombie, it could very well attack her. The symbiote's aura is only mistaken for a companion by ordinary zombies, but not by mutants. At most, it is just less conspicuous than a player. Taking the liquor as an example, this variant even eats zombies, let alone the Mo Ling who still carries a human aura. Got it. Team leader Lin. Zhang Tai replied quietly in the team voice chat, and Wenya behind him couldn't help but chuckle at his scared expression. She didn't have any fear at all. All three are awakened beings, with physical qualities that surpass human limits, allowing them to crawl at extremely fast speeds. In just 2 minutes, they were close to the top floor of the mall. The rebar stuck at the top floor was surrounded by zombies, apparently attracted by the previous noise. The horde suddenly howled, clearly sensing the approaching living humans. They were unable to locate the exact position of Lin An and the others due to interference from the mental barrier. It was like smelling the scent of air in a blank space. Pfft. Lin An held his breath and focused, his agile figure landing first, watching the zombie only a few centimeters away with a vigilant expression. The zombie before him roared wildly, its face stripped of skin like a fierce ghost, with blood-red eyes full of desire. Like a hound sniffing, the zombie stood dumbfounded in place, wildly shaking its head up and down, constantly sniffing the air in front of Lin An. Clearly there was a human scent, but it couldn't be found anywhere. Damn it, this fucking zombie is groping me. Exceptionally smooth, all three successfully reached the platform. But as soon as they landed, Zhang Tai was rushed by several zombies that had caught the scent. If it weren't for Lin An's prior warning and his strong self-restraint, he almost couldn't hold back from striking. Team leader Lin, this thing still won't let go. The rotting, mutilated hands groped him back and forth, and a female zombie even grabbed onto his trouser pocket with both hands. Although all the skin and flesh on her face had peeled off, her attire showed that this female zombie was probably quite young before she died. A hot white short skirt, with a cool camisole on top. The clothes were covered in bloodstains and torn holes, vaguely revealing the fiery figure she had in life. These zombies were blocked by psychic power and could only sense prey through touch, but could not determine what it was. Zhang Tai looked embarrassed and dared not make a move, so he had no choice but to forcibly drag this female zombie behind Lin An. The three cautiously made their way through the horde of corpses, and in sight was the rooftop iron gate that had been smashed. Even though they knew that as long as they didn't make a move, the zombies wouldn't attack, anyone in the midst of the horde would feel nervous. Once the barrier fails and they are surrounded by the horde at such close range, only Lin An has a chance of survival, the other two probably wouldn't last even a few seconds. How much longer can the psychic barrier hold? The three of them tiptoed through the iron gate, feeling a sudden sense of relief in their hearts. Inside the staircase was pitch dark, the number of zombies sharply reduced, with many scattered bones at the corner. Wen Ye paused for a moment upon hearing the sound, then closed his eyes to carefully sense the consumption of his spiritual power. If I keep it up, I can still hold on for 20 minutes. Although the consumption is not large, giving 3 people a mental barrier at the same time means my mental energy cannot recover. A silver glint flashed in her eyes from time to time, then she continued to add. If 2 people can hold on for 45 minutes, I alone should be able to maintain it for more than half a day. Lin An thought briefly, it seems that limited by Wen Ye's mental energy, the time is not abundant. Alright, then we'll split up to search. You and I will be one team, and Zhang Tai will be on his own. Zhang Tai has bare transformation and potions to survive, so even if he encounters the Stitcher, he can hold on for a few seconds. With a constitution attribute of 10, Wen Ye would be instantly killed by a single strike when facing a second-tier top-level mutant. The air was filled with a strong stench of corpses and the scent of blood. The 3 of them had already entered the top floor of the mall, and the sight before them was shocking. The originally white walls were covered with dark red handprints, and the floor was almost entirely covered with human bones that had been gnawed clean. One can imagine how desperate the humans hiding in the mall must have been in front of the zombies. With just a casual step, there were shattered skulls and fingers beneath. Clusters of zombies jostled as they wandered, and whenever a zombie stepped on metal and made a noise, it would provoke a nearby horde into a frenzy. Got it. Zhang Tai looked solemnly at the situation inside, holding the corpse snake spine wrapped around his waist in his hand. Dong! 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 The heavy footsteps of the giant echoed on the second floor, each step shaking the ground covered with rotting corpses. Low, mournful, and painful murmurs, mixed voices of men and women, spread around. The iron door with a fresh cold storage sign was tightly closed. The green, heavy iron door paint was somewhat chipped and peeling, and the narrow, slender glass above the door was covered with thick gray grime. Is that monster coming again? Inside the small cold storage room were 11 survivors. A woman with tangled hair, her voice hoarse, cautiously asked the man leaning against the glass. The man took the cotton out of his ear, listened carefully, and then quickly put it back in. Shoo, keep your voice down. The sound was like that of mosquitoes and flies. The man nervously glanced back at the woman, his eyes full of fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. Even though it wasn't the first time he had seen this monster, every time he saw it, it brought him immense terror and pressure. The people inside the cold storage room tightly covered their mouths and noses, with simple earplugs in their ears, their eyes full of panic. Dong! Dong! The heavy footsteps gradually faded away, and only then did the man collapse to the ground, gasping as if utterly exhausted. The woman with tangled hair walked dazedly from behind him toward the corner, unnoticed, her cracked lips opened and closed like a dehydrated fish. The dirty black cotton in his ear had fallen to the ground at some unknown time, stained with pus and blood. The air was thick and stuffy, the cold storage room was engulfed in complete silence. The woman smiled silently with her back against the wall, whispering. "We're one. We are one." Chapter 54, Death Duel. The sealed shopping mall's fourth floor was dimly lit. Lin An carefully avoided the corpses at his feet with Wanya, and after repeated searches, they did not find any trace of the Stitcher. The dense crowd of corpses was difficult to pass through, so the two could only slowly sneak along the mall corridor. "Watch the lower floors, be careful. I just sensed a giant creature moving, most likely the Stitcher." With a heavy expression, Lin An focused and sensed the surroundings for a moment. Eye of Judgment. Buzz. The psychic wave spread outward in a circular shape for hundreds of meters, almost covering half of the mall. After a moment, the data was transmitted back. Beep, detected number of zombies, 27899. Number of mutants, 1. Number of players, 24. I didn't expect there to still be players surviving in the mall, just don't know where they're hiding. Somewhat surprised. As for the variant marked with a question mark. It seems the vibration he sensed just now was correct, that moving giant must be the Stitcher. With his current will attribute, only a monster of the Stitcher level can suppress him in terms of attributes, causing him to be unable to obtain accurate information. Wenya nodded faintly with a pale face. Not far away, several zombies were crouched on the ground, greedily gnawing on the fingers of a corpse. The moment the two crossed past the zombies, the severed hand held in the zombie's hand suddenly fell at his feet. Clack. Lin An didn't have time to dodge, and the broken finger under his foot was snapped off with a sound. Roar. The sound of crushed finger bones triggered the zombie. The zombie gnawing on the finger suddenly stood up and let out a roar at the two, frenzied. The person and the corpse were only a few centimeters apart. Lin An could even smell the corpse stench spewing from the zombie's mouth. The sudden turn of events caused the two to tense up abruptly, and the dense crowd of corpses not far away seemed to respond with a frenzied roar. 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 In an instant, the entire interior of the mall was filled with the howls of zombies. Lin Anshin's voice suddenly tightened, the zombies' howls could very likely reveal their location. Damn it. Boom. Lin An's pupils contracted sharply, and under the detection of spiritual power, a giant black shadow suddenly burst out from beneath his feet. The three-story building with marble covering and reinforced concrete structure was instantly blasted through, a massive force striking like a heavy howitzer shell. Power surge. Pale golden spiritual energy covered the entire body, enhancing all attributes. Muscles bulged all over, the long-lost peak condition reappeared once again. If you don't dodge, you will die. Stomp. With intense concentration, time seemed to slow down in the split second between life and death. Then, in less than 0.1 seconds of reaction time, Lin An forcefully leapt and changed direction midair. Boom. The massive black shadow broke through the second floor and pierced through to his feet without any obstruction, shattering the concrete beneath. The flying stones shot out in all directions like bullets under the force of this tremendous impact. A violent, blade-like gust of wind brushed past his body, and a sense of death surged in his heart. Dust and smoke rose up. The second and third floors of the entire mall collapsed by more than half under this strike. Lin An landed in the first floor hall 5 meters away after the sudden forced change of direction, facing a scene of utter chaos. The originally hard ground, 40 centimeters thick, was completely destroyed, leaving only a huge black hole where he had been standing. As the smoke cleared, a massive dark figure appeared under the Eye of Judgment in the darkness. Beep, detected a second-stage mutant, Peak, the Stitcher. Danger rating, terror level. Wenya, hide. Activate the mental sharing when I need it. Zhang Tai. Hurry here with all your strength. Lin An issued orders on the team channel at the fastest speed, his eyes fixed tightly on the suddenly attacking yet eerily motionless monster. The monster before them was 5 meters tall, its entire body completely covered with large amounts of dead white muscle, its flesh resembling severe burns. 3 heads crowded together on shoulders as broad as tank armor, the central one is a male head with closed eyes, and 2 female heads are forcibly sewn together. On the massive body, 2 thick arms are crossed over the chest, while more than a dozen baby-sized hands are scattered all over like tentacles, slowly drifting. That strike just now definitely had more than 30 points of power. The speed was at least above 35 points as well. Lin An's heart pounded wildly, if he hadn't reacted quickly just now, the monster's sudden attack could have smashed him to pieces. Pure physical strength comparable to a tank's main cannon, with an instantaneous burst speed approaching 300 meters per second. This is already close to the critical point of the speed of sound. A sinking feeling in the heart, the power that the Stitcher is now displaying has already exceeded his expectations. The mental barrier has already been detected and broken through by the Stitcher, and tens of thousands of zombies inside a nearby mall instantly all turn their heads in unison. The dense, scarlet eyes surged forward like a tsunami in a frenzy. This can't be dragged out. After 0.5 seconds, Lin An decided to launch the attack first. Since the plan for a surprise attack has been disrupted, might as well just strike directly. Step forward and charge. Lin An's feet caused the floor to crack instantly, like a black shadow charging towards the Stitcher. Step forward slash. Bone spikes howled, with full force unleashed, the sharp bone spikes broke through the air resistance, emitting a piercing whistle as they stabbed straight at the central head. With a sudden motion, the Stitcher, originally standing still, abruptly raised an arm to strike. Muscles bulged explosively, a punch filled with terrifying force collided with bone spikes. Sideways counter chop. Click. Glass shattered. Lin An's expression turned sharp as he directly bit and crushed the medicine he had preemptively held in his mouth. Beep, strength +1, constitution +1, agility +1. Beep, explosive power increased by 10%, endurance and damage resistance increased by 30%, attack speed increased by 20%. Strength and speed increased again, with all bonuses combined reaching a 20% boost in explosive power, making the momentum even more overwhelming. The fist wind approached in front of him, and at the critical moment, Lin An instantly changed direction. The originally straight strike turned into a sidestep to dodge. Slash. The sharp bone spike struck like lightning in an instant, fiercely chopping towards the head of the woman on the right side of the Stitcher. Humph. The blade pierced the flesh, and with a power boost reaching 28 points, it successfully broke through the monster's defense. Like bursting a pus-filled wound, the woman's head, whose eyes had been tightly shut, suddenly opened her eyes and let out a piercing, venomous scream. A bloodline extended from the top of her head down to the seamstress's waist, revealing the constantly writhing muscle tissue inside. Roar. The monster let out a painful roar, not expecting Lin An to instantly increase his speed and dodge its powerful punch. Smash. The head that Lin An slashed down with all his might didn't seem to cause him much harm, instead, it completely enraged him. The Stitcher swung both arms with a speed beyond the limit of the naked eye, fiercely smashing towards Lin An. No way to avoid. At such a close distance, Lin An could only desperately dodge to the side, using the bone spikes in his hand to clash against the giant fist, trying to hinder this terrifying strike. Boom. Bones shattered, the right hand that originally blocked the giant fist was instantly broken, collapsing limply to the side of the body like noodles. Lin An barely dodged, but was grazed by the giant fist, leaving the right side of his body mangled and bloody. This kind of power. Can't fight head-on. The aftershock of the giant fist slammed into the ground where he originally stood, blasting through the entire floor with a single strike. Before he could catch his breath, the second attack from the Stitcher had already been launched again. The Stitcher's slender, childlike arms suddenly shot out toward his body, trapping him in place in the blink of an eye. A giant fist rose from the ground, continuing to smash toward Lin An's head like a lingering shadow. Power surge. To trigger the brief recovery effect after a power burst, Lin An once again activated the unfinished skill, trying to break free from the restraint. Open it for me. A furious shout, the arms bound around the upper body were forcibly broken in several places, but it only delayed by 0.1 seconds. A giant fist came crashing down. But the restraint from the arms was too strong, even with his strength pushed to the limit, he could only barely dodge the vital point of the head. Nearly 10,000 zombies were already roaring as they rushed beside him. Lin. Zhang Tisi, transformed into a black bear at a high place, eyes wide with rage, jumped directly from the fourth floor at all costs. Chapter 55, The Final Strike. Pfft. Blood sprayed from Lin An's mouth as a punch containing terrifying power tore through his chest. His body was blasted like a cannonball directly into the horde of corpses, the blood causing the horde to become even more frenzied. Countless rotting arms tore at his limbs, the zombie swarm enveloping him like an ant colony. Powerless, cold. The massive loss of blood caused his consciousness to start fading. A bitter laugh in my heart, I never expected that I would ultimately still underestimate the strength of the Stitcher. I originally thought that after obtaining the soul-devouring hand, he would have enough confidence to fight back. But unexpectedly, aside from strength, with all other attributes completely crushed, the gap in power between the two is still too great. The Stitcher truly lives up to being a peak second-tier existence, the nightmare of all the survivors by the river in his past life. It's hard to imagine how terrifying it would be when it advances to the next level after devouring all the zombies here and reaches the third level. The horde of corpses tore and bit, rotten arms reaching into his broken chest trying to eat his heart, just like the memories before death in his previous life. Dong! 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 The ground trembled, and the heavy, violent charge was terrifying. Although his view was blocked by the horde, Lin An could feel the Stitcher crazily rushing towards him through the trembling ground. Under the small hill piled with corpses. He couldn't help but sigh, slowly raising his right hand. He had thought he could hold on until the end, but now he had to use his last trump card against the Stitcher. Soul. Screech. Buzz. The air twisted and deformed. The soul-devouring hand in the right hand instantly burst forth with a blood-colored brilliance, illuminating the entire hall through the corpse horde. Then, an invisible wave suddenly erupted in a ring shape. Bang 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 bang. Like a series of exploding light bulbs. In an instant, thousands of zombie heads closest to Lin An exploded into a cloud of blood mist, and their rotting bodies were pulverized into fragments by the invisible shockwave. One strike clears the field. The ground was littered with body fragments as if sliced by the scythe of death, centered on the spot where Lin An fell. All zombies within nearly 40 meters around him were instantly killed. The charging Stitcher was also instantly stripped of nearly half its flesh by this mental shock, its massive body flying backward. On its broad shoulders, the third head, which Lin An had already severed, was completely blown apart into a mist of blood. Roar. Perhaps because the remaining heads of the Stitcher still possessed consciousness, the soul scream, comparable to a third-tier power, inflicted triple damage on it. Falling to the ground, the sewer clasped the central head with both hands, while the other head tightly closed its eyes and wailed. The pain, a tremendous roar capable of shattering glass, spread outward like a shockwave. Taking advantage of the brief respite gained from the soul's piercing scream, Lin An struggled to get up and took out the bloodstone from the spatial ring. Beep, usage successful 2/3. A rich life energy surged into the body from the bloodstone, and the granulation tissue near the originally transparent wound began to grow rapidly. Lin An felt somewhat relieved. If he hadn't obtained restorative items before coming, he would have been completely unable to continue fighting with his current injuries. Not far beside him, the suturer seemed to have fallen into a frenzy under this mental shock and did not continue to attack. It's just unknown how long the effect can last. What a pity. Lin An couldn't help but sigh. The original plan was to launch a surprise attack after finding the Stitcher, with Zhang Tai blocking the zombies. Alone, he fought this monster while sharing mental power with Wenya. When the damage reached the critical point the Stitcher could endure, he would then unleash the soul screech to kill it opportunely. But now, severely injured, he could only wait for his wounds to heal, wasting the time when the monster was unable to resist. Lin. Zhang Tai jumped down from the 4th floor and sprinted desperately towards him, with a dense horde of zombies closely following behind. Block the zombie horde first, wait for me to recover. Lin An weakly commanded Zhang Tai. The soul scream just now instantly killed thousands of zombies around, but there were still many zombies inside the mall. Zhang Tai hurriedly responded and charged at the zombie horde to buy him time to recover. However, like rain, the zombies fearlessly jumped down one after another through the 3-layered broken floor of the mall. In the blink of an eye, a large number of zombies gathered again on the 1st floor of the mall. Wenya, activate the psychic barrier again. Wenya, hiding on the 4th floor, was not attacked by the Stitchers, so the concealment effect on her body remained intact. Without the ability for close combat, she could still handle small groups of zombies. But inside such a cramped building like the mall, once she made a move, she would be overwhelmed by the horde. Nodding repeatedly, she hurriedly focused and activated her skill. Forget it, no need to waste it. Suddenly, Lin An interrupted Wenya's spellcasting with a grim expression. The Stitcher, who was blasted away by the mental shock and fell into a frenzy, has regained movement. The central head opened its eyes, and Zhang Tai glanced over, his face equally grim. This monster is so damn disgusting. On the huge head, the fist-sized eye sockets were packed with dozens of pale white eyeballs. The monster swayed. After 0.1 seconds, the Stitcher locked onto Lin and charged again like a high-speed train. Lin An took a deep breath, holding the dagger horizontally in front of his chest with his right hand. The wounds healed very quickly, although not fully recovered, he was barely able to continue fighting. Seeing the second wave of attack about to arrive, Lin An spoke rapidly through the team communication. Zhang Tai, rush to my side in 2 seconds and create an opportunity for me. Got it. Zhang Tai slapped down the corpses trying to bypass him, then focused intently and turned to look at Lin An, ready to strike. Dong! Dong! The impact from the stitcher came in an instant. Unlike before, when they were caught off guard, Lin An quickly bit the test tube and swallowed the medicine. The potion's effect had not yet worn off, but he could no longer afford to waste it. Attribute bonuses could not tolerate any gaps. Boom! With a thunderous roar, affected by the previous mental shock, the stitcher's impact this time was ineffective. Its massive body only shattered the pillars inside them all. The opportunity vanished in an instant. It's now. Leap strike. Thrust. Lin An desperately dodged, leapt into the air, jumped behind the monster, gripped the bone spike with both hands, and frantically summoned all his strength to stab at the monster's head. Humph. The bone spike pierced entirely into the skull, instantly bringing forth a painful wail from the last head of the stitcher. Zhang Tai. The black bear appeared, Zhang Tai's face grimacing fiercely as he charged directly at the pained stitcher. A bear and a monster, two huge beasts collided instantly, and the severely injured stitcher was knocked to the ground in an instant. Die for me. The huge bear paw was raised like a hammer, smashing with brute force towards the monster's head. Bang! Under the full force strike, Zhang Tai's face turned ashen and both his hands ached. The other head of the stitcher was only slightly dented, but the full force strike couldn't even break through its defense. Roar! The stitcher let out a roar, and the last remaining head commanded the body to rise, its giant hand smashing down on the black bear pinning it. Pfft! His back instantly collapsed, the entire shoulder crushed into a pulp, blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. Make way! Zhang Tai, upon hearing this, turned his body with great effort, revealing the last head of the stitcher beneath him. Step forward and stab. Lin An shouted sharply, he only needed Zhang Tai to knock the stitcher to the ground to give him time to gather strength. A strike that condenses all strength, victory or defeat hinges on this move. Target, the last head. Chapter 56, 8x8 Big Explosion. We are one. The moment the bone spur pierced through the last stitched skull, the woman's face on the skull suddenly opened its eyes. Like the whisper of an abyss. In an instant, Lin An felt as if time suddenly stopped, plunging into darkness. Don't you remember me? Child. The clenched bone spur loosened, Lin An stared blankly at the face emerging from the darkness. It was a familiar face, with withered yellow skin, fine wrinkles at the corners of the eyes, and a kind gaze. It was his mother who had passed away from illness. Lin An trembled all over, his thoughts seeming to come to a halt. Lin An. Lin An, wake up quickly. Wenya anxiously kept stimulating the statue-like Lin An with her mental power, while on the other side, she was desperately trying to use her mental power to establish a barrier. The zombies were too close, the smell of blood too strong, and the mental suppression autonomously emitted by the mutants was continuously breaking through the barrier's effect. 1 layer, 2 layers. Whenever the barrier is broken and zombies rush towards the three of them, she immediately uses her mental power to regenerate the barrier. The barrier shatters, then regenerates. The horde of corpses repeatedly roars, like ants on a hot pan. Under the frantic consumption of mental power, Wenya's face quickly turned pale. No matter how high her mental power is, she can't withstand releasing dozens of skills continuously. At this rate of consumption, her mental power will be completely exhausted in at most 15 seconds. The zombies gathered in front of everyone, although the three were once again concealed and blinded by mental power. But the strong smell of blood caused the crowd of corpses to grow larger and larger, and in the blink of an eye, they surrounded the three people. The scene was extremely eerie. Lin An had clearly inserted the bone spike into the last skull of the stitched one, but a few seconds ago, he fell into stillness. The monster's last woman's skull had dead white eyes, and the two locked eyes. The flesh writhed, and the monster's destroyed head was slowly regenerating. Zhang Tai spat a mouthful of fresh blood, the hole in his chest like a twisted faucet, faintly revealing his beating heart. If it weren't for the awakened talent granting him an exceptional physique, he would have died long ago from such injuries. The breath grew weaker and weaker. Wenya showed despair on her face, in her hidden state, she is currently unable to attack the stitcher. Zhang Tai is on the brink of death and simply cannot deliver the final blow. Even if the two of them attack, they probably won't be able to break through the monster's defense. What should I do? Wenya was extremely anxious, the three of them were already surrounded by tens of thousands of corpses. Even if she wanted to escape with Lin An and Zhang Tai, it was impossible. Meanwhile, the Stitcher was healing its wounds at a speed visible to the naked eye. Once the Stitcher finishes regenerating any one of its heads, the three of them will surely die. 15 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and when you used up the last bit of her mental strength to establish a barrier. The zombies in front of her had lost patience and seemed to have become immune to the barrier's effects after repeated deception. Is there really no hope? When you clenched the weapon in her pale hands tightly, at most for 2 seconds. After the last layer of the mental barrier shattered, she would have to face tens of thousands of the undead alone. Hiss. Suddenly, the snake-shaped stone carving on Lin An's wrist moved slightly. When you looked over at the sound, her eyes filled with surprise. What is this? The little snake seemed to have just woken up. After casually twisting its body, it opened its mouth in a human-like manner as if yawning. The black dragon tilted its head, its golden vertical pupils looking at Lin An, who seemed petrified, with great confusion. 1 second later, the black dragon suddenly straightened its body as if it had smelled a delicious scent. Whoosh! The black dragon suddenly darted into the last head of the Stitcher like a flash of lightning, and moments later, it burped contentedly. Aya! At the very moment the black dragon burst out, the woman's head, which had been staring at Lin An, suddenly erupted with a sharp, painful scream. Blood and tears slowly flowed down her pale face, her expression twisted in agony. Bang! In just a second, the head shattered with a cracking sound. Beep successfully killed a second-level mutant Stitcher. A large amount of psychic energy spilled from the massive body of the Stitcher, instantly surging into the black dragon's body. Beep, obtained item, white stitching thread. Beep, obtained common equipment, white sewn corpse. Beep, obtained special item, blue heart of fusion. Beep, obtained fine equipment, blue skull of resentment. Beep, obtained sea-level skill book, frenzy charge. Beep, obtained sea-level skill book, flesh healing. Beep, completed rescuer mission, received reward, antidote serum *3. Beep, rescuer mission has been refreshed, please check immediately. 8x8 big explosion. The dense system prompts flooded the screen, and at the moment the Stitcher died, Lin An's consciousness also recovered. What is this? The body, motionless like a sculpture, suddenly shuddered, as if a drowning person had come ashore. Lin An. When you couldn't help but let out a big sigh of relief when she saw him wake up. Damn it, Lin An's heart jolted. I actually just fell into the illusion created by this monster. A flood of item acquisition notifications rang incessantly in his ears, but he had no time to think about why the Stitcher suddenly died. Even less time to check the rewards obtained. Bo. The mental barrier shattered instantly. The horde of corpses, tormented by bloodlust, instantly went berserk and crazily lunged at the three. Arc slash. Lin An reacted quickly, twisting his waist to exert force as the bone spike in his hand instantly slashed at the surrounding zombies. The severed heads were smashed to pieces, yet in an instant, they were filled up again by a tide-like horde of corpses. Lin An, Zhang Tai is about to collapse. After Wen Ya's spiritual power was exhausted, she also took up an axe, and together with Lin An, each blocked one side to fight against the horde of corpses. After becoming an awakened one, all her attributes were raised to the human limit. Although her attacks were unmethodical, she could still rely on her strength to chop down many zombies. Bloodstone. Lin An hurriedly turned back, took out the bloodstone from the ring again, and threw it into Zhang Tai's chest. A strong life force surged into the wound, and the wound began to form granulation tissue. No, it's impossible to kill them all. Without any means of area attack, although he could kill a group of zombies with a single strike, it was like a drop in the bucket against tens of thousands. Unless he releases the soul scream once again. Lin An hesitated a little, his current mental power was simply insufficient to charge the glove. The last time he charged it, he was unconscious for a full 5 days. If it weren't for that tattooed man recklessly trying to snatch the glove and ending up drained dry, he might have been unconscious for even longer. It would have been better if the black dragon hadn't swallowed the spiritual energy inside the glove. A sigh, although the black dragon is powerful, it seems to be of no use right now. This guy, just sleeps after eating and doesn't even think about working. Just 10 seconds. The space for the three to survive was rapidly shrinking, especially on Wen Ya's side, which was already struggling to withstand the pressure from the zombies. Zhang Tai's injuries were too severe, even though the bloodstone was rapidly repairing him, it still required a considerable amount of time. After all, his physical constitution was very different from Lin An's, and his self-healing speed was much slower. Lin An's expression turned stern, rather than hesitating, it was better to be decisive. If I fall into a coma, at worst, let Zhang Tai in when you take the antitoxin serum back to Xia and the others. When ya, after I fall into a coma, take the antitoxin serum to save people. I've told Zhang Tai where it is. The telepathic communication glove activated, just as he was about to charge it. A childish yet dissatisfied voice sounded. Only after eating enough can one have strength. In an instant, a strong, almost tangible spiritual power replaced Lin An and surged wildly towards the gloves. The blood-red patterns lit up, charging complete. Chapter 57, A Great Harvest. Beep, charging complete. Soul screech release count, 1/1. The system's prompt sounded like heavenly music, filling Lin An with joy. He recognized that youthful voice just now, it was the voice of the Black Dragon. The little guy has finally woken up. Activate. Soul screech. Time seemed to stop, the zombies leaping down from the air to pounce were frozen in place. Buzz. A ring-shaped shockwave was instantly generated, wildly spreading outward at a speed surpassing everything within just 0.01 seconds. An invisible yet tangible mental shock swept through. Bang! 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 In an instant, tens of thousands of zombie heads exploded simultaneously, blood mist and shattered flesh flying and drifting everywhere. The second impact that followed swept through like the scythe of death, annihilating all enemies within a 40-meter radius. When you felt her hair stand on end, an intense and overwhelming sense of mortal danger surging in her heart. Although only grazed harmlessly by the soul's piercing scream, the sheer spiritual force she sensed brought immense pressure. Everything turned silent. The first floor of the mall, originally filled with zombies, was cleared in one strike, and the zombies' howls vanished into silence. Mouth dry and tongue parched. Even though she had witnessed Lin An previously unleash the power of the soul scream, she was still deeply shocked by the scene before her. The ground was covered with shattered corpses, and due to the damage caused by the mental shock, no intact pieces of flesh could be found anywhere. Tick, tick. The blood rain blown up by the shockwave fell like a flesh and blood hell. The power of the Black Dragon's spirit after charging seems to be somewhat stronger than when I charge my own spirit. Lin An was puzzled, but had no time to think too much. Since the little guy has woken up, I'll ask him later. Stop dazing off, let's get out first. How much longer until the spiritual power recovers and the barrier can be released? Lin An, without saying a word, carried Zhang Tai on his back and pulled the shocked Wenya as they ran. Zombies were still jumping down from the upper floors of the mall, and he hadn't forgotten that there were still 300,000 zombies in the square outside. With such a big commotion, if it also attracts the mutated creatures to entangle him again. Once surrounded by the sea of corpses again, he certainly can't expect the Black Dragon to recharge him one more time. That Black Dragon looks extremely lazy, although it hasn't turned into a stone statue again, it is now wrapped around his wrist looking like it wants to sleep. Before running away. The white light of Lin An's fingertip space ring flashed, and the corpse of the suture on the ground was instantly collected. Good stuff must not be wasted. In the future, if an awakened person with the talent to manufacture equipment is recruited, just with this corpse, at least 2 more pieces of equipment can be made. The Ring City Expressway. A black off-road vehicle roared past, ignoring the pursuing zombies along the way, and directly knocked away the scattered zombies without avoiding them. Don't see. Don't see. Don't see. Explosive music was playing inside the car. Zhang Tai nodded his head excitedly, his shiny bald head swaying to the rhythm. The terrifying wound on his chest had completely healed, and driving with one hand looked incredibly cool. Die for me. Bang. Another zombie was sent flying into the air by the car speeding over 120 kilometers per hour. His uniquely loud voice let out an excited shout, causing Yue to look at her brother helplessly. Lin An paid no attention to sitting in the front passenger seat, the lazy Black Dragon coiled around his wrist, eyes closed and sleeping deeply. Wenya, Yue, and Mo Ling sat in the back seat, tightly gripping the handles inside the car to prevent being thrown out. Taking advantage of the free time while traveling. Lin An checked one by one the gains from the big explosion of the Stitcher, full of anticipation. A second-tier peak mutant, the loot it drops can't be too bad. With a wrist twist, a bundle of grayish-white threads appeared in the hand. Item name, sewing thread, white. Item effect, can sew any limbs with a rank difference of +or -1 onto your own body, gaining attribute bonuses based on the type. Item evaluation, a unique product exclusive to the Stitcher, maybe you can sew another head onto yourself. A very effective item, although its quality is only white, it stands out because of its unique effect. Lin An recalled the Stitcher's eerie 3 heads. If you could really sew on an extra head like it, it would be like gaining an extra life out of thin air. However, this item is better given to Zhang Tai, who just happened to have lost his left hand earlier. Although he can also use it, given his current physical condition, stitching any mutant limbs onto him would not provide much improvement. Unless it is a third-level existence, it might still have some use. As for growing an extra head, forget it, Lin An has no intention of turning himself into a monster. It is possible to stitch Zhang Tai with the arm of the Stitcher. Even now, when Lin An recalls those giant fists with attack speeds almost reaching the speed of sound, he still feels a bit uneasy. In this way, Zhang Tai's disadvantage of lacking damage can also be compensated for. He won't always be used as a meat shield. Let's look at the next item, the Sewn Corpse. Equipment name, Sewn Corpse, white. Equipment effect, Constitution +1, defense increased by 10%. After damage, it can fill with flesh and slowly regenerate. Equipment special effect, immune to attacks with less than 15 strength. Reduce damage within 20 strength by 20%. Reduce damage within 30 strength by 10%. Equipment review, the foundation of the sticker's strong defense. Wearing it, you can dominate the battlefield amidst a hail of bullets. Damn, this is a little rare item. Lin An's eyes lit up as he touched a gray-white vest as thin as a cicada's wing, feeling its excellent texture. It was his first time seeing white equipment with special effects attached. Although the attribute bonuses were not high, the damage reduction effect it carried could easily rival that of blue equipment. Immunity to damage within 15 points of strength. Lin An's expression was somewhat strange, he remembered that Zhang Tai's strength was less than 15 points. In other words, even if an ordinary player obtained this equipment, Zhang Tai wouldn't be able to cause any damage no matter how he attacked while standing still. The rule power attached to the equipment under the system's blessing is just so unscientific. An ordinary pistol converts to about 13 points of strength, while a small caliber assault rifle might be a bit higher, around 16 points. Converted, this thing is equivalent to the top-tier bulletproof vest, and it can even self-repair. A single white equipment can turn a flesh and blood body into steel. This is the power of equipment in the Apocalypse game. Not to mention the two subsequent special effects, which reduce damage within 30 points. If he had this equipment when fighting the Stitcher before, Lin An wouldn't have been punched through the chest with one blow. Thinking about the 2 times he used the Bloodstone right after getting it, he felt a sharp pain. Very good, this equipment is just right for him to use, making up for his weakness of high attack but low defense. The unexpected top-quality equipment made Lin An's face beam with joy as he eagerly looked at the third item. Another little rare item. Blue special item, Heart of Fusion. Even if blue is bad, it shouldn't be that bad. Special item name, Heart of Fusion, blue. Item effect, confuse any 2 mutated creatures of no higher than 2nd tier, after fusion the target's strength increases. Item tip, for the fusion process of mutants above the 2nd tier, a key is required, while the 1st tier does not need a key. Item evaluation, maybe you can try recreating the Stitcher. Tip, keys are often found in the place of origin. In Lin An's hand, a blue heart is beating strongly, occasionally emitting a strange scent. His gaze was puzzled. What are the key and the place of origin? Create another Stitcher. Lin An couldn't help but shake his head, he would have to be out of his mind to create another mutant. Forget it, I don't even know what use this thing has. Although a bit disappointing, it is after all a blue special item, so I suppose there will be a day in the future when it can be used. Wait a moment. A sudden flash of inspiration. Lin An's breathing suddenly became a bit rapid. Maybe this thing can be used to artificially create mutants, then kill them to level up. I wonder if these artificially created mutants will drop equipment, if they can. Monsters fused from 1st level mutants don't drop good equipment, but 2nd level or even peak 2nd level ones. Another 8x8 big explosion. That would be awesome. I just don't know what the required key and the origin place are. Lin An seemed thoughtful, he always felt like he had heard the term origin place somewhere before. Forget it, I'll put it away for now. I'll think about this after establishing a safe zone at the Doomsday base vehicle in a few days. Wrist flipped, and the last piece of equipment pressed at the bottom of the box appeared in hand. Lin An looked at the withered, dehydrated-looking woman's head in his hand with anticipation. Blue equipment. In the previous life, among nearly 1 million players in the Linjiang surrounding war zone, there was only one piece of blue equipment. Although it cannot be ruled out that someone obtained it but did not show it off in the chat channel, it still proves the rarity of the blue equipment. The Skull Crusher's hand and soul shard he had previously obtained were fused without even trying, at the request of the Black Dragon. So, to be precise, this is also his first piece of blue equipment. Although he already has an orange piece of equipment on him, that equipment is ultimately sealed, so it does not affect Lin An's current nervous and excited mood at all. He doesn't know exactly what the attributes are like, but even if it's somewhat worse than the Skull Crusher's hand, it can still cause a qualitative leap in his strength once again. Check equipment, Skull of Resentment. Chapter 58 Mage's Artifact, Skull of Resentment. Equipment name, Skull of Resentment, blue. Equipment effect, will +3, maximum mental power increased by 50%, mental recovery speed +30%. Equipment special effect, immune to mental attacks below 20 points of will. Reduces 20% of damage within 25 points of will. Reduces 10% of damage within 35 points of will. Equipped skill, Mental Illusion. Upon activation, it creates corresponding illusions based on the target's thoughts, causing the target to fall into an illusion state. Cannot move or attack during the activation. Equipment evaluation, the third head of the Stitcher, a collection of grudges. Looking at the grudge skull in his hand, Lin An was somewhat silent. The attribute effects are all good, especially the 50% increase in mental power, which is simply overpowered. Reducing the damage of mental attacks is basically a copy of the Black Dragon's talent. Physical damage is reduced by the Stitcher's shell, and mental damage is resisted by the Skull of Resentment. If he is given a piece of elemental resistance armor, Lin An seriously doubts that any player will be able to deal damage to him for a long time. High attack, high defense, fast speed, and strong mental power, now I can say I almost have no weaknesses. With Lin An's current will attribute reaching as high as 20.8, converted into mental power, it is nearly 208 points. The psychic power provided by one second-level mutant is equivalent to that of 4 first-level mutants, so Lin An's player level is 2. The will attribute has increased from 19.8 to 20.8. Plus the 20% mental power limit increase fed back to him after equipping the Black Dragon Devourer, then activating Power Burst and Skull of Resentment. 20.8, Basic Will, plus 3, Skull of Resentment, plus 2, Power Burst, asterisk 1.7 by 10, 1 point of will converts to 10 points of mental power. He can raise his mental power up to 438 points. This is almost at the level of a third-tier Psychic Awakener. Moreover, it rarely comes with a rare control skill. Although you cannot move and attack while using it, it is still powerful enough. Control skills are extremely rare in the Doomsday game, as the battle between Awakeners and mutants can be decided by a momentary lapse in attention. Skills like the Soul-Shattering Hand are so powerful mainly because the mental shock can briefly cause dizziness. It was quite effective when attacking the Stitcher, a fusion of 3 wills, and coincidentally caused a temporary state of mental confusion to control it for a while. If this equipment falls into the hands of an elemental awakener, they would probably laugh themselves unconscious. But the problem is, Lin An. No, none of the team members have skills that consume a large amount of mental energy. Even for Wenya, if she didn't continuously release the psychic barrier, her high level of psychic power alone would be enough. But speaking of skills. A flash of white light appeared in Lin An's hand, revealing 2 skill books. Not expecting much. The 2 skills, judging by their names, belong to melee awakeners, and at the C-level rank, they probably aren't very strong. Moreover, although these skills do not occupy the awakener's talent skill slots, they do take up space in the player's skill bar. Players can only learn 1 skill per level, and once learned, it cannot be changed again. However, I don't have many player skills myself, so I'll just take a look first. C-level skill, Berserk Charge. Skill effect, consumes 70 mental power, locks onto the target and initiates a charge attack dealing strength attribute asterisk 1.1 damage, reducing slow and relaxation effects during the charge. C-level skill, Flesh Healing. Skill effect, consumes 100 mental power, accelerates wound healing. Cannot regenerate limbs, bonuses are based on constitution attribute. As expected, the 2 skills were just as anticipated. Compared to the innate skills of the awakened, the player's skills are really somewhat lacking. Frenzied Charge consumes 70 points of mental power, corresponding to 7 points of will attribute. For other players at this stage, basically using mental power once depletes it completely. A 1.1 times damage bonus is almost the same as having none. The Flesh Healing is somewhat useful and can be used after the battle ends. Healing items are rare in the Apocalypse game, and players mostly have to rely on self-healing after getting injured. Giving these 2 skills to Tai Shui is not bad. His will attribute prevents him from learning high-cost skills, so these 2 skills can just turn him into a charging berserker. For Lin An, he still preferred to learn elemental skills. After all, with his willpower attribute being so high, it would be a real waste not to learn high consumption skills. Zhang Tai. Team leader Lin. What's up? Zhang Tai, who had been wildly excited all the way, turned his head in confusion to look at Lin An. I'll give you a few good things. Lin An casually tossed the sewing thread and 2 skill books into his arms. The increase in strength also brought an improvement in vision and mindset. The white props and the 2 skill books are not valuable in Lin An's eyes at present. But in the Apocalypse game, any one of these 3 items could cause players to fight fiercely over them. Especially the sewing thread, even awakeners are willing to pay a huge price for it. Team leader Lin, is this for me? The moment Zhang Tai touched the object, he received a system prompt. A few seconds later, his breathing was rapid. It was somewhat hard to believe. Especially since the sutures could repair limbs, it was a coveted item for him. Team leader Lin, you should have this thing. Zhang Tai's expression was conflicted. The experiences of these days also made him understand the importance of strength. He just isn't scheming, but that doesn't mean he's a fool. Suturing skills, these 2 abilities can undoubtedly turn an ordinary player into someone whose strength is not much different from his. It can even be said that they allow an ordinary person to instantly have the means to survive in the Apocalypse game. But Captain Lin, it's not that I don't want it. It's just that I feel I have no right to take your things. Zhang Tai gave a bitter smile and said seriously to Lin An. The first time we met, you saved my life. Later, when I accompanied you to the hospital, I didn't help much, and I didn't play much of a role when killing the Stitcher. Instead, I even wasted one of your bloodstones to save me. My strength is so weak, it's better not to waste these things. Lin An was slightly stunned. He had thought Zhang Tai would gladly accept the item. But do you feel that your strength is too weak and you haven't been of much help? Lin An smiled and shook his head. Your strength is not bad. It's just that the enemies we've faced recently are a bit different. Zhang Tai didn't say anything, he just turned off the music in the car. He felt that Lin An was only trying to comfort himself. Lin An had a bit of a headache but didn't blame Zhang Tai for thinking that way. Since encountering him, the enemies they face are either 3rd tier or peak 2nd tier. Other players mostly come into contact with small groups of zombies, and the strongest enemies they face are at best lick eaters, nowhere near as dangerous as what they face. Normally, if Zhang Tai hadn't followed him, he would definitely be able to single-handedly lead a 100-man squad as a leader by now. He can easily handle ordinary small groups of zombies all by himself. No awakened person is weak. Zhang Tai, remember this. Take these things. You need to be strong to help me. Moreover, you must protect Yue. He is your sister, and the only person she can truly rely on is you. Lin An has never been a stingy person. If 3 items can be useful to his companions, he would never be reluctant to share. Among the current team members, there indeed needs to be someone who can fight alongside him, acting as the vanguard. After establishing the safe zone, facing the first wave of zombie attacks, he alone could not hold the line. Zhang Tai looked at his sleeping sister in the rearview mirror, then nodded heavily and silently took over. Beep, member Zhang Tai, loyalty increased to full value, 100 out of 100, devoted. Lin An smiled calmly, he really hadn't misjudged the person. It's just that the skull of resentment in his hand gave him a bit of a headache. It's somewhat useless. With his current will attribute, the mental energy consumed by the power burst is nothing significant. Not to mention, if it turns into a prolonged battle, the mental strength shared by Wenye is enough to support him in continuous combat. It's fine that Zhang Tai learned the skill, but this equipment isn't of much use to him. His willpower attribute is too low to get any significant bonus. As for Mo Ling, it's even less worth mentioning. Since she can't become an awakener, she simply doesn't need mental strength. A divine artifact worthy of a mage, yet it ended up in his hands with no use at all. Wait a moment. Strictly speaking, it seems I have a skill that consumes a huge amount of mental energy. Soul Scream. Lin An suddenly remembered this skill. Although incredibly powerful, the fact that charging the gloves before had directly knocked him out still left him feeling uneasy. Subconsciously, he hardly ever thought about actively charging the gloves. Black Dragon, can I use my current mental power to charge the gloves? Lin An shook the black snake on his wrist vigorously, trying to wake it up. Hiss. The black dragon discontentedly flicked out its tongue, but as a juvenile, it was basically no different from a snake. Charging, not enough. At least 1200 points. If you get stunned while charging now, Too many stuns will kill you. The Black Dragon's words instantly poured cold water on Lin An. 1200 points. No wonder last time the charging almost drained him dry. So can you still help me charge? Or should I have when you activate mental power sharing, can two people charge without passing out? Passing out again means death. But thinking about it, that state of unconsciousness is no different from being a vegetable. This also dispelled his idea of trying to charge even if he was unconscious. After all, the soul scream is just too useful. Lin An was relentless, looking eagerly at the Black Dragon who wanted to sleep. Not enough. Maybe because of more communication, the Black Dragon's speech became increasingly fluent, but the tone was somewhat unhappy. You two combined are still about 500 points short. You need to be full to have the strength to help you, but now I'm hungry. I want to sleep. After speaking, the Black Dragon ignored Lin An, instantly curling back onto his wrist and continuing to sleep. You need to eat your fill to have strength? Lin An remained silent. He was still hoping that the Black Dragon could help him fight after waking up this time, but it seems there is no hope in the short term. The Black Dragon ate its fill twice, once by consuming its own epic-level equipment, and once by consuming a second-tier top-level mutant. It's really hard to feed this guy. No energy to complain. Looks like I need to level up the awakened one as soon as possible. After killing the second-tier Stitcher, he is still 12 first-tier mutants or 4 second-tier ones away from the next level. With his current strength, as long as a second tier isn't one of the top-level ones, he has nothing to fear. After becoming a second tier awakened, he can unlock the second talent skill. Hope is a skill that consumes a large amount of mental power, otherwise, it would really waste his current attributes. Second tier, huh? Once upgraded to the second tier, mastering elemental skills will bring a qualitative leap to one's strength. After turning off the music, Zhang Tai seemed to have some worries. The off-road vehicle smoothly sped along the highway, and the three women in the back seat were sound asleep. After equipping the Skull of Resentment, Lin An felt his already strong mental power surge significantly, and his thinking became clearer. The harvest inventory is done, now it's time to see what tasks the Savior has released. Chapter 59 Nightmare Level Task. Savior Task Information 2, after establishing a safe zone, defend against the zombie horde attack, estimated horde size, 200,000. Task Level, Dangerous. Task Difficulty Description, None, Normal, Hard, Dangerous, Terrifying, Catastrophe, Death. Mission Time Limit, the mission start time begins 20 days after the safe zone is established, failure condition, all members dead. Mission Rewards, for missions above danger level, each level increase grants a 100% bonus. Note, you can choose to actively increase the mission difficulty to obtain higher rewards. Reward 1. City Broadcast Permission, reward obtained after selecting danger level. Warzone Broadcast Permission, reward obtained after selecting terror level, used to gain a global broadcast for 30 seconds, all surviving players will listen unconditionally. Usage 1/1. Reward 2. Excellent Equipment, Blue, Splitter Great Axe, reward obtained after selecting danger level. Epic Equipment, Orange, Kane's Blade, reward obtainable after selecting horror level. Within the light curtain, a blue giant axe and a blood-red longsword slowly rotate. Unlike the blue giant axe, which is only covered with a thin layer of frost, the blood-red longsword occasionally emits an ancient, chilling power. Kane's Blade, a weapon used by a divine being in Western mythology, is truly an epic-level equipment. Lin An lowered his head to think after reading the message. The task changed to resisting the zombie horde, which was not a big deal. In fact, he had suspected that the Savior system might issue such a mission. Although the task rewards increased, the added active difficulty improvement made him hesitate a little. Both rewards were very good, even for a dangerous level task, the rewards offered were tempting enough. Warzone broadcasts, no, even a citywide broadcast to all personnel can save hundreds of thousands of lives. In the previous life, a large-scale zombie outbreak would erupt without warning 3 months later, with the zombie horde seemingly knowing the survivors' locations and actively hunting humans. No way to avoid. As a result, survivors hiding in the city suffered heavy casualties. The chat channel will not open until 6 months later. At this stage, all communication methods have failed. If you choose to increase the difficulty, there is no doubt that this tragedy can be greatly avoided. The second reward, the epic equipment Kane's Blade, was once obtained by a third-tier player in the Western War Zone. With this equipment, he single-handedly killed a third-tier mutant with the strength of a newly promoted third-tier player, becoming famous in one battle. He became the glory of the entire Western War Zone, leading millions of players. This shows how powerful this equipment is. Compared to the Soul Devourer's hand before it was sealed, its destructive power is even much stronger. The rewards after increasing the difficulty are so generous, it's practically a qualitative change. How to choose? After a moment of thought, Lin An's gaze turned cold and sharp. Fortune favors the bold. The apocalypse game is essentially a race against death. If he doesn't even have this bit of courage, he might as well just find a corner and survive a few years in hiding. Moreover, he also needed a handy weapon. The unprocessed liquor's spine was no longer sufficient to support the challenges he was about to face. Increase the difficulty level. Once the words were spoken, the system panel instantly shifted. Beep, the current task difficulty has increased to horror level. The number of attacking zombies remains the same, but a large number of mutated creatures below level 3 have joined the attack. Phew, that's a relief. Lin An breathed a sigh of relief, as long as there were no level 3 mutated creatures. Second level, still within the range he can counter. Just don't know how much a large amount refers to. Outside the car window, dusk was approaching. The signs flashing by along the way indicated that there were only 9 kilometers left to the residential area wherein Jingtian was located. Lin An silently looked at the 3 antivirus serums in his hand, feeling excited. Although there were some obstacles along the way, the mission was finally completed. The return trip was much faster than expected, and there were still a full 37 hours left before the suppression of the zombie virus would fail. As long as the 2 siblings are injected with the serum, the zombie virus can be completely eliminated, and the greatest regret of the previous life can be made up. Just thinking about Xia surely bursting into tears when she sees me back makes Lin An's face involuntarily show a slight smile. Silent mumbling. Xia, Jingtian, I'm back. Huyuan Community, Building 3, Apartment 301. Boss, we've searched the entire building, this is all the food there is. Several empty packs of loose instant noodles were thrown on the ground, making a mess everywhere. We have no food left here either. What should we do? Lizzie cautiously looked at Huang Gang, the boss seemed to be in a very bad mood. Damn it, next door. A bunch of starving ghosts, they didn't leave a single thing. Huang Gang stomped on the chest of the man who had been dead for a long time and spat harshly. The woman had been played to death by them 2 days ago, her body, defiled by a scabby man, was too filthy and was thrown out the window after death. What should we do? Call that delivery guy over here for me. Inside the room, the blonde-haired man kicked the weak and powerless man wearing a delivery uniform with his foot, driving him in front of Huang Gang. Huang Gang's face was dark and gloomy, holding a gun in his right hand and pressing it directly against the delivery guy's forehead as he asked. I remember last time when I saved you, you told me that you were responsible for deliveries in this area and were very familiar with it, right? The delivery man looked terrified, nervously nodding repeatedly. But where is the rescue for him? Clearly, he was taken hostage all along, used as bait and a map. Huang Gang pondered for a moment, then asked. Has anyone nearby bought anything in advance, like food or something? You're in charge of delivering packages, so you should know something, right? The surrounding henchmen's eyes lit up, and they all gathered to one side to look at him. The boss is really sharp. Yes, I heard that people nowadays like to shop online. Maybe there's a place that buys a lot. Huang Gang's expression was calm, he ignored the henchman's flattery and stared intently at the silent courier. It seems this kid knows something. Click. The pistol safety is off. 3 seconds, if you can't think of it, tonight you'll be the one eaten. The muzzle is cold, the bullet is chambered. No. Please don't. I say. With a face full of panic, he knew that the man called the boss in front of him was definitely capable of doing something as cruel as eating people. A trace of reluctance flashed in the courier's eyes, he knew that once he revealed which place had a large amount of supplies, this group would do something terrible. But survival is the priority. I remember. About 8 or 9 days ago, someone bought a lot of canned food in that building over there. There was a whole truckload, so I remember it very clearly. The courier's face turned pale as he recalled the girl who opened the door alone that day. He often delivered some packages to the girl on ordinary days as well. The girl was always polite, speaking softly and gently, especially those pure and kind eyes that left a deep impression on him. Huang Gang grinned, showing his yellow teeth, patted his shoulder, and the young man beside him looked excited. Lead the way. The courier shuddered at the sound, dragging his heavy legs as he followed the group out the door. Sorry, I just want to survive. Brother Huang, this is probably what he meant. Led by the courier, Lizzie excitedly pointed at the window on the 3rd floor. With Huang Gang, an awakened one, and not many zombies in the community, a group arrived in front of a residential building covered with withered vines within just a few minutes. The doorplate was old, and at the entrance to the building lay several zombies with their heads blown off. Huang Gang glanced at the corpses out of the corner of his eye, then instinctively kicked one of them twice, deep in thought. Boss, still the same old routine. What if someone tries to trick them into opening the door? No need, just smash the door down directly. After nearly 2 days without a full meal, he had already lost his patience. If the courier wasn't lying to him, then the place where that family lived must have a large amount of food. He was already eager to have a hearty meal. Of course, it would be even better if there was a woman. Prelude to Chapter 60. Bang! Bang! The sound of the hammer breaking the door echoed through the dark corridor. In the dimly lit room, and Jing Tian stared fixedly at the iron door that was loudly banging. He held a simple iron rod high with both hands, hiding behind the door. Outside the door, the occasional shouts and curses from several people signaled the ill intent of the visitors. His entire body was covered with bandages over his festering skin, and his breathing was heavy, like a bellows being torn apart. The arm gripping the iron rod trembled uncontrollably, but not out of fear. 8 days ago, after Lin An left, he woke up under the suppressive effect of the necklace on the zombie virus, but his bodily functions were severely damaged due to the infection. Just a little movement, and the corroded bones feel like they are being cut by a knife. And Xia was hiding behind the bedroom door piled with food, looking panicked. Brother, someone is banging on the door. Her lips trembled slightly, she wanted to be with her brother but was stopped by Jingtian's stern gaze. The voice was fearful and helpless. During these days, the young girl found it difficult to sleep every night, constantly hoping for Lin An's return. However, the one who returned now was not Lin An. Sounds came from outside the door. Boss, this door feels a bit strange. It seems to have been reinforced again with steel bars. Huang Mao was holding a rusty hammer to break the door, but even after a long time with the others, they couldn't break through the reinforced security door. Useless trash, he's the only one with the strength to mess with women. What good are you all for? Get lost. Huang Gang looked impatient, slapped the back of Huang Mao's head, then pressed his right hand directly against the iron door. The blonde sneered, a flicker of apprehension flashing in his eyes, then hurriedly followed the others, staring intently at his right hand. The boss is about to use his superpower again. Sizzle boom. In an instant, a purplish-red high-voltage current burst from Huang Gang's palm, melting the iron at the door's joint into molten metal within seconds. Bang! Molten iron from the melting iron gate dripped onto the floor, flames rising. And Jingtian's pupils suddenly contracted. Who exactly is outside the door? Damn it! Whoever's inside, get the hell out here. Huang Gang shouted loudly, stepping into the room through the firelight, casually shaking his right hand before surveying the dimly lit living room. His expression suddenly brightened as his enhanced vision clearly saw the hall filled with various military canned foods. Damn it, there really is food. Phew. The iron rod whistled through the air. Taking advantage of Huang Gang's attention being on the can, and Jing Tian clenched his teeth and swung the iron rod in his hand with all his might. He heard the voices of people talking outside the door. Even if the other party was non-human, he would rather die than let anyone harm An Xia. Bang. However, the iron rod in his hand was caught by Huang Gang in an instant. The sound was dull, as if what was grasping the iron rod was not flesh and blood but a hard stone. Damn, who dares to sneak attack me? Huang Gang tilted his head and looked at An Jing Tian, who was covered in bandages, with interest, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes. 1 second later. Boom. He wore a sinister grin, slowly retracting his kicked right foot. Under the force of that powerful kick, An Jing Tian's body flew backward, his back crashing through the tables and chairs along the way, dark red blood seeping through the bandages. Brother. Hiding behind the door, An Xia's eyes were red, and she instinctively called out in worry. Oh, there's a little girl here. Huang Gang heard An Xia's voice and looked over upon hearing it. After seeing clearly, his face instantly filled with an excited expression. Huh, brothers, we've got something to play with tonight. Grab her, damn it, I've never played with someone this young before. She looks so fresh and tender. The crowd following behind wore lecherous grins and surged toward the room where An Xia was. No. And Jing Tian struggled to stand up, trying to pick up the iron rod that had rolled to the side. Eyes about to burst. Before him, An Xia had already been caught by the leper, her hands and feet restrained, while the leering crowd frantically tore at her clothes. The girl's snow-white skin was exposed, provoking a few to unleash their beastly instincts. Huang Gang then leisurely walked towards An Xia. Without his orders, no one dared to take the delicacy before him. However, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of An Jingtian struggling to get up. Oh, still daring to move? What? A useless thing like you still wants to save your sister. Huang Gang wore a sinister grin. What he liked most was to wantonly toy with the person's most beloved and precious one right in front of them. Still want to pick up the stick? He sneered and suddenly stomped his right foot onto An Jingtian's arm. Crack. Ah! The arm was brutally stepped on and broken. An Jingtian's eyes were bloodshot, and he couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. His beloved younger sister was about to be violated by this group of beasts, yet he was powerless to stop it. Why? Why do I have no strength? Scum! I will kill you! He gasped heavily, struggling desperately to stand up again. Kill me! Huang Gang stomped on his head, firmly pressing Jing Tian, who was struggling to get up, under his foot. Brothers! Bring that little woman over here, I want to do her right in front of him. Boss, the brothers want to too. Ha ha ha. Alright, everyone together. You, damn it. Aren't you trying to save your sister? Come on, get up and kill me. Woo woo. No. Don't hit my brother. Woo woo, woo woo. The girl's sobbing was drowned out by laughter. Roaring laughter. And Jing Tian, trampled underfoot, roared and struggled. His younger sister was crying, but he was powerless to help. An Xia was held down by everyone, desperately resisting but to no avail. How could a frail girl possibly withstand a group of burly men driven by their beastly instincts? Huang Gang wore a lecherous grin as he grabbed at her chest. The girl's clothes were torn and tattered, barely covering her vital areas. The moment the man's rough fingers touched An Xia, he suddenly stopped. What is this? Huang Gang was shocked, looking in disbelief at the necklace he had accidentally touched. Beep, white equipment discovered, anti-poison pendant. Game equipment. Ignoring the delicious food, he joyfully tore the necklace off An Xia's neck. However, in his ecstasy, he did not notice that An Xia, who had been crying and struggling, suddenly stopped resisting, her head eerily drooping down. In the dimly lit living room, several underlings, seeing that the boss seemed to have discovered something extraordinary, hurriedly gathered around him to take a closer look. Unnoticed by anyone, a crimson glow rose in the girl's lowered eyes. Chapter 61, Mutation. Could today be my lucky day? Huang Gang impatiently put on the necklace. Although the equipment description on the necklace was somewhat strange, it was still a piece of equipment after all. Poison resistance to what kind of poison? But after so many days, he hasn't seen a single piece of equipment. As long as there is some, it's fine. Are there any other pieces of equipment? The little girl casually wears accessories that are all equipment, maybe. With greedy eyes, he rushed to the door of another bedroom and kicked it open with a single step. I didn't see anything else on the little girl. If there is, it might be in another room. Bang! The door was kicked open. At a glance, the room was filled with individual rations and various canned foods, packed to the brim. Damn, there's actually this much food. Boss, we're in luck. Several underlings stared dumbfounded at the food in the room, instinctively picking up a can of fruit, their mouths watering. Huang Gang looked excited. All the food, supplies, and toys are damn well here. He originally thought the cans piled up in the living room were enough, but he didn't expect this unremarkable house to store so much food. Find everything for me. There will be heavy rewards for finding the equipment. Damn, this is enough for me to eat well for years. He hurriedly entered and searched around, completely forgetting about playing with women. After all, isn't it better to enjoy after being full? In the living room, Lizzie looked at the beauty sitting on the floor, feeling an unbearable itch. The girl's clothes were tattered and worn, and the patches of snow-white skin ignited his burning desire. As the lowest-ranking member of the team, he had no right to take part in scavenging supplies. How about I have some fun first while the boss and the others are busy looking for stuff? Lizzie couldn't help scratching the itch on his body, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. If he doesn't take advantage of such a good opportunity, there definitely won't be any share left for him later. Jing Tian, collapsed on the ground, kept coughing up fresh blood. He realized what the disgusting man in front of him wanted to do and trembled desperately, reaching out to try to stop Lizzie from insulting his sister. Damn it! You still want to stop me just like that? Lizzie caught a glimpse of the bandaged hand trying to grab his trouser leg. Bang! The hard sole of a shoe kicked in Jingtian's temple. Already weak and severely injured, Jingtian instantly lost consciousness. Damn it, I don't care about anything anymore. Too lazy to add another blow, the scoundrel quickly unbuttoned his fly, pulled out his foul-smelling thing, then swiftly crouched down and reached toward the girl's chest. The girl was probably so scared she was stunned, sitting on the ground without moving. The imagined softness and smoothness did not appear. SSS. Flesh and blood were pierced. Huff huff. The man, covered in disgusting pus-filled sores on his head, couldn't stop spitting blood foam from his mouth, his eyes filled with fear as he slowly lowered his head to look at his chest. A pure white slender hand pierced into his chest cavity like stabbing into tofu, he could feel his heart being squeezed in that hand. Bang! There was no time to make a sound, his heart was instantly crushed. Before dying, he vaguely saw a pair of cold, bloodshot eyes. Team leader Lin, don't run so fast. We can't keep up. Zhang Tai looked helplessly at Lin An, who was sprinting all the way, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from his sight. As soon as the group had just parked the car, Lin An rushed down with a face full of joy and entered the community within a few breaths. Is this where Lin An used to live? Wen Ye curiously looked over the old community in front of her and turned to ask Zhang Tai. No, it seems to be Lin's team leader's younger sister and his brother's place. Zhang Tai rubbed his head, feeling deeply moved. This is the first time I've seen Captain Lin so excited, he usually seems to show no emotion at all. And Xia. Jingtian. With Lin Quan's full power unleashed, at his current speed, it took him only about half a minute to reach the residential building where the siblings were. His face was full of joy as he couldn't help but loudly call out the names of the brother and sister. I'm back. With a smile on his face, he could imagine how happy Xia would be when she saw him. No response. The smile on Lin An's face gradually faded, and his heart sank. Could it be that they fell asleep too late? Without thinking, he hurriedly rushed into the corridor, but Yu Guangzhong saw the zombie corpse he had killed before leaving. The corpse had been moved, the body that was lying face down was now face up. Has someone been here? A strong sense of unease suddenly surged in Lin Anqin's heart. Monster. Run quickly. In the dim living room, the floor was covered with bodies turned into flesh pulp, and half a severed leg had just stepped outside the door. A pure and cute girl quietly stood in place, holding a severed head in her hand. Huang Gang was filled with fear, now he was the only one alive in the entire living room. Everything happened too fast. When he heard someone fall behind him, he reacted as quickly as possible. However, in just a few seconds, the girl in the tattered white dress transformed into a fierce ghost and tore everyone apart alive. If it weren't for the electric arc in his hand stopping one or two attacks, he would have long since been reduced to a pile of flesh. What the hell kind of monster is this? His legs trembled uncontrollably, but he unexpectedly saw the monster before him, whose bloodthirsty crimson eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of clarity. Such a familiar voice. Was that Brother Lin An calling me just now? Xia stood stunned in place, trembling after briefly regaining consciousness and seeing the floor of the living room covered with corpses. These people, did I kill them all? I have become a monster. 2 lines of blood and tears slid down the pale face. Huang Gang gasped heavily, watching the girl suddenly stop and cry. A flash of ruthlessness passed through his eyes. Arc shock. With all his might, a shining arc formed in his palm, instantly striking Xia with electricity. Without checking the effect, after releasing the last skill, Huang Gang gritted his teeth against the fear in his heart and turned to run. Xia was hit by an electric arc, and an instant smell of burning flesh came from her body, causing her to let out a painful scream. The clarity remaining in his eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a cruel, bloodthirsty scarlet. Bang! Lin An had just rushed up to the 3rd floor when he collided head-on with Huang Gang, who was fleeing in panic out the door. Under the high-speed impact, Huang Gang's body slammed against the wall as if hitting a truck, with his bones almost shattered. The man who escaped came down from the 3rd floor. Lin An's steps faltered, his eyes fixed tightly on the necklace around Huang Gang's neck. It was the equipment he used to suppress the zombie virus for the brother and sister. Once removed, they would instantly turn into zombies. Someone intruded, no one responded, the necklace was taken off, and the man fled. In an instant, he reacted, his eyes bloodshot. Someone broke into the house where the brother and sister were, and took the necklace. No. In a fit of rage, Lin An punched the limp head of Huang Gang on the ground. Just recovering from the impact, Huang Gang opened his eyes only to see a fist full of hatred smashing towards him. Bang! The brain exploded, blood mixed with brain matter splattered on the gray-white wall, staining it. Chapter 62, Mutation and City Building. And Xia. Lin An stepped over the broken iron gate in one stride, anxiously looking inside. In the center of the living room, and Xia's bloodshot eyes showed no emotion, and blood slowly dripped from her slender fingertips. The floor was covered with shattered corpses, and Jing Tian, wrapped in bandages all over his body, collapsed on the ground, his life uncertain. And Xia, it's me. I'm Lin An. Lin An's eyes were filled with sorrow as he staggered toward Xia, feeling as if 1,000 knives were grinding against his heart. Eye of Judgment. Pale blue mist rose and spread within his eyes. He wanted to know what exactly had happened in Anxia. Beep, second-level mutant detected. Why is this happening? Lin An gave a bitter laugh, as if falling into an ice cave. The information transmitted by the Eye of Judgment declared that Anxia had mutated, or in a sense, Anxia had already. The girl, alerted by the sound, arched her back cautiously, losing her reason. She sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Lin An like a wild beast. Hiss. As if encountering an enemy, the girl suddenly extended sharp bone claws from her fingertips, adopting a defensive stance. Lin An, sorrowful, opened his arms and took a step closer. Anxia, don't you recognize me? Clenching the antitoxin serum in his palm, Lin An held on to the last shred of hope. The antitoxin serum can completely eliminate the zombie virus in the body, but it is unknown if it works on mutants. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he must try. Roar. As Lin An gradually approached, Anxia, like a wary beast, launched the attack first, her bony claws at her fingertips sweeping toward Lin An's throat like a fleeting shadow. Power surge. Lin An let out a low shout, his speed surging dramatically. With a stitched-up body to absorb the damage, he wanted to try to endure Anxia's attack and inject the antitoxin serum into her body. Humph. The bony claws that could tear flesh with bare hands easily slashed through the outermost layer of Lin An's combat suit. Sparks flew as the bone claws swept across the stitched body of the inner layer. Can block it. With his current physique and defense, he can withstand Anxia's attack. Lin An let out a low shout, disregarding everything as he gripped the antitoxin serum with his right hand and desperately jabbed it toward Anxia's neck. SSS. More than half of the serum in the syringe was injected instantly. A sharp wail piercing enough to rupture eardrums, Anxia suddenly unleashed a tremendous force, wildly retreating backward. The instinct controlled by the virus sensed that the antivirus serum would completely destroy it. Bang! Under the control of the zombie virus, she suddenly turned around and smashed a nearby window, shattering the glass. Under extreme burst, he unexpectedly surpassed Lin An's reaction and instantly escaped out the window. Damn it! Lin An, with a worried expression, hurriedly followed out the window, but could only see a shadow like a black line leaping swiftly away into the distance. Half an hour later. Team leader Lin. Zhang Tai opened his mouth, full of concern. He looked at Lin An standing silently by the window, not knowing what comforting words to say. When Ye shook her head slightly at him, she knew that only time could ease the pain in Lin An's heart at this moment. Lin, brother. And Jing Tian struggled to stand up, his voice hoarse. Anxia, we'll be fine. As long as we find her, there is still hope. 25 minutes ago, the people following behind arrived at the room. After injecting in Jing Tian with the antitoxin serum, Jing Tian successfully cleared the zombie virus from his body, but he is still somewhat weak now. The antitoxin serum worked extremely well, now he is a normal person. Lin An turned around heavily, clenching his fists tightly. Sorry, I am late. Pain and regret filled his heart. Lin An hated himself for not being faster. It was clearly just a few minutes away, no. Even just a few seconds away. He had thought about the possibility of encountering malicious humans or zombies that could threaten the siblings. So he specially reinforced the security door. But unexpectedly, they ended up facing an invasion by an awakened individual. Lin An, you have already tried your best. Please don't blame yourself anymore. When Ye looked at the man in front of her with some sympathy, she knew Lin An had already pushed himself to the limit to complete the task. And Jing Tian slowly walked to Lin An's side with Zhang Tai's support. Brother Lin, you don't need to blame yourself too much. The urgent task is to find Anxia first. I heard from Zhang Tai that Anxia has turned into a mutant, and no one should be able to harm her in the short term. Lin An silently nodded, and seeing Jing Tian's worried eyes, he couldn't help but show a bitter smile. He took a deep breath and looked at the reward for the savior mission. Although Xia's whereabouts are now lost, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky to find her among the vast crowd of corpses. But there may be a way. Warzone broadcast. As long as the mission is completed and the Warzone broadcast is obtained, he can mobilize all survivors to search for Xia's whereabouts. A blessing in disguise, he chose to increase the mission difficulty. Therefore, he was able to obtain Warzone broadcast privileges. If the difficulty remains the same as before, the city broadcast coverage area may not necessarily cover the area where the girl escaped. Moreover, the mutated form of Xia will become bloodthirsty and fond of killing under the influence of the virus. As long as she appears outside, she will inevitably come into contact with the player. By then, there is still a great hope of finding Xia based on the clues. Lin An breathed a slight sigh of relief, now only fearing that the antitoxin serum would be ineffective against the mutant. But in any case, the antitoxin serum should at least be able to suppress the virus inside the mutant, otherwise Xia wouldn't have had such a strong reaction after the serum was injected. That was clearly the virus inside her body instinctively fighting back. I'm fine now, I will find a way to get Xia's back. Everyone watched as Lin An's emotions stabilized and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As the backbone of the team, if Lin An remained stuck in sadness and couldn't pull himself out, they really wouldn't know what to do. Team leader Lin, so what should we do next? Zhang Tai, Wenya, Mo Ling, and Yu Wei all looked towards Lin An together. Lin An pondered for a moment, concentrating deeply. Xia's sudden change actually disrupted his plans somewhat. Originally, he intended for Jing Tian and Xia to become Awakeners and then join the Rescuers team, meeting the task requirements for the Doomsday base vehicle. But now that Xia is missing, the Rescuers team is one member short. Although it is possible to let Yu Wei become an Awakened and join, the risk is too great. The reason is simple: ordinary players have a very high mortality rate when becoming Awakened, and the worse their physical condition, the higher the mortality rate. Wenya was also able to successfully become an Awakened because of being a mutant. If Yu Wei is forcibly made an Awakened, there is a 99% chance of sudden death on the spot. As for the risk of the brother and sister becoming Awakened, Lin An is willing to search for some items that help with awakening to reduce the risk, even if it takes some extra time. But Yu Wei is after all not his sister. Moreover, once joining the team, one must play their role. Would Zhang Tai be willing to let his sister fight zombies on the front line? Definitely not. Just like Lin An, he would never allow Xia to face danger. He is willing to let Xia hide in the back, become an Awakener, and become a team member to protect her. But when it comes to outsiders, sorry, Lin An is not that kind and selfless. It looks like the last member needs to be found again. Lin An's eyes flickered. Perhaps he could bring one of the 4 emperors or 6 kings from his past life under his command ahead of time. After thinking it through, Lin An slowly spoke. Let's rest for a while first. Almost no one has had a proper break during this time. Early tomorrow morning, Wenya and Yu Wei, you two go to the hotel to gather the remaining survivors. Zhang Tai, you, me, and Mo Ling, the 4 of us will go to Linjiang College. Linjiang College? Linjiang College is the best university in Linjiang City, located on the outskirts of the city, with a year-round population of about 40,000 teachers and students. Team leader Lin, where are we going and what are we going to do? I'm really scared of this kind of place, it's full of zombies. Zhang Tai was somewhat puzzled, wondering why Captain Lin always ran to places like this. Lin An smiled slightly and replied. Looking for someone. Then, build the city. Chapter 63 6 Kings, Demon Hunter. Build the city. The 3 women and 1 bear stared at Lin An in disbelief, and even Mo Ling, who had been silent all along, couldn't help but perk up her ears. That's right, next we are going to Linjiang College to establish a safe zone, a city that belongs to us. Lin An did not pay attention to the performance of the 4, a normal person would find it hard to believe when hearing about building a city. Even before the apocalypse broke out, under normal social order, building a city was something that neither an individual nor a single group could accomplish. Without more than 100,000 people and spending 5 to 10 years, don't even think about establishing the prototype of a city. Let alone in an apocalypse overrun by zombies, lacking machinery and electricity. But Lin An's goal was indeed to build a city. With an apocalypse base vehicle that offers mission rewards in hand, establishing a base and safe zone is not difficult. The safe zones in apocalypse games are not just simple gathering places, but survival areas with complete facilities. If it is a small security zone that cannot extract psychic energy, then forget it. But with the Doomsday base vehicle in hand, Lin An is absolutely confident in establishing at least a large or bigger security zone. Hydropower, electricity, fish farms, farmland, combat laboratories, equipment manufacturing plants, trading halls. These facilities are essential for a medium-sized security zone. Without these facilities, players' strength cannot be improved. To put it bluntly, the Apocalypse game is called a game, but it only has data-driven templates. But unlike the online games before the Apocalypse, where all facilities and NPCs are ready-made, players only need to level up. Here, whether it is absorbing spiritual energy, honing skills, repairing equipment, or researching talents, players must personally build the corresponding facilities. To survive the repeated waves of the undead, you must join or establish your own faction. Unless you want to barely survive hiding in dark corners, maybe you don't need to join one. But having been reborn, Lin An absolutely refuses to be subordinate and live day to day in uncertainty. The reason for choosing Linjiang Academy as the base for building the city. On one hand, Linjiang College is located in the suburbs and covers a large area. As long as there is enough spiritual energy, slightly modifying the original teaching buildings and laboratories can serve as the corresponding facilities. The survivors within the college are mainly young and middle-aged adults, the quality of players is high, and many awakeners have even emerged. Therefore, whether it is recruiting personnel for construction or expanding the team members, both are excellent choices. On the other hand, in the previous life, that place was once one of the 6 kings, the birthplace of the peak 3rd-tier awakened hunter known as the Demon Hunter. Unlike after the Apocalypse game arrived, where there are only a few scattered psychic nodes in the urban area that dissipate quickly. At Linjiang Academy, there is the largest psychic node in the entire Southeast War Zone, and it is exceptionally stable. Occupying that place is equivalent to having a treasure trove that continuously produces awakened individuals. Moreover, Lin An seriously suspected that Linjiang College was not just about stable psychic nodes. The mystery of the rise of the Demon Hunter, one of the 6 kings in the previous life, was very likely hidden within. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, the group went downstairs. Having not had a proper meal for nearly half a month, from Zhang Tai to Mo Ling, the group forcefully ate 30 portions of luncheon meat and 10 individual rations. Especially Zhang Tai, who got up in the middle of the night and secretly finished 3 cans of fruit. Team leader Lin, this is so comfortable, it feels like a dream. Zhang Tai patted his own head contentedly, making a thumping sound. Since the apocalypse broke out, he had escaped the hospital with a group of elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people, and then went through so many things with Lin An. Last night, I had a good, peaceful sleep for the first time and was able to enjoy a hearty meal, it felt like a dream. Lin An smiled and nodded, not to mention Zhang Tai was deeply moved. Even he was. Since his rebirth, he hadn't had a single day to rest properly or enough time to have a full meal. Getting stronger and saving in Xia and in Jingtian felt like a scythe hanging over his head, making him unable to relax for even a moment. If you count his past life, it had been 3 years since he had been like this. The group walked lightly, the scattered zombies in the community posed no threat to the current team. Zhang Tai changed into his combat uniform at home and followed Lin An behind in Jingtian. The black combat suit just didn't quite match, it looked like a bear wearing tight pants. The group felt refreshed and relaxed, having indulged in a bath with water from the tank last night. Lin An led the way at the front, while Mo Ling stayed at the back, guarding against any sudden zombie attacks. As a symbiont, she was perfectly suited for this job. When Ye held a compound bow, standing guard on both sides of the team. After becoming an awakened, with all attributes reaching the human limit combined with extremely high mental power, even without professional training, one can rival professional shooting athletes. Zhang Tai, go get a bigger business van or a truck. Lin An casually instructed Zhang Tai. Currently, the entire team has 6 members, and later the 2 groups will split up to act separately, so one vehicle is no longer enough. This time going to the academy, he decided to bring Jing Tian along. As a soldier who enlisted at the same time as him, and Jing Tian is proficient in various combat skills. With the player template, his body recovers much faster than before the apocalypse. Once becoming an awakened one, he can immediately become a skilled expert. The academy has ready-made psychic nodes that are stable. They can help players become awakened and significantly reduce the chances of death. Keep looking along the way for special items that might exist in your memory. In this way, after arriving at the school, recruit the past life's demon hunters. Once the team has 5 members, you can receive the base vehicle reward and establish a safe zone accordingly. Beep beep. Before long, Zhang Tai was recklessly driving a Mercedes G-Class and stopped in front of everyone. Team leader Lin. How about this one? The key is here too, under the tire. I guess that pile of bones belongs to the unlucky owner. The silver-white SUV looked brand new, but there were some dark red bloodstains remaining at the rear of the car. Zhang Tai touched the metallic car body, grinning widely but looking unusually ugly. He had loved this thing dearly before the apocalypse broke out, but unfortunately, he didn't have the money to buy it and could only covet it. Alright, Wenye and Yue will drive that off-road vehicle. You, me, and Jingtian and Mo Ling will drive this one. Got it. Zhang Tai excitedly rushed into the cockpit upon hearing the sound, but unexpectedly Lin An pulled him out. Lin An, looking completely exasperated, gestured for him to sit in the back. Jingtian, you drive. And Jingtian looked at Zhang Tai, whose face was full of grievance, with some amusement, and couldn't help but pat his shoulder as he took the keys. This guy drives too recklessly. Lin An was really fed up with Zhang Tai's habit of liking to play bumper cars, especially since this guy also liked to do voiceovers for himself. As the team split into two groups to get into the cars, a scruffy bearded man with bloodshot eyes suddenly rushed out from a nearby residential building. In a reflexive moment, Wenye aimed at him, but only heard a sharp scream from that man. Don't kill me. I'm human. The man rolled and crawled, then rushed a few steps to Lin An and hurriedly spoke. Big brother. I'm Lu Shiming. Have you forgotten me? Lu Shiming from room 302. Chapter 64 Player Professions. Lu Shiming. Lin An frowned slightly and quickly found this piece of information in his memory. It seemed that before he went to the Dream Party Hotel, someone had called out this name behind him. Sounds somewhat familiar. What matter? Lin An glanced at the man and calmly asked. Lu Shiming was gasping heavily, struggling to swallow a mouthful of saliva before quickly speaking. Big brother, I want to go with you all. Please take me with you, I can work, I am especially hardworking. Really? Want to join your own team? Lin An did not respond verbally. With his current mental power, he could easily sense that the man in front of him was just an ordinary player, with nothing special about him. Bringing him along is no different from carrying dead weight. He definitely doesn't have the so-called savior complex, feeling the need to save everyone he sees. Lu Shiming nervously watched Lin An not responding. The man in front of him was the strongest human he had seen these days. No, a player. Even among the group of people he saw hiding on the windowsill the day before yesterday, the man who could use lightning was far inferior to Lin An. Lightning looks mysterious, but its effect is just to paralyze zombies. Compared to Lin An's one strike that kills a whole group of zombies, the difference is really huge. One strike kills all, he often thinks about that blow these days. He just doesn't know that Lin An's strength at this moment is even more terrifying than he imagined. Since the day Lin An rode off on the motorcycle, he has been hiding in his room, not even daring to open the door. When a group of people from Huanggang were searching for food, he forced himself into a cabinet to hide, and only then was he not discovered. 8 days. In those 8 days, they ate everything edible at home, including the succulents he had been growing for years, which were stir-fried like vegetables. If this continued, he seriously doubted he would starve to death alive. To Lin An and his group, the scattered zombies were not worth fearing, but to him, they were like wandering evil spirits. This is also the true portrayal of most players when facing zombies. Big brother, I really can work. I promise. I won't hold you back. I'm definitely stronger than these women. Lu Shiming quickly glanced at the crowd behind Lin An, his eyes full of hope. In his view, since Lin An was willing to bring even a little girl along, there was no reason not to bring him. After all, he was an adult male. He should be stronger than a little girl. Wenye in the car slightly frowned but said nothing. Stronger than her. The man outside the car did not notice the smile at the corner of Lin An's mouth after hearing those words. Now, without mentioning Wenye's identity as a mutant, even with the strength of a Zero Awakening, she has no problem soloing small groups of zombies. Lin An opened the car door and signaled everyone to get in first. He didn't like wasting time. In 10 seconds, tell me what you can do. Establishing a safe zone requires manpower, bringing this man along might not be impossible. But the premise is that he must be useful. In the apocalypse game, whether you're a business elite or a singer and artist, in front of zombies, you're just a piece of running fat. Useful. The man was stunned in place for a moment, then frantically pondered what skills he actually possessed. Before the apocalypse broke out, he was an architect, usually providing architectural plans for clients. But now, with even electricity gone, the computer was nothing more than a heap of scrap metal. The skills he relied on for survival were completely useless. I can drive. Lu Shiming frantically clawed at the car door, his eyes pleading with Jing Tian not to start the vehicle. Lin An remained calm, knowing how to drive was of no use. Not to mention that there are plenty of ordinary players who can drive, all awakened ones can rival professional race car drivers. Lu Shiming read the attitude in Lin An's eyes and instantly panicked. Growing vegetables and flowers. I usually like doing these things. Please take me with you, I really don't have the courage to live alone. Zombies are too scary, if I stay here any longer, they will definitely eat me. He spoke very quickly, afraid that Lin An would start the vehicle the next second, and not far away, a few zombies were already approaching, drawn by the noise. The first time he went out and encountered zombies, he was already so scared that his legs went weak. Lin An shook his head and prepared to close the car window. If you don't know how to do anything, at least you should have courage. Establishing a safe zone base indeed requires a group of experts skilled in agricultural technology, relying solely on supplies left over from before the apocalypse won't last long. A base needs a team of nearly 1,000 people at least to maintain basic operations. Therefore, almost every base tries to find ways to grow food, even psychic food. However, the man in front of me clearly looks like an urban white-collar worker, so his planting skills are probably at an amateur level. What he needs is at least an expert level or an experienced professional grower. Buzz. The engine roared, and Lin An did not give the man a chance to continue speaking. If you can survive, you can come to Linjiang Academy to find me. There, I will need some help. The car window rolled down, and Lin An handed out some canned food and drinking water through the gap. As a fellow being, his greatest kindness was limited to this. The man held the can, looking dazed as the vehicle gradually drove away. Lin An still gave him a glimmer of hope. If the man could survive and reach the safe zone on his own, it meant he had at least learned how to survive. Someone who doesn't even dare to leave the door or face the zombies, recklessly letting him join the team would only bring unnecessary trouble. Yue inside the car looked back with some pity but did not speak up to try to persuade Lin An. Even though she was still a little girl, the experiences during these days made her understand the truth. The apocalypse is cruel, no one will offer you charity or help. No strength, want to eat. Want to survive. If you are beautiful, maybe you can trade your body, trade your dignity. Either risk your life or nothing. The zombies roared in the distance, and there were hardly any living people left in the community. The man in front of them was like fresh, delicious meat right before their eyes. The man clenched his fists tightly. Courage? Do you really not have the courage to face it? Lu Shiming couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, shouting unwillingly at the departing vehicle. I am an architect. I know that I am useless to you right now. I also know that in this damn apocalypse, only strength can keep you alive. But you promised me, right? As long as I can survive and go to Linjiang Academy. You're willing to let me follow you. The man finished speaking, then turned to look at the crazily roaring zombies. He forced down his fear and picked up the iron rod scattered on the ground. Come on. You bunch of beasts. The traveling vehicle suddenly braked. Lin An was stunned inside the car. Architect? Lu Shiming. No wonder I found this name so familiar, he even thought it was because the man had called his name before. Go back. Zhang Tai, get off the car and bring him over. Lin Anping calmly instructed Zhang Tai to get off the car and bring the person over. Inconceivable. He never expected that the timid man behind him was very likely the chief designer of the City of Hope, one of the A-level safe zones in the Huaxia War Zone in his previous life. Strange, he remembered that this designer had appeared in the chat channel before. Clearly, at that time he looked passionate and confident, completely different from the timid and scared appearance he has now. In the Apocalypse game, a building designer is indeed pretty useless. But a player whose skill is architect, profession, is a completely different matter. Every player has their own skills, but most of them are just regular descriptions without any special attributes. For example, Lin An has at least nearly 100 skill descriptions, such as dagger combat and firearm usage. Without expertise and talents that surpass ordinary people, these skills are merely additional text descriptions and do not occupy the player's skill slots. However, as long as one can achieve expertise beyond ordinary people, the system will recognize it and grant extra bonuses. And the effect is often related to psychic energy. For example, a blacksmith in reality, if skilled enough, can turn the skill into a professional skill, increasing the weapon's attributes during forging. This is also the reason why most non-combat players from the previous life could join safe zones and have the capital to survive. Player skill, architect designer, profession, increases design building psychic energy extraction speed by 50%, and increases psychic energy storage capacity by 50%. In other words, in the safe zone where he joins, the player's strength will increase by 50% out of thin air. Lin An looked out the window at the man being held by Zhang Tai. Such a player, of course, he would recruit under his command. However, you have to be him. Chapter 65, The Value of the War Zone Broadcast. Inside the off-road vehicle, Lu Shiming wore a face full of forced smiles, eager to get along with everyone in the car, completely losing the brave demeanor he had shown before. Although he didn't know why Lin An suddenly agreed to let him join, it did not affect his excitement in the slightest. Great, finally safe. However, just as he was about to get closer to the others, he immediately saw Zhang Tai's severed left hand. He couldn't help but shrink his neck. The bald big man had a fierce expression and was missing a hand. He didn't look like someone easy to deal with. Forget it, find someone else. Not giving up at all. Little one, what's your name? As if coaxing a child, he turned his head to look at Mo Ling, whose expression was icy cold. Mo Ling is petite, looking about the same age as a child. The girl silently stared at him, her gaze cold and indifferent. Making a fool of himself, Lu Shiming smiled awkwardly. Except for Brother Lin, this group looks relatively normal, why are the others all like this? With a chaotic mind, he soon hugged the car pillow and fell into a deep sleep. Team voice chat. Team leader Lin, is this guy really useful? Zhang Tai looked puzzled. He could crush 10 of these weaklings with one hand. A grown man with arms and legs but not even the courage to go out. I really don't understand how team leader Lin is willing to let him get in the car. Zhang Tai is full of a strong sense of justice and willing to help others, but only when it comes to dealing with the weak. The old, weak, sick, and disabled, he doesn't help them in this apocalypse, going outside means death. But what about Lu Shiming? In his view, an adult man should be masculine and strong, not begging for others' pity. Lin An slightly shook his head. He had just checked the man's player panel and confirmed that he was indeed the chief designer of City of Hope in his previous life. Some confusion. He was very curious about what would have happened if Zhang Tai had not brought Lu Shiming back just now. This famous designer from his previous life would probably have become a meal for the zombies on the spot. If zombies could talk, they would probably say after eating their fill, thanks to the heaven's blessing. The man's courage in facing the zombies just now seemed no different from that of a fool in his eyes. Encouraging you to be brave is not to send you to your death. Normally, shouldn't you go back to find some weapons, tie iron pieces on your body, and then muster up the courage to search for food in the neighborhood? Fighting desperately with zombies outside brings no benefit at all, isn't that something only a fool would do? Forget it, it's a trivial matter. For Lin An, it's enough to just assign this guy to logistics. With his construction skills alone, he's worth recruiting. An architect of this caliber is no less valuable to the entire safe zone than a third-tier awakener. In the previous world, talents like this were fiercely fought over by all major powers to keep in their hands. Unexpectedly, he delivered himself right to the door and almost fed the zombies. However, this also reminded him of one thing. That is, shortly after the apocalypse game began, many players, even though they knew it was a game, did not realize how to survive amid the fear of death and disbelief. Ordinary players make up 99% of the survivors, while the awakened only account for 1%. Unlike the awakened, who can immediately possess the strength to protect themselves. Many ordinary players have skills that are of a supportive nature and cannot be converted into combat power. They should have demonstrated their value and then gained the protection of safe zones or strong individuals through their professional skills. But someone like Lu Shiming probably doesn't even know what psychic power means in his own skills. Therefore, subconsciously, he would feel that he has no value or use at all. Not only is no one willing to accept them, but they themselves also feel like worthless. This phenomenon only changed after a year, when everyone had accepted the concept of psychic abilities. Therefore, he can now completely exploit an information gap. Now, this group of players with super strong support skills are seen as burdens by others, but it's different for Lin An. These are living humanoid treasures on the move. Bonus buffs, enhancements. If he could recruit a series of professional players from his past life, such as the Master Blacksmith, Potion Master, Defense Commander, and Beast Tamer. Lin An didn't even dare to imagine how powerful the safe zone he established would become. Now, within just 1 year, this group of people is worth as little as cabbage. As long as they have food to eat, they are willing to follow you. With his current strength, plus being the first player to establish a safe zone ahead of everyone else, recruiting these people is almost effortless. The biggest problem now is how to find these people. As long as they can be found, the security zone established next will be impregnable, and it is not impossible for it to become the strongest base in the entire Huaxia war zone in the future. Found. In an instant, Lin An suddenly understood the true purpose of the war zone broadcast permission in the second mission reward. Squeak. Inside the car, and Jing Tian suddenly slammed on the brakes, the tires leaving a long black mark on the road, the car shaking violently before coming to a smooth stop. Brother Lin, there's someone lying in the middle of the road. During the sudden stop, except for Lin An and Zhang Tai who remained perfectly still thanks to their strong physical condition, the others in the car were thrown forward, crashing into the front seats amid a chorus of shouts. Lin An's deep thought was interrupted, and his powerful spirit instantly radiated outward. Perceiving the scene, a young woman with disheveled hair lay in front of the car with her eyes tightly shut, her life or death unknown. Wearing thin clothes that revealed a patch of snow-white skin, she was extremely conspicuous on the highway. Team leader Lin. Should we go down and take a look? After Zhang Tai looked out to see clearly, he sought Lin An's opinion. Unlike others who instinctively wanted to save people or avoid, Lin An instinctively activated his skill. Eye of Judgment. Pale blue mist rose, and the stars flowed and shifted. A curved, colorless spiritual force spread outward like water. In just 0.01 seconds. The information from the Eye of Judgment was transmitted in an instant to all information within 100 meters. After quickly scanning through the information, Lin An's mouth suddenly curled up slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes before quickly disappearing. Click. Brother Lin, I'll go down and take a look first. Jing Tian, who was driving, hurriedly unfastened his seatbelt, wanting to find out what was going on. Zhang Tai, follow Jing Tianxia and make sure to protect him. After giving voice instructions within the team, Lin An closed his eyes to rest, as if the cold glint that had just flashed in his eyes was merely an illusion. Protect? There aren't any zombies around here. The area is desolate, except for a gas station not far away. Zhang Tai was slightly stunned. He always felt that there seemed to be a trace of murderous intent in Lin An's tone. Wake up, are you okay? And Jing Tian shook the girl at his feet in a deep voice. Although he was sure that the skills he had trained in his unit wouldn't cause him to collide with someone, the girl before him was covered in blood. Zhang Tai was behind him, but after Lin An said that, his expression became somewhat cautious. Water, water. The young girl on the ground had a hoarse voice and slowly opened her eyes. And Jing Tian hurriedly took out the water bottle from his waist and handed it over. As if she hadn't drunk water for a long time, the girl took the bottle and drank deeply. How is it, can you still move? And Jing Tian became consciously concerned about the girl on the ground, not because he was attracted to her beauty, but because he was originally a soldier with a kind heart. To some extent, he was similar to Zhang Tai, treating helping others as his own duty. The girl remained silent, a barely perceptible trace of pity flashing in her eyes as she pulled up her legs hidden beneath her skirt. And Jing Tian caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye and his pupils suddenly contracted. The girl's knee was pierced alive by an iron nail, with a bundle of transparent fishing line wrapped around it. From a soldier's instinctive reaction to danger, he instantly realized where the problem lay. With such injuries, there is no way the girl could have climbed onto the highway by herself. The only possibility is that someone crippled her legs and then threw her up there. Someone is lying in ambush. Click. The bullet is chambered. A group of people suddenly jumped out from under the highway guardrail, aiming guns at him. Hands on your heads, everyone get out of the car. Or I'll shoot him dead. Chapter 66, Leave no one behind. A total of 9 people rushed out from both sides of the highway, 5 of them armed with guns, and the rest each carrying makeshift weapons. 3 Colt 1991 pistols, 1 Type 54 pistol, and 1 bolt-action sniper rifle. Leading them was a lean man with a sullen face, followed by others wearing yellow-brown work uniforms. 2 people aimed pistols at the off-road vehicle, while the remaining 2 each locked their guns on Jing Tian and Zhang Tai. In the distance, a man with a chained sniper rifle was hiding behind the door of a scrapped car. The muzzle was severely worn, the shooting posture was standard but the personnel were lax, showing no signs of professional training. Combining this with the clothing on them, and Jing Tian instantly judged that the people in front of him should be from a shooting range or club members. A sinking feeling weighed on his heart. He slowly stood up, spreading his hands outward, knees slightly bent, ready to exert force at any moment. Identifying the enemy's weapon and reacting within 2 seconds is a basic quality of a soldier. Boss, you have to admit this move really works. Another bunch of idiots fell for it again. The man holding a Type 54 pistol stubbed out the cigarette in his hand, glanced contemptuously at An Jingtian, and turned to speak to the leading man. The lean man chuckled lightly. Don't babble, keep an eye on that big guy. If he dares to move, shoot him dead with one bullet. He looked at Zhang Tai with both eyes. His height of 1.9 meters alone was intimidating enough just by appearance. Tell your men to come down, stop dawdling. And you, don't even think about making a move. Do you think I can't tell you're a soldier? An Jingtian's heart sank. The man leading in front was extremely cautious, the Colt in his hand never leaving his brow. What should I do? He originally planned to suddenly grab the gun once the distance closed, but it seemed very difficult to do so. He realized that it was because he wanted to get off the car to save someone that this group of villains found an opportunity. He only felt bitter regret in his heart, thinking that his recklessness had caused trouble for everyone. However, he did not notice that Zhang Tai beside him had a strange expression and was standing lazily in place, completely unconcerned. Damn it, don't think I don't dare to shoot, put your hands on your head, do you hear me? Zhang Tai's disregard for everyone angered the man aiming at him. The man with a small braid had a sunken forehead, looking like a Southeast Asian ethnicity. He waved his pistol and kicked Zhang Tai's back, but he didn't move an inch. Team voice chat. Lin, why won't you let me go up and crush them? These few bugs, I can kill them all in a second. Jingtian hasn't seen us make a move before, I bet he's freaking out right now. Lin An chuckled lightly, indeed. Apart from witnessing Huang Gang take action, An Jingtian had never seen an awakener make a move. By the time he regained consciousness, all the problems had been resolved. In his mind, he had no concept of the awakener's combat power, and might even have thought Zhang Tai was the strongest in the team. So, when he encountered an armed thug, he instinctively believed there was a great threat. After all, a mere mortal body can never be stronger than a bullet. Lin An glanced at Jingtian outside and said casually. Since the apocalypse broke out, Jingtian hasn't been in contact with the outside world. I hope to let him experience it once to raise his awareness. In his previous life, Lin An had seen too many of these baiting tricks, and many powerful awakened ones fell into them. And you also shouldn't talk about him. If I weren't here, wouldn't you have just gotten off the car directly? Zhang Tai gave an awkward laugh twice. He really didn't take this group of people seriously. A gun. Maybe to ordinary players, it's a deadly weapon. But to Lin An, no, even in his eyes. The guns in the hands of these people right now are almost like toys. Unless they shoot him right between the eyes, maybe they can hurt him. Whenever he activates his bear transformation, bullets of this caliber hitting his body are like just scratching an itch. Inside the car, Mo Ling was indifferent and sleeping with his eyes closed, while Lu Shiming was somewhat panicked, curling up inside the car. Brother Lin is very strong in his mind, but still. He glanced at the armed man outside the window, still unable to suppress a sense of fear in his heart. That's a gun. It's over, no matter how fast Brother Lin is, he can't be faster than a gun. He couldn't help but look miserable, repeatedly glancing at Lin An. Zhang Tai, hold off for a bit. I want this incident to leave a deep impression on him, to let him see the nature of humanity in the apocalypse. Alright, team leader Lin. Should I put on a show? Lin An did not respond and simply closed his eyes to rest. Actually, there was one more thing he hadn't told Zhang Tai. Among this group, there was an awakened one hiding. Indeed, his own team's strength was very strong. At this stage, only third-level mutants could pose a threat to him. But what about the future? The player's strength will inevitably improve, and even the zombies will gradually mutate. Zhang Tai's personality is too reckless, and Lin An also plans to make him more cautious. In the apocalypse, the threats are not just zombies. Often, the ones who want to kill you are humans too. You little pretty boy inside, get the hell down here, playing dead, huh? The scar-faced man aiming a gun at the SUV pounded on the window, loudly cursing at Lin An, who had his eyes closed inside the car. Another person grabbed Lu Shiming roughly from the car door opened by Zhang Tai and dragged him to the ground. No. Please don't kill me. Lu Shiming, dragged out of the car, clasped his head with both hands and curled up on the ground, begging desperately for mercy. It's over, this time it's really over. And Jingtian watched his companion being dragged out of the car, and with a gun pressed to Lin An's head, his heart was filled with grief and anger. Even Zhang Tai beside him stood there stunned, not knowing what to do. Both fists clenched tightly. It's all my fault. The scene of An Xia being bullied and helplessly powerless appeared before my eyes. How similar. Why? Why do I have no strength? The leading man glanced at the car, which was already under control, then walked straight up to Jingtian. Bang! He fiercely kicked Jingtian's knee, causing Jingtian's legs to go weak and his body to stagger. Among those present, only Jingtian looked threatening, with the demeanor of a soldier. As for Zhang Tai, the big fool lost a hand, probably scared out of his wits. The little pretty boy inside the car was so scared that he played dead, and the little girl and Lu Shiming were even less of a threat. No matter how you look at it, they posed no danger. I fucking told you to kneel down, did you hear me? Trying to resist, huh? You think I don't know you want to grab the gun? I'll kill your companion right now. Boss, should I just kill this guy outright? Damn it, you useless piece of trash still want to play dead with your eyes closed. What a damn coward. The gunman pressing the gun against Lin An's forehead cursed and grumbled as he disengaged the safety. And Jingtian gave a bitter laugh when he saw this. He knew that if he didn't give up resisting and kneel, they would really shoot Lin An to assert their authority. A man's knees are worth gold, that is dignity. If Lin An was not threatened, he would rather die than kneel. Humiliation, despair. Both knees slowly touched the ground. Zhang Tai. Lin An instantly opened his eyes, a fierce killing intent flashing in them. It has been enough for Jingtian to endure up to now, but if these people want to humiliate his brother, then he will never let Jingtian continue to be humiliated just to keep honing him. Damn it, he became stronger to protect the people he wants to protect and to lead his own people to live well. If he really wanted to keep honing Jingtian by making him lose his dignity, then he would be an idiot. Not even the King of Heaven can make his brother kneel. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Got it, Team Leader Lin. Zhang Tie's previously stunned expression suddenly turned into a cruel smile. Although he only acted for less than half a minute, he still felt somewhat displeased. What the hell is this? How dare you insult my boss? Grandpa Zhang won't let you squeeze out your shit unless your surname is Zhang. The road beneath suddenly cracked. He instantly burst forth with speed beyond human limits, rushing to Jingtian's side. Bang! A slap from the right hand shattered the head of the man holding a May 4th flag instantly. His 1.7-meter tall body was crushed to less than half a meter, with brain matter mixed with fresh blood splattering. Brutal and ruthless. Zhang Tai suddenly burst out killing, shocking everyone. Instinctively, everyone turned their guns and opened fire on the two. Bang 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 bang. The gunshot sounded like continuous firecrackers. Zhang Tai reacted instantly and immediately spread his arms to block in front of Jingtian. Blood splattered everywhere. And Jingtian's eyes were about to burst, but Zhang Tai actually protected him directly, blocking all the bullets for him. Zhang Tai. He instinctively supported Zhang Tai's back, his eyes red-rimmed. Zhang Tai, who was protecting him in front, was shot more than a dozen times. From the dense bullet holes on his broad chest, blood slowly flowed out. A mix of grief and anger. Heh heh. Before he could react, Zhang Tai suddenly turned his head and grinned at Jingtian. Bro, don't be afraid, just a tickle. The whole place fell silent. Chapter 67, The Hidden Awakened One. Ding. Dang. The shell casings hit the ground with a crisp sound. And Jingtian just felt a bit dazed. He clearly saw the Colt in the leading man's hand, which precisely hit Zhang Tai's heart. After being shot more than a dozen times in a row, even an African wild elephant would drop dead on the spot. Bullets powerful enough to pierce iron plates, just a mere scratch. Zhang Tai didn't care at all, twisted his head back, wearing a ferocious grin, staring fixedly at the stunned crowd on the spot. Let me guess, who fired the first shot? The cheerful tone seemed to ask if the child wanted candy. Orange-yellow bullets squeezed out from the wound one by one, falling to the ground with traces of blood. Boom! The ground cracked. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Tai's figure flashed like lightning, instantly appearing behind the leading man, his large palm grabbing the man's head. Was it you who made my boss's brother kneel just now? No. It wasn't. The head wrapped in the giant palm showed terror, the open mouth had no time to make a sound. The thick arm exerted force, then gently lifted. Pop. The sound was crisp, hard to imagine that a human head could be pulled out of the body like uncorking a bottle. The head in the hand was like a freshly dug sweet potato, with the spine hanging below like sweet potato roots, swinging back and forth. After 0.5 seconds. The leading man's body swayed unsteadily, and only then did the blood react, spurting out from the wound like a fountain for half a meter. Ayah! The crowd screamed, frenzied. Since the apocalypse broke out, this was the most brutal scene they had ever witnessed. The man holding the 54 was heartbroken, the scene before him was overwhelmingly shocking, and the extreme violence almost destroyed his sanity. Fear spread, and he instinctively frantically pulled the trigger, trying to vent the fear in his heart. Muzzle flames burst out, and a continuous line of bullets shot towards Zhang Tai's massive body. Perhaps stimulated by the screams, all the stunned shooters fired simultaneously. Kill him. If we don't kill him, we will all die. The dense gunfire echoed along the empty highway. Boom. Zhang Tai turned his head to lock onto the gunman beside the SUV, then burst forward again at a speed beyond what an ordinary person could react to. The 10-meter distance was crossed in an instant, with his double first-level strength, such speed was nothing unusual. The massive body stopped in front of the man, and the rushing wind blew the man's hair aside, revealing the fearful eyes beneath his bangs. Zhang Tai grinned, his eyes filled with cold murderous intent. Are you the one who pointed a gun at Captain Lin? Before the man could scream. The words had just fallen. Zhang Tai's giant palm, like a fan, struck in an instant, carrying a fierce roar that severed his upper body. The body that was struck flew like a rag, turning into a pulp. Pitter-patter. Blood mixed with unknown fragments fell in front of Lu Ximing's eyes. Gurgle. Saliva was swallowed with difficulty. Lu Ximing, lying on the ground, had just felt like he was facing death, but unexpectedly, the battlefield situation changed in an instant. However, even though he knew Zhang Tai was on his side, looking at the shredded flesh on that huge palm, he couldn't help but feel a bit terrified. Too terrifying. He instinctively turned his head to look at Lin An, who was resting with his eyes closed, and a thought burst forth in his mind that even startled himself. Even such a brutal person is willing to become a subordinate, so just how terrifying must Lin An be as the leader? What kind of team have I actually joined? Ah! Run quickly. The last two men holding Colts could no longer suppress the fear in their hearts and ran desperately towards the distance. In panic, they didn't even dare to look back to pick up the pistols that had fallen to the ground. The few men holding machetes and iron rods were even more terrified, fleeing in a panic towards the abandoned vehicles in the distance without looking back. Clearly, they were the ones robbing and killing on the road, but why did it feel like they were the ones being robbed? Run faster, little mouse. Zhang Tai sneered coldly, but did not immediately give chase. Instead, he casually shook his arm. He liked this gesture. Ever since he saw Captain Lin's habit, he subconsciously wanted to imitate it. The person in front posed no threat to him at all. With his speed, he could catch up to all of them within a few seconds. In the days following Lin An, the enemies encountered were either third-level or second-level top-tier mutants. Especially the experience at the hotel, which kept a fire of anger burning in his heart. It was rare to come across a bunch of trash. Like in Jingtian, he saw the iron nails on the girl's knees and the fishing line used to prevent escape. The words of those people just now clearly revealed one piece of information: this was not the first time they had done such a thing. God knows how many people have been used by them as bait and died tragically. Zhang Tai hated these kinds of trash who wield guns to bully the weak the most. Bang! Different from the sound of a handgun. The distant sound of a suppressed sniper rifle rang out. The 7.62 caliber bullet was incredibly precise, instantly approaching the center of the forehead. Bear transformation. From the beast's instinct, he felt the threat of death from this bullet. Zhang Tai instantly activated his bear transformation, his body swelling again, turning into a 2-meter-tall black bear, with dense fur covering his entire body. Pfft! Blood splattered, and the bullet that suddenly came at him hit his forehead in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, the high defense after transforming into a bear blocked the final impact of the bullet. Zhang Tai was shocked. If he hadn't instinctively activated his talent, this shot could very well have killed him. Damn it, I almost capsized in the gutter. What kind of crappy gun has such power? Puzzled and confused. Damn, he knows how to shoot from the shadows. Zhang Tai didn't think much of it. After being angered, he was too lazy to play the cat-and-mouse game anymore. Without hesitation, his eyes locked directly onto the man shooting from the farthest distance. Frenzy charge. Sea-level skill activated, a red light enveloped the whole body, unstoppable. Dong! 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 The ground trembled slightly. The black bear's body charged forward like a roaring heavy truck, covering 10 meters in a single step with overwhelming momentum. Inside the car, Lin An suddenly opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Zhang Tai, you were too careless and too reckless. Even if he hadn't reminded Zhang Tai that there was an awakened person hidden among them, he should have realized it after taking that shot. So precise, the bullet's power was clearly enhanced. And most importantly, everyone ran towards the person holding the bolt-action sniper rifle, instead of scattering in all directions. Having witnessed Zhang Tai's speed, they still dared to run concentrated in one direction. With a bit of caution, they should have sensed something. Sighing lightly, the team is hard to lead. And Jingtian hasn't adapted to the apocalypse yet, when you can only serve as support, and Mo Ling, with a mysterious background, is not suitable for frontline combat. At present, only he and Zhang Tai in the entire team have combat capability. Zhang Tai has a good character and a decisive, no-nonsense combat style. With proper training, he is a promising prospect. Over these days, he hopes to train Zhang Tai into a brave and aggressive frontline warrior, but not a mindless reckless fighter. Lin An immediately got out of the car, focusing his mental power on the distance. Everyone who was running away was using all their strength, wishing they could grow 2 more legs. The man who ran away first had already reached the long-haired man holding the gun. He was gasping for breath. Jew. Brother Zay, that monster is definitely an awakener too. Brother Zay, you have to act quickly. The boss was beaten to death by him. The long-haired man known as Zay Go put down the sniper rifle in his hands and did not respond, only staring fixedly at Zhang Tai, who rushed close. Die for me. The charge came to. Zhang Tai roared angrily, his huge palm carrying the wild force of the charge, slapping toward the crowd gathered behind the long-haired man. Boom! A fist covered in scales collided with a bare paw strong enough to crush that steel plate. A tremendous collision, the car's glass shattered instantly amid the spreading sound waves.